Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
When we were preparing for our game 1 week ago today in Chicago on that Wednesday morning,
it's hard to believe this story.
Little did we know that we might be talking about the Astros back at 500 1 week later. But here they are. For the first time in 2024, the Astros can call themselves a 500 baseball team, as they are now 40-40 on the year with their longest winning streak now up to 7 games. What a run.
That was a pro call right there. Todd Callis, Jeff Blum on the call, outlining where the Astros have been over the last week, the monumental week they've had, and then the very pitch that ends the game right there. And there it is. They're back to 500. That was damn near Tucker is underneath it. The Astros are your world champions. Not that level of tone, but, man, there was a little extra kick in Todd Callis' voice right there. I don't know if you've heard the good news, Seth, but the Astros, we have a 500 ball club here in town, man. They're 40-40. They're back to even Steven, baby.
I looked into it, and the Astros are not allowed to schedule any more games against the A's. But I will count my blessings and not my curses. The Rockies are the gift that is delivered twice so far this season. A lot of the turnaround can be traced back to that Mexico City series, and now you ascend to the lofty heights of being a 500 baseball team in late June by way of the Colorado Rockies, who looked very much like a quadruple A baseball team. Actually, that's an insult to even triple A teams, because I think a lot of triple A teams in the Astros organization, for instance, at various times have played very professionally. Mm-hmm. The Rockies were a hapless mess yesterday, and the Astros did what a good team should do in situations like that. They looked like the more professional baseball team. Spencer Arrighetti got up and said, all right, these chumps, I'm going to mow these fools down. And just threw basically nothing but strikes the entire day.
Yeah, he was.
And it was a really impressive performance. In consecutive days, Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti both threw the fastest pitches they've thrown all year.
Yeah, that's good.
Hunter Brown tied it. Mm-hmm. And it was, I feel like for those two young guys, that feels emotionally in the gut like, okay, these guys are not feeling their way through it anymore. Arrighetti, now Arrighetti's probably going to have some hiccups here and there. Yeah. I don't know if Hunter Brown's going to break Framber's streak of consecutive quality starts or not. He's at 7-5 right? He's at 7 right now.
7, yeah.
7, yeah. What was Framber's?
Like 20, like 24 or 25, something like that. Yeah, mid-20s somewhere. So yeah, it was good. It's weird. Like, as I was at the game yesterday, and as we're watching this thing unfold, I'm going, man, Spencer Arrighetti's been so up and down this year, and more down than up lately. This was such an outlier. Like, I don't know what to make of it. It was such an outlier for him going against such a bad baseball team. I guess the positive takeaway, obviously the positive takeaway is they won the baseball game, and they're back to 500. The positive takeaway on Spencer Arrighetti is he took care of business. We'll see. His next start will be against Toronto probably, which is not a great baseball team right now, but they've got some guys. They've at least got some guys on that team that can hit, one of whom the Astros might be going after in a trade here at some point down the road. But it was a good day yesterday. 7-1 the final score. Alex Bregman after the game saying that they've figured some things out, the Astros have.
The last 5 games, I think we've played really, really good baseball, but over the course of the last month and a half, I think we've started to play a lot better, and proud of the guys in here. Obviously, there's been a lot of bumps along the way this year, but everybody kept fighting and kept going.
Whew, that's inspiring. Inspiring words by
Bregman. Regular Winston Churchill right there.
Bregman gets lower energy the better this situation is. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of times I've seen irresponsible YouTubers at times, like during being better than everybody else scandal, they would take Alex Bregman interviews and be like, clearly Alex Bregman is miserable because look at this, look at his energy and the way he talks. That's just the way Alex Bregman talks.
Yeah. Yep,
he's just low energy, just calm, cool, and collected 24/7.
That's it. So yeah, here we are, man. A week ago, Callis put it best. He's like, man, a week ago we were coming in to prepare for a game coming off of a shutout loss to the White Sox, 10 games back. They're still 4.5 games back. So the Kool and the Gang that we played was at volume 7, not volume 9, because the Mariners did win yesterday. So they're still 4.5 back of the Seattle Mariners, but they've made a lot of headway in the last week.
They have.
Yep.
You know, I ended up nerding out on stats this morning based on Altuve stealing 2 bases in the same game for the second time this season. And Altuve, I did some of his on-pace
numbers. Let's hear it.
He's on pace for 26 stolen bases.
By the way, this is a time of year where it's pretty easy to do the on pace because we're like right at halfway almost, you know?
Not quite, though. I had to divide by 0.494.
Okay.
So, tomorrow, after today, it'll be nice because you can just multiply by 2.
By 2, yeah.
Yeah. So he's on pace for 26 stolen bases. His batting average is .303, which would be the 3rd straight season he's over 300. Which, remember, that's when he started having that goal of being a 300 batting average, 900 OPS guy.
Yeah.
He's right now his OPS is currently 812. That puts him on pace for 812.
812. But yeah, he's batting .303. He's on pace for .303.
Yeah, that one was easy. That one was easy.
Yep.
On pace for 71 RBIs. That would be the best since 2021.
That's interesting because through the first month of the year, when he was the only one that was hitting. Remember that? The first month of the year, it was Altuve and Pena, and that was it. They were the only 2 guys hitting. And Altuve had a big power surge early in the season, but every time he'd come up to start the game, his stats would look so funny because it'd be like, Jose Altuve, 5 home runs, 6 RBIs.
Right,
It was all these solo home runs he was hitting because no one else is getting on base.
Right.
Yeah. So 71, huh? Wow.
Okay. 71 RBIs. I'll double check my math. You know, I'm not looking up stats during the segments as much as possible.
Yeah.
I've got a horrible track record.
Yep.
I'm on pace for infinity errors when I do that.
Yeah.
So
I'll trust your 71. That feels like 71 right now.
Okay, now this is the interesting. This is the interesting one.
Wow, I'm looking at it. Holy crap.
He's on pace for 133 strikeouts.
GD windmill, man.
which would surpass his previous high of 91 in 2021.
Well, you know what, too, though, Seth? That's indicative of what we've been talking about the last couple of days and what the Astros themselves were talking about in that article that Chandler Rome did in The Athletic, which is they've been super undisciplined at chasing pitches, and Altuve's the worst.
Right, he is. He's even worse than usual this year, as is Jordan. Worse is subjective with those 2 guys. I think that's honestly when I started getting into the whole thing, the whole dynamic of they're chasing a lot of pitches, and yet they have the fewest strikeouts in the league, even with Jose Altuve at his blistering pace of strikeouts. But so you start looking at how many pitches per at bat? Because all right, if they're not striking out, they are grounding out a lot. They're 4th highest in the league in grounding out, but they have the lowest number of pitches per at bat. But this is the thing that sounds bad, right? They're not being competitive up there, and they're not wearing pitchers down.
What I would say
they've actually had amongst the lowest pitches per at bat for the last several years.
Oh, okay.
They've been in the bottom 5. It's just that in previous years they were hitting them. They were hitting
hits,
harder. Yeah. So the upside is they're really good at putting the bat on the ball. It's just that because they're chasing, they're grounding out way more often than they should. So that's it's right there in that mode where they just got to tweak it a little bit.
Yeah.
They just got to get back to that impeccable plate judgment that they've had in the past.
Right. I think my big I would just to summarize that feels fixable. You know what I mean? That feels fixable. Okay,
they're not
good.
striking out. They're getting the bat on the ball, but they're almost too good at getting the bat on the ball. They got to reel it back in. And if they're going to get that few a number of pitches, it's got to be because they're holding off and guys are throwing strikes and then they're taking advantage of it.
Do you have anything good on Altuve to cap this off? Because I don't want to finish it with 133 strikeouts.
Well, I would say this is a good thing, even though because he is aging at his age of 34 years. This is his 34-year-old season.
Right.
His running speed is 26.9, which is the same as last year.
Okay.
But it's notable that I think Altuve, the savvy base runner that he is, he has taken advantage of these new rules, and that even though he's a little bit slower, he's stealing more bases than he has in a long time. So that's a good thing. He is also, the last on pace is that he's on pace to be 34 years old at the end of this season.
I got you. I got you.
That's not gonna change.
That hasn't changed, right?
I feel like he'll make that.
Right. I think so too. Do they, when they calculate that running speed thing, do they just toss out the times where they jog to first base?
Yeah. It's all based on like peak speed and times when you're actually trying to run. They don't. Yeah.
Altuve does a lot of that. He's got some immunity on that, though. Like he's allowed to.
He's
jog.
a hustle guy. Yeah, he's not a. Yeah.
He's if it looks like it's an easy play, don't go pulling a quad or anything, Mr. 34 years old.
Yeah, Pena's the guy for watching him hoof it to first. That's some of the more exciting.
He jogged one time.
One of the more exciting plays in baseball is a Pena single.
He jogged one time down the line yesterday. I'm like, oh, that's very unPena. Well, someone's feeling themselves jogging down the line in year 3 of his career. Well, someone pointed this out on the text page, and I saw you point this out in the rundown, and I couldn't believe this when I saw it. That was the first time we've had an Astros pitcher get double-digit strikeouts in a game yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is, and you can't help but think, remember back when it was like, oh, yeah, I mean, Cole had 11 strikeouts yesterday.
Yeah, Verlander struck out 12 in 6 1/3.
12 strikeouts? Well, I'm supposed to get out of bed for that? What the hell?
Right. And
Garrett Cole's not throwing nearly that many strikeouts these days.
He had 0, a couple days ago. That was shocking to me when I saw that this is the first time double-digit strikeouts in a game for an Astros starter this season. I know they haven't been great, but you figure somewhere along the way they'd stumble into a 10-strikeout game.
I mean, that is like with Hunter Brown and Arrighetti just showing that aggression that they did in the last 2 games versus a bad team. I guess that's the only downside to having this capping off this stretch so far versus the Rockies. Some of those old tendencies that we just talked about, like chasing a little too much, you can capitalize. They capitalized on that in this game, in these games versus a bad team. Whereas, yesterday was a perfect example of, man, the Rockies are just a sloppy-ass baseball team. And you can get some bloop singles and capitalize on errors when you're chasing against a team like that, but you're not going to do it against the really good teams.
The inning where they broke it open, it's like fielder's choice, run scored. Fielder's choice, run scored. Yeah. Sack fly. It's just all. But it's stuff good teams do against bad teams. Guys are on base, find a way to bring them home, and then let your pitchers go eat.
Just speaking of Schadenfreude, and I don't know if we were speaking of it, but with you and I, it's always in our minds. But speaking of the Yankees and potential Schadenfreude, they are now 2-8 in their last 10.
That's a shame.
Yeah,
well, that's a shame.
It's rough.
That is a shame.
Hernandez, because they had a Subway Series, these last couple days.
Yeah.
And Hernandez on the broadcast was just tearing into Juan Soto in right field.
Oh, Keith Hernandez? On the Mets broadcast.
Yeah. Talking about what a horrible right fielder he is and what a liability he is. They have to stick him out there on that short porch.
We might have to find that. I like a little scuffle between the two.
I've got it for you. Okay. I've got lots of. I didn't know how heavy we wanted to go on Yankees the day after the Rockets drafted the future and the hope.
That's true.
But there's some good audio to hate on the Yankees today.
You dip in at the end of a segment. There's no crime in that. All right, let's get to that.
I'm going to put that in my notes. For 45 seconds from now, I'm going to look up that audio for you.
There you go. All right, the Rockets did make a pick last night. Seems the consensus is the Rockets did well last. They weren't super active. They did very well. And could this be a trade target for the Houston Astros? Lot to get to, man. Lot to get to on the show today. 713-572-4610 if you want to hit us on the text line. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610.
1, 2, 3. Texans training camp is coming. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Rockets, good night last night for the Houston Rockets. They get Reed Sheppard with the number 3 overall pick. Guard out of Kentucky, one and done. Son of Jeff Sheppard, who was a guard at Kentucky back on those Rick Pitino teams in the mid-'90s. Shooter, shot 52% from 3 last year. Very athletic. Here was Rafael Stone, Rockets GM, on the newest Rocket.
At the end of our process, we ended up with Reed as the best player in the draft by quite a bit, the best prospect we thought. Again, not putting anybody else down, and it's obviously going to be incumbent upon him to bear all that out. And kind of the only guy that we were really focused on. So if he had not gotten to us, I think we would have probably traded down or out of the draft. But when we had the opportunity to pick him, we jumped on it.
Yeah, he can. They need shooters. He can shoot. That's where I'm at with Reed Sheppard. You know,
over 50% on his threes last year, and no matter what assumptions you might make about somebody for whatever reason, he did also have the highest vertical at the combine. So he's a dynamic player, and would probably be. They can use him in multiple ways. I think this is something to get excited about, and they could go 100 different directions after the trade yesterday, and what that might be setting up for either a Kevin Durant or whomever else down the pike. I know there's a lot of disagreement over that. A lot of people are adamant. A lot of the really smart Rockets bloggers are adamantly against getting Kevin Durant right now. But this very, very conceivable that he gets minutes this year.
Oh yeah,
and I think kind of because of him understanding flow and being a complete player, I don't think that it's going to be as much of a crap. We got to grow with this guy. I think if he gets some minutes and can prove himself, he's got a real chance to earn real playing time.
Yeah, the upside with him is when you get tired of paying Fred VanVleet $43 million a year, this is your point guard. Yeah,
I know some people had thought, man, maybe he'll be good enough by the time it comes time for that option to trigger for Fred VanVleet that you could trade VanVleet away. I don't know if that's. I wouldn't qualify that as a pie in the sky notion, but I don't know if it's one that's all that urgent. I do think that. I think there's still a lot of room and need for veteran leadership on the team.
Yeah. Yeah, VanVleet's. That option you're talking about kicks in after this season, so he'd have to be in the conversation for Rookie of the Year for you to be ready to move on from Fred VanVleet as your point guard. But if that happens, great. But I like the pick. We'll talk more about it in headlines. Rafael Stone also explained the trade with Brooklyn from 2 days ago, which definitely needs an explanation because it involved a lot of maneuvering of just draft capital. And the Rockets giving back some picks to the Nets that originally were the Nets picks, and the Rockets ending up getting a lot of Phoenix draft capital, or at least control over it for the next few years, with the idea that maybe they do go after, as Seth pointed out, either go after Kevin Durant or maybe down the road Devin Booker and give Phoenix back their picks. Yeah. It's a weird world we live in with the NBA draft now.
It almost feels like they're a pawn shop right now.
A little bit.
Yeah, you can buy these back.
Sure.
Yeah,
sure. Here's your gold watch.
Don't worry, that's fine. No, this is the standard interest rate. You're good.
I got your laptop right over here. Yeah. Give me Kevin Durant.
It's in a display case. 29 people looked at it yesterday.
This will cost you Devin Booker.
Boy, well, they looked real interesting.
I love that. It's a pawn shop. The Rockets are running a pawn shop with one customer, Phoenix.
Yeah, and they kind of they're a pawn shop who decided that all right, you know what? It looks like the Suns are down even lower. They're more on the down and out even than Brooklyn right now. They traded betting on a bad Nets future for betting on a bad Phoenix future.
I predict Phoenix is going to be bankrupt. They're going to file for bankruptcy in 2026. That's what
this guy's going to be offering up his wife to pay his debts off at some point.
His wife, Kavina Durant. Yes. So here was Rafael Stone last night explaining the trade of all that Phoenix draft capital with the Brooklyn Nets.
We were able to turn a future first-round pick and a future first-round swap into 2 future first-round picks and 2 future first-round swaps. And I think it made sense. It diversified our kind of portfolio of picks going out. It pushed them out a little bit, which is really good for us. We're we're a very young team right now. And so pushing those picks out and having some draft picks a little further out, we think makes sense, both in terms of our ability to trade those picks, but also in terms of just picking them so that we don't have quite as many guys in their first, second, and third year at the same time.
Yep.
Yeah, and we just thought it was great value. So for us, we've been in discussions with Brooklyn for a long time, for months, and it was the culmination of lots and lots of talks.
Now that makes a lot of sense. That's the first person I've heard explain that part of it, which every explanation I've heard has to do with Kevin Durant or Devin Booker, and these are Phoenix's picks, which is fine. Raphael Stone's not even going to mention that here because you don't mention guys on other teams. That's tampering. He's not going to say we're going after Kevin Durant. He's not going to say that. He alluded to we can trade those picks down the road and whatnot, but the fact that you have this early draft capital and now most of it is in 2027 through 2029 because they have so many young guys, and they just added to it last night and added one more young guy. Yeah. And it's not just being so young, it's the ability where if they're all hitting on these players, you can only keep so many of them. You know, like there's you can only re-sign so many of them.
You're Alperen Şengün and Jalen Green territory where you're starting to have to make a decision on these guys. Yeah. That it does. I think a lot of it. I think it's easy and understandable that we get fixated on a Kevin Durant or Dylan Brooks or whatever it might be, but it feels in a lot of ways more like a classic GM who's thinking about this like he's just doing arbitrage with currencies and money.
Portfolio. Portfolio.
You're making a bet on what the future value of an asset's going to be and trying to spread everything out over time. And certainly, it's not like they haven't had discussions about which guys they might trade for, but I don't think it's something that 100% has to be focused on and turned into something immediately.
Right.
I think it's very much a long-term play that might yield results immedially, but it doesn't have to.
Right. And I know people are going to say, Sean, they can re-sign all of them if they want to. They have their Larry Bird rights. They can go over the cap. I get it. But you know, how deep into the luxury tax are you going to?
We're trying to buy a hockey team here, man.
That's right. Good point, Seth.
You think Tillman's got? You think Tillman wants to be deep into the tax and buying a hockey team?
You seen the price of beef these days? He's got a lot of steakhouses. This guy, man. All right.
Yeah. That's just joking, everybody. By the way, about the hockey team part.
Yeah.
But we know the NHL does want a hockey team in Houston.
They do.
Or we assume that they do.
They do. So Reed Shepherd, your newest Houston Rocket, and I'd like the explanation from Raphael Stone on the trade with Brooklyn. Vlad Guerrero Jr., back to the Astros. Michael Schwab tweeted this yesterday. The Astros have identified Vladimir Guerrero Jr. as one of their top targets for a trade. Per sources, it will take a lot to land a player like him. He'll be a free agent in 2026. He would bring a big bat and solve the first base problem. He would definitely solve the first base problem. He would bring the potential for a big bat. It's been a while since Vlad has been the level of bat that everybody expected him to be. Yeah. Like he was
2021. He had over a 1,000 OPS.
Yeah, he had like 40-something home runs, right?
Yeah. And that was at his apex.
Yeah,
I think that might have been the first year he trimmed down a little bit too, right? And just became a complete player. And he hasn't just been. Yeah, he's been an above average batter since then, but nothing magnificent or which works to your advantage in terms of not wanting to give away. Like the farm system.
Yep.
So it's and at the same time too. Hey, maybe comes along and gets hot during the playoffs, but is no matter how much I would downplay it in my mind and remind myself that he's not his father and he's not the guy he was a few years ago. He is still somebody that you could plunk out there every day at first base.
Oh yeah.
And leave your. How tall is Mauricio Dubon?
Not tall enough to play first base 162 games.
Leave your 5'8" guys out in the outfield or utility infield spaces.
Yep. And I think, look, the cost for him is going to be based on I say potential, like we've seen it with him. It's recapturing that potential, and he's got a year of team control left. You know, he's not
Yeah. Dubon's 6 foot, by the way, but sorry.
He looks smaller than that, though.
I know. He's just such a little guy. It's because he's got that baby face, you know?
I think that's his height in cleats. You know how they do in the NBA now? Here's his height with shoes on. Here's his height with shoes off. That's a shoes on height right there.
It makes sense in the NBA to some degree because there's no cleats to sink down into the dirt.
Yeah.
So the height and cleats wouldn't make sense.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have a baby face. He has an adolescent face.
Okay.
He has like a pleasant 13-year-older face.
He does. He does.
Before they turn into bastards for the next 4 years.
So they would have, if they were to trade for Vlad Guerrero, they'd have control over him the rest of this year and next year as well. It's a Kyle Tucker situation.
Yeah.
He would be, now it would be an expensive year for Vlad. I say it'd be an expensive year. He's not been great the last couple years, so maybe his last year of arbitration is somewhere in the 15 to 20 million range. Who knows? Like Tucker's last year is going to be like 30 million. You know.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like even though you have team control over a guy, but if he's an all-star, that last year of team control that you have is still at a price where you're like, oh my God, this is a big check we're writing here, you know?
Before Bregman started being awesome again, I kind of wondered whether, I wonder if they could do a player for player with Bregman and Vlad Guerrero Jr. and just slap Dubon out there at third. And but that's before Bregman got awesome again. Now there's no way in hell I want to let go of Bregman. Now that they're buyers, I'm like, oh hell no.
I don't either.
He won't go. That's
a fun sports talk radio trade though. Because if you take the emotion out of it, it's although I would say why would Toronto do it? Just because they're kind of falling out of the race, and
right. But for a guy on an expiring contract, it doesn't. Circumstances were different in a different universe. That might be a fun player for player.
Yes, it would. And if the two teams were flipped around, you know what I mean? Like if the Blue Jays were the one in the more in the mix right now, maybe. Yeah, but that's fun to talk about. I got to see what the cost would be. I'm interested. I'm interested in Vlad Guerrero Jr. Like this is not a hang up the phone thing for me. I am interested in Vlad Guerrero Jr. for the Astros.
I'm also at that spot now though too, where I got to say, this is as we've been hinting at for a while now, ever since the pitching got right again, despite aside from the injuries, it's a testament to the post Brent Strom pitching coaching too. That And I feel like, man, I don't want to trade away any of these young guys that really might blossom and become the next Christian Javier / Framber Valdez / Urquidy or like guys that were under-heralded as prospects, but they just go through this system from single A on up and they turn into different dudes. So I trust their player development, and I'm getting really stingy about prospects.
Yep, same. Text message. When are we gonna get the Trevor Bauer to Astros thing started? Never on this show.
Yeah, no, we had one really angry person last week who thought that Sean and I were like taking a moral high ground or something. Like, no, he's an a-hole. Yeah, that's all there is to it. Yeah. It's despised by Alex Bregman, who will be on this team forever now. I have decreed it so. And no, that's just the flat out fact of the matter is there's 29 other teams in baseball that don't want him now either. Yeah. And just because he's mowing people down in a league that nobody takes seriously, that doesn't change how I feel about it at all. Yeah. He's for everything that you want, the mojo, everything else like this. He's just an a-hole. If he'd never had any allegations against him that are by the way being spun way more aggressively than I think a lot of people realize. Like people are acting like he's been in the clear from any kind of wrongdoing or whatsoever, and it's way more murky than that. But aside from all that, he's just an a-hole.
Yeah, I like that. I'm sorry, Texter. I don't mean to be like condescending about this or to be insulting about it. Like I don't get why people. It's like they don't see that he's pitching in the Mexican League. Like all of baseball is out on him right now. Like this, there are so many teams that are going to like climb over themselves to trade for pitchers that aren't nearly as good as Trevor Bauer when the trade deadline rolls around, and he's available to all of those teams right now, and none of them are going after Trevor Bauer. Like he's the Major League Baseball has spoken. They don't want him in any of their clubhouses.
This is the problem too. Is that again, regardless of any of the legal circumstances, I think a lot of people always forget. It's kind of like with Aaron Rodgers, is because so much of the public discourse has been about his stance on COVID, this, that, or the other. They forget about all the other stuff that happened before that. And with Trevor Bauer, the list is long various reasons that people just flat out don't like him.
Yeah.
And not to mention why you as an Astros fan should not like Trevor Bauer for the various accusations he's made against them in the past. You're honestly, you're cuckolding yourself when you want Trevor Bauer here. This is a dude who's just publicly called out beloved Astros players, the team in general, everything else, and you want to bring him into your house and watch him diddle your wife? God, grow a pair. My God.
Would you
get off the internet porn, you weirdo?
Okay, I said I wasn't going to be condescending. All right, that was Seth who said all that right now.
I feel bad for them. I feel bad for these guys who are willingly cuckolding themselves.
Same guy says, would you feel better if I called him Tyler Bauer? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit, yeah. A little bit. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to headlines. Astros win. Rockets, I think, win last night. Seems to be the consensus. And we've now heard from the new University of Texas and now former A&M baseball coach. Why did you mislead people? He was asked that question yesterday. That's coming up next. But first, Leaf Filter. No misleading going on here. Leaf Filter, the
details.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's start with the Astros. They win yesterday, 7-1 over the Colorado Rockies. This has been a nice stretch here because you've got this 7-game winning streak, Seth. You've got 2 games against the White Sox, 2 games against the Rockies, sandwiching a 3-game sweep of the Orioles. So you've got everything here. You've got them taking care of business against 2 of the worst teams in baseball, sandwiching a dominant sweep of one of the best teams in baseball. So I say all that to say now they have a day off here, and they go and they face the Mets, and this will be a good test. They've got a 10-game road trip here. So this feels like the real Astros are back. If they come back from this road trip where it's 3 against the Mets, 4 against the Blue Jays, 3 against the Minnesota Twins, and they come back and they're 6-4, 7-3 on this road trip, then I'll feel like the Astros are back.
In a lot of it, regardless of what the win-loss is on this road trip, you're gonna find out something about your pitching staff and how they plan on managing it.
Hopefully we like what we find out. I know.
They need either a 5th starter or they got to have a couple of really good bullpen days at some point through here. And I'm a little bit more optimistic about the latter, the bullpen days, if guys like Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti can go 7 innings. And if you throw in a couple of 8-inning performances by Framber and Blanco, then perhaps a bullpen day doesn't need to be as daunting as it otherwise might be.
Yeah, I'm not holding my breath on guys going that deep in games. It'd be amazing if they did. But I think Dubin pitching yesterday was interesting to me because if he were to be the one, because one of the solutions they've talked about as a 5th starter is stretching Dubin out for 50 or 60 pitches.
Yeah, Dana Brown's actually mentioned stretching him out potentially.
Yeah,
so that would be the guy.
Yeah, so I thought it was interesting him pitching yesterday because if you then play out, the next 4 or 5 days, his turn up in the rotation would be like 5 days from now.
That's probably their contingency.
Yeah,
that's one of the options they want out there, depending on what they choose to do with their minor league guys. Mm-hmm. And with Bloss, Bloss does not have a major injury whatsoever, so how he factors into it is anybody's guess right now.
Are we sure?
Sean, the Astros told me that he feels. Sean, the Astros told me it's no big deal. I believe the Astros. I'm sorry I'm not as cynical as you.
We don't believe you, and I never believe him on anything, but you're all in on this Bloss injury being nothing.
There's 2 things I trust. It's Astros injury reports and Schlossnagel.
and crypto. yeah. And Schlossnagel. We'll get to Schlossy in just a second. I'm just making sure, those Toronto games. So it's a 10-game road trip they've got coming up here starting tomorrow, the Astros do. All right.
With the 3rd pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Houston Rockets select Reed Sheppard from the University of Kentucky.
Okay, this was no big surprise. He was the heavy betting favorite to go to the Rockets. I guess the only thing people might be mildly surprised at is that the Rockets stayed in this draft at 3 and didn't flip that pick for maybe some veteran help. I don't know that the deal was out there, though, with a team that's looking to get the 3rd overall pick in the draft, that particular team, unless you get a 3rd team involved, would have a star that the Rockets want. I like that they stayed at 3, picked Reed Sheppard. Here's Raphael Stone, GM of the Rockets, on why Reed Sheppard was number 1 on their big board.
He just has a special set of skills. I mean, his shooting is historically great, and his feel for the game, his passing, his ability to get deflections, and he's an NBA athlete. Like he's not somebody who's under athletic, and so the IQ and feel I think is very real, and so there's just a lot to like.
I like the pick. I think you throw him in this young mix. The big thing for me, Seth, he brings something this team desperately needs: shooting. They need shooting badly.
52.1% from the 3-point line last year, which is pretty damn good.
That's good.
Yeah. It's so there's a lot to get excited about him. I feel like it's Rafael Stone was doing the classic, listen, he's a white guy, but he's also super athletic, right? They had the highest vertical in the draft. It's a fake vertical because in the NBA they allow him to take a drop step before they jump. But still, of all the fake verticals, his fake vertical was the highest.
It's not this conversion chart vertical where you go, he's a white guy. It's really only 34 inches, but it converts to 42 inches.
Yeah, we didn't literally lower the bar for him.
Yeah.
He had to jump up to the same Vertimax machine that everybody else had.
Go to YouTube, watch the highlights. He has some vicious two-handed dunks on breakaways, okay?
Can play defense.
He can play defense. Yeah. So, like the pick. Reed Sheppard to the Rockets. We'll talk more.
He's got a really white guy haircut, too.
Yeah, he's got to work on that probably.
I don't know. No, I think that's probably that's the going rate these days. They've moved beyond the fade and just it's a big mop top. That's what the kids are rocking.
Yeah,
these days.
I feel like it's kind of an homage to his dad's Kentucky. If I remember, his dad kind of had a cut it with a spoon haircut back in the. His dad's bald now. He shaved the whole thing off. I guess his dad obviously played for Kentucky. His mom played for the Kentucky women's team. So he's a bit of a science experiment, and so far the Rockets are the beneficiary of that. We'll see how it goes. As we know, the Texas Longhorns have a new baseball coach. His name is Jim Schlossnagle. If the name sounds familiar, it's because he was the head coach of the Texas A&M Aggies 3 days ago when they played in the championship game in the College World Series, losing to the Tennessee Volunteers 6-5. After the game, Schlossnagle vehemently denied that he would be going anywhere but coaching at the University of Texas, Texas A&M University. Denied he would be going anywhere else. Said he left his family to go coach at Texas A&M. Less than 24 hours later, he was the coach at Texas. So he met with the media yesterday and was asked, why did you mislead people?
Then you said that your mind hadn't changed beyond that. So, number one, what changed? And then number two, what would you say to those Texas A&M people that supported you that feels like that you intentionally misled them?
Well, I didn't intentionally mislead them. And that's a very fair question for you to ask because that is what I said. In that moment, that's exactly how I felt.
Okay.
So you didn't intentionally mislead him.
Right,
so he does. He kind of
felt.
concedes that, yeah, I did. I mean, that is what I said. I can see how that's misleading. But in the moment, that's how he felt. Is it possible? Because I know there's all these accusations of tampering, tampering with his own team ahead of time because of some of the transfers or from some of the guys who dropped commitments and what have you. Is it realistically possible and feasible though that perhaps he just didn't know what the money was going to be at that point? That he knew that Texas was interested, and when he met in that cemetery with the AD there, Del Conte,
Chris Del Conte, yeah.
They met in a cemetery because they wanted to be away from prying eyes. These guys watch way too much Netflix. And maybe that's when he got money whipped. Maybe he was like, I didn't realize it was going to be $3 million per year. Yeah.
Is it feasible? Is it possible? Sure. Do I think that's the case? Hell no. I think this has been in the works for a long time.
I think by virtue of the fact that even if that were the case, him claiming that he didn't have any plans and didn't want to ever leave Texas A&M, he wouldn't have met with Del Conte in that cemetery.
That's right. You know? Well, and there's just now that we've had a day to kind of see all the moving pieces with this thing, there's now so many staff members that are going with him. There's got to be at least a couple of them that would have taken a few days to think it over. You know what I mean? Like the fact that the fact that this entire shift happened within less than, honestly, he's doing that press conference at 10 o'clock at night on Monday night. It was tweeted out that he was going to be the new head coach at Texas at 3:30 in the afternoon the very next day. That's 17 hours or whatever it is, and you know that it was done at least a few hours before that. So there's no way this whole thing with staff comes together in a 12-hour period. Where presumably these guys actually spent some time, sleeping as well. So there's no way this all came together in a morning involving this many people. No, it's not feasible nor possible. I'm glad we workshopped this.
It's turned, honestly, for college baseball. And I don't, this will still be relatively a local thing, more so than a national thing. But A&M versus Texas in college baseball now, it's got a little bit of a Angel Reese versus Caitlin Clark vibe to it.
Yes.
You know, this might elevate college baseball up to the level of the WNBA if they keep this up.
Right.
I think Schlossnagel's kind of just from various clips I've seen of him in the past, he's kind of a grumpy dude, and I don't think he's going to shy away from any kind of grudgery between these two.
As a wrestling fan, I feel vindicated with what you just said right there. Not that I needed your vindication from you, but just in general, like these are wrestling storylines. Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese is a wrestling storyline. Trash being talked, the baby face getting clubbed over the head with an elbow by the diabolical Angel Reese. Jim Schlossnagel, heel turn. He hit Texas A&M over the head with a chair when they weren't expecting it at their lowest moment. And now where's he going? To their hated rival. He's going to be managed by Bobby the Brain Heenan. You're right, man. I will watch A&M versus Texas next year in baseball, and I never would have watched it before. I watched these Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese games. Never would have watched them before. It's good. I like the sauce, man.
It's good stuff.
It is good
I don't
stuff.
approve the tactics, but I will consume the results.
Yes, thank you. That's a good way to put it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. 7 o'clock hour. We're going to circle back into some NBA draft. I think the NBA draft, I was done watching it after the Rockets picked at 3. I got some solutions to try to help fix it. If you think it needs fixing or if you even want it fixed, I'm here for you. We'll do that in the 7 o'clock hour. I got a few questions about the Texans sent to my podcast, the Utopia Football Podcast, which you can get on Odyssey.
Hell of a podcast.
Thank you, Seth. Or anywhere you get your podcasts. Few good questions to the mailbag. One in particular, I'm curious Seth's opinion on. Top 10 rushing offense or top 10 rushing defense? You can choose one for the Texans this year. Which are you picking? That is next. I'll tell you where I'm picking to go. If I'm feeling a certain kind of way,
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, someone's asking on the text page, my question about the NBA draft, when the hell did it become a two-night event? This year. It's the first time. And I don't know, like, if there were no Bronny James, I would be very curious what the ratings would be like for day 2 of the NBA draft.
Yeah, I do. I think with or without Bronny James, I think the fact that there's so much streaming to be done too is that the businesses realize that, like, okay, there's a lot of diehards that are just going to be clued in and watching advertising via streaming or on television.
Probably,
Everything's getting diluted in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I don't have a strong feeling on it one way or the other. I just, like, the second round of the NBA draft to me is just, it's kind of comical because second round picks in the NBA draft get tossed into deals like they're nothing, like they're pocket change. Like, the league doesn't treat them seriously, and so now you're asking NBA fans to take seriously this separate night of all these picks that I'm guessing most of them aren't even with the team that should be picking in that slot because they've been used like tip money at a strip club. You're like, oh, okay, we got to get this deal done. Fine. Here's our second rounder in 24, 25, and 26. Here you go. Okay. I'm really looking forward to, if Bronny James doesn't go to the Lakers or end up on the Lakers somehow, watching helicopter dad LeBron comment on his son and how he's being used on whichever team he's on. Oh, God, that would be great.
You know, it just...
LeBron giving opinions of other teams' tactics because his son's on the team.
And like as he's angry that his son isn't playing.
Yeah. Oh, that would be fun. I guess
taking a guy who averaged almost 2 points per game last year in college basketball and not using him.
Right.
The hell?
The nerve. Yeah, I guess the one other thing, we'll get to this Texans question here in 30 seconds, I promise. I guess the other thing to watch for tonight, if you're inclined to watch the second night of the draft, will be, does Jamal Shead get picked by anybody? You know, the Cougs' longtime point guard who's been a legend there. Like, he's going to have his number on the wall of fame there that they've got at the Fertitta Center someday. Great college player. Does it translate to the NBA? Is there some team that feels like, man, the leadership and whatnot that he brings, you know, like, does that supersede whatever the physical limitations are with Jamal Shead, and is it worth using a second-round pick on him? I hope he gets picked. I like Jamal Shead. Houtopia, my podcast, the football podcast. I have a mailbag that I do every Tuesday. If you want to email a question in, HOUmailbag@gmail.com is the address. Appreciate you doing that. Getting more and more great questions, and now's kind of the dead time. So it's a good time to email. I had a few of them here, but the one that I definitely wanted to, as I was answering it the other day on the podcast, Seth, I literally took out a pen and wrote down on my paper, like, must ask Seth about this. But I'm curious your opinion. It was a good question. You can choose one for the 2024 Texans. A top 10 rushing offense or a top 10 rushing defense. To my knowledge, they were neither of those things last year.
Yeah.
Which one would you choose?
I'm going to base this on the fact that the Texans are trying to emulate the 49ers in a lot of ways, which is not a bad strategy to go.
No.
But I would say last year the 49ers had the top rushing offense in the league. And because of that, it kind of disguised the fact that the 49ers rushing defense, which was also one of the top-ranked rushing defenses, wasn't actually that good of a rush defense. That there was a lot of like game situations and teams trying to play catch-up with the 49ers and everything else that goes along with it. Teams were passing the ball a lot and not trying to run the ball, and it looked like the 49ers had an awesome run defense. You saw down the stretch and on into the playoffs that certainly wasn't the case, and that their rush defense was lacking. And yet, Sean, I had to go with the top 10 rushing offense, because if this offense, the way it's constructed, is they're going to use the play action a lot. That's why CJ was so good at the deep ball last year, was because they set up the play action really well by committing to the run. It doesn't matter whether you actually run the ball well or not. It's you commit to the run, and that sets up play action. But to be a genuinely good offense, you do have to start running the ball well too.
Yeah.
And they didn't do that last year. So I would take the top 10 rushing off. If they don't have a top 10 rushing offense, then it's not going according to plan.
Okay.
They're not doing everything the way this offense is constructed, including I know they've got 3 wide receivers.
Yeah.
You know who ran the ball really well when they had 3 wide receivers in this style of an offense? The original Sean McVay Rams.
Yeah.
You know, it's it's going to be a part of the game. The running game is going to be a part of the game. So, yeah, I'll take the top 10 rushing offense.
I said defense, and it was because I felt like they had enough offensively. I'm kind of playing into what you were just using as the counter to this, which is, I know they've got Diggs now, and they've got all these weapons in the passing game. That was kind of playing into my answer when I answered it. I felt like, they got CJ. If they're not a top 10 rushing offense, it's not the worst thing in the world because I think they're going to score points. If you can tell me they're a top 10 rushing defense, and I don't mean like a phony top 10 rushing defense, I'm not talking like yards. I feel like the Niners may have looked like a better rushing defense because nobody's running against them, like you just said, because they're just throwing all the time. I'm talking more like a top 10 rushing defense, like DVOA, like the efficiency of your defense, like how it actually looks. And I would take a dominant rushing defense because I feel like they've got enough on offense where if they're 15th in rushing or something like that, it's going to be okay.
The teams, and I don't want to get too stat nerdy here, but just for the way of, how far off are the Texans in this? They were one of the worst rush defenses by total yardage last year, but in yards per carry, they were the second best rush defense in the league. So, there's a lot of hope and there's something to work with. Again, a lot of close games. The Texans went through a long stretch where they weren't scoring a lot of touchdowns, and I think that they've got the potential to do it. But in terms of if you wanted them to be a top 10 rushing defense, just to show you how it might not have as much bang as you might realize.
Yeah.
The top defense in the league was the 49ers, and again, that wasn't actually a really good rush defense at all. Mm-hmm. After that, it was the Bears, the Bengals, the Bills, the Broncos, the Browns, the Bucks, the Cardinals, the Chargers, and the Chiefs.
Okay.
Chiefs were 10th.
Okay.
So if the Chiefs had been 11th, would they not have won the Super Bowl? I think
top 10's an arbitrary thing. I get that. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's just not as much as it grates against my old school sentiments. It's just not as important as it used to be because the pass game is paramount. I think you got to have a respectable rush defense.
Are you worried at all that they kind of did a complete shifting of the interior of the defensive line? That it's
not as
new personnel.
No, because it's not like Sheldon Rankins or Malik Collins were magnificent run defenders. Right. They did better than I think like some of the PFF scores would have them ranked.
Sure.
But this defense, it's really going to be all about the linebackers. And they do some things on the defensive line that really requires you to have a Fred Warner and a Dre Greenlaw. Yes, it's always good to have really good defensive tackles, don't get me wrong. They tried to go after Eric Armstead.
Yeah.
But the real pressure on this defense is the linebackers because they funnel everything to the inside, and those defensive tackles are jetting upfield. And because of that, they're not always necessarily going to be in the quote-unquote correct gap, but they're going to create mayhem in the backfield, and then it's on those linebackers to sort everything out. And I think there's just it's really on Alshire and Christian Harris this year to really come to the table.
Yeah. Text message on this topic. I feel if their top 10 rushing offense, something has gone wrong. They're built to pass the ball too much to be top 10 in rushing.
So the 49ers, again, had the number 1 rushing offense in the league last year.
Yeah. I think
it's that they're built to be that. They're built to have an awesome rushing. The pass can set up the run, and the run can set up the pass.
Yeah.
If they're a genuinely really good offense, the way this offense works, you can't. I feel like people pointed when they want to let CJ cook and all that. It's like they completely ignore that the run game had any element to that. The commitment to running the ball is what set up that passing offense last year. And the second part of the formula is, okay, we've shown that we're committed to it, but we got to actually, if we want to be a genuinely good offense, we got to actually run the ball well when we run it.
Right. Like if you're going to do it, then you may as well be in 2nd and 3 after you do it instead of 2nd and 8. You know what I mean? Like they're going to run it. Okay, I don't think this is not going to be something where they're willfully dropping C.J. Stroud back 45 times a game. There may be games they have to do that for sure. I mean, there were games they had to do it last year. The Tampa Bay game, chief among them. So, a lot of people weighing in on this. Sounds like Seth's list was alphabetical. I thought the same thing. There were a lot of B's on your list, like Bengals, Bucks, Browns. There were like
I had looked this up beforehand, so there's less of a chance that I screwed it up.
No.
Let's just double check real quick.
It did sound alphabetical though. Bears, Bucks, Browns, Bengals. And the Chiefs in there and the Chargers. I don't know. Maybe it was alphabetical. We'll shift gears. You can check the alphabetical nature of the list if you want to. This is another question I got.
Son of a bitch.
Was it alphabetical?
It was. No, it wasn't, but I don't know how I screwed that up.
No.
Rush defense, the 49ers were a measly third on the rush defense.
Okay,
overall.
gotcha.
The Texans were, all right. Yeah, okay, I screwed it up. The Texans were a top 10 rush defense last year by total yardage.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And they went 10-7.
And they were second in yards per carry.
Okay. Another question I got to the mailbag. It seems like the AFC is stacked with the consensus best QBs. Like all the best QBs are in the AFC. Mahomes, Jackson, Allen, Burrow are all in everybody's top 5, which feels true. If CJ is going to be a top 5 quarterback, who gets bumped out of that group? Out of Mahomes, Jackson, Allen, and Burrow, who does CJ bump out of the QB hierarchy if he becomes the perennial top 5 QB that we hope he becomes?
I mean, Mahomes is a regular season quarterback in some regards. You could argue he wasn't last year a top 5 quarterback, but you can't ignore the postseason in that, and it's not like it's not like because statistically he wasn't a top 5 quarterback. It's not like people still didn't think he was the best quarterback in the league. I think Josh Allen is the one that lost Stephon Diggs. They pick up a high second-round pick that's supposed to be a replacement for Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis, and they're in a reset year in Buffalo. So I think Josh Allen. I mean, and again, this is all subjective when it comes. Does that mean that Josh Allen is all of a sudden a worse quarterback? No, I don't think so. But that's also a team that, because of all the losses they had on both offense and defense, that I think that Josh Allen, but by the eyeball test, is most likely to not play like a top 5 quarterback next year.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get some Astros in here. We've probably got people getting in their cars. We haven't talked to Astros here in the 7 yet. They win yesterday, 7-1. They beat the Colorado Rockies, 7-game winning streak now. They're back to 500, and they're back to 500 ahead of schedule for me. When they were at their rock bottom, I was hoping back to 500 by the All-Star break, and then you figure things out. I think the chances of them being a buyer here, Seth, have amped. I mean, obviously they've amped up way more in the last week or so. But we've started to see more buzz about it now, too. The Vlad Guerrero Jr. rumor that we talked about earlier that Michael Schwab put out there. The sheer need for pitching. There's a necessity maybe in being a buyer at least one of these positions. Like first base, they can definitely use an upgrade. And this Justin Verlander thing is scaring me a little bit, that he's not even throwing yet. There's no – the reinforcements – I guess the Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers, is that what we're counting on as reinforcements?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Bloss.
Yeah.
Bloss is a reinforcement.
Yeah.
That's obviously. Bloss would be – who's a bigger X factor, Bloss or McCullers?
McCullers, because I think when to me, X factor implies there's some unknown here. You pointed this out yesterday. What if Lance McCullers returns? What's his role going to be? Does he step right back in? Now, if it were now, if Lance were returning this weekend, he would slot right back into the rotation because there's a spot in the rotation, if not two. But if Luis Garcia returns, if Justin Verlander comes back from this neck injury, if I had to guess, I think McCullers, when he returns, he gets slotted back in as a starter. But that's the intrigue in the whole thing. Does he get asked to do something that he's not accustomed to doing, which is, be either a piggyback guy? Do they do that with any of these guys? Do they start to use a spot in the rotation where it's Lance for 3 innings and somebody else for 3 innings? I don't know.
It is really. I mean, if you think about 2022, as we've brought up before, I think the World Series loss in which he got shelled, in which he stayed out there and just did the good thing for the team, which is to preserve pitching and stay out there and get shelled. Don't forget that he came back on August 13th in 2022 and had a 2.27 ERA in the regular season. If you don't want that from Lance McCullers, then I don't know what to tell you. That's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
So like that is still potential, and that's still out there. It's not like all of a sudden he's 35 years old or something. It's just that you still, for all of the injury reasons and everything else, you just don't know if you can trust it.
Do you think John Singleton's on this team when the heat of the pennant race hits in September?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, because I don't know, like, okay, if you trade for Vlad Guerrero Jr., are you still just going to mush it up with the guys? I think you still have him as your backup first baseman.
If they trade for Vlad Guerrero Jr., I think he's for sure gone. I think he might be I think he might be teetering right now either way.
Because they've got so many other guys.
Yeah, Loperfido can play
to back up first baseman.
Yeah, Dubon can play first. Like Singleton just hasn't. After that, he had that one spurt where Abreu got sent down to Florida, where it looked like, okay, they might have something here, and he hasn't done anything since. Like other than that one spurt, he hasn't really done much. Kyle Tucker's going to come back. My guess is it'll be Trey Cabbage or Cooper Hummel or one of these guys that gets sent down. That Singleton still has some time, but I think it's been pretty telling that Dubon has gotten as much time as he has lately. That's been pretty telling. So I don't know. If they trade for Vlad Guerrero Jr., I think that's curtains for Singleton. But I think even right now he's probably teetering a little bit, which bums me out, man. It's a good story. I was hoping that the story still has a chance. I was hoping that story would have a good ending to it.
It still has a chance. It's not. If you trade for Vlad Guerrero Jr., though, it's a little bit of it's an afterthought in a lot of ways.
For sure.
It'll be a nice little subtopic in the story of the Astros 2024 World Series run.
Yeah. I'll follow his float during the parade. I'll be like, I'm going to follow Singleton's float here.
He'll get a ring, even if he's not. Yeah,
that's true.
So even if he gets traded away, they'll for what I don't know, but he'll get a ring.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Even in looking at Lance. To go back to Lance, because now I'm fixated on him. Mm-hmm. Even with that World Series, 2020, where the playoffs were not good to him. Going back to 2021, his last 5 appearances in the postseason, he's got a 3.81 ERA, just including that really bad run. I think there's a tendency to feel like he's just been awful in the playoffs forever or something. And that's not been the case either. Obviously, like on the first run in 2017, he was magnificent.
Yeah, he started Game 7 in the World Series, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't make it very deep into that game, but Charlie Morton came in and saved the day. The two that people probably remember the most, and you're right, he's been good in the postseason by and large, but he started Game 7 of that Tampa Bay game in the COVID year, and everybody remembers the start in the World Series against the Phillies, where he was kind of being a good soldier about it and staying out there to get shelled. Like he's like, all right, I got to eat up some pitches here.
If the opposite had been true, if they had pulled him early, then his ERA would be better and it would look better, but you still remember that he had to get pulled in that game. So it looms large in your brain.
Yeah. Man, I'm hopeful. That'd be a fun redemption story as well. It just feels like, man, people are so out on Lance these days. I feel bad for him. Like, it's not like he didn't try to hurt his elbow. He just gets hurt a lot, man.
No, if he's been in a lot of ways, and sometimes he's been his own worst enemy and playing through injuries that no other pitcher would play through.
Yeah, he pitched with a
seriously, like almost no other pitcher would have played through a partially torn UCL.
Yep, back in 2018. Text message, is JV's career over? Does he need another Tommy John surgery? Javier had neck discomfort followed by TJ surgery, just saying. We don't know. I mean, we don't know. The Astros are pretty cryptic about injuries. This we do know. Justin Verlander has had a neck injury for like 2 weeks now, and he isn't throwing yet. That's a problem.
Justin Verlander, by the way, career playoff ERA of 3.58 to Lance McCullers 3.47.
Yeah.
So we got both. We got one old guy who's injured a lot, and one young guy, relatively young guy, who's injured a lot, and they're both very similar when it comes to the postseason. I hereby proclaim that if you don't want Lance McCullers in the postseason, then you also don't want Justin Verlander in the postseason.
Lance is only 30. It feels like he's been around, even though he hasn't pitched very much. It feels like he's been around forever.
Yeah. He skipped AAA. He came right up.
Yeah. He's man.
Didn't go to college, you know. So he's
young guy.
He was young. He was a very, very mature but young dude when he first showed up.
Yep. So we'll see what happens, man. Is JV's career over? I don't think so. You know what I judge sometimes by, Seth? I'm like, oh, there's Verlander. He's in the dugout and he's smiling and he's joking around with his teammates. His neck must be okay. Like, not okay, like, to pitch, but like, oh, okay, this must not be a career ender. He must not be worried. He's dapping up Altuve after a home run. These are the things you have to grasp onto when you're an Astros fan, because there's no good information out there on any of these injuries. I'm like, all right, yeah, he's smiling in the dugout. Wasn't he tipping his pitches in the last World Series, McCullers? I don't know what he was doing, but Philly shelled him for like 5 home runs. So, yeah, who cares?
There was a lot of chatter. If I recall, yeah, there was a lot of chatter. You know, Bryce Harper was very, wanted to be sure that everybody saw that he saw things. Yeah. You know, Bryce Harper, instead of kind of slyly whispering to somebody, he would run back to the dugout and start gesticulating and say, "Hey, are the cameras on? Okay, let me show that I'm the key to this whole thing right here." Yeah.
I will say this: I was at the game yesterday, and the stadium was very comfortable. The heat inside the stadium has been a major topic for Astro fans, so much so it's made it onto the broadcast a few times. You know, Blum's mentioned it a couple times, how hot it is in Minute Maid Park.
I think Blum suffers from the same thing I do, hyperhidrosis, and it shows in his face. You can see on some of those broadcasts when they zoom to him, his face is all puffy, you know, like he's not handling the heat.
Is that fancy medical speak for you sweat a lot like a pig?
Hyperhidrosis. There's nothing fancy about it, Sean.
That word's pretty fancy. Yeah, it was nice yesterday. It was comfy. Now, it could be, too, that there was maybe 25 to 28,000 people there. It was not a full stadium yesterday. So maybe fewer bodies in there kept it cool. You're not,
What was the high yesterday?
A record.
Yeah, what people have said was that they're only allowed to lower the temperature to 20 degrees lower than the outside temperature.
Yeah.
So at least yesterday, that didn't seem to be a factor. It's probably the number of people in the stadium.
I think that's what it was. It was fun, though, man. It was fun watching them win. Fun watching Spencer Arrighetti look like Greg Maddux. I looked up at the pitch count thing at one point, and he had thrown 56 pitches, 46 of them for strikes. I'm like, somebody's got to have fat-fingered that thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's got to be 20 and 36, not 10 and 46.
Yeah.
46. Arrighetti was great yesterday. I just don't know how much to buy into it because it was the Colorado Rockies.
It was right. If you're that aggressive versus a really good batting team, are you going to have the same result?
Yeah, he was living in the strike zone.
Right. Which also probably went against the game plan for what the Rockies had expected. Yeah. I think with Arrighetti, my best hope at this point is that you're going to get you're going to get some ups and downs, but you're also maybe if they can even it out a little bit more than last year Hunter Brown and J.P. France were, if you can keep the swings from being as erratic, then maybe you got something here. But for now, like in the here and now, all right, let's get through this 10-game road trip and see where you are at the other end of it.
You mentioned J.P. France. We should mention this because this was news yesterday the team put out. He is done for the season. He's getting surgery on that shoulder.
This is something where I think the Astros have been pretty transparent about it.
Yeah.
They were transparent that he had a setback. It wasn't a huge surprise to me that this happened. It's obviously I wasn't banking on J.P. France, but remember, he had a little bit of the same saga as Hunter Brown last year.
Yeah, very much.
And Hunter Brown, J.P. France did not look good in his 5 appearances this year, but neither did Hunter Brown in his first 5.
Yeah.
So that was another big X factor out there that might be reason for hope.
Yeah, maybe. France wasn't even healthy. I was not counting on J.P. France replicating the season he had last year just because he felt like he was pitching so over his head last year. You know, like a lot of the advanced stats on him seemed to indicate, like, okay, this guy probably shouldn't be 11-6 with a whatever ERA he had. Like, he was.
Yeah.
You got way more out of J.P. France last year than I think anybody expected to get out of J.P. France. And then when he came in banged up, I'm like, all right, well, he's a write-off now for this season. I hope he comes back, and I hate that he's having to get surgery on his shoulder. But this, like, it doesn't kill
Let's
things.
be honest.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, Sean. You were in love with Hunter Brown because of strikeouts.
Yes. Yeah.
And which is that's easier to grasp onto for simple folks.
Yeah.
But for the thinking man was always in J.P. France's corner.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying this right now, the same way I once did before later recanting on Jake Myers. Yes, that you just got to give this some time. You got to look at the high bar they've set and figure out if you can get more consistently that version of a guy.
You just like his rec specs. Admit it. You just like J.P. France and his rec specs, the glasses. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Are you going to watch this offseason Hard Knocks with the New York Giants? Because there are a few things I'm interested in that are tied to the Texans with this New York Giants. For those who don't know.
I'm going to watch it if we're going to talk about it.
For those who don't know.
Because it's I can't keep track of which Hard Knocks is on now anymore. They've just talk about diluting things. Like they've very much diluted Hard Knocks.
Well, it's weird because it felt like Hard Knocks was getting kind of compromised here by how much content all these teams put out now.
Yeah.
Like, it's really easy to get a voyeuristic view of what your team is about through the team now. They put way more stuff out there now than they ever did before. And also there was a repetitiveness to Hard Knocks. Like, all right, here it comes where this guy we've seen guys get cut from the team 8 billion different ways now.
Right.
So it felt like Hard Knocks. I'm like, man, they might get pushed by the wayside, but they did the thing that you do when it feels like your act is getting stale. You evolve or you add things to it. So they added the in-season Hard Knocks, which I actually like, because it's actual real football and real in-season reaction to things.
Yeah, you don't feel like you're just being fed a story by Hollywood types. You know, they're like, oh, I got to care about this guy who's definitely not making the team. Yeah. Okay, great, yeah.
Well, they can't write the script to how the games go for these teams, you know? Like, hey, they choose the team that it's going to be before the season, and then if the season goes down the toilet, like the Colts did the first season they did an in-season Hard Knocks, that was fascinating. Watching the Colts blow a playoff spot by losing to the Jaguars in Week 18 or whatever it was.
And you got to watch Jim Irsay fall to pieces.
Yeah, that was cool. But they're doing this off-season Hard Knocks now, where they're taking one team. This year it's the Giants, and they're following their like March through May period. So free agency, the draft, the period shortly after the draft, probably like some rookie minicamp mixed in there. I'm actually interested in a few things in this set, the Giants one, because a couple of them at least are tied to the Texans. One, the Texans were very involved in Saquon Barkley. I bet we get in fact, in the trailer, you can see there's Joe Shane on the phone with Saquon Barkley talking to him in this. Yeah. And he didn't re-sign with the Giants. He signed with the Eagles. I wonder if we're going to get any sort of inkling as to just how involved the Texans were with Barkley, because the reports were they offered $11 million a year and the Eagles offered $14 million a year, or whatever it was.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder. Yeah. So will that make the Giants conversations? Yeah. It'd probably be just in passing, like, okay, it's the Texans and I guess that'd be confirmation at least that the Texans were in on it. If somebody from the Giants says, oh, okay, it's between the Texans, the Eagles, and us.
Yeah, something
like
that.
What was do we know what the Giants' high offer was, or what they offered him?
I don't know. No, I don't. It may be out there. I don't. I was only worried about the Texans and whoever won. But it may be out there. So there's that. The flip side of that is they replaced Saquon Barkley with Devin Singletary. So I'm anxious to see what the recruitment of Devin Singletary, I think a lot of people thought was coming back to the Texans based on how DeMeco Ryans was talking about him at the Combine. Remember, he was the only guy that DeMeco, the only free agent that DeMeco gushed about was Devin Singletary.
I think there were a few guys, I put Sheldon Rankins in this boat too, that maybe the Texans wanted to bring back, but they'd done a car wash on these guys, and they got a pretty good version of Devin Singletary down the stretch. I think Sheldon Rankins got a much better offer by the Bengals than he'd gotten the year before when he came to the Texans. So it's good for the long term if players start looking at the Texans as a place to go and juice up their prospects a little bit.
Yep.
But that's does Devin Singletary? Can Devin Singletary do what Saquon Barkley couldn't behind a decrepit offensive line?
Yeah, I don't know.
That would be fun. Actually, that'd be really good if Devin Singletary ends up like outperforming Saquon Barkley, and meanwhile if the Eagles continue on their trend of sucking like they did at the end of last season, that'd be really cool.
Oh, that'd be beautiful.
There's one thing I know about Eagles fans. They're going to love a guy that has really great highlights but gets tackled for a loss or no gain very routinely.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they'll like and love.
Who's the third highest paid guy at his position? Yeah, they love that stuff. This isn't really Texans related, but I am anxious to see Malik Neighbors, the Malik Neighbors Daniel Jones dynamic up there. Malik Neighbors, 6th overall pick, wide receiver out of LSU. He's not outwardly said he's not fond of Daniel Jones as his quarterback, but people are taking cuts of his and kind of reading into the fact that maybe going into the draft he wasn't all that psyched to go to New York, and then once drafted there, he's not super hyped to play with Daniel Jones. I don't blame him. Here was Malik Neighbors before the draft when he was asked about possibly getting drafted by the Giants with pick 6. Take a listen to this. Is this someone who's excited to go play with Daniel Jones possibly?
That's a decision that, is going to have to be placed, when I hear my name called, especially since I don't know where I'm going. So, going to New York, it wouldn't be a bad idea, but, quarterback situation, I know, they're going to figure it out, especially, if they got a caliber receiver coming like me, they're going to want to give me the ball. So I'm sure they're going to want to have a quarterback that can do that.
Okay, you heard what I heard. Good.
I forgot that's how he phrased it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. There's no sugarcoating that. I know there's that one way or the other. That's a shot at Daniel Jones.
Yes.
Either they got to replace Daniel Jones or they got to figure out a way to get more out of Daniel Jones. And that's the most generous way you can take that is that, hey, Daniel Jones can maybe get it done, but he's got to get better. It's still a criticism of a guy who, at the very least, has actually played in the NFL already versus Malik Neighbors.
Yeah, like who's the furthest quarterback down the list of quarterbacks if you were to power rank them where that's an appropriate answer? Because I could go as deep down the list as like Kirk Cousins, and you would say, yeah, I'm excited to go work with Kirk, and get. Although even the Falcons drafted his backup and his future successor already.
If you think about Malik Neighbors, he's watched Jamar Chase go and play with a guy who's one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, and who also happened to go to LSU as well. But then if you look at the other LSU guy in Jefferson, it's not like he's suffered financially or anything for having played with Kirk Cousins.
No.
But Daniel Jones is, substantially below Kirk
Cousins.
I think Kirk Cousins might be the bar.
Yeah.
Like, all right, he's not your dream quarterback, but he's going to get me the ball. He's going to run the offense. He's going to do all these things versus Daniel Jones, who's still just a gamble the Giants are taking because they didn't have anywhere else to place a bet.
That's why I threw the name out there. I feel like Cousins is at that line. Here's one more from Malik Neighbors. This was, I believe, during rookie minicamp, sometime during the offseason activities because he's in uniform at a podium, so it's after a practice. And he was asked, hey, I know he's not out there practicing yet, but are you building some rapport with Daniel Jones?
When Daniels come back, I'm sure he's going to be, a helpful to the offense. But, right now we just focus on the guys that we got in right now.
I'm sure he's going to be helpful to the offense.
The quarterback. I'm sure C.J. Stroud is going to be helpful to the Texans' offense. Like, to fill in any quarterback in that, Mad-lib a good quarterback into that, and how ridiculous that sounds.
I like Malik Neighbors because he says divisive things, but he does it in a very gentle tone.
Very much so.
That he, almost D'Amico Ryans like, and where D'Amico Ryans can basically be saying that he wants to decapitate people on the other side of the ball, and yet because he says it so pleasantly, nobody really thinks about it. He doesn't go all Schlossnagel on it.
Yes.
People don't kind of read it that way. I think Malik Neighbors is a little bit more. Those are divisive statements.
Oh, yeah.
Those are potential quarterback controversy fueling statements.
He is not Terrell Owens going, that's my quarterback. That's my teammate.
Right, yeah,
he ain't doing that.
Well, I'd rather have Malik Neighbors than the disingenuousness of a Terrell Davis.
Terrell Owens, yeah.
Yes, yeah. Terrell Davis, not disingenuous.
Yeah,
Apologies,
not at all.
Terrell Davis.
The last thing. I am anxious to see this Brian Daboll body transformation that he's had, the head coach of the New York Giants. You seen the pictures? Looks good.
Yeah. He's. I noticed it in his face the first time he was in a press conference.
Yeah, he's still a little husky. He's
right.
Not
But he looked like he trimmed down a little bit.
Yeah.
The other thing about that is that he's supposedly trying to be less volatile. Trying to be less Bill O'Brien-like on the sideline. I was going to say we've seen this before.
We
saw new Bill spelled N-U Bill. We saw new Bill a couple training camps where this is a kinder, gentler Bill O'Brien. The first hint of adversity snuffs that out. So I don't think we see that in the off-season version of it. This is something you'll see Brian Daboll flipping out by about week 3 or week 4, depending on how their schedule lays out.
N-U, capital B, all one word. ILL or NUBOB. Yeah. He was New Bill. Yeah, we'll see. I'll tell you what, and I'm not saying this in a creepy way because it was a picture of Dayball and his whole family. His wife has dropped a lot of weight, too. It looks like this is a journey that they've entered together, and they've been able to...
Is this Hard Knocks sponsored by Ozempic?
It may be. It may be. Or Peloton. Maybe they're doing it naturally, through exercise. But
I wonder if any NFL linemen are on Ozempic now.
Would you want to be losing weight if you're an NFL lineman?
Well, some guys do. Not me personally, but some
retire.
guys have to
I thought you meant active NFL linemen.
No. I mean, no, I do mean active.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Have you? Yeah.
Okay.
You've never heard of guys getting fined for being overweight?
That's true.
Lots of guys have weight issues.
Yeah.
Nate Newton could have been on Ozempic long ago.
Yeah.
True. So I think I bet there's at least a few out there. Guys that really have a hard time staying below 340.
Yeah.
Just slap a little Ozempic in your veins and off we go.
That's true. I was mashing up what regular people try to do with Ozempic with linemen.
The vast majority of NFL linemen are more concerned with keeping their weight down than trying to gain weight.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's why I hate seeing these high school kids that think they need to weigh 300 because so many NFL offensive and defensive linemen were like 265 and lean as hell when they were in college.
Yeah.
They're just big, or high school.
Yeah.
In high school, they're big dudes. And you see these high school kids think they need to weigh 300, and it's just, they're actively plaquing up their arteries right now on a body that's definitely not going to make the NFL. Stop it. Just be athletic. Be as athletic as you can.
Yeah. Yeah, see, I haven't spent as much time in an NFL building as you. My image and my stereotype is you guys sitting at a training table just mowing down 6 meals at a time.
Like force feeding yourself?
Yeah,
that's a high school and college thing.
Gotcha.
Like Eric Winston was a tight end at Miami.
Yeah.
But it got to the point where he was so miserable trying to stay at 265. He was like just eating nothing but salads all day and everything. He's just naturally meant to be a much bigger guy.
Yep.
Yeah, there really aren't a lot of linemen that are actively trying to put on weight in the NFL.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, they're trying to change their body composition and everything, but usually not trying to get much bigger.
Ozempic, baby. Would that be a banned substance if they took it, you think?
I don't think so.
Yeah. All right.
It hasn't been around long enough to be on the banned
Plus, what if they have
list.
diabetes or pre-diabetes and you have to take it, right?
It's not a hormone or a stimulant that I know of. Maybe it is a hormone. I don't know how it works.
Yeah.
But if it's not a hormone or a stimulant, they just kind of leave it alone for the most part.
All right, Rockets take Reed Sheppard last night. We'll hear from the GM of the Rockets, Rafael Stoerner, as to why they love him so much. Explanation of the Brooklyn trade. I've got a few things that I think would make the NBA draft better. I used to love it, and I don't really enjoy it now, and I've got at least 4 or 5 things I think they can do that will make it a whole lot more enjoyable. See if you agree with me. I'll run it by Seth as well. We'll do that coming up next.
1, 2, 3. Texans training camp is coming. home of the judgment-free zone.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. The Rockets take Reed Sheppard last night out of Kentucky with the third overall pick. Here's what it sounded like.
With the third pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Houston Rockets select Reed Sheppard from the University of Kentucky.
All right, and he's been their guy all along. Their behavior throughout the draft process indicated that. They flew to L.A. and visited him. They didn't visit with either of the guys that got picked one or two. He was their guy. Here was Rafael Stone saying just that. He was their guy, number one on their board.
At the end of our process, we ended up with Reed as the best player in the draft by quite a bit, the best prospect we thought. Again, not putting anybody else down, and it's obviously going to be incumbent upon him to bear all that out. And kind of the only guy that we were really focused on. So if he had not gotten to us, I think we would have probably traded down or out of the draft. But when we had the opportunity to pick him, we jumped on it.
Okay, good player, very athletic, fills a need. They need shooting.
Yeah. I mean, 51% from the three-point line last year, and he's he can play defense. It kind of baits people. It's easier to do in college, obviously, but he has a really good sense of anticipation, so he can bait people into getting steals and deflections. Played more off-ball probably in college than he will in the NBA. They probably expect him to be a little bit more on-ball, but there's a lot to really, really like about this pick. I think in some ways people are wringing their hands over the fact that there's no Wembanyama or anybody to be had in this draft, and yet if he was the best guy in a lot of regards, and I don't think the Rockets are trying to spin anything, that they're genuinely excited to have this guy.
Yeah, I think in the Rockets, I think the way the Rockets got to look at this, they're not picking third because they were bad. That's Brooklyn's pick.
Right.
So that was frustrating. I was listening to the show before ours, and Perloff was like, well, look, there's a reason these teams are all picking at the top of the draft every year, like Atlanta and Washington and Houston. And I'm like, bro, they have that pick because they made a good trade with the Brooklyn Nets. That pick is the opposite of they're a poorly run franchise. They got that pick because it was time to move on from James Harden, per James Harden, and they got that unprotected pick from Brooklyn that wound up with the third pick. So I'm cool with Reed Sheppard, and I think this was a very fortunate draft for the Rockets to be where they were and not have this be previous years picking second or third. This is a draft, Seth, where the experts on this draft say, that's a lot of role players in this. Like a lot of guys whose ceilings are role players.
And when it comes to the terms of fit for this team, they don't need size on the wings. They need three-point shooters. They were 23rd in three-point shooting percentage last season. So that's something that, in theory, as long as he works out and he can get some playing time, that's some perhaps immediate juice at times. That's going to be an avenue for him to get into games maybe ahead of schedule. Is that, man? He can be your catch and shoot guy at times, perhaps. So yeah, I think this is the perfect fit for the options they had available to him. And as Rafael Stone had pointed out, they gotta spread out their youth on this team. They got enough youth, and this is a guy that you take that's young but more mature than a lot of prospects in a lot of ways.
Yep. That's a good way to put it. Here's Rafael Stone explaining the trade. The Rockets made a trade a couple of nights ago where they traded some of Brooklyn's picks back to Brooklyn in exchange for a bunch of control over Phoenix picks a few years from now, with the idea, the rumor being they might go after Kevin Durant or Devin Booker in the future and give Phoenix back, all their picks, that kind of thing. Here's Rafael Stone explaining that deal.
We were able to turn a future first-round pick and a future first-round swap into two future first-round picks and two future first-round swaps. And I think it made sense. It diversified our kind of portfolio of picks going out. It pushed them out a little bit, which is really good for us. We're a very young team right now, And so pushing those picks out and having some draft picks a little further out, we think makes sense, both in terms of our ability to trade those picks, but also in terms of just picking them so that we don't have quite as many guys in their first, second, and third year at the same time. Yeah, and we just thought it was great value. So for us, we've been in discussions with Brooklyn for a long time, for months, and it was the culmination of lots and lots of talks.
This is we talked about this in the 6 o'clock hour. The Rockets, I think they've been operating kind of like pawn shop owners since the Brooklyn deal, where you're just kind of you're making a deal with somebody that's got bad credit, and it's going to work out for you in the long run. And now they're just going to push that. Now their pawn shop client is the Phoenix Suns, and they swapped clients. So it's not something that necessarily has to be focused solely and directly on acquiring Kevin Durant or anybody else, I don't think. Even though that's what ends up happening. But I think this is more just a matter of long-term financial planning and taking a bet on Phoenix's future or lack thereof more than anything else.
If Kevin Durant were on Minnesota and Devin Booker were on Philadelphia, this trade would still make a whole lot of sense. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like even if Phoenix didn't have guys that were worth giving this draft capital to go get, this makes a lot of sense. I love his explanation there about kind of pushing some of the first-round picks into the future because you got so many young guys on the team right now. And I love gambling on Phoenix's future because their present ain't all that great, let alone their future, you know?
So I think that this is I feel like people in the hyper warp speed race to have a hot take about it. I was kind of waiting for everything to die down and let the nerds weigh in on it after they digested it. Remember the Brock Osweiler trade, Sean?
Yeah, I do.
Remember it was kind of complicated. And in the very immediate moment afterwards, guys like Bill Polian were just completely lost as to how to evaluate it. They just didn't understand.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't understand the dynamic of it. The Osweiler trade was about as close to an NBA-style trade that you'll ever get in the NFL. Because you're not allowed to trade salary in the NFL, but that's ultimately what it ended up being.
Yeah.
And they just credit to Rick Smith for pulling that one off, because I thought it would have been shut down by the league office.
Yeah.
But you got to recognize it for what it is, which is that you can't be hung up on the immediate returns. It's more of a long-term play. It might yield short-term returns, but it doesn't have to be a successful trade.
It can be good either way, and that's what makes it a good trade. Things I would do if I were Adam Silver to make the NBA draft more interesting, outside of just having players that the average fan knows who they are, there's nothing he can do about that. You know, the majority of the players are coming from France. Not a majority, but a ton of them are coming overseas now, and we've never seen them before. Sometimes it ends up working out, Alper and Şengün. But as far as interest on draft night and interest leading up to the draft, I would do away with all these protections on picks and the pick swaps and everything else. Maybe I sound like an old guy right now, but it makes it less enjoyable when all these picks have all these caveats hung on them. You know, protected for the top 4. It's a lottery protect. Ooh, it's unprotected. Whoa.
Yeah.
I'm being serious. I think that's a big reason why the NFL draft is such a better draft and an easier one to consume, is that there's no difficulty in processing what teams are doing or we trade a pick, we're trading a pick. You know, it's easy to understand.
Part of it with the NFL draft, though, too, is that for whatever reason, we as NFL fans have the ability to delude ourselves into thinking that your team just drafted 6 day one starters.
Maybe.
It's my favorite part of the draft in the NFL is that immediately afterwards, most teams' fan bases feel like, oh yeah, at least 7 of these guys are going to be all pro within 3 years.
Yeah.
Because it happens more often that your later round picks end up being good players, where in the NBA, it's the rare exception that a second rounder or anybody else does anything. It's all about the lottery.
Yeah, you're right. And maybe I should be doing like why the NFL draft is better than the NBA draft, because I think pick protections are tedious. I think pick swaps make things tedious. This is a silly one for me. Like when trades happen, that the NBA doesn't acknowledge the trade till the beginning of their business year. The guys are wearing hats for teams that clearly they're not going on is stupid and silly, and it's dumb and it's idiotic. And I just love the fact that Will Anderson knew he was going to the Texans when he got drafted, and he didn't have to wear a Cardinal hat walking up on. Imagine that's the equivalent. is that Will Anderson walked across the stage wearing a Cardinal hat.
Right. Yeah, that's
exactly. You ruined the moment. It's a huge moment for the Texans.
It's a huge moment,
you know?
Yes. It takes away the jubilation, or what have you.
And reliving it, like going back and reliving. Man, I've gone back and watched Will Anderson get drafted no fewer than 20 times. He had a Cardinal
hat. The other thing, though, too, that happens in the NFL compared to the NBA is that you have multiple years of watching these guys play.
Yeah.
And, with the Texans drafts, the last couple drafts have been easy to get excited about, partly just because they've been drafting a lot of big school guys.
Yeah.
So it's not just guys who have produced for several years. It's guys who have played on big stages and what have you. And like Reed Sheppard, in a previous era, Reed Sheppard would have been a part of several national championship runs with Kentucky, and you've already been salivating over him and thinking about what it might look like on the Rockets and everything.
Yeah.
Versus now, the NBA draft, especially last night's draft, has turned into a whole lot of not with Reed Sheppard necessarily, but for a lot of the other teams in the draft, it's okay, straight to YouTube. I gotta go. I gotta go find out. I gotta watch this guy for the first time in my life.
Gotta watch grainy French video or G League Ignite highlights. Yeah. The other thing, real quick, I would take away Woj's phone and Shams's phone because they're told not to spoil the picks, but they get cute on Twitter. Like I'm hearing that the Rockets are honed in on Reed Sheppard, that kind of thing. And I would also blow up the crew. I would blow up the broadcast and start over. Man, when it was like Jeff Van Gundy and others on the broadcast, I think Reese Davis did the draft one year. I think Reese Davis is really good, even though he's a football guy.
Yeah. Was Stephen A. Smith on the main broadcast? I just saw a lot of comments about how Stephen A. Smith kept talking about how he'd never seen a lot of these guys.
He didn't realize the guy the Lakers drafted scored 36 points in a few games last year. He was the SEC Player of the Year.
You got preparing that's why John Harris is so impressive. That he can talk about every single guy that was drafted, all 200 plus guys that get drafted. Come on, man, you're doing a draft broadcast in which there's going to be 30 people selected. Come on, familiarize with you. It takes 3 minutes on YouTube to at least familiarize yourself with the prospect.
You need 30 seconds worth of material. That's it. They're not going to. It's not a call-in show where they're holding your feet,
broadcast, especially
your feet to the fire. Exactly. All right, fallout from the A&M UT head baseball coach dust up here. Jim Schlossnagle met with the media yesterday. Is he still a liar? We will hear from him coming up next.
AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I got a text from a buddy who heard us talking about my methods or my recommendations for the NBA draft to make it easier to consume and more enjoyable. My buddy texts me. He's like, honestly, I wish the NFL would allow pick protections and pick swaps. And I'm like, oh, you bastard. You stay away from the NFL draft.
I wonder if part of it is just, man, there's always people that want as much complexity as possible, and they have an insatiable appetite for it, but it's not the majority. It's there's a lot of people that really, really love math, and those people are not the majority. So that's always the biggest question.
Yeah, stuff like that's just not good for mass consumption. It's awesome for nerds that nerd out on it, and I was one at a time. Like there was a time where I was pretty into the NBA salary cap and CBA, and really into the draft. And then it's for whatever reason, for some point with me, it crossed over a line at some point where now I see, like I saw a tweet I sent to you the other day, like someone had a tweet of what the different they call them aprons above the salary cap in the NBA. Like you get to a certain point above the cap and you're allowed to do all these things. But if you get to this next apron, you're only allowed to use this exception and that exception, and you can only trade this guy or that guy. And it is so complex and so hard to consume, and I just sent it to you, and I'm like, we're going to talk about this for 10 segments tomorrow, okay? It's just not fun.
I think that the NFL suffers from that a little bit just with the salary cap maneuverings and all of that. I think there's a lot of times, or like even when we talk about it, you forget that, man, people driving in their car on the way to work who are still working on their first cup of coffee don't necessarily want to think about how much dead money goes against the cap in 2026.
No, that's a really good point. I guess I'm just comparing the two. Like the NFL is just so much easier. If you're not in your car and drinking your coffee, if you're just sitting at a desk or at a bar talking to somebody, it's so much easier to understand NFL maneuvering than it is NBA maneuvering. For me at least, it is. So.
Where's baseball on that scale?
I would say.
I mean, they've got the stages of the luxury tax, but very few fans even have to worry about that because so few teams spend into the luxury tax.
Yeah, baseball's probably the easiest if we're being honest. Like baseball, there's no with the competitive balance tax. I mean, I guess the only thing that's like kind of loophole-ish in it is what they're doing with Ohtani in LA. Where they're jamming a bunch of money to after he's retired, and they have to present value the whole thing, and that's the only thing that's probably gets somebody driving their car banging their head against the steering wheel, that kind of thing. But I think baseball is probably the easiest. Then football and basketball is just whatever, man. Like in
the CBT, the competitive balance tax, I always say luxury tax errantly. But in baseball, the CBT, there's 8 teams in it this year, I believe. Yeah. So it's it's still relevant, but it's still easy to understand. Like all you have to know is that, all right, once you get into the CBT, it's punitive, and then once you get really deep into the CBT, it's really, really punitive.
Yeah. Whereas in the NBA, like a vast majority of the teams are operating way over the cap because you can pay your own guys. You can pay your own guys and go way over the cap. Yeah. So fallout from yesterday. This is easy to understand. Okay. There's no caps or CBAs involved in this. This is good old-fashioned hatred between A&M and UT. Here was Jim Schlossnagle, the former A&M coach, on Monday following his team's loss to Tennessee when he was asked about possible interest from another school.
The rumors circulating today about a specific job opening. What do you have to say about your future in Aggieland?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again, and that hasn't changed in my mind. That's unfair to talk about something like that. That'd be like you asking Montgomery if he's going to sign in the draft. But I understand you got to ask the question, but I gave up a big part of my life to come take this job, and I've poured every ounce of my soul in this job, and I've given this job every single ounce I can possibly give it. Write that.
That's the write that at the end might end up being the thing.
we've been looking at this a lot through the Aggie perspective. So yesterday I went out and I looked, or it was thrust upon me, kind of the UT perspective.
Okay.
And I think there are a lot of people from UT, which is like, this is the way you should be handling it. Obviously, you're excited about the Schlossnagle signing. But I think a lot of people acting like, well, what was he supposed to do, or how was he supposed to answer it? If he says I'm just focused on this right now, they're still going to speculate about it. That's the whole point. Like, the deal. It's more likely than not that the deal was already done. I don't care. Like, it's hard for me to emotionally or like really with a sound mind accept that this deal wasn't already done. But there was no reason to be that adamant about it and toy with the emotions of the Aggie fan base.
Right.
You know, when they're, as much as people say, well, Schlossnagle was upset, they just lost. Oh, I didn't realize that the Aggies weren't also upset that they just lost either. And then we're thrilled to find out that they were going to run it back with their beloved coach Schlossnagle, who just defiantly planted his flag in the ground in College Station. Like, that's a part of it. Like, he brought all of that on himself. So don't fall for it, man. I just don't fall for the victim act.
Right.
Like, oh, he's well, poor Schlossnagle, he's such a victim.
Yeah. He met with the media.
I'm talking about UT people, not Aggies.
Right.
Aggies, I excuse you for falling for it. I mean, listen how adamant he was.
Yeah. Schlossnagle met with the media in Austin yesterday and was asked about the comments that we just heard.
Then you said that your mind hadn't changed beyond that. So, number one, what changed? And then number two, what would you say to those Texas A&M people that supported you that feels like that you intentionally misled them?
Well, I didn't intentionally mislead them. And that's a very fair question for you to ask, because that is what I said. In that moment, that's exactly how I felt.
Okay. So
by his version of the story, it's that he hadn't thought about it at all. At that moment, he was never going to leave Texas A&M because that's where he wanted to be the last job he ever took.
Right.
But that at some point, in a conversation with Del Conte that took place in a graveyard, that he changed his mind. Maybe you just should have said that. Look, how much is it? Is it $3.7 million per year?
Oh, I haven't seen the numbers, actually.
Yeah, it's a 3 point something per year. He's like, hey, listen, the reporter wearing Dockers is asking the guy in the $4,000 suit, why I took the job.
Right.
He should have just gone full bore.
Oh, like full
$1
million man Ted DiBiase on him, like crammed a $100 bill in his mouth after the question. Yeah.
That was Job from Arrested Development. That was a long bit he did with it.
Oh, really?
The guy in the $300 suit is asking the guy in the $3,000 suit.
That's good.
Well, yeah.
Here was Schlossnagle explaining himself. He addressed the misleading people. Did he feel like he misled them? This was his explanation on why he took the job.
You can't ask for your fan base to support you and be passionate like the 12th man always has been, but really was this year. Our crowds were awesome every single game. And so you can't ask for that like I did and our staff did, and then expect everybody to be okay with a coach leaving for its rival school. And I get it. All I can say is I have a career too. I have a personal life as well. That I have goals, and I just simply felt like no negative at A&M, just the positives of the alignment, and frankly, my relationship with Chris. That I knew there wasn't anybody at Texas A&M that I couldn't trust. I just know that I can trust Chris. I just know that. And as hard as that decision was, I could not walk away from it.
Boy, he is a master of doublespeak, just like of contradicting himself immediately. Like, I didn't... It's not that I can't trust them. It's just that I know I can trust somebody else, which means that I can't trust the people that I don't know I can trust. I don't think he understands at the core of it all is I don't think he understands the concept of trust.
Right.
That, not knowing that you can trust somebody is the same as not trusting them completely.
Exactly.
Where if you know you can trust somebody, okay, you trust that person.
Yeah, he's trying to placate everybody, and it doesn't work in this case, you know.
It is true that it's going to be messy no matter what.
Yes.
But I think a lot of, like, we've seen this in Houston with if Garrett Cole had left for the Yankees, we would have been upset about it, and there would have been a certain level of, vitriol over it. It was Garrett Cole consciously, deliberately distancing himself from the team immediately afterwards that rubbed people the wrong way.
Yep.
Chandler Parsons wasn't even, Chandler Parsons, people had no issues with Chandler Parsons going to Dallas. That was just, hey, Morey took a swing at Bosch, and it didn't work out. Part of it was they had to let go of Parsons. But then when Parsons took a couple shots at Houston, it got ugly. And in the Aggies' mindset, you can feel how, they would have been upset, and they would have called him a turncoat. There'd probably still be these allegations of him tampering beforehand and everything. But it just amps it up an extra degree when you toy with their emotions that way. Especially if it was a foregone conclusion that he was going to go to Texas, as many people in College Station thought it was already for a few weeks beforehand, that, why did you have to toy with their emotions and basically spit in their face by turning them into suckers for 12 hours?
Yeah.
Well, while Aggies triumphantly, trumpeted the fact that their guy was staying. Why did you have to do that? There was no reason to do that. And this is going to be the vitriol that comes with it. So it's not the very virtue of the very fact that we're talking about this in college baseball is the exact example, proof that this is not how it's typically handled.
Correct.
Yes, it's going to be ugly. And usually, when he left TCU for the Aggies, and he had said he wasn't going to leave and all that, all right, kind of ugly, whatever. Him angrily declaring that he was going to be there for life is what amped it up 1,000 degrees.
Yeah. Not only you and I talking about it, but it made it onto First Take yesterday. If Mad Dog is going to talk about it, we got to hear Mad Dog on old Schlossie.
I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again, and that hasn't changed in my mind.
Hey, what's his last name, Jim? What a fraud! 5 minutes later, he signed a contract with Texas. So he's sitting there, and he's basically telling the media in Omaha what they can and cannot ask, and yet he knew the AD at Texas, so he had this deal done long before Texas A&M lost in a championship scenario. So he's sitting there making deals with Texas, loses in the final with the Tennessee, and then when he gets asked a question about the Texas vacancy, he basically reams out the media. Try that in New York. Okay? Try that with the guy there in that booth. Try that with him sitting there and let him ask you something. That is a disgrace. And then he knew the AD at Texas. You don't think these two guys were hand in hand for a long period of time? And then he's basically killing a poor kid who asked him the question about the Texas job. I understand it was 5 minutes after you lost, but by the same token, you had the deal done before the finals even began. And when I moved my whole family from TCU to Texas, give me a break. They paid you a fortune. He is a freaking fraud. That was a disgrace how he did it to his team, and then he's reaming out the media after they're lost. He couldn't wait 3 or 4 days, let the body cool off.
I love that Mad Dog.
Let the body cool off.
I love that Mad Dog has that emphatic and passionate a take about somebody at the very beginning of the cut. He goes, "What's his name again?"
He lost me at try that in New York.
Yeah, I knew he did. I could see the look on your face. Yeah,
he's been treated so gently here. Yeah. I got you, Mad Dog. Ooh, try it in New York.
Yep.
Oh,
I knew that part was going to get you.
Try that in New York. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bill Belichick already did it. Yeah. Take it easy.
He did.
Take it easy. He screwed over the Jets, and look at what happened to them.
He did.
I'm guessing he's a Jets fan, or is he a Giant? Oh no, he's
Mad Dog.
Baseball, he's a Giants fan.
He's a San Francisco Giants fan in baseball. Yeah. I don't know who his team is in football. I'm not sure. I know he gambles a lot, so maybe his team is like some people just changes week to week, man. Depending on where the money's going.
Try that in New York.
Try that in New York, Seth. Try it in New York.
What's going to happen? Some mafioso going to beat him up or something?
Maybe.
All right, Mad Dog.
Maybe.
This is I'll tell you what, man. The movie industry has done the people of New York wrong, because there's way too many people who live in New York who think that they are tough by osmosis.
Right.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of movies where there's tough people in New York, so I must be tough too. Going to your fancy prep school and whatnot. Oh, guy. My God. I grew up on the mean streets of the Upper East Side. Nobody's going to mess with me.
I grew up in New York. Where? Massapequa. on Long Island. Yeah. The Hamptons. Sean, do you want the NBA? This goes back to my NBA draft recommendations on the draft to fix it or at least make it better. Do you want the NBA to go back to the point where they encourage tanking to guarantee the first pick? You mean like the era that we're living in right this very minute? You telling me teams aren't tanking right now?
I got to get the alerts turned on my phone. I didn't realize that era had passed. These are all the news items I missed, Sean.
Yeah,
the
really?
era of tanking was over.
It's over, Seth. Yeah, I know. I wish you'd been paying attention. It's been over apparently it's been over for a while now. Dude, we live in that era right now. There's a reason why teams put protections on these picks. Top 4 protected, top 5 protected. And oh, by the way, those protections, which last I checked, occur in this era in which we are talking right now at 8:17 on Thursday morning. They encourage tanking.
Were the Hawks all in on this season?
They encourage tanking. They encourage the protections are part of the tanking. You know, if a team is looking at things and going, all right, I don't think we're very good. We traded this pick. It's top 5 protected. We better make damn sure that we are drafting in the top 5 so we don't have to give this pick up. I mean, dude, we're living in that era right now. Teams tank now, okay?
Teams tank. It's just gotten way more complex and nuanced because multiple teams are tanking. It used to be like, when the Astros decided to reset or whatever. Remember, people didn't want to say it was tanking for whatever reason.
Yeah.
When the Astros decided to reset, it wasn't like that. That was in the sweet spot where they were able to do it and do it really effectively without competition from 5 or 6 other teams that were trying to tank.
Yep.
Now, because it's a more accepted strategy, it's just gotten a lot harder to do.
Yep.
I think maybe that's what he's alluding to, is that it's actually at least it's harder to tank now and do it effectively, but it's still very much part of the strategy.
Yep. All right. There's a team in the NFL who just got some approval for their stadium situation, and I think we can put to bed one of the dumbest ideas that the NFL has had for a while. And also, how would you feel about realigning the divisions in the NFL? Do you like the division the Texans are in, or could I propose this to you? We will have that for you coming up next.
Don't look now, but the Astros are...
free.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, real quick, I got some texts here that are following up on, hey, do you want it to go back to the times when teams were tanking, Sean, when you're trying to fix the draft? And people are pointing out that I think that guy might have meant like before the lottery existed, back in 1985. They went with the lottery system because of the Rockets, actually. They tanked to get Hakeem Olajuwon in 84, and Patrick Ewing was coming out in 85. We can't have tanking. Here's the thing. Teams still tank. You guys are acting like this, that the lottery cured it. Like, teams still tank. That's the thing. So forget about it. All right? They still tank. So I guess, Seth, the Jaguars got their stadium situation squared away. They're getting like $700 million from the city. They're chipping in $700 million of their own, something like that. It's a $1.4 billion project, and they're splitting it somewhat evenly here, the team and the city. And they are, it sounds like, doing a complete overhaul of the existing stadium and turning it into a stadium of the future that is going to open in 2028.
Yeah, there have been, I don't know, for whatever reason, well, there's very obvious reasons. Jacksonville's a small market. They had tarps in the stadium forever, and they play in London every year. I think that was, there were always speculation that they would one day move to London or something. What they ignore is that Shad Khan has just funneled and poured a boatload of money into that stadium and that city in general. I don't think his plan has ever been to move the city completely to London. I think that he likes having a little bit of it because, you know, they own a soccer team over there too. That he likes kind of having a sister city concept and likes having that connection. But I don't think he ever had any intentions or desire to leave Jacksonville.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because I think they break ground on it in 2025. And then there's going to be a couple of seasons where the Jags are either playing in, kind of a partially renovated stadium. There's going to be at least one season where they play probably in a college stadium, either in Gainesville or in Orlando, which matters for the Texans. You might, if you're a Texan fan, maybe you do a little road trip and you're watching a game in Gainesville or Orlando. You get a little Disney trip out of the whole thing if you're a traveling Texan. So there's that. They'll open it in 2028. I think Florio points this out. This puts to bed, at least for now, one of the silliest ideas that has been floated around with the NFL for some time, which is putting an actual team, a 17-game regular team based out of London, where teams are traveling. They're in a division with somebody, and teams on the regular are having to travel to London every year to play.
Yeah.
Nine teams are going over there to play road games against this team who's based out of London. And more importantly, that team is having to come over to the United States a bunch of times to play games.
I think the biggest thing, I think the only person who genuinely wants an NFL team outside the United States or Canada is Roger Goodell. I feel like that's his, I think in his bucket list, before he leaves, he wants to be the guy who truly made it an international entity. And I'm guessing his little minions there on Park Avenue agree with him to his face.
Yeah.
But behind the scenes are kind of like, what are we doing here? This is not going to work.
Well, and I think you're right about Goodell. I think it's been proven by Major League Baseball, and especially by the NBA. I mean, look at last night with the draft. I think it's been proven you don't have to have actual teams in those places to be considered a global sport.
Right. Yeah. No, you don't. But I do think Roger Goodell's. I think it's his dream is to be transcontinental.
Yeah. So I think Jacksonville was the most likely one because they've already got that kind of London woven in. They've got London sort of woven into their brand, as you pointed out. Shad Khan has ties over there that tie them to the stadiums. I think it's Wembley Stadium that he's got some degree of control over, if not ownership of. But this puts that. They'll still play in London, I'm sure, because he wants, Shad Khan wants that London market to be part of the Jaguars' whole tapestry there. But they're not going to have a team over there anytime soon, if ever.
These international games are the way to go. I think that's the best way to do it. A meaningful game that you play once every couple of years. You're going to go off to Buenos Aires. Where is it in South America? Where is it in Brazil?
Sao Paulo. Yeah, Sao Paulo.
Sao Paulo.
Yep.
So, I like that. That's fun. but that's not something that you look at every year like, oh crap, we got to go to Sao Paulo every year. That's probably, and Brazil does have a huge NFL fan base.
Yeah,
it's one of the, it's actually huge. It's
Is it really?
really big. I was surprised.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm anxious to watch that game. I'm anxious to see what an Eagles-Packers game looks like with no green jerseys in that game. I don't know if people
That's
people
I
know
think that was debunked. I think that
really?
was debunked. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Like Snopes debunked? Like it was false? Like it was... Did I get got?
There was something, the one player from the Eagles said on a podcast, on Chris Long's podcast, that they weren't allowed to wear green or something because of gang ties there, but I don't think that's... somebody from the NFL said that that's not true.
Okay, good. I hope it's not true. It'll look weird. They did a thing on Instagram. I think this is either PFF or the 33rd team did this, where they realigned all the divisions. I like stuff like this. It's probably not going to happen because there's so much tied up in the actual divisional rivalries. I don't think any sport brands their divisions better than the NFL. There's a feel to each of to most of the divisions. There's rivalries that are just ingrained in playing each of these teams twice a year, but I do like the new version of the AFC South, in which the Texans would have the Cowboys, the Saints, and the Atlanta Falcons in their division. Anything that gets the Cowboys on the schedule every year, I am in favor of. Seth, would you be in favor? Do you like Texans, Cowboys, Saints, Falcons, or the current iteration of the AFC
I do.
South?
There's a little bit of an NFC South anti-bias that I have, which is dumb because now we're talking about the old NFC South wouldn't exist. So yes, I like that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I like the ability to drive to Dallas for a game, to drive to New Orleans for a game every year. That's like an easy drive, and it's not a bad drive to Atlanta either, but still, it's an easy flight to Atlanta.
Easy flight. They're both hubs.
You get about 400,000 flights a day to Atlanta out of Houston.
Yes.
So, yeah, I like that a lot. And the natural Cowboys-Texans rivalry would be a good one.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Now, it's funny. We get a counterpoint to that text page. I like the Texans' current division because of the youthful rivalry potential at quarterback. Because two of the wide receivers the Texans passed on for Diva Diggs will be torching their asses for years to come. Oh, that's Ocho. He hates Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, but we're thinking about decades here, Ocho.
Decades.
We're thinking about long past after C.J. Stroud is retired and he's coaching high school football somewhere, which is what he said he wants to do. He doesn't want to coach. He doesn't want to coach in the NFL.
Oh, did he? C.J. said that?
Yeah.
I
he
hadn't
said he
heard
wants
that.
to be a high school coach when he's done.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he'll have
He
plenty.
did that in that interview with the Ballology guy.
Yeah.
We played the other day.
Okay. Well, money probably will not be an issue for C.J. Stroud. It's not like one of those things. A lot of guys get into coaching because they're like, I got to work my way up, and eventually I can make my fortune. Yeah.
Antonio Pierce turns out is on the hook for $28 million for an investment gone wrong.
Yeah. What is it? Car dealerships, right?
Yeah. People got upset that was reported. I'm like, it's public information when somebody declared. His wife declared bankruptcy, but it was their investment in a car dealership. It's like, well, whatever. Investments go south. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
But it's it's.
I'm not rooting against Antonio Pierce. However, I was asked the question on my podcast, which team do you think is going to be picking first in the NFL draft next year?
Yeah.
I took the Raiders. I picked the Raiders, and this makes me feel better about my pick. A coach distracted by a bankruptcy proceeding helps.
Well, what if it's a guy that's actually hungry for it?
Maybe.
And he's got to build himself back up. How they say work like you got no money?
Yeah.
That's what they've got. They've got a guy who's going to work like he's got no money.
I'm not denying he's going to work hard. He'll work his ass off. Unfortunately, he's got Aiden O'Connell as his quarterback right now. And that could
also, similarly, not a lot of money.
Not a lot. Fair. That's true.
More than he should have.
True.
More than he should have.
No bankruptcies as far as we know with Aiden O'Connell. But yes,
right.
Not a lot of money. Yeah, I'm curious what Texan fans feel about this. Would you rather be playing in a division where you're playing the Cowboys twice a year? Or, this division is getting better as far as like the Ocho's initial point about youthful rivalries at quarterbacks. Like that's something we said before they drafted CJ was, man, if the Colts, the Texans, and the Titans all draft quarterbacks to go into a division with Trevor Lawrence, well, this is a whole lot of fun. Now, I feel like the way I felt about that after the draft, at that time we knew Stroud's a Texan, Richardson's a Colt, Levis is a Titan. They hadn't played a snap yet. I'm like, this is exactly what we were hoping for. This is great. I feel like it's gone, like my enthusiasm for it has gone backwards a little bit based on last year. Not because of anything CJ did, but Trevor Lawrence may not be the guy, an elite level guy. And I just don't think Will Levis is going to be good. And we don't know if Anthony Richardson can stay healthy.
I think the thing about it, too, is if we're looking at it from this perspective, I think every team in the AFC South might feel like, yeah, give me a realignment, because in this realignment, the Jaguars are playing the Dolphins, the Panthers, and the Bucks. So it's like almost an intra-Florida conference plus one Carolina.
Yeah.
But you think about the teams that actually wield the biggest sticks when it comes to stuff like this. There's no way in hell any of the NFC East teams want to be out of the NFC East, because the NFC North, the AFC West, like those are just such ingrained rivalries that you would never get enough support from those teams, especially the sway that Jerry Jones or the Giants or the Eagles have over the NFL. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, when you're going, okay, the question was something like this: is who says no? Like, you think it's this great idea? Who says no to this? Anybody, as you just said, so anybody in the NFC North, anybody in the NFC East, anybody in the AFC North, and I would say maybe even the AFC East. You know, if the
the AFC, you don't think the AFC West? I mean, those are some like the Broncos and
and probably the AFC West also. Yeah,
those are ingrained rivalries.
Yeah,
there. That's genuine hatred there.
Yep. Yeah, the AFC West maybe even more than the AFC East. You know, I could see some New Yorkers really liking to be in the same division with the Giants and playing them twice a year. You know, and
Jets and the Giants.
Jets and the Giants. Yeah. Jets and the Giants wanting to play each other twice a year. So fun exercise by the 33rd team there.
I do like, though, that just by that same token, and maybe along the lines of what the Ocho is saying. Look, this is a team that has. This is two recent this is a division that has two recent expansion teams, a transplant, and then the original team that just bailed on its original city, the Indianapolis Colts. Yeah, there's something where, like, all right, we've got to build something for ourselves here.
Maybe
we're a bunch of ne'er-do-wells and vagabonds, and we got to create something on our own. Okay?
I don't know, man. I'm like, if I'm the Texans, I'm just like, I feel like I'm sitting in an orphanage and I'm waiting for Daddy Warbucks to show up. I'm like, oh, here he is. The Cowboys, the Saints, and the Falcons.
Better than you.
Yep.
I always knew that I'm better than you dirty orphans.
Yeah,
that's right.
Cowboys, Saints, and Falcons just came to pick me up. I'll see you guys later. And the Colts are like, no problem. We're getting adopted by whoever. So, yeah, we'll see. This is the most potential this division has had to build something like that, though, probably in a long, long time, based on the quarterbacks.
To be honest, too. Like, little orphan Annie. Like, all right, just get over it a little bit. You're in a bad situation before. Oh, no, my new daddy doesn't love me.
Yeah.
Okay, did you not improve your lot?
Right.
Oh, I went from being unloved in an orphanage to being unloved in back then a millionaire.
You went
equivalent
to being
of a modern billionaire.
Unloved.
Just get over yourself, Annie.
You're unloved in air conditioning now, okay?
Yeah.
How's that?
Oh,
yeah.
That's 100% I always remember, no matter what happens in life, if I have a job that's in air conditioning,
I'm good.
That's better than the vast majority of people who ever lived.
If I was an orphan, that would be on my checklist. I'd be like, all right, this family's coming to maybe adopt you. Do they have air conditioning? Yeah. Let's go.
Like Annie could have had multiple nice, deep, and close relationships with the staff.
Right.
Right. The various housekeepers and butlers and everything like that. But no, I need Daddy to love me. Oh,
no.
Accept your trust fund.
That's right.
My God.
Yep. Dummy. All right. Will Jerry Jones, speaking of the Cowboys, will Jerry Jones' incompetence end up screwing the Texans? I will explain next.
I sure hope not. I'll tell you one thing I hope, too. I hope that if you have been in
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Ocho texts in again, less angry this time. I need a nickname for Reed Shepherd. Someone suggested Cocaine Curry, but that doesn't work for me.
Because he's white?
I
so
guess.
He's like Steph Curry, but white.
Steph Curry,
so
but
cocaine
yeah, like a
Curry.
pasty Steph Curry, yeah. Confectionery sugar curry, maybe
so
would be
white,
a little more.
Cocaine. Oh, is cocaine so white he shoots 51% from three? Yeah.
He's so frenetic as well. So you got the color aspect and the the cocaine aspect. I kind of like it, Ocho. You say it doesn't work for you. Kind of works for me. I don't think the Rockets would approve of it. I don't think we'd be getting any Cocaine Curry bobblehead dolls or T-shirts or anything like that.
You know, the best nickname ever that has continually gotten a very long stiff arm by a very long arm is the Slim Reaper for Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant, that's a good one. I know.
I don't know why he wouldn't embrace that, other than just he's got that his weird tattoo outline because he doesn't want to publicly show his tattoos. So he's got a wife beater of a tattoo.
To cover it up.
Pattern.
I didn't know that. Okay. Oh, he's got a. What does he have?
He's got, at least he used to. Maybe he has all his tattoos are basically done where a wife beater would cover.
Oh, so the jersey covers them.
Yeah. But when you see him with his shirt off, it's kind of an odd look.
Yeah.
It's odd that he would willingly choose a wife beater over Slim Reaper. You can be a Slim Reaper, like you can be a literal assassin, and you'll be looked on more favorably than a wife beater.
Yeah.
And yet he chose to have all of his tattoos and trying to hide any scandalousness of it to look like a wife beater.
Someone said, "What about Splenda Steph?" For Reed Shepherd.
That's good. Okay, I like that. Splendid stuff. We'll do that, yeah.
And then that you might be able to do shirts of, politically correct. Will Jerry Jones' incompetence end up screwing the Houston Texans? Seth, this question came to me within the last 20 minutes as I'm looking up at the screen in our studio here, and I see the caption across the bottom of Get Up or First Take or whichever yelling at each other show is on at this particular time. The caption was, does Dak Prescott crack the $60 million per year mark? And I thought to myself, okay, that would easily make him the highest paid quarterback in football, right? If he hits free agency, does he get to $60 million? I think he does. You and I have talked about Dak quite a bit of late because the Trevor Lawrence contract impacts and ripple effects all these other guys that are sitting out there right now waiting for deals like Jordan Love and Tua Tagovailoa and Dak Prescott. If I'm Dak, I hit free agency. You control it all. They can't franchise tag you in Dallas. Like, you can play it out this year and hit free agency. And I'm telling you right now, if Dak has a good year, he will sail past $60 million. If you get him in a true bidding situation among teams, because he's not an old guy yet. Like, he's probably 30, 31, something. Like, quarterback-wise, he's not old. Like, he's in his prime. I mean, Kirk Cousins just got $45 million a year coming off an Achilles tear at age 36, and he's not as good a player as Dak. He's just empirically – Dak was the MVP runner-up last year.
Yeah.
I know Dak has his issues in the playoffs and all that. Dak is a good quarterback. He'll sail through $60 million, which means that's the new high water mark, and we have Jerry Jones to thank for that because he didn't handle the Dak situation long, long ago. And you know who's next up for the big contract after that? C.J. Stroud.
Yeah,
CJ ain't looking for 57. It's not going to creep up by $1 million or he's going to tie this guy. He's going to be looking for more than Dak Prescott.
Well, his agent is David Mulligetta, the guy who still has the quarterback who has the most guaranteed money.
Yes,
He was a partial free agent. No. He had his choice of 4 different teams, and just that alone, 4 teams vying for him, created the most lucrative, in terms of guaranteed money, contract that's still out there.
Yeah.
So I guess that's the counter argument maybe is, all right, that, you could argue about why Dak should get more than Deshaun Watson or what have you. But Deshaun Watson's contract was, people thought like, oh, okay, that's the new high watermark. But that's not how it played out after that. My only concern would be that David Mulligetta was the guy that negotiated that contract or that got that contract for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. And I don't.
So he might set that as the standard for CJ.
He may. Now, I think the thing that It's a really good point. I'm trying to think of the reasons why this would be different than that. Well,
because they aren't quarterbacks in their prime. All these other contracts haven't been quarterbacks in their prime. They've been renegotiations.
Right. But as far as Dak and Deshaun, Deshaun, okay, that was a fully guaranteed deal. I don't know that Dak's going for fully guaranteed deal like that. I think Dak's deal could be a big average annual value and still structure-wise look a lot like the non-Deshaun deals.
Yeah.
Dak doesn't have all that drama going on around him either.
I think the best case scenario for somebody like CJ, who right now it's harder not to feel better about CJ Stroud, and if he continues playing the same way over the next couple of years, what you would hope is that he signs a deal that both placates David Mulligetta's need for having a landmark contract, but also kind of like the Pat Mahomes deal, is actually very team friendly.
Yeah.
So Pat Mahomes is locked up for 10 years, and I know the $500 million sticker price was what people were all gaga over, but it's actually a very, very team friendly contract.
It is.
And it locks him up and they've got options to bail at any point. If Pat Mahomes ended up having a couple of really horrendous injuries or something, they're not locked into him for 10 years. So I think something like that, like a huge headline grabbing number, but one that's actually pretty team friendly, might be viable by the time CJ is there.
Yeah, I hope so. I know the one thing we say a lot, I'm going to draw a cross-sport comparison here. I think baseball people feel still about Scott Boras similar to the way you and I are talking about David Mulligetta right now, where David Mulligetta, there's a concern he is a guy that got the Deshaun Watson contract, so he may be the guy steering the ship with C.J. Stroud, trying to go get him the most money that he can get and maybe fully guaranteed, whatever. Just try to go get him the most. And when we've talked about Boras that way, and maybe Houston's an outlier in this, maybe in other markets they talk about Boras like the way we're talking about Mulligetta, but here we're like, well, he did do both Altuve extensions,
right, ahead of he did not push for Altuve to go to free agency,
right,
when he very well could have. Altuve took a really good deal, but one that was less than he could have gotten if he had pushed it for free agency.
Right, and so similarly, CJ, David Mulligetta works for CJ. If CJ wants something, then it's his job to go get it. You know what'll be interesting to watch, Seth, is Jordan Love, because David Mulligetta is his agent. That'll be an interesting one to see how dug in Jordan Love gets. I'm not saying that this is what's going to happen. Whatever happens with Love is what's going to happen with CJ. I'm not declaring that, but it will just. I'll be anxious to see how that one plays out, just given Mulligetta's involvement in it.
It's tough if you put yourself in Dak Prescott's shoes. I think that on the one hand, being the quarterback for the Cowboys does bring you a certain level of fame and attention, and I don't know if that's what if Dak Prescott cares a single bit about that stuff at all or not, but also endorsements, on the financial side, and this is one thing the Cowboys will argue with their own players, is that, look, you get a lot of extra cash out of this just by the endorsements you get from being the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, and I wonder if that factors into it at all. But on the other side of it, it's also a team run by Jerry Jones, and you got to wonder, all right, if ultimately I want to win a Super Bowl, is this a guy that are we actually going to pull it off with Jerry Jones as the owner?
Yeah.
And he might have serious reservations about that at this point.
I just, to follow up on your point about the inherent value of being the Cowboys quarterback, take it another step further. Not only while you're playing, not only the endorsements, two of the highest paid broadcasters in football are former Cowboy quarterbacks, one of whom is not even really all that good at his job right now. Tony Romo and Troy Aikman make between $15 and $20 million a year. I am going to guess that Romo, especially because Aikman did win 3 Super Bowls. Aikman was a truly great quarterback. I know stats-wise he doesn't match up with a lot of people, but he played on a team with Emmitt Smith, defense and run game. Troy Aikman is a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Yeah.
Tony Romo is a guy who was probably very statistically a very good quarterback at his peak, who had a lot of bungles in the postseason and in important games. But he's got a lovable personality to a lot of people, and he knows football, but he played for the Dallas Cowboys. If Tony Romo had his same career with the Minnesota Vikings, Is he the no-brainer guy to skip over everybody and plunk right down next to Jim Nantz?
No.
Day one,
no,
you know?
Yeah,
I mean, maybe he works into it, but he doesn't get anointed like that.
No, and I think JJ has talked about this a little bit, JJ Watt, about just he's realized now that he's in broadcasting how much the name brand of the team matters. Because he was bringing it up and discussing Daniil Hunter, I believe, where like Daniil Hunter, probably because he played for Minnesota, didn't really get the attention. And JJ really, he had a game plan for going out and getting notoriety and everything through social media. Daniil Hunter's not quite that kind. He's not that same personality guy. But if Daniil Hunter played for the Cowboys or the Giants or somebody else like that, so if you're somebody who cares about that stuff afterwards, that's a big benefit of being a Cowboys player. I mean, you're looking at a team that have they won a wild card game since
they've won.
I mean, a divisional game. They haven't won a divisional game since their Super Bowl.
I don't think they've been
to
a conference title game.
They have not been not been to a conference championship since they won their Super Bowl, their last Super Bowl. So, I don't know. Does CJ does Dak care? He doesn't strike me as a guy that cares about that or would like want to get into broadcasting or anything like that.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. He might be good at it. He seems like a smart guy.
My favorite part of that story about the CBS producers supposedly going to have like a sit down with Tony Romo in the offseason 2 years ago to trying to have, it was like a come to Jesus meeting, like hey, maybe a little bit more preparation. And some people have denied that or not. I choose to believe that it happened, and I'm envisioning like an intervention where the person who's the subject of the intervention doesn't even realize that it's an intervention. Like you're he's still, you're like looking around to see where the Coke is, that's a great chat and all. You guys mind if I go to the bathroom for a bit? I really want to do some blow. Like I could totally see Tony Romo just kind of being like, yeah, those are good points you bring up. I think a color commentator should actually watch a little film before they watch the game. Yeah, that's a good point.
We should get together like this more often.
We should,
This is fun.
He has zero clue that there's even an issue.
Tony,
yeah,
absolutely. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, let's circle back to the Astros. Good day yesterday for the Stros. How are we feeling about Joe Espada now? What's the feel on Joe Espada as the manager now that he doesn't have a very large boat anchor playing first base? It's been a nice little run here. We'll talk about that, talk about your Stros coming up next.
Somehow, some way.
condition.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
When we were preparing for our game 1 week ago today in Chicago on that Wednesday morning,
it's hard to believe this story.
Little did we know that we might be talking about the Astros back at 500 1 week later. But here they are. For the first time in 2024, the Astros can call themselves a 500 baseball team, as they are now 40-40 on the year with their longest winning streak now up to 7 games. What a run.
That was Todd Callis and Jeff Blum on the call. Astros win 7-1 yesterday. Listening to that for a second or third time there, Seth, that final call. And this probably is something that resonates more with you and me than with the audience, but just listening to Todd Callis talking about preparing for the game a week ago, coming off of the 2-0 loss to the White Sox, because I'm guessing him and Blum sit down, go through. It's probably very tedious during a baseball season, but they sit down before every game and go, okay, what are the storylines? What are the things we want to make sure we hit during the game, because there's so much dead time during the game? They sit down and probably do a lot of prep work for the game. And when you're prepping for a team that was where the Astros were a week ago, that can be fairly miserable, because you're just wallowing in just ineptitude and underperformance. And I think about you and I, getting ready for the pregame before all those Texans games, over the 21 and 22 season. All right, what are we hitting here?
This is when Pep Hamilton really hits his stride. If there's one thing I know.
Yeah. So
don't discount the bag of tricks he's got hidden up his sleeve.
Right. So that was just sort of a dog whistle for me hearing Callis say that. I'm like, oh yeah, doing game prep for a team that's not very good is not the funnest thing in the world. This job is generally fun, even with bad teams, but if in the scale of fun, that's not quite as fun. But it's fun now for Astros fans and people covering the team, because they've won 7 in a row.
7 in a row with a couple of performances versus a bad baseball team. But Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti just got up, and they were absolute savages on the mound the last couple nights.
Yeah,
couple days.
It took care of business, man.
Yeah.
That's what you do. There's only so much. There's only so much you can do to super impress people pitching against the Colorado Rockies. They both did it the last couple days.
And they got to 500, which means they've got a cardboard cutout of Jeff Bagwell up in the clubhouse. And with once they got to 500, that's where they remove the T-shirt, I think.
Oh, the T-shirt. It's not the one final piece over the jock strap.
You don't get full frontal until you win it all.
Okay, gotcha. So we're down about the middle of the torso right now.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. How are we feeling about Joe Espada right about now?
Espada, Chandler Rome had a story this morning. I think it came out just early this morning about just kind of the turnaround in Espada and the way he had set as a benchmark, play 500 baseball a couple months ago, get back up to 500. I think that's really the big question with Espada. Aside from in-game management decisions and all of that, it's always going to be, all right, is this a guy that on multiple different levels with multiple different players can just figure out a way to get the best out of his players and get the best out of his coaching staff?
Yeah.
So, and that's the stuff that's unseen. You don't have the analytics for it. It's just you don't really know unless you're there and watching it and seeing it every day. I think the fact that they were able to manage their way out of such a dreadful first couple weeks of the season, where they just dug themselves such an incredibly big hole, worst hole the Astros have been in since in decades. I think that's again not something you can point to a specific managerial decision about, but I think in keeping an even keel and keeping guys moving in the right direction, that's hard to do.
Yeah.
So I feel good about that part of it. The young pitchers, if they continue to show a lot of promise, and if Hunter Brown is now the real deal after 7 quality starts in a row, I think it's not just Espada, it's the pitching, coaching, and the player development staff and everybody else that you have to tip your cap to them. It's not so easy for a bunch of guys on this team who haven't been there through, coming out of 2014 and parlaying that into everything that it became. It's hard to keep all those plates spinning, and I think he's done a good job of it.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. He's done better. I think it really helps Espada to not have to trot Abreu out there every day.
Yeah.
In terms of the flexibility, not just the performance of Abreu, but the flexibility of the lineup. Espada's getting to kind of show off a little bit now, like using pieces here and there, whereas
some of the small ball stuff has been pretty impressive at times.
That's been good, too.
They've bunted their way around the bases a few times here in a way that you can't do when Abreu's out there.
Yeah. Abreu's not
he wasn't out there that much, but when he's striking out in the middle of your small ball strategy, he wasn't actually on the base paths all that much.
Can't really complain about Abreu on the base paths because he never was on the base paths.
That's who got upset about Abreu being released, the grounds crew.
Right.
Like, there's so much more raking now.
These guys are going to get on base.
He's going to be running around and stuff.
Here's where I'll give Espada a lot of credit. Other than kind of keeping everybody together while it was going south, it could have really gone, and it may still. You don't know, because here's the other thing. He's in the middle of this winning streak right now, really impressive winning streak, in which they've destroyed, by and large, every team in these 7 games. There really haven't been a ton of close ones. Over the last 5, there haven't been any close ones. They're playing really good baseball. He's doing this without arguably his best player, Kyle Tucker, certainly his best MVP candidate, has been out for the last 2 weeks, still a ways away from coming back, at least a few more games from coming back. So he's had to juggle the outfield, and he's done a good job of that during this stretch. He's doing it with a 4-man rotation right now, and I know the schedule has been very friendly in terms of off days to be able to do that, but he's still doing it. He's doing it without Justin Verlander. The bullpen seems to have straightened some things out, and I think he has done a better job of managing that bullpen in tandem with that. So I'm happy for Espada they've gotten back to this point because I think he has had a big part in it.
No, and I think it's good to point out the Abreu side of it because aside from, and I'm not sitting here trying to pile on Abreu or relive all of that and the drama that led up to the whole decision, any of the decisions, but I do think there's something to be said for Espada and perhaps Dana Brown feeling like without Abreu in the picture, I would guess they feel a lot more like, okay, now this is more my team. Yeah. Like I'm actually getting to do what I want to do. Like before with Espada and having to handle all the Abreu stuff and be the public face for answering for Abreu, it's like it's kind of like Russell Crowe in The Gladiator getting shivved before he fights a fight. Yeah. You're not going to be at your best. So that whether it's mojo or the actual on-field stuff or anything else, Abreu was a big regulator on how fast the Astros could go.
Yep, no doubt. So let's check. You checked FanGraphs before the show.
I believe, yeah, but I've already botched a couple stats already.
That's okay.
Even though I didn't do it while we were on air.
Yeah.
But I botched the Texans' run defense rankings. I believe that the Astros, according to FanGraphs, Sean, tell me if I was right or not.
I will.
Have a 50.4% chance of making the playoffs.
51.6.
Oh, I undershot.
51.6.
51.6.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, according to FanGraphs. So
I checked that at like 3 a.m., so maybe it wasn't updated yet.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, maybe some results were still coming in. 51.6. Ben, I know you cued the music before. Is the band still in there? Can we play our song here? That's a greater than a coin flip chance of making the postseason, people. I don't know if you know this, but when you flip a coin, it can either come up heads or tails. That's a 50-50 proposition. When you go into a coin toss and it's weighted to the 51.6% side, that is the sweet spot, baby. They are better than a coin flipper's chance of making the freaking postseason, the Astros. How do you like them apples? All right?
I like it, Sean.
You like those
apples taste fine to me. They feel like those big, plump, supernaturally sized ones that you see in the supermarket these days. I just want an average-sized apple. My God.
Yeah.
Just yeah. I don't need 400 calories in my apple.
Right.
Okay. So I'm going to dip it in caramel and make it even worse.
Peanut butter. You go I like caramel too. We got to check that Bluebell ice cream bracket and see how that thing's going. See if our predictions are coming true. 31.9% chance of winning the division. So that's narrowed in the last few days too. By the way, I looked at the Mariners schedule. I mean, we could be coming in queuing up Cool and the gang on Monday too. They're all at home. They have a 9-game homestand, the Mariners do. And I know the Astros are closer to the wild card than they are the division, but we've heard Dana Brown and Joe Espada and everybody say the goal is to win the division, and it should be to win the division because then you're at least getting a home round of the playoffs there. You know, you're not.
Home round of the playoffs doesn't do it for me anymore, Sean. I'm like, ooh, oh yeah, let's relive that glory. Well, no, I don't care anymore. Although, you know, I'd like to have one extra game to watch.
Yeah, well, it's better than being on the road. I think. Well, last year it wasn't.
Did you see that Greg Rajan had tweeted this out? Greg Rajan from the Chronicle. It's like the last 7 Game 7s in the playoffs in baseball, the visiting team has won.
I'd seen
which made me feel better and worse about the Astros failing in Game 7 of various series because, I mean, the Astros were a couple of the teams on that on that list of 7. But it makes me feel better that it's been a weird trend as of late.
Yeah, we're not alone in our ineptitude. There's other people wallowing in this right now.
You squander a home field advantage, yes.
So Seattle has 9 home games coming up, but they play Minnesota for 3. Minnesota's a good team. Minnesota, season ended today. Minnesota's in the playoffs. You know, they're a good team. And then they play Baltimore, which I know, you know, Baltimore's a little like Derrick Henry to us now. You know, like here we're like, everybody's like, ooh, Derrick Henry. And Texan fans are like, I don't know. We held him to like minus 68 yards in one game and like for 3 yards in another game. I'm told Derrick Henry's good. Baltimore, I was told Baltimore's good at baseball. Their record says they are. I just know I watched them get outscored 27-14 by the Astros last week. Nevertheless, Seattle plays Baltimore this coming week as well.
According to the Baltimore radio folks you listened to, it was that the Orioles were just all tuckered out from scoring all those runs versus the Yankees.
They were tired.
Yeah. Listen, hey, news alert, the Yankees aren't good no more, okay?
Right.
The Yankees have won 2 of their last 10 games. They're trash.
They are
Garrett
garbage.
Cole is a withering husk of himself.
Yep.
He's a mess. The Yankees are a mess. They're trash.
He's still got 4 years left on that Garrett Cole deal, man. I mean,
He's gonna. I would imagine he's gonna be fine.
You think?
He won the Cy Young last year. Yeah.
No, I'm just talking
34.
about. No, I get it. I'm talking more about injury than he's just garbage now. Like he missed all that time with an elbow injury this year. You know? Like it's, you know, maybe he's trying to gut it out.
He is 30. He's 34 years old. Yeah. Could this be their Jose Abreu year with Garrett Cole?
Right.
I would feel. Honestly, Garrett Cole has actually been a pretty adamant defender of the Astros whenever he's asked a question about it, when it comes to the being better than everybody else scandal. So I always, I've got a soft spot in my heart for him. That
you like him?
And I hate having to see him be barefaced, clean shaven.
Yeah, clean shaven. Yeah.
It's just he looks so much better when he's got a little scruff on him.
Yep. People weighing in on Espada. How are we feeling about Espada? I'm still leery and can't get over some of the idiotic comments about Abreu. I think Ryans and Udoka could ask their players to run through a brick wall, and they would. Espada seems more likely to ask the players to go on a picnic with him, which sounds more painful. That's really funny.
We can have a picnic and read our favorite passages from the Notebook.
Right, at a picnic. I am the idiotic comments about Abreu. And I think what the texter is referring to is when he said, well, we can't get to where we want to get to without Jose Abreu, you know?
It sucked to have to listen to at the time, but also at the time, I felt like they were saying and doing all the things that were best for the psychology of Abreu.
Yes.
And that they had to, if they were going to do this experiment and try to get him back to some semblance of his former self, they had to really just push all of this love and trust and faith into Jose Abreu. And it was hard to watch because we could see, because it also entailed them lying to us about how well Abreu was doing.
Oh, yeah.
That was the hard part. That was like when they acted like he had improved at all or changed after he came back up, when we could see with our eyeballs that he hadn't. That was the hard thing to stomach.
Yeah.
And yet I think Espada was just being a good soldier. It was just, I don't know what else there was to do about it. You know, if he'd gotten up there and just trashed Abreu, I don't think that was the best strategy for trying to reclaim him. But I get it. I get why he said all that stuff.
Yeah, okay. We're talking about a first-time manager who hasn't been doing regular media in his career. You know, so he got out over his skis with the "we can't get anywhere without Abreu" comment. That was that was a dumb comment. It was an unnecessary comment. Jose Abreu didn't need to hear that. Right. If anything, that puts more pressure on the guy.
I know.
You know, he didn't need to hear that. So yeah, I know. I think he started to do things now where you can see he's starting to get into the feel of being a Major League Baseball manager. You hear about some teams when they interview people, they do like a mock press conference and things like that.
It's pretty rare, but they'll do that at times to see how a coach handles it.
Yeah.
It is one of the more underrated challenges of being a first-time manager or head coach is that a lot of these guys, unless they were athletes themselves, unless they were professional athletes themselves, have never had to stand up every day and give a statement about things or answer questions. In baseball, it's before the game, it's after the game, it's all the time.
Every day.
That's a big... none of them would ever admit to it or anything, it's not like a spot is going to get up and be like, I'll tell you what, guys, it's kind of draining,
Right.
like preparing for these press conferences, but it's something a lot of guys start dreading, and like it takes bandwidth to do it.
Yeah.
So just having some experience in that, it's not a small obstacle to all of a sudden go from hardly ever doing it at all to being out there twice a day, every day. And there's a learning curve there. So I try to give guys a lot of slack. Like I gave Cully slack with that because he was put into a completely unwinnable situation.
Yeah.
And this is a guy who'd never even been a coordinator.
Right.
So he didn't have to get up and do the weekly press conferences or anything. And all of a sudden, poor David Cully's out. I say poor David Cully. He's rich AF now because of that contract they give him. But he was completely unprepared for that situation.
Yep. Absolutely. Astros have the longest winning streak in baseball right now. We're back. That's from Rich Rose. He says, we're back, LMAO. No, they're back, man. Back to 500.
Rick Ross.
Yeah, back to 500. Okay. I didn't know Craigslist was still a thing, but this might be the greatest Craigslist listing. These are services that I think everybody could use at one point in their life or another. We will tell you what they are coming up next. But first...
Trajan Wealth, Sean. It's Trajan Wealth, of course. You can never forget Trajan Wealth. If you're thinking about planning for your retirement, can be kind of overwhelming, kind of stressful, to the point where you just decide, I'll take care of that next year.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, does everybody need a Kyle in their lives? This is a, man, I got to be honest, Seth, Craigslist. I don't see a lot of Craigslist stuff come across my timeline these days.
It's good. I think it's still good for like smaller areas, like, but it's a, yeah, it's a, there's still people like, I had to go to Craigslist. I was looking for something like I can't even remember what it was a couple years ago, and I was actually pleasantly surprised by the offerings on Craigslist.
Yes,
you could get a lawnmower and a girlfriend experience.
I was going to say, like, somewhere along the way it got a little shady, right? It's Craigslist.
Right. No, but I think people still do use it. Yeah. You can still get some stuff out there.
Yeah. Well, if you are looking for someone who can bleep S up for you,
stuff.
Yeah.
Bleep stuff up for you.
This is going to be one of the harder Craigslist entries to read, only because there's a lot of curse words in it. But if you're looking for someone to FS up for you, Kyle is your guy. Kyle. And he uses a Monster Energy drink logo as sort of his logo in this, right?
Just to show you that he's willing to go places others might not go. Yeah.
My name's Kyle, and I bleep up professionally. I bleep stuff up professionally. So your ex is getting married? I'll crash that bleep. Your job fires you before their company picnic? I'll show up with tequila and throw hands. Got someone you hate and you just want to F their day up? I'm all over that bleep. Serving all situations. I'm just looking at Ben right now. Serving all situations where we customize your service to your liking. Email me for pricing. Service is guaranteed with video. We got to email this guy. And find out what services he can do for us, Seth. You know,
it sounds like that's basically the plot of the Oscar award-winning Dirty Deeds movie, isn't it?
Is it? I don't know. I haven't seen
that
it.
one, the old Norm Macdonald movie, where I think they like hired themselves out to do stuff like that to screw people up.
What was it?
Well, that was Dirty Work.
Dirty Work. Okay. Dirty Work. Got it.
Dirty Work. Okay.
What would you pay?
It didn't win an Oscar, by the way.
No. Boy, the video would be the best part. Service is guaranteed with video. What would you pay old Kyle to go bleep up your ex's wedding?
I think there's actually a pretty good market for this. If you're not, you're not hiring a hitman or anything, you know.
Well,
which if any of you are considering that, don't, and especially don't get it off of Craigslist. That's any hitman you contact will be an undercover police officer.
On Craigslist for sure.
So yeah. There's no such thing as a hitman unless you're like in the mafia or something, or your buddy, or you're both. The hitman is your buddy who's like former special ops, and you guys serve together. But other than that, no, there's no hitman out there. Okay.
He does say he'll show up with tequila at a company picnic and throw hands. So there is an implication of assault right there.
Well, that's the thing I found when hiring a hitman, which, again, they don't exist, but when I've hired hitmen in the past, you got to be careful because you're dealing with somebody who doesn't have the same checks and balances in their conduct that the normal person would. So you might hire him just to show up and get drunk and make a scene at the company party, but then all of a sudden he's got your former boss in a full Nelson, and he's saying, I'm doing it for Seth.
Right.
You know, so you got to be careful with this. I gotta vet Kyle out a little bit and see maybe videos of his previous work, some references, something to let me know that I can trust that he's going to have some restraint.
Yeah. If you were an Aggie, what would you hire Kyle to do that doesn't involve assaulting Jim Schlossnagle? Like it doesn't involve physical harm to him.
My dream was always this. I would love to hire a comedian. When I was a player, I would want to do. There's this one guy in the Titans that I hated because he was just nonstop annoying behind the bench, and it wasn't like good or anything. I wanted to hire a comedian to go sit next to him and make fun of the guy the entire time. Just like completely tear him to shreds. So I think like hiring a comedian to go and roast the person you dislike, like Schlossnagle. So have a professional comedian and a team of writers to have nothing but like an entire game's worth of material on Schlossnagle.
That's outstanding. That is a great that's a great punishment. Now here's the thing. There's probably some Aggies that are like, we don't need to hire if all we're gonna do is just ridicule and yell at Schlossnagle. Like when Texas comes to I was going to say to Aggie Land, comes to College Station next year. the Aggies have shown, at least two of them have, that they're very capable of walking up to an opposing dugout and just screaming into the dugout before they get kicked out of the stadium. Remember those two guys last week when they were playing? I think they were playing Florida, and they're screaming into the dugout. So they may be like, we don't need to pay anybody, man. Like we can send Chad and Joe down there to just scream at Schlossnagle the whole time. They're experts at it, You know what I would do? I would ask Kyle. I'd be like, Kyle, if I were hiring Kyle to do this, I would say, Kyle, are you a tender lover? And of course he is. Nobody who drinks Monster Energy isn't. And I would have him go befriend Schlossnagle's ex-wife and be very public on Instagram with the romance, and then also be like awesome to the kids too. Be like the coolest stepdad ever. That's what I would do. And I'm willing to spend upwards of $200,000 on this deal, Sean. Yeah. Subtly reminding that it was your dad that actually said he left you guys to go coach at Texas A&M. You know what? This is a little bit in line with a pet project of mine, which is at some point before my brother and I both die, I want to really beat him up real good because he's my older brother, right. And he terrorized me for years. And I'm pretty sure I could take him, except that he was an All-American wrestler in college. He's a badass. Very good. Yeah, like he knows what he's doing. So like, which martial art should I go train for a couple years before I take Dan down at the next family reunion? Oh, that's a good question. Like, should I go like Krav Maga? Should I go Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? Yeah. I don't know. I just want to be sure that I don't want there to be any doubt or question about it. This can't be some stalemate. I need to beat him down. Elbows, knees, everything. What do you think you're most built for? I think you're most built to get him on the ground and just smother the poor dude. I thought Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, because I've got some wrestling experience too, but nothing like my brother's. Yeah. And I've got the size advantage, but he's got the endurance advantage. I don't know. So Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is the go-to for MMA, but he's a good grappler. Yeah. So I feel like I need to really focus on the striking more so than anything else. So I need something probably not Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but something that's real heavy on the striking. Text in, especially if you have a studio here that trains people in those martial arts. Maybe have Seth come out and do a couple sessions out there. I'll be happy to videotape. I'll talk to Cushing about it. Cushing's been into the. Now I think he does Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Yeah, he's been doing it since his playing days. Remember Jay Glazer used to train? He may still train all those guys in MMA fighting. Yeah, football players. Yeah, I think that's how he gets. So that's good. It's good though, because now Cushing doesn't have to worry about getting beaten up on the street because he's got martial arts skills. Right. It's not like before when he was bullied by everybody in the Memorial area. Everybody's kicking sand in his face at the beach. Cushing. So Kyle, we got to send an email to this to old Kyle here, and he's on Craigslist if you Aggies need him anywhere. Hey, Dusty Baker is going to TBS. I saw this yesterday. How do you think Dusty Baker will be on TV? I was happy to see this. Yeah. I think he'll be really good. Yeah, I think he's going to be really good, and especially unlike those old windbags who haven't been paying attention to baseball in a decade that they roll out for the playoffs to go along with Bob Costas, who also hasn't been paying attention to baseball for a decade. Yep. This is 100 times better than that, because obviously Dusty has all the old great stories and everything, but he also is very keenly aware of the way modern baseball is played. Yeah. So I think he'll be a slam dunk. He's just got such a likable personality. He does, and I like that his resume is complete now, so then you won't have people, because Dusty, inevitably when you're a manager on there, you have to talk about what it takes to win, that kind of stuff, and this is what it takes, and we, when we did this, when we did that. I like that nobody can poke holes in Dusty's resume anymore. Like, he won a World Series. Yeah. Like, he in terms of the analysis and advice that he would be doling out to managers that he is covering there, he's got every base covered now. Well, plus, it'll be a lot more free and loose. Instead of being in an alligator death roll every day with Chandler Rome, I think he might end up telling some stories about the Astros playoff runs that we've never heard before. We could use. That's we'll have some content. If he starts dishing out stories about the World Series and everything, I bet there will be some stories that nobody's ever heard outside the clubhouse. Yep. It could be some good stuff. I think so, too. He's going to do some regular season games on TBS, in case you're wondering. And he's going to join the studio show on TBS in the postseason, which is Curtis Granderson, Jimmy Rollins, and Pedro Martinez. And Pedro's excellent. Pedro's very entertaining. So Dusty's going to join that TBS studio show. So you get the TBS studio show, and then the Fox one, which is Jeter, Alex Rodriguez, and Big Papi with Kevin Burkhardt. I feel like the arms race in the studio shows across the two networks that cover baseball in the postseason is much more even than the basketball studio show battle, where ESPN feels like they're doing a show where they're trying out new players in the middle of the NBA Finals, like Josh Hart on there, and TNT has Charles Barkley. This feels a little more even. And Dusty is a nice addition to this. I'm with you. I like that. So there you go. Dusty on your TV. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. All right, let's circle back, close out things with the Rockets here. I was expecting big fireworks from the Rockets possibly this offseason. Does last night now kind of cool things off? And are we just going to have your normal garden variety offseason here? Draft a couple pickups, and then let's see if we can improve. We will take a look at what the Rockets did again last night coming up next. West Point Lincoln, Katy Freeway exit Kirkwood. Chris Poulos and his family bought the dealership a little over a year.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
With the third pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Houston Rockets select Reed Sheppard from the University of Kentucky.
All right. For all the talking about, hey, they landed the third pick in the lottery, this makes things really interesting for the Rockets. They could go any number of directions. They wind up going in the most conventional direction that you can, Seth. They stayed at 3 and picked the best player on their board. Good for the Rockets. Yeah.
And they, if they hadn't gotten Reed Sheppard, they probably would have traded back or out of the draft altogether. So a guy that they've very much liked throughout the entire process, and that I think it's an easy guy to pull for because, I mean, for one, he's just a spectacular three-point shooter. Mm-hmm. And that's something this team really needs. They're in the bottom third of the league in three-point shooting percentage last year. They can use him probably sooner than later as a guy that can come in and be a dagger, hopefully, potentially, and work his way in. I don't know how heavily he'll be used in his rookie season, but I think it's not going to be a sit around and wait for this guy type of scenario. It is
interesting, kind of like the Texans, like 2-3 years ago. It was silly to list their needs because they needed everything. You go into the draft, and I think the Rockets similarly were at a stage, even after they drafted Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün, like they still needed everything. I think it's interesting now that I'm not saying they drafted Reed Sheppard for need. He was the number one player on their board. But we can talk about him within a context of him just filling that need as a role player on the team as opposed to being the third overall pick where you're expecting him to come in and possibly be your leading scorer or something like that. Yeah,
and as you can start to look at this team where, okay, they've got size on the wings, so it's not like they needed to go out and try to find something there. In filling out all the skill sets and everything else on the team, this is a good fit. This makes a whole lot of sense. And without looking too far down the road, but Fred VanVleet gets that option triggered at the end of this season. Can he show enough promise? And I don't know how good he'd have to be to turn that option down, but still, there's an avenue by which you can see him contributing.
Yep. So what was looking like going to be maybe an offseason where the Rockets were pretty active. I don't know now. We'll see. These next few days are interesting because the free agency period starts up in a few days. And that's always interesting. You got a few guys that have a decision to make around the league as to whether they opt in or opt out of their deals. Paul George has an option he's got to consider. If he opts into his deal, does that mean all of a sudden that he becomes a trade target for teams? If he opts out, does he just re-sign with the Clippers? Does he sign somewhere else? The age we live in now, there aren't teams operating with a ton of cap space anymore because so many have just clogged up their cap by re-signing their own guys or trading for expensive guys. So the offseason's not quite what it used to be, but I'm
just going to sit around and enjoy. If he does resign, I'm just going to sit around and enjoy the Clippers having to go through the hell that we did forever, which was, okay, yeah, I get it. The regular season, you look like a good team. Let's see how Harden does in the playoffs, okay?
Yep.
Let's see if he collapses again in the playoffs.
Yep. There's the owner in Phoenix right now, Seth. I'm looking at quotes on the TV screen here in the studio. He is saying we are not trading Kevin Durant. So that could be posturing. That could be positioning. I tend to think, even though they got swept out in the first round last year, you traded a bunch of stuff for Kevin Durant. I think you got to go. He's still an elite player. You got to go one more. If Durant wants to be in Phoenix, you got to give it at least one more year if you're Phoenix. I don't think Durant's coming here this year.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think he is.
Yeah, I think the trade ends up being really, I think exactly the way Dana Brown describes it, which is, look, we've got enough youth on this team already, and we want to be able to spread some of our youth acquisition out over time. And they've gone from betting on the Nets being bad in the future to betting on the Suns being bad in the future.
Yep.
Harden is officially a free agent, by the way, but I think the expectations are that he'll opt in.
They go back, yes, re-sign with the Clippers. Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of teams with cap space that can, that James Harden can sign with, where he's going to have a chance at a championship.
You saw last year just exactly that when the situation in the league doesn't benefit it, you might have to. It's a little bit tougher to just get plucked up because you're James Harden and everybody loves you or anything like that.
Yeah, you got to bite the bullet.
If that was ever a thing.
Yep, you got to bite the bullet. We're getting a lot of replies here on the text page, Seth, to the Craigslist ad about Kyle. Kyle, the guy who you can hire to go bleep stuff up for you, He'll
just go, he'll crash your ex-wife's wedding.
Yep.
He'll mess with your old boss, whatever it might be, yeah.
They said on here, if you're the person hiring Kyle to mess up your ex's wedding, you go double agent and have your ex-fiance pay you more to not have him do it.
Oh,
yeah. Two of them in a bidding war with each other, yeah.
Or maybe Kyle himself, because I think he's got a flexible moral compass. He might do that already. He might say, "Hey, sweetheart, hear this big day's important to you. How about I don't mess it up for the cool sum of $50 more than the $40 your ex-husband paid me."
Right.
I like to think that Kyle is vastly underpricing his services. That this is the kind of guy that would do this for $25.
It's a hobby.
Bucks,
Yeah, it's a hobby.
Yeah.
He's only doing it so he can write off things.
I seen this movie that said if I'm good at something, never do it for free.
Yeah.
I was going to trash that whore's wedding anyway. I might as well get paid to do it.
Why are you doing this, Kyle? I'm doing this because I need an LLC where I can write off my nunchucks, okay?
Yeah.
Someone texts in, can Kyle bat over 100? If he can, we could have used him a couple months ago at first base. Let's see. Boy, there was another good. I'm concerned about Kyle potentially throwing hands, quote, throwing hands, because Kyle did.
Right.
Kyle said he'll go to your company picnic of the company that just fired you and drink tequila and throw hands. Texter says, I'm concerned about him potentially throwing hands, but I love everything else about his approach. Just be drunk, rude, crude, and obnoxious during a commencement speech because my daughter missed out on being valedictorian by 1/1000th of a point.
1/1000th of a point?
1/1000.
Oh, my God.
Is that even mathematically possible? Like, do you take enough courses to where enough courses in high school?
All these AP classes and everything throw everything into disarray,
Okay.
And depending on what you get for A pluses and all that.
Yeah, it just feels like that feels like a batting title being decided by 1/1000th of a point after 40 at bats or something like that.
Does Kyle have an indemnity waiver?
Does he strike you through what we've read as somebody who has an indemnity waiver?
Kyle, are you insured? Because I don't want to be – I can't be liable for you going too far in any of this stuff.
Oh, my God. Kyle's the best. Okay, a lot of recommendations for what you should do for martial arts.
In my quest to beat my brother up once and for all.
You've never once beaten your brother in a fight.
I beat him in a wrestling match. There was a point where he came home at Christmas once and we started wrestling in the living room and he made a decision never to wrestle me again, but I've never actually beaten him in an actual fist fight.
Okay.
I've dented a Volkswagen with his torso before.
He was 7 at the time.
That was in Austin.
Okay.
Sorry, any VW Jetta owners out there?
So you didn't know the owner?
A big dent in your passenger side door.
Dan Payne
when
shaped
I drove him
dent.
into it.
Oh,
yeah. But I've never actually gotten since I was in high school. I haven't gotten in a proper fist fight with him, so I've never won a fist fight. But he was a All-American wrestler in college,
right?
And he's got grappling skills. So I want to be sure that I do some training before I take him on. He doesn't know it's coming either, so I will have the ambush advantage.
Okay, good to know he listens to the show. Thanks, Dan.
So I was curious. Yeah, he can't because he was driving his kids to school one day, and when I sometimes I forget. I try to keep it clean until after 8 a.m. or so, but he lives on mountain time, so it's screwed up.
Okay.
I just wanted to know which form of martial arts should I train, because I really need to emphasize the striking. I think he's going to have an advantage on grappling no matter what.
Epic elbow striking, somebody says. I don't know if that's a particular discipline or if that's just somebody saying you should pummel him with your elbow. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Muay Thai is getting a lot of love on the text page.
Oh, yeah, he's not going to expect a kick.
Muay Thai, yeah.
Kick upside the head.
Yep.
Okay, that's a good. But now with Muay Thai, though, I still got to be able to do, if it does go to the ground, I got to be able to do something. Is there wrestling? Is there grappling and Muay Thai?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I need to research this tonight and come back in with a recommendation for you tomorrow. How's it pronounced? Krav Maga?
Krav Maga. I don't know how it's pronounced, but that's like the Israeli military training that a lot of police forces and everybody use.
There's a Krav Maga teacher that listens to the show. He says, I teach Krav Maga at level 6 Krav Maga in Bel Air. Exclamation point. He's excited. I think that's an invite. I think the exclamation point to me is an invite for you to go to his class.
I feel like Krav Maga is the one most likely where most martial arts instructors are going to be like, listen, you take martial arts so you never have to actually use martial arts.
Yeah.
I feel like I could go to this guy and be like, no, this is my stated goal.
Yeah.
I want to wreck bleep up.
Right.
I have a specific person in mind and I want to take him down. But he doesn't know it's coming.
Don't go this Mr. Miyagi, like, you use karate, so no have to use karate. Like, no.
Right, no.
That got Daniel San's ass
I use Krav Maga because I'm ready to wreck butt.
That's right. A majority of wrestlers can beat Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belts. So, styles make fights. It sounds like according to this
text, you don't have to sell me on the value of wrestling. I get it. Wrestling has been my best asset in life in any kind of scrape I've ever gotten into.
Yeah.
I've watched my brother humiliate people who are trying to fight him, and he would just wrestle because he's very quick too. So he can miss a punch,
right,
and then just humiliate somebody until they're too tired to fight anymore. You don't have to sell me on wrestling, buddy.
Krav Maga guy wants you in one of his classes, Seth. He's texted a couple times saying, "Call me, come in." You might have to do that. His name's Parker. I wonder if that's our boss. I wonder if our boss is moonlighting as a Krav Maga instructor. Doesn't strike me as a Krav Maga instructor.
Remember we had a boss once who had a very dapper presentation. He just wore classic business casual all the time.
Yeah.
But every now and then he would forget to take his nose ring out or his eyebrow ring out. You could tell he had just been to some some music festival the day before.
There's so much funny stuff about that sentence you just said. It's very dapper and businesslike, and forgot to take his eye ring out.
Yeah.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu gets another recommendation. Don't do Krav unless you want to kill or maim. Sounds to me like Seth wants to kill or maim.
I kind of want to kill and maim, and I'd like to do it in front of my nephew, too. That's it.
Let's see. Your alligator death roll line with Chandler Rome and Dusty Baker got a lot of laughs. That was good. Brazilian. It's a dead heat between Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Krav Maga on the text page. I'll net it out that way.
Yeah. So I think Krav Maga because I think there is a lot more striking.
Yeah.
Or at least the original form of it. Whereas I know Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu again. I'm just gonna concede that my brother's gonna beat me in wrestling no matter how much Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu I do.
Right.
Because he was a world class. He was actually, Sean, he was stuck without a weight class in college. When he was wrestling internationally after college, he was one of the top 23 and under ranked guys in the world. So I'm not gonna beat him in wrestling.
Okay.
I gotta keep it on my feet.
Yeah. Dan Payne, classic tweener. That's what I would say when I was trying to act like a scout for wrestling. I'd be like, Dan Payne, my scouting report, he's a classic tweener. He's in between two weight classes. The things.
He was the thing was he was wrestling heavyweight when he weighed 220 because at the time the weight class was it went from 190 up to 275, and so there's that huge gap there. And he was a late bloomer, so he kept having to suck more and more weight his first 3 years in college. So finally he said, screw it, I'm going heavyweight, and he did really well. Except there were times where it's. The weight classes are there for a reason, and the big guys would just lean on them, over the course of 5-6 minutes, it wears you down.
Yep.
So I do have that. I've got the weight advantage, but I still think his wrestling advantage is that much stronger.
How's his cardio? Is he in really good shape?
Yeah, he did a half Ironman last year.
Dude. He looks like he's in good shape.
Yeah.
I hate him more and more. I'm rooting for you, Seth, in this fight. I want you to destroy this bastard. Dan Payne.
This bastard.
He's got his stuff together. I hate that.
He tried to retire a couple years ago. I think it lasted a month.
I hate him even more.
Someone he's working. Well, you know what he's doing though. He's an assistant athletic director, part time.
Okay.
At a college, And it's cool because he had kids late. So my nieces and nephews are all from age 3 to 7, but they like in the summer camps and everything, they're there all day.
That's beautiful.
At the college, and
That's nice, man. That is
and
nice.
they'll go to school for free and everything if he keeps on doing this in his old age.
Yeah, well, he retired at like age 48 or whatever. It really sounds like he needs his tuition paid for his kids.
Okay, quick. This is a quick motivational speech for any of you kids who may have struggled academically in high school, and people are calling you a bum and a loser and all this stuff.
Okay.
My brother was like barely hanging on by the skin of his teeth to actually play sports in high school because he hated school so much. So he was a really poor student in high school. He ended up getting a wrestling scholarship. When he got to school and he realized how far behind he was, he was kind of embarrassed, and he worked his butt off in school and ended up being dean's list and everything.
Yeah.
Went on and got his MBA and all that. And like he's really classic. If you were to go on Jerry Springer, he could face down every teacher who ever told him that he was going to be a bum.
I'm here for that.
Yeah. And he ended up being CEO of a couple different organizations. It's just So don't let anybody trick you into thinking that the high school is the be all end all of where you're going to go in life.
Good advice, Seth C. Payne. I like that.
My timing is perfect.
But if you're in high, go ahead.
No, my timing is perfect. I was not anything in high school, and look at me now.
Yeah,
look
the
at
two
me now.
smartest guys at the station.
How about that?
No offense, John Lopez.
Huh?
Highly educated.
What's happening?
Exactly.
See, I thought that was a smart retort.
You didn't realize this, Sean, but Lopez actually has headphones, so you can't see through the other side.
That's right. What did you guys think of last night? Rockets,
Oh my God!
You on the Reed Shepherd train or what?
So I felt a little played. I'm gonna be honest with you because I was sort of led to believe that they were leaning toward the Donovan Clingan sweepstakes. Like I thought Clingan was gonna be the pick based off of what I was reading and hearing sort of behind the scenes. So I felt a little I felt a little
pawn.
Oh, I felt a little duped. I felt like a pawn.
He'll go tweet some things. Here's who we're drafting. Yeah.
But I wanted Reed Shepherd. Like if I was in charge, that's who I would have drafted. Now obviously they don't ask me for advice. Yeah. But I was happy at the end of the day because they got the player that I wanted.
Yeah. You like Reed Shepherd?
I love Reed Shepherd.
Yeah.
I love Reed Shepherd. He might not have been my first choice, but he was my second. He was absolutely my second because of what he can do. And, all this Steph Curry comparisons and everything.
We're going to get to that.
I don't even want to go there, but I kind of do. Can you imagine?
Ocho said that people are calling him Cocaine Curry.
It is.
We will discuss.
It is.
So that's out there.
So thank you.
Yeah.
Because it is actually my most fun and biggest takeaway from last night.
Really?
That Cocaine Curry would be the nickname that he would be deemed, and it is one of the greatest nicknames I've ever heard.
It is. It's tough to have a Cocaine Curry bobblehead night.
No. Well, that's the great part about it. The great part about it is that it can't be mainstream.
Yeah.
They're not going to be able to use it at Toyota Center.
Okay.
They're not going to be able to use it on the broadcast.
Yeah.
But here on Sports Radio 610 and in the dark alleys of the internet, he will be Cocaine Curry.
I'm here for that.
He's got a Cocaine Curry bobblehead. It doesn't have a septum.
It's got a razor out.
What would the crowd look like?
In the background, strung out. They would have bobbleheads too.
Would they even
mini bobbleheads in the crowd because they'd be tweaking?
Would they even know what they look like at that point?
Oh my God!
Rubbing their teeth with their finger.
My God. As you can hear, Brandon Scott is in with John Lopez today on In the Loop, along with Figgy Fig. You're listening to KILT, that was B. Scott. KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Seth, antibodies, lines of coke.
Antibodies and intact septums to everything.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We're out of time. Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
I got to admit to you, Lopez, I think I might be changing my mind about this Cocaine Curry thing. We talked about this before the show, and I said, hey, look, you cannot mainstream this thing. You cannot market it at Toyota Center.
No,
you can't talk about it on the broadcast. No. But us just having fun with it right now, I kind of want to make the case.
Oh, it's an in the loop.
It's a hell of a drug.
Man, I want to see if there is somebody I can sell this on. Maybe we can't just outright say Cocaine Curry.
The non-exclusive rights T-shirt makers.
But do you think I could convince either Ryan Hollins or Craig Ackerman to just call him CC?
Oh, God.
Call him CC. and all of us on the internet.
I actually do not.
All of us on the internet know what it really is.
They are all employed.
Man,
don't
kill my dream this early.
Hell, we got the stamp of approval from our boss.
All right, well, fine.
Now, hang on. I will say this. I have seen broadcasts where a certain stat will wind up on 69, and I've heard the broadcast teams say nice before. So they can get a little body.
Yeah. I've also heard some woes, like on like puns.
Yeah.
Like if you say one of those things where it's like pause.
Yeah.
Or whoa. I've heard.
Hey,
I've heard a couple of those from
the Reds broadcasters last night. Said Hawk Tua. Did you see that?
No.
Yeah.
I didn't, but they're my new favorite team.
Reds broadcaster said Hawk Tua because some guy was spitting.
I'm just saying. At what point are we going to expand our horizons?
Yeah.
At what point are we going to operate a little bit different? Let's think and play outside the box a little bit. Like the world is bigger, somehow smaller and bigger at the same damn time.
Yes.
But I mean, look.
Who are we going to call meth head?
It's not an FCC violation.
Yeah.
Who's signing up for that one?
Yeah.
Like Cocaine Carter is cool, but if you get to be Meth Matt,
Meth Head Matt,
or Meth Mike, I feel like that one's not gonna.
I don't know if Matt Barnes would sign up for that one or not.
I don't feel like that one's gonna hit the same.
What about marijuana or weed or ganja?
No, it's got to be like Cannabis Kurt. It's got to flow.
Yeah.
And cocaine.
Little alliteration.
It needs the alliteration and it needs to flow. And Cocaine Curry is perfect. I mean, we obviously understand why. He's a shooter. He's white. Cocaine. It makes sense.
Yeah.
It works.
It works, baby.
So it was one of, aside from the fact that I wanted Reed Sheppard on the Rockets, I think he helps them. I think he fills a void, fills a need, an obvious need. I think he's somebody who can come in and play right away, and we'll get to know Reed Sheppard a little bit later on in the show. Aside from all of the basketball reasons, if you will, that I wanted Reed Sheppard around, when I realized that the internet community had decided that he was Cocaine Curry, I was even more so for it, man.
Well, okay, so let's get to the pick itself here real quick. What if he is that good a shooter at the next level? 52%.
52%.
And you got to call him Cocaine Curry then. You got to.
Yeah. Like, what if he is? Like, that's the thing. I don't think that, like, Steph Curry is otherworldly, and I think that's a hard comparison and a hard standard because he truly is transcendent. He truly is nothing like we've ever seen before. Yeah. So to just put that on the next guy.
Well, little. He's 6'3", but he looks little.
Well, and the last time we tried to do this, felt like it was with Trae Young, and that didn't quite work out.
No.
That didn't quite look the way people wanted it to look or thought it was going to look. So I don't want to get too carried away with it, but I definitely can see the vision. I mean, 52%, you go back and watch some of his games.
Yeah.
The one I would tell Rockets fans, if you want to know more about Reed Sheppard, say you weren't up on the NBA draft, say you didn't watch a whole lot of college basketball, I would go back to the Mississippi State game that they played in February, where he was absolutely brilliant, had 32 points, and the game winner, a game-winning, like, runner off the wrong foot at the buzzer.
Yeah.
And Mississippi State was a fairly decent team. Obviously, it's nothing like what he's going to face competition-wise in the NBA.
They were a borderline, well, they were in the top 25 for a while.
Well, but you could tell from his game, from Reed Sheppard's game, the way he commanded that game, the way he kind of took it over, and not just the three-point shooting, but he did more. I mean, this guy can put the ball on the floor.
Yeah.
He can pass it. I mean, he's a very well-rounded offensive player, and it gives you effort on defense. The only issue and question on defense is going to be the size and how that's going to translate. But he's not unathletic like you might think a Cocaine.
40-inch jump?
Oh, you might think a Cocaine Curry might not be able to move that well. But he can. But highest
40-inch vertical?
Highest jump at the combine, I believe.
Yeah.
And there's highlights. You can see the tape of him throwing it down.
Yeah.
And he moves well, man. So, like, this is a very good all-around offensive prospect. The defense is going to be an issue because he does lack the size. But I like the pick in addition to liking the nickname Cocaine Curry.
Well, and I just went back to just the shooting. And it's an old axiom. I've heard several coaches say it over the years. You can go back into the 80s even. I remember having discussions with coaches in the NBA about this. If you have one true, proven, no doubt about it, NBA skill, we can teach you the rest. And that's a true axiom. It really is. We've seen players come in with maybe unbelievable rebounder. They develop some scoring or some passing or whatever. If his shooting, and this is what I go back to constantly, why I like the pick. If his shooting is truly off the shelf, pull it off the shelf, put it on an NBA court, and it's good to go. This team is very much better, but also it could be like kind of bordering with even better than we thought they would be if he can do that.
So I think the guy that they picked last year, Amin Thompson, has a chance to be a star, and more so defensively. Like, he's got a lot to develop in his offensive game, but he's got good instincts, and more than anything, I feel like within the next couple of years or so, he's going to be one of the elite perimeter defenders, or really just all-around defenders in basketball. That said, I much prefer to bring in the guy who shoots well, and you've got to work with him on some other things. Maybe you've got to overcome some other things some other shortcomings, I should say, whether it's size, whether it's defensive ability, whatever the case may be. I'd rather have to overcome those things than say, give me all of the athleticism and all of the defense and all of these other things, but I got to teach him how to shoot. And maybe it would have been different if we were having this conversation 20, 30 years ago. But today, as we sit here in 2024, going into the 2024-25 season in the NBA, give me shooters who also have a little bit more to their offensive portfolio, which Reed Sheppard absolutely does. Give me somebody with that player profile as opposed to the other way around.
Yeah, I could not agree more, especially shooting in today's NBA.
You got to, especially shooting in today's NBA, and especially shooting on this current Houston Rockets roster.
That's a big gaping hole.
I don't feel like I can stress this enough. The Rockets were bottom 8, okay? So they were in the bottom third of the league in three-point shooting percentage. And they actually took a decent amount. They were like top 12 or so in attempts. And they wanted to take even more. But as you can see, based off of their percentages, that might have been a good idea.
Yeah, he probably didn't.
They couldn't do it. They just didn't do it well. They didn't do it at a high level. You bring somebody in who I think is different from – I think this is different from like an Aaron Holiday situation or a Gary Bird when they had Garrison Matthews and all he was supposed to go out there and do was shoot. And he didn't even really do that great. This is somebody who I think you bring in and he feels a need as a shooter, but also contributes in other ways, is able to make teammates better, get guys involved, can play in the pick and roll. If you ever get you a lob threat, a serious lob threat, I don't know where that's going to come from, but he can work with that, So like there is more to the game than just the shooting, but the shooting is the prize here. And the Rockets, I think, automatically are a better shooting team, which matters.
Yeah, and I feel like he's going to come in and be able to do that. But the other question I had after this draft is, all right, what does this mean now in terms of the Rockets and any potential deals out there? Because Sheppard is on the squad. He ain't going to be dealt. He wasn't like the whole Klingon thing, like they might keep him and deal Şengün. Nobody's going to be dealt there.
Oh, dude, Lopez, the whole outlook on the Rockets changed
that's what I'm saying.
After last night.
That's what I'm saying. So maybe they are kicking it to next year.
So going into the draft, I wouldn't say certain, but I felt pretty confident that they were going to draft Klingon and that, we'd come in here today and Alperen Şengün either would have been traded or on the trade block, and that would be a discussion today.
Yeah.
Oh, lo and behold, it's not.
It's not.
It's not. And, based off of the pick that they made and the way that they talked about the team that they have last night, goes to show you that they feel pretty good about their core. Not 6, but now 7.
Yeah.
They got a core 7 of guys, and it'll be interesting to see, I think. And this is a real fun discussion to have. Like, okay, if they are committed to these guys, how is that plan going to come into fruition to bring in a frontline player? Because I think they've got 7 guys that are all likable, have upside, have reasons why you would want them on your team, why you'd want to continue to develop them. But I don't know if I'll change that. I don't feel confident that they have that frontline guy for sure right now. As much as I like Alperen Şengün, as much as I like what Jalen Green is capable of, I don't know how you can definitively or confidently say that they do, out of those 7 guys, have the guy.
Well, one thing that is good about this is now not only can you kick the can down the road maybe to next year, but you have time to kind of make those decisions. Like you can find out maybe even just in the first half of the season before the trade deadline. Like, you know what? Şengün is that guy. We got a hell of a shooter in Sheppard. He's going to be able to do his thing. I think Jalen Green can do this or that. And maybe you make decisions on other guys. before the trade deadline even, much less, next year.
I was talking to Adam Spillane on the H-Town Hoops podcast last night. Make sure y'all check that out. Subscribe to the H-Town Hoops podcast. Wherever it is you get your podcast, you can also find that on the Odyssey app.
Yeah.
So make sure you check that out. But I asked Adam, and we were having this discussion about what do you do about these extensions? You got these two guys that are extension eligible in Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün. You can pay them now, or do you wait? Are those guys trade pieces? Like, what's the vision? What's the future there? Adam said this, and I agree, man. He says, wait.
That's what I just said. Like now you can decide.
To your point, I think what you're saying and what Adam is saying, and really just based off of the way they're operating, it feels like they are cool with running it back with this crew.
Yeah.
Seeing how they develop and waiting until a little bit later to decide exactly what direction they want to go in terms of the future.
All 6, you can't count Shepard, but all 6 of them are going to have some kind of value. Now you can decide these 2 dudes, they're not on the market. Because who was? I think it was also Adam said that they'll listen to a trade offer on anyone.
Yeah, they don't. And
that's a good strategy.
Well, they don't have an untradeable guy.
But that's a good strategy right now. What I'm saying is, let's say you come back and Şengün takes another step and is an all-star, and then Jalen Green does whatever and becomes just a pure scorer and everything else. Then maybe those guys are untouchable, but the other 4 are not. So what I'm saying is you're buying time to get better and get that other big piece.
So I was talking in the cross with you and Sean about how I got duped yesterday.
Yeah.
I was led to believe that the Rockets were leaning toward Donovan Clingan, that was who they were more so interested in. Well, here's Rockets general manager Rafael Stone talking about how Reed Sheppard was always number 1 on the Rockets draft board.
At the end of our process, we ended up with Reed as the best player in the draft by quite a bit, the best prospect we thought. Again, not putting anybody else down, and it's obviously going to be incumbent upon him to bear all that out. And kind of the only guy that we were really focused on. So if he had not gotten to us, I think we would have probably traded down or out of the draft. But when we had the opportunity to pick him, we jumped on it.
Yo, that's pretty strong, Lopez. Again, maybe he's putting some sauce on it, but the best by quite a bit.
Come on.
And if he wasn't there, we would have traded the pick.
Come on.
Like I was not expecting that, and maybe he's politicking there.
Yeah.
But that was strong, a little strong.
Come on.
You don't buy it?
Hell no. Hell no. Now he might have been like maybe even pushing number 1 on the board. Maybe he was number 1 on the board, or it was a throw a hat on him kind of thing. But this sounds like a Rice recruiting day after press conference,
dude.
Hey, we got 13 studs. That's exactly who we wanted. Come on.
I have a hard time believing it because again, I was led to believe that Clingan was in the mix, and I don't have a reason to think that this person was lying to me. So. I mean, it's water under the bridge now they got Sheppard, but that's pretty strong language. This was also Stone explaining how it is that Sheppard became to be number 1 on their draft board.
He just has a special set of skills. I mean, his shooting is historically great. And his feel for the game, his passing, his ability to get deflections, and he's an NBA athlete. Like he's not somebody who's under athletic. And so, like the IQ and feel, I think, is very real. And so there's just a lot to like.
Yeah, 100%. Under athletic is a fun term.
Like athletically challenged.
Yeah. How many different ways can we politically correctly say, hey, don't underestimate the white guy?
Yeah.
Because I feel like that's what we're trying to say. It's like, hey, no, I know he's a little pasty or whatever.
He may not look like it, but he's sneaky fast.
I know you got your stereotypes and your preconceived notions, but no, really. The guy can move.
No,
the guy
he
can
really
jump. And he
legitimately can be the most athletic player in college on the court. That probably won't be the case in the NBA, but there are times when they're 5 and the opposing 5, and he was probably the best athlete out there. No, that is true. But come on, let's just celebrate a really good shooter that's a really good fit, and maybe he's clearly a top 3 player. But Come on, by a long shot. I don't want to take any shots at other players. Well, you just did.
But by a long shot.
You just did.
Ain't none of these dudes as good as this cat.
Yeah, why didn't he just all due respect them? Yeah.
Yeah, he might as well. Well, you know what he is going to have? You know what you can count on with a cocaine Curry?
Yeah.
A high basketball IQ.
Oh.
Rafael Stone talked about that last night.
He makes the easy play easy. He sees the court really well. His decision-making, his processing is really quick. Even as I think it's one of the reasons he shoots so well, because the game comes easy to him and he knows whether he's going to shoot early enough to be ready to shoot. His shot preparation's like truly astoundingly good. So, that's what we saw. And then defensively, a lot of stuff. He baits guys on defense. He picks up cheap steals. He can almost cheat the game a little bit through anticipation. And again, he's a really good athlete, so he doesn't have to just rely on his anticipation. He's able to couple it with some, with some athleticism.
So we're having fun with Rafael Stone here, but I do think that that's some pretty good analysis on Reed Sheppard, the player.
You should be excited about this guy.
Yeah.
I think, as we started the show, I think he's a perfect fit for what they need. I think he's incredibly athletic. My thing is just like, all right, let's just tap the brakes a little bit on by a long shot.
No, he was politicking.
Yeah.
He was definitely politicking early on. And, the thing that I liked the most that I thought was both honest and a takeaway and something that I could identify with and resonated with me was the game comes easy to him.
Yes.
Because if there's a criticism of this core, is I would
basketball
say
smarts.
It has not felt like the game has come easy or natural to a lot of these guys. They have needed every bit of the development that we actually talk about with these guys. So excited about Cocaine Curry, also known as Reed Sheppard, being selected with the number 3 overall pick by the Rockets last night. Very, very, very cool thing. And look, man, things are looking up. Things are at the very least looking up. So, and also, happy June 27th. I didn't even mention this, Figgy.
Yeah, man.
Happy June 27th to
June 27th.
To all of those who celebrate. Coming up next on In the Loop, is this the move that the Astros, the now 500 Astros, I might add, that they need to make ahead of the deadline? That's next on In the Loop.
Somehow.
leader, Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day! Oh, give me some juice, baby!
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work. Let's go. Hey, Sam.
Sports Radio 610.
B. Scott, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig on In the Loop today. And, fellas, I've been saying it for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I needed the Astros to get to 500 before I could talk about them.
Oh, it's a big day then.
As a serious baseball team.
Big day.
We were going to talk about them either way because that's the job.
Yeah.
And because I've got a heart for it, I got a passion for it. Even when they were losing 100 games a year, even if they were going to be bad, even if this was going to be a year that they take a step back, I was going to talk about them one way or another, but I wasn't going to talk about them as a serious baseball team, as a team that you should take seriously until they, at the very least, and this I'm talking about bare minimum here.
Yeah,
we're talking about the bars, the floor here. Get to 500, and I'll be damned if they didn't do it yesterday, Lopez. I'll be damned if they didn't do it. And look. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And I got to admit, man, the Astros were good over the weekend against the Orioles, but sandwiched, the sandwich that makes that series, the bread that makes that series, the White Sox series before it, and then this Rocky series after it, that's luck.
Hey, they didn't schedule it.
Hey,
they didn't schedule it.
I'll take it. I'll take it. Sometimes, and this was said on Space City Home Network a couple of days ago. I think it was during the White Sox series. Sometimes, as opposed to winning the game, sometimes you just got to be there long enough to allow the other team to lose it.
And you did.
And you've played two teams now that will do that.
Yeah, no, look, they didn't schedule it. The timing is perfect for what they want to accomplish. That's where I would go with this. Because now we can question, a month ago, hell, 2 weeks ago, I don't know if they should be buyers. Now, you may still wonder because you don't know what they're going to be able to put out there to get a player. You may wonder because you don't know how long this pitching staff is going to be sustainable with another pitcher yesterday, done for the year, having surgery, and JP France.
Which we'll get to at 10:40.
Yeah, you can question some of the elements of can this team really make a run, but you can no longer question that they are in position.
Yeah.
They are in position to make that run.
They are absolutely in position to make that run, which I think leads us to them being buyers at the trade deadline. And we thought just as recently as a week ago that selling might be the better idea, that at the very least they were in this in-between stage where they couldn't say they were good enough to be buyers, even if they weren't bad enough to say that they needed to be sellers.
Yeah.
But now we got to start looking at where the holes still exist with this roster. We can celebrate all we want, them getting back to 500, which, man, how far we've come. Like, I remember.
The season starts.
I remember the glory days when, 500 baseball was just well below the standard.
Yeah.
But now that's just where we needed to get to just to talk about them as a serious baseball team again. But since we're doing that, what needs to happen for them to go from here to there? From just merely being a 500 baseball team that's in the hunt, that's chasing the division leader and the wild card teams, to actually feeling like a team that you can be confident in when they've got to go into the American League playoffs and ultimately face either the Yankees or the Orioles, who they just beat over the weekend, or the Figgy's hometown Cleveland Guardians, who are one of the better teams in the American League right now. Like, what do they need to do to get there? And I feel like we already know those answers.
Yeah.
It's address the starting pitching depth, because you've been ravaged by the injuries, but also you still ain't got no first baseman.
You don't have a first baseman. There's some other things you can maybe tweak too. And I know you and I may disagree on this, but there's some rumors, is what I will call them, about the Astros making a certain run at a certain player from Toronto. And I'm a little skeptical of that, but the other part of it is they absolutely need to get a first baseman, absolutely need another starting pitcher, another relief pitcher.
Okay, so we can get into the rumor element. I think there's a journalism element to this that we can have fun with and discuss later on in the show. But let's go with this for a second, just as a thought exercise.
Yeah.
Because I think the logic plays, whether the rumor report, however you want to classify it.
Yeah.
Absent of that, I think the logic actually does play just in terms of a thought exercise. Maybe by the time you get to the end of the exercise, you decide that you're not going to do it.
Yeah.
But there is a report out there that the Astros have shown some interest in Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And I think that based off of the way the season is going right now for the Astros and the way the season is going for the Toronto Blue Jays, and specifically, I think the disappointment in Vlad not playing up to the level that he was a few years ago when he was an MVP candidate, when he led baseball in home runs.
Yeah.
He's a 3-time All-Star. I think the last 3 seasons he's been an All-Star. Like, this is a really good player who I think the Blue Jays and the fans there are just expecting a lot more out of.
Yeah.
And his underachievement, I think, is linked to their overall underachievement. They might be in a position to where they are ready to do the thing that we've been talking about doing right here in Houston, and that's moving on and trying to rebuild that thing.
Yeah.
Well, that fits perfectly into what the Astros actually need, a first baseman.
On the field.
On the field.
On the field.
So, and that's the.
But that's not the only thing that you have to consider.
Well, sure, and we can consider. So let's consider those other things. They obviously need a first baseman.
Yeah.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is an upgraded first base.
Yeah.
What are the other things that would give you pause?
Well, first of all, the biggest thing is his contract would be up the same time as Tucker, Kyle Tucker. That's problematic potentially.
How is that problematic?
Because are they going to pay him?
No. I mean, maybe.
You're just renting him.
Maybe not.
Yeah, you're just renting him for this year.
Yeah, you might not have, like, your runway might not be that long anyway.
Yeah.
Like, it's very possible that you rent the guy and.
Well, you would be gutting your team.
And I don't want to.
And that points to number 2, but go ahead and finish.
I don't want to, like, bad money and throw some more bad money at it, but because I understand already what happened with Jose Abreu.
Yeah.
But this to me would be more of a short-term investment. And look, I don't think that they're going to be in the business of paying Kyle Tucker or Vladimir
you're not
Guerrero Jr.
alone.
And honestly, man, I got more of a question if they got enough to get Vlad.
That's my second point.
But as opposed to would I be willing to give it up?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think much of what they have. If it's decided or determined by the Blue Jays that they do have enough to go get them, I'd rather do that than hold on to whatever the hell that is, because I don't think that much of it to begin with.
Okay, that's
fine. Whatever they're gutting, I'm cool with.
If you're saying we're all in on 2024 and then, hell, who knows?
I don't know what else, I don't know what else you have past that, though.
Yeah.
Like 2024 and 2025.
Maybe 2025.
You're right.
Maybe
but that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what else you have past that anyway. So I don't know how desperate I am to hold on to this future that I don't believe in.
Point number 2 that you had, that's a really tough decision, and I don't know if anybody would actually make it. I don't think you have enough to get him. I really don't. Because if you're saying we got 5 pitchers maybe, and we're going to need more. We need relief help in the middle relief. You're going to give up a mother load for, I don't care what kind of year he's having. I really don't. I mean, and he's not having a great year, not 40-something home runs.
It's the reason why he's on the block.
Yeah, but he's got an OPS over 800, 10 home runs, 40 RBI. I mean, it's not like he's a slug,
No, he's an underachieving, yet still a top, I would say, 10 first baseman.
What would the package have to be?
So this is the issue.
That's what I'm saying is a real problem.
So I agree with you that on the point of maybe they don't have enough to get him. We've acknowledged this. Like, this is something that we've talked about. This is, I think, just a matter of fact.
Yeah.
The Astros don't have a lot to offer. So if it comes down to it, maybe they just can't do it, which I would have to accept that.
Yeah.
But to me, the only reason to not do it, if you can do it, is if you don't really believe in the team. I just saw this from somebody on the text line. Hell no. Why rent someone when our team is iffy? Okay, well, if you think the team is iffy, if you don't really believe in the team, I can understand that.
Sure.
They haven't been very good.
I've been in that boat.
They just got the 500 yesterday.
Yeah.
So I understand why you might not believe in the team, but this is operating under the belief that you do believe in the team, that you do feel like the team is just a couple of moves away, a couple of holes to fill away from actually being a team that can compete.
And then there's the third point that I would question on this one. Who wouldn't want him, as a prospect, as a flyer or whatever? But the Yankees have all but put out a press release that they're in the market for Vlad Jr. I mean, they are making it very clear. We're going to go after him. He's to the point where the New York reporters have been asking him, would you want to play for the Yankees? Because a couple of years ago he said he would never want to play for the Yankees. He goes, yeah, sure. So the third point is the Yankees are in on him, which means that price that you think you can barely afford now is going to be even higher than you think.
The price of the brick going up.
Yeah,
the price of the brick going up.
Yes.
Today's price.
The price of the brick going up.
Yes.
Today's price ain't yesterday's price.
Whatever you have in your head,
they Marlowe now.
That could be the price. It's going to be higher. Yeah. It's that real estate location. He's in a good spot. He's in a good spot.
I am with you on this, Lopez. That I seriously doubt that the Astros have the capital. Not even just to get him, but to compete with the others that would want him.
Correct.
Like they are toward the bottom of the barrel in terms of prospects, and if you follow MLB pipeline and all those kind of nerd things, like they'll tell you there's not a lot there to deal with. So, but it is an interesting thought.
I would want him.
Yeah, I mean, it would. I do think,
but
it would solve
gutting
the problem.
the team. You are gutting the team, the future.
Yeah, but again, what does that future look like anyway? I think that's another relevant question to have. Speaking of the future, and Lopez hit on this just a minute ago, another Astros pitcher is out for the season, but is it part of a larger issue in baseball? We'll discuss that next on In the Loop.
Don't look now.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
So, Lopez, we found out yesterday that an Astros pitcher that was kind of, I would say, out of sight and out of mind because he had been demoted, he had been sent back to AAA, but also I think always was an option for them at some point if he was healthy.
Yeah.
You know, either as a depth starter, spot starter, maybe in the bullpen. Is JP France. This was one of their starters last year, was one of their starters going into this season. And I wouldn't say while he pipped because he wasn't injured at the time. He just got supplanted, you might say.
Showed a couple things.
No, and I think you got some younger guys in specifically, I think in Spencer Arrighetti and Ronel Blanco who have sort of emerged as better back end of the rotation options for the Astros, and actually now with in Blanco's case, front end of the rotation options. But either way, JP France, we found out yesterday, is going to undergo shoulder surgery, and it's season-ending shoulder surgery, as you might expect. The dude is having shoulder surgery in June, then it would be season-ending. But this is both an Astros issue because you're losing JP France. You're losing yet another pitcher for the remainder of the season. And I won't say that I've lost track, but we're getting to that point.
It wouldn't be hard.
To where they've got so many dudes now.
No one would blame you.
Where we almost actually need an Astros pitcher injury tracker. Like that might actually do well online and be useful to us just in practice. But he's going to miss the rest of the season. The details of his surgery are not exactly clear, but shoulder surgery that is season-ending is significant enough. It's an Astros issue, but it's also a baseball-wide issue. It feels like we're seeing guys, it feels like dropping like flies. The Astros seem like they're most affected by it, maybe because here we are local and seeing it up close and personal, and it's been this way now for a couple of years for them. But this is just yet another indication, and we've heard Major League Baseball pitchers speak on this very issue that, hey, we're concerned about the increase in injuries to pitchers.
Yeah, and it's really a fascinating sort of thing to consider and to talk about and think about, because I've heard people – I had this discussion Monday, and I disagreed with him with Patrick Creighton. Like, he thinks – a lot of pitchers have said this too, pitch clock. I don't think it's a pitch clock.
I don't think it can be solely blamed on the pitch clock. I think that the pitch clock can be one of a number of different factors that go into it, because the reality is the pitch clock started last year, right?
Yeah.
Well, this trend was starting before that.
Yeah.
So I don't think that the pitch clock has helped it, but I do think that there could be an argument that it has contributed to an issue that already existed.
I mean, maybe. I just don't think so. I think you're in your routine. You're already warm. You know, okay, so 18 seconds or whatever it is instead of a minute and a half, like some people were taking between pitches. I don't think it might even actually help to stay in a groove, stay warm, keep moving, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think it's I think it's something bigger than that. And by the way, I don't have the science behind this. I'm sure people have it out there or not, or working on it. Like, it is a lot of pitching injuries, like a lot more, it seems, than we've ever had in the last couple of years. I think it's the spin rate, the focus on spin rate. When people are always saying, what's his spin rate? I mean, dude, they're doing this in with middle schoolers and high schoolers now. You know, kind of trying to measure spin rates. When you are twisting and turning your wrist and your elbow and your shoulder and constantly trying to get higher spin rate rather than location and maybe a little movement and all this other stuff, I think that stress and the strain, and I could sure use an orthopedic surgeon on the text line to tell me what his thoughts were.
713-572-4610. Feel free to do so if you are. If you happen to be an orthopedic surgeon that's listening to In the Loop right now.
Because I'm convinced the emphasis on spin rate for pitching and pitchers is the reason we're seeing more of this.
So I think there's something to that. I would add not just spin rate, but velocity as well.
Yeah.
So, like, I think it's a mix of all of that. Like, they want you to throw it harder and spin it more.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's changing the way that you learn how to pitch. It's changing the science of pitching in some ways, in a very big way, I should say.
Yeah, and
so that's got to be a big. No, I was just gonna say that's got to be a big part of it.
And we've known for 100 years, people have said this. You know, throwing a baseball hard is one of the most unnatural things and unhealthy things you can do to your body. Like it's already an unnatural thing. I mean, if you can do it, you're not driving, raise your arm above your head, go over the top. You can feel just lifting it and moving it as I'm doing it. You can probably see me on YouTube.
Yeah.
You can feel the not strain, but you can see the pull, the pressure on your elbow and your shoulder. Now try to imagine, wham, wham, wham. You're trying to get that extra spin rate every time. This is a problem.
And I think it's going to be hard for us to nail it down to one thing. So I think and this is with all due respect to us all, if we try to nail it down to just the pitch clock, or just the spin rate, or just the velocity, or I saw one person mention that the strike zone is smaller. Like, if you just try to nail it down to one thing, I feel like you're going to oversimplify it and not have a satisfactory answer. But if you think about everything, if you kind of think about all of these factors all together, you might have a more...
That's probably the real answer.
I think a clearer picture. And again, the pitch clock, no, I don't think that you can just solely blame the pitch clock. But where I would disagree with you, Lopez, is, hey, maybe it could help having that routine. I don't know. I think it could be different for different guys. But for certain guys, I think it can be harmful to be sped up in such a way that, at the very least, is unnatural. Maybe it helps the next generation of pitchers who don't know anything different. Like maybe one day a pitch clock is just universal and it is just as accepted as the strike zone itself.
Yeah.
But I think until then, if you were somebody that learned how to pitch without a pitch clock and then all of a sudden now you're being sped up, I do think that could factor into your routine and how it affects your arm and everything.
I think that's fair, especially in terms of you can get gassed quicker.
Yeah.
Like you don't have that extra 40 seconds to maybe just actually recover, and maybe it turns into you're getting out of your general approach, that kind of thing. I get it. I'm not saying it has nothing to do with it. I think the real answer is what you're talking about: velocity, pitch clock, and spin rate. But the spin rate to me is something that is really kind of scary, especially for younger pitchers.
So what way a pitcher, how can they get past all of this? If let's say this is the problem, how can they become a successful pitcher without going through all
velocity
of this?
is always going to be emphasized, but at the same time, there's always going to be guys that can throw really, really hard. I think if they start, and this, we can open up a whole, box on this, but I think location is kind of losing its importance. Whereas, and
it shouldn't.
And it shouldn't.
That's sad.
And it shouldn't.
I mean, because they talk about the quadrants in the strike zone. I mean, you should be trying to manipulate those as best you can.
Yeah. Yeah.
And obviously it depends on your matchup, but like that sounds unnatural.
Yeah,
because location doesn't matter as much.
One of the big popular pitches, I'm saying location is still emphasized, but in different ways. Like the sweeper. That's a real popular pitch right now. That is just really putting some stress.
It looks unnatural.
Whereas opposed to sweeping it, maybe just locate it. You know what I mean? And have a guy chase. It's a whole, Pandora's box here.
I got to admit to you, man.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like in a very cool way, we just discussed a very nerdy subject.
We did.
I mean, we talking spin rates, velocities, and sweepers, and location, and I mentioned the quadrants.
Yeah.
And don't ever say that you can't come to In the Loop and get you some sophisticated
Y'all actually had my mind going, because I'm like, man, if I'm a coach or coming up as a pitcher, and I don't want my arm to fall off.
Yeah.
So how did they used to do it back in the day? Or how can I stay relevant in the game without going through all this Tommy John and shoulder surgery?
Bro, we can nerd out with the best of them if we want to.
So this was actually a quote from Kirby Yates, a reliever up 45 with the Rangers, and this is just speaking on this issue. Forget about him being a Ranger for a second. He says it's definitely a concern. This is an article on ESPN.com a few months ago. It's definitely a concern, but with the way the game is changing and the way velocities are, how good hitters are, how small the strike zone has gotten, I don't know how you change it. And that was to your question, like, what do they do about this? They themselves do not seem to know, do not seem to have the answer. So at the very least, there is that. But JP France himself, with this season-ending shoulder surgery, is a part of, dare I say, an epidemic.
Yeah, no,
in baseball.
Let's just have a home run derby at this point, man.
Right.
Just throw it underhand.
Exactly.
Coming up next, we've got more takeaways from the NBA draft, and we'll get to know Rockets number 3 overall pick, Reed Shepherd. It's In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
1, 2, 3. Texas. HD2 Houston, Insider Access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
So even before the Rockets picked Reed Sheppard with the 3rd overall pick last night in the draft, I was already having some draft takeaways. And I felt like yours, after we talked about it, Lopez, were kind of similar. I feel like yours were even stronger, though. Because my whole thing was, so they did this. Before the 1st overall pick, and by the way, that was how do we say my man's
Richard or something like that?
Either way,
that dude.
Two Frenchmen.
3 Frenchmen in the top 10.
Did y'all know he was going first?
Yes, by then we did.
Okay.
By that point we did.
I thought it was the other dude, Sarr.
So it was Sarr in the beginning of the pre-draft process, but by the time we got to the end of it, that was the way that we were expecting it to go. And he said his name too with the French accent, but I don't want to butcher it. But either way, though, before we get to that, they introduce all the picks, and I have watched and followed the NBA draft for, I would say, for like at least 25 years. Probably longer. Okay, and I don't remember them doing this, and maybe I just never noticed it or didn't stick around for it or fast forward, whatever it was. But they introduced every single player in the green room, and I thought that was interesting just as a thing to do, a production thing to do. I didn't feel like that was necessary, but sure, why not? But what stood out was, hey, first of all, we don't know none of these cats. Like you're not just giving them their moment, but you are like legitimately introducing these guys to the world. Like as opposed to the top picks in the NFL draft, you put their names out there. You say Caleb Williams. Yeah. When you say Marvin Harrison Jr.
Or even in previous NBA drafts.
You say Roma Doomsday. Or, even in previous NBA drafts, it would have been different, right? Yeah. Vince Carter. Oh, we saw him. We saw him at North Carolina. Or Paul Pierce. We remember him. Yeah. So on and so forth. Steph. Oh, yeah.
Y'all see the trend here?
We remember him at Davidson.
Everybody went to damn college.
That's right.
Not just that. Everybody went to college, but also the college game was compelling enough for us to watch it and commit to memory who the guys were that were being drafted.
And it was freaking good enough where we was watching them in the NCAA tournament.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they took a piece of our hearts where we like, oh, this person going to be good.
Yeah.
But that was not the case last night as I watched them introduce these guys. And there was actually a funny moment in the production where they accidentally introduced Dalton Knecht, but it wasn't Dalton Knecht. And the dude, I didn't understand what was going on because, again, I ain't know who he was to begin with.
Yeah.
So he could have been Dalton Knecht for all I knew. He could have been John Jones. He could have been anybody. But he looks over at the PA. He's like, that's not my name.
That's not me.
And whoever he was, they did actually announce a name at the end and didn't show a face.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, and then the actual Dalton Knecht ended up being the last guy that they introduced. Yeah. So it was like a production snafu. Didn't nobody know what was going on. But, Lopez, you had also a really interesting observation about these guys.
Oh, well, actually, you guys kind of made me feel better about it because I'm watching this draft, and it was fun. It was cool. You know, I'll talk about that a little bit later in Confessions. But so they line them all up there at the end. And I'm looking at these cats, and I was actually by myself. My wife had already gone to bed or whatever. And I was just thinking to myself, these dudes they look not soft, nerdy, dweebs, not hard. Like this, I thought to myself, am I just old? Because these dudes look like they should be going to the Museum of Natural Science on a field trip, not the NBA.
I put it like this, Lopez.
Like, they look skinny.
I'm skinny, but look.
But you look a little harder than those guys.
Listen, I am. Like, and I'm not saying I'm as strong or necessarily like I could beat them up or nothing like that. But let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Did any of those guys look like they got chest hair?
Dude.
Did anybody drafted last night?
Did you pick up on
anybody? Did anybody drafted last night have chest hair?
You know, Dillingham with those nerdy glasses. Obviously, Shepard, is a given. But even like the first two picks, Sarr. And I'm like, these guys.
Yeah, nah. Where's the Greg Odens at, man?
Yes.
Where's the old ass looking LeBron James?
Yes.
DeMarcus Cousins.
Where are the?
I'd never seen a freshman look like that.
Where are the guards that even look hard? Like they would play like if you called your own in a pickup game, they would call you a bleepy.
They look like, and maybe this is because they're young too.
Yeah.
But they look like if you gave them a shot of whiskey.
Yeah.
Or tried to see, like, let them drink some bourbon.
Yeah.
Give them a Jack and Coke.
Yeah.
They'd make a face.
It's Gen Z, isn't it?
Don't they look like they make a ooh?
Yeah.
Ooh. They look like they make that face.
Is it? Yes. They'd be like, ooh, that's too strong.
I don't want to be this old guy because I am. Figure you and I are actually at that interesting age where we ain't old enough to be old. Well, we not young no more either.
we at the best age because we seen everything.
Yeah.
We seen it before, social media, after social. We kind of see it all.
But we're also at that age where the only people who think that we're young are old people.
Yeah.
Like you got to be old to think of 35.
You're young to me.
Yeah. 35. You're such a young man.
Okay.
Who?
Yeah.
There's a generational gap.
It's not just me.
But I think, though,
you guys
old
thought
enough.
the same thing.
Yeah, there's a generational gap between us and the cats that got drafted last
But see, like 10 years ago, if you look at the draft from 15 years ago, if I saw them at the YMCA hooping, I'd be like, nah, man, I'm good.
Yeah.
Some of these cats, I could get out there.
Yeah.
And my ass can't play no basketball.
And you can put your head down and drive on them, and they wouldn't kill you.
Yeah, and to be clear, we can't hoop with these guys.
No,
of course not.
But I felt like
they weren't hard.
But I did feel like if
I wouldn't be intimidated trying to hoop with them, though.
That's the best way to put it.
That's what I was gonna say. I feel like if I gave them a hard foul, they wouldn't fight me.
I would hoop with DeMarcus Cousins, man.
Yeah, and it's funny, Figgy, that you said that. And by the way, we're gonna get into something else because these dudes this generation. It's the first time in my life I've ever said this, ever. I don't get it. I don't get this generation. The way they look, the way they, the things they do. We're going to get to one of the top picks in the draft is like a TikTok sensation.
Dude, like not just is he a TikTok sensation, but they're leaning into it.
Yeah.
Like it's not, hey, he was a TikTok sensation.
Yeah.
And now he's going to be an NBA player.
No.
It's like, hey, welcome to the NBA.
Yeah.
The TikTok sensation.
I'm like,
now let's TikTok.
I'm like, what happened to my NBA? And it's funny for Figgy, before we hear that, first of all, two things. I'm going to give you the 2012 draft. I picked this arbitrarily, like completely. Let's go to 2012. Is it just me looking at these guys differently?
We are such the old men.
We are.
Screaming at the cloud.
But I don't think we're alone because let me just give you some names here. This is the 2012 draft. Would any of these guys have looked like those cats last night? Would they have been TikTok sensations singing Drake, I think is what it was. We'll get to that.
So bad.
Anthony Davis. This is the 2012 draft. Andre Drummond, Draymond Green, Damian Lillard, Chris Middleton, Michael Kidd-Gilchrist, Harrison Barnes. Those are some bad dudes.
And Anthony Davis actually gets a lot of criticism for being hurt all the time. He's kind of clumsy. He falls awkwardly and all of that kind of thing. And at the time, the whole unibrow thing was made fun of.
But he did. But he looked like a player.
What I was going to say.
And they was calling him soft.
And
he was always hurt.
Yeah. Man, these cats from last night make Anthony Davis look like a stone cold killer.
Look like Dennis Rodman.
Killer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, like Rodman.
Nah, 100%, man. And
where's the Kendrick Perkins type of player?
Yeah,
man?
that's a great example.
There's no Kendrick Perkins guy at all.
And see, they not getting them from Beaumont no more. that was also a rare thing. You got Kendrick Perkins. I don't think. Maybe this is something that only locally people can understand, Lopez. But the charm of getting somebody straight out of one of the Beaumont ISD high schools.
Oh, come on now.
To the NBA.
Come on.
Like Beaumont Ozan.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I wish Kendrick Perkins was
or
here.
PA,
man.
Port Arthur.
Or Port Arthur. Yeah. Imagine that. You coming out of Port Arthur.
Hell,
Memorial,
anybody. Rapper, or actors, athletes.
Or Lincoln from back in the day, them Port Arthur Port Arthur and Beaumont schools. And that, they go to college and they kind of, get polished up a little bit. No, you take them straight out of the triangle.
Yeah.
Out of ISD.
Out of the ISD to the NBA.
Not no academy. ISD.
Man. And Kendrick Perkins, God bless him, and he's done a lot better. He sounds like he went straight from Beaumont ISD to the NBA. 100%.
I mean, you're 100% right. My oldest used to play in that district in basketball. Those were some fun times. Ooh. Those crowds.
Those kids are different.
Those kids came by it, honestly, I'll tell you that.
Yes.
They came
Oh, my God, you could not have said that better.
They came by it, honestly.
Yes, the apples, the trees, they were close.
But I'm looking at these dudes, and 2012 was not that long ago, and I'm like, these all look like some badass dudes. And then I looked at these guys last night, and I'm just like, a texter said that somebody was tweeting last night, this is the first draft where I think I can kick all their asses.
Yes. And you know what? Again, to be clear.
I don't feel intimidated, man.
It's probably not true.
Yeah.
Because they're athletic, they're big and strong and everything.
They can play. They can play, but.
And more than likely would wipe the floor with my out-of-shape self.
Yeah.
But there would be a difference in attitude. Like, I feel like half of the fight is want to. And attitude and like the desire to actually participate in the fight. Like that's really half the battle.
Yeah.
And I feel like that half of the battle, I would almost win by default.
If you went up on one of these guys and you got cross with him, they would want to have a rap battle. They would want to have some sort of TikTok showdown,
or like talk to their parents or their therapist.
Yeah.
Or like you know what I mean? Like want to talk through it.
I'm like,
nah, man, we fighting.
Okay, so then there's Jared McCain.
There's Jared McCain.
McCain.
All right, Lopez.
Jared
McCain.
Let's illustrate our point that we've been old man on the porching here for the last 5-10 minutes. So Jared McCain is the Philadelphia Sixers first-round draft pick.
Oh, he going to Philly, too?
He's going to Philly. Man. He is and this is that generation. I'm sorry, I know we have a lot of Gen Zers, and
we love y'all, man.
What's the next one? Gen Alpha, whatever it's called. That listen to us. We love you. Just we're kind of asking for help too. I don't understand.
Help us understand, y'all.
I don't understand.
From the fingernail polish to the TikToking. Please help us understand.
So Jared McCain is a TikTok sensation, which TikTok is extremely valuable and. It can be a useful tool. It can be informative and all that. But no, he's a TikTok sensation like one of these. Well, first of all, let's just hear
he's got 2.8 million followers on TikTok
because of his dances.
And he TikToks, not because he played at Duke per se, but because he TikToks.
And TikToks, and this is the definition of being a TikToker. The ones that do a lot of voiceovers.
That's what he does, and he sings and
TikTok
dances.
acting and all that stuff. That's a TikToker.
Well, let's hear some of his work.
What you mean, you and me? I'll be out by myself.
What?
You around, she's around. Let's be polite and not leave her out.
Wait, hold on. What?
You call this hopeless, not romantic.
Hold on.
I ain't got no kids.
Okay, stop it for a second.
So don't be so.
Wait,
we'll pick this back up.
What?
That's your Philadelphia first-round draft pick.
What's going on?
That's Jared McCain on TikTok.
Are we not all confused?
Childish, you be wildin'. I be wildin' too, but not like you. Maybe a little like you.
Huh?
Maybe we ain't so different. Maybe I be tripping too. But what's the word? Now tell me what you heard.
Sorry. Really?
We're different. We definitely are different.
Wait.
My thing is, I'm like, what made you want to play basketball?
A dude can hoop.
Dude. Okay. It's one thing to be soft and to be singing. Yeah. So I come from the era
Back in my day.
Back in my day.
Back in my day.
Like, if you couldn't sing, like, if you were the person that couldn't sing, and
Yeah.
like, we all, I feel like, knew this person who thought they could sing better than they could, and they would sing out in public, and people would be like, ooh, that don't sound as good out loud as it might in your head. But, like, if you knew you couldn't sing, there was a pride level of, hey, I'm only going to sing in the shower or in the privacy of my own, I don't know, privacy. Like, I'm not going to do this out in public. My man's has got 2.8 million TikTok followers, and this is considered
Hey, shout out to him for the money, though.
Oh, but let's lean into the things that we don't do well and film them and post them and engagement farm them. What are we doing?
This is the way. This is step one of the new NBA.
Right.
It's going to be a lot more coming.
Do you
after
know?
this, man.
Again, we are absolutely, admittedly, on the front porch yelling at the clouds and telling people to get off our yard. But I think we're accurate. This is different, man. Like my parents couldn't understand my generation, but that was just whatever. You know, maybe my generation couldn't understand the one below us, but that's just whatever. Your generation not understanding these guys and me not understanding this generation, I think is legit. It's different, man.
What's funny is I felt like me and B. Scott's generation were the ones trying to explain to y'all about athletes tweeting out rap lyrics and all this other stuff.
But even like, again, and your generation is kind of the 2012 draft. Right? Those were your contemporaries.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, somewhere in there, relatively after.
We're around about their age.
Around about their age.
A year or so older.
If Jared McCain went through the lane on your generation, that dude would be on his back. Like, he would be on his...
Yeah, I don't see him and DeMarcus Cousins mixing. I don't. I really don't. Somebody points out on the text line, the 713, disclaimer, he's a theater kid. I don't know that to be true or false.
Yeah.
But I would ask this if he is. If he's a theater kid, that means he spent a lot of time around music. Why doesn't he sing better than that? All the theater kids I know, even the ones that don't sing great, can at least hum a tune.
Carry a tune a little bit.
They can carry the tune. They can stay on they can keep the note.
Yeah.
What was that?
Yeah. I'm kind of curious. Yeah. I'm kind of curious to see what the NBA going to do with this, because there's going to be more superstar type players that come in with a big TikTok following.
Yeah.
So I wonder if they're going to try to take advantage of that and make more money, because this is where it's at now.
Oh, for sure.
So,
and I don't blame them for that.
Yeah. Like, to me, the more fascinating element of this whole TikTok and like this part of it that I don't fully understand is like, you can monetize this. This is somebody that can be a successful person. Like, he is already a success.
This is what the NBA is trying to market to.
He can flame out. He can, because I asked you this, Lopez, earlier. I said, man, how good does he have to be to justify that nonsense? But it's actually the opposite. Like, in my mind, man, you better go out there and be all NBA immediately, singing like that and looking that soft.
Yeah.
But it's actually the opposite.
Yeah.
I got this other cash flow, this other means of being relevant and famous and making money through my 2.8 million TikToks and these ridiculous videos and songs that I'm doing, and I can make my living off of that.
And not only that, if the NBA say, hey, let's get this on board, let's push this, those 2.8 million followers on TikTok can probably go to an NBA game, probably support him more just because he's a TikToker.
Maybe, but I will say this, and I got to credit our program director. He brought it up when we were kind of kidding around about this. It turned into a whole segment before the show. This is also what the NBA is becoming. I mean, they're bringing these guys in. I mean, how does that resonate? How does that? Maybe great. Maybe like Figgy said,
they want the TikToker fans.
Yeah, maybe like Figgy said, it's like the kind of a Swiftie kind of thing where you're getting people that never really would buy in, but hey, I follow this guy that has 3 million followers. I mean, on TikTok, I want to see what he looks like on a basketball court. So, what is it going to mean in terms of the league?
So I will say I've got at least a little bit of a presence and footprint locally in all three of the leagues.
Yeah.
And just from my experience and from what I can say, the NBA does feel like the youngest league, like the fans, the people that are most rabid and like most passionate about the game. It does feel like it is that TikTok generation. So I do think that
a couple
there's
more
something to
quick
that.
things from the text board because it's blowing up about this. A couple of interesting things. I don't know if this is 100% true because the summer league ball, AAU ball, has been around for 15, 20 years now at a high level. But he did say these guys don't sharpen their game at the park anymore.
Yeah, I think that's a difference between.
I don't even see people outside playing basketball like they used to.
The AAU generation that I was a part of, they played AAU, but they also learned to play at the park.
Yeah,
these I honestly don't know where the kids is learning to play.
And then I love
now.
this one just as kind of a walk away. I'm at my daughter's orientation at Lamar University right now. Shout out to the Cardinals.
Yeah, speaking of the Beaumont area,
he says I'm at my daughter's orientation at Lamar University. Yes, they are different. So he's seeing all these kids.
Very.
They are
very
different.
Coming up next, listen, I am a big fan of this Texans rookie class. We are going to hear from one of them next on In the Loop.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing right now.
zone. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
So, Lopez, I'm a really big fan of this Texans rookie class. We were just talking about the newest NBA class, the latest rookie class for the NBA.
Yeah.
I don't get the same vibes from this Texans rookie class. They got an interesting mix of younger guys and some players who spent more than 4 years in college, let's just say.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't get that same vibe, and I certainly don't get the same vibe, as I did with the NBA players from one Cade Stover. This is a guy who, look, I'm excited about the class in general, but Cade Stover specifically because of the obvious tie to C.J. Stroud, but also the way that really everybody has talked about him since he arrived or since they drafted him. So Cade Stover is definitely someone who I could see making an immediate impact on this team. And it's because he's got that perfect mix of both ability, some of this tenacity, and then, again, the relationships and the way that others think about him. So I figured we get to know Cade Stover a little bit. He was on Texans All Access last night with our folks over on Texans Radio, and he had a couple of interesting things to say. I remember last year one of the funnier quotes was from Damian Pierce when he called Bobby Slowick's playbook, or he compared it to the Bible. He said it's like the Bible. That's how big it was.
Yeah.
Well, Cade Stover also was asked about the best way to learn the Texans playbook. Obviously, he's having to do that as a rookie.
Yeah, it's definitely challenging. I mean, it's a very extensive playbook, especially as a tight end spot, knowing protection, pass game, run game, all of that.
All of it.
But the best way for me really is, if I can walk through it, it's not going to hurt. But then again, if I just go back to my room in that hotel and get on an iPad and just start looking and drawing stuff up, that's the way I start to really group stuff together and learn stuff.
So when you say draw stuff up, see what's called, draw it out, see how well you remember it.
Yeah,
from
so
there?
I'll go through the script night before, since we're in the night before, I'm going through the script and I'm drawing every single play. Here's what I got here, here's what I got here, here's where he lined up here. And then if I'm good enough on some of the plays, I'm trying to get to the point where I can draw everybody. But I'm obviously not there yet. 2 weeks.
I think for a player at that position, Cade Stover's position at tight end, and even the positions that he played before, linebacker, started a game at used to start games at defensive end. He's played all over the field, but specifically for him, I think it's very easy to forget how cerebral the game is, and again, how extensive this playbook actually is. I also sometimes wonder if maybe it should be so extensive, maybe it could be simplified.
Depends on the approach.
But it depends on the approach, but it also depends on the type of player that they're bringing in. I think it's important that they bring in guys, if you're going to run this type of offense, obviously you got to bring in guys that can run it from a physical standpoint, but you need dudes like this that are going to put in the work to try to process it.
And he's clearly a visual learner. I like what he's doing. He's not. That's not breaking news. A lot of players do that, but that was pretty. That to me says a lot about him. Actually drawing it up and trying to figure it out. That's how you do it, man.
Yeah, and not just to think. To know I need to go beyond.
Yeah.
It helps to do the walkthrough, but I need to go above and beyond just the time that I'm allotted there on the field or at the facility to get this playbook down. Also on Texans All Access with Cade Stover. Talked about being on the phone with his former college teammate, C.J. Stroud, leading up to him being selected by the Texans.
So I was already actually on the phone with him before I got drafted that morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we were already.
You're already talking?
Yeah. Yeah, we were already talking. And he's like, dude, he goes, we're coming to get you. He goes, tell me who likes you, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, well, I think these guys kind of like me. So if you can get in front of them, be real nice. So please do that. So anyway, it worked out all right. Obviously, great guy. Go back a little ways with him. Yeah, so I was really happy to be joined back up with him.
I love that this was always a part of the plan, Lopez.
Yeah.
That this was and I'm not going to say this was just going to destined to happen. A number of things could have happened. Cade Stover, he was a known commodity. Somebody could have drafted before him, or drafted him before the Texans did. But I love that they were this intentional and had this level of conviction on the player that C.J. Stroud and Cade Stover are already talking about it. And C.J. Stroud himself had a sense for how much the team liked his former teammate.
Bingo. I think there's a lot more here than we're even giving it credit for.
Oh, well, do tell.
He was a fourth-round pick?
Yeah.
And C.J. Stroud knew they were going to pick him? That's awesome.
Is that CJ?
I feel like CJ is running the third and fourth round of the draft now, man. Because
Dude,
we had this conversation with Tank.
I don't want to downplay this.
I don't think we should.
Aaron Rodgers is sitting there, when they drafted Jordan Love, like I had no clue. Who was the one last year? I had no.
Cousins.
And this year with
last year was Tank Dell.
With Tank, no. In terms of most quarterbacks, total surprise to me.
Kirk Cousins.
I got you.
It was Kirk Cousins in Atlanta.
They drafted his replacement.
Yes, he's like I had
with the number 8 overall pick.
Yeah,
and C.J. Stroud is here knowing the morning of the. Keep in mind he said the morning of the draft.
That's such a good point. Lopez.
We're coming to get you.
I didn't think about it like that.
That's the first thing I was like, whoa. That's the 123rd pick. C.J. Stroud already knows?
Atlanta just signed Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
An injured Kirk Cousins coming off of an injury.
Mm-hmm.
Kirk Cousins, our age.
Big contract, though.
Yeah.
Talk about that
era. Contract.
Well, but look, our age, they just signed him. And they're not consulting with him to the point where.
Out of the loop.
They are drafting his competition and or replacement.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
didn't say a word. He didn't know a thing.
C.J. Stroud, who makes a fraction
in the fourth round. This isn't a first-round pick.
Makes a fraction of the amount that Kirk Cousins makes.
Yeah.
And C.J. is, dare I say, in the sticks, in the weeds. If he's worrying about what this team is going to do in the fourth round, now I get it. He's got a special interest there because they could draft his former teammate. I understand that. But if he's worried about what they're doing at that point in the draft, yeah, that shows that his voice is being heard.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, he's saying stuff.
It sounds more than just being hey, just so you know. It sounds like he was, I know he went to Ohio State, so it stands to reason even more. But still, you're talking about a fourth-round pick and C.J. Stroud, the morning of the draft, knew they were coming to get him. That, to me, that says a lot about the Texans, about D'Amico, about Nick, and the most about C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, now it could also be a little bravado, a little bit of hype.
I hope we get you. No, but he said we're coming to get you.
Oh, yes, I know that's what he said.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that that's not what C.J. said, but it's not like he really actually has the power to go get him. I think what
No, but I'm saying the fact that he's integral in the conversations.
To your point.
Yeah.
He knew not only that he himself likes his, obviously likes his own friend and former teammate, but that the powers that be, the ones who actually had the influence and the decision-making power to go get him, that they liked him as well.
I think Nick Caserio probably called CJ and said, hey, CJ, we thinking about Cade Stover. How you feel about that?
Go get him.
Yeah, go get him.
Go get him.
All right, if he's there, we're going to get him. If we feel like somebody might take him, we're going to trade up and get him.
But the story here, Figgy, a lot of quarterbacks don't get that courtesy, or aren't trusted enough, to be, because everybody's going to say if it's your former teammate, I love him, go get him. But they trust that his judgment is enough to, when he says yes, it's yes,
rookie deal or otherwise, right? Because we just pointed out some older guys that don't even get that kind of leeway. Here, CJ is going into his second season.
He's like a draft consultant. He's like,
hey, I don't know. I don't think I'm mad at it. It is interesting, though. So, Cade Stover, was he surprised by his friend and former teammate CJ Stroud having such a great and historic rookie year in the NFL? Hell no, he wouldn't.
Were you surprised? No, hell no. People are surprised of it, and I'm like, people get surprised, and I'm on just the fact the way the whole draft went 2 years ago. We're sitting there, we're watching. We're like, dude, it's just, I don't know. It's
no brainer.
Come on, like, ain't no question about it. That's no surprise to us or anybody else at that place. I mean, it's just the way. That's the way he is. He's a winner, and that's why we got along so well. I mean, he's from Rancho Cucamonga, California, and I'm from the middle of nowhere, Mansfield, Ohio, and you wouldn't know that we grew up thousands miles apart by the way we worked and the way we got along together.
Love it. And he also talked later on about the tight end room, which I think is going to a point that we made earlier in the week. I'm excited about the way the team, the organization, has addressed that position and how different it looks from the way that we talked about it in the past. And Cade Stover is a part of that mix. So I mean, I'm just happy about the rookie class, and happy specifically, I would say, about the tight end group. Coming up next on In the Loop, we play the hits. Don't miss it.
Don't look now, but
All the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Playing the hits here on In the Loop, B. Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, who just made me aware during the break that Trillburger, more than a year after their initial opening, their brick and mortar opening anyway, they had to what did they have? Like either a food truck or
pop-ups.
Pop-ups. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
they had
going for.
pop-ups.
They had pop-ups before that. But just over a year after their brick and mortar opening, Trill Burger now finally available to you on DoorDash. Arguably one of the laziest inventions of all time. We're going to talk about generations. We piled on the younger generation.
Yeah.
Here's where I will put myself in this.
Yeah.
The DoorDash thing is a disgrace, and I am disgracefully a part of the problem.
I think it depends on where you're ordering. Like, if you're ordering DoorDash from McDonald's, you got a problem.
Well, see, that's the thing.
You got a problem.
It doesn't, for me, matter as much. So I just don't really eat McDonald's.
Right.
So
Well, I'm just saying, like, fast food.
But that's the thing. There's not a thing that I won't DoorDash. So it's not about what it is that I'm DoorDashing. That's not the reason why I do it. It's the laziness of not wanting to get out and go get it.
There absolutely is
So
that.
if I ate more, I'm saying this, Lopez. If I ate more McDonald's,
you would?
I would absolutely DoorDash McDonald's.
See,
because I'd rather you bring it to me if I don't feel like getting up and pay that extra $10 for it than me going to go get it.
Yeah, see, sometimes I'll be in that mood too, but when I look at the price and the delivery fee and all these other charges, I'm like, man, let me get my ass up and go to McDonald's, go through the drive-thru.
Yeah.
The drive-thru is easy as possible.
Yeah.
And maybe I should just be grateful that, because there would be a time in my life where a lot of this would just be out of the question. Now, I can just kind of be like, oh, you know what? How much extra? $8?
Yeah.
Okay, well, here's your funky little $8.
I'll give you 10. Yeah.
Bring me my sandwich.
I kind of want to DoorDash Drill Burger
I
right
think
now.
we need to test it.
Yeah.
So, I wouldn't mind.
I think we need to test that.
Hey, here's my Apple Pay. No, my kids, for example. So, like, they're not necessarily expensive to, like they don't have expensive taste per se. They don't know no better.
Yeah.
But if they're, if my 14-year-old is the one watching or whatever the case, say they're staying with somebody that doesn't drive. That happens in my family quite a bit.
Yeah.
I'll DoorDash them some Burger King.
You should.
And you know how close the Burger King is? They'll text me. They'll say, hey, you know what, Dad? We'll just walk to Burger King.
Oh, Lord.
Oh,
okay, that might be a
that's,
problem.
Yeah, that's a problem.
It is.
Yeah, I was with you until you said that.
It is. It's a problem.
See,
it's an issue.
See, back in my day, that's the theme of the show. Back in my day, we used to walk blocks and blocks and blocks to go to McDonald's.
Of course.
And eat and come back.
Yeah.
As did I, as someone who is from your day.
Yeah. The only people that deliver was the Chinese spots
and the pizza people.
And the pizza people.
That was it.
Yeah.
That was it.
That was it. Yeah, 100%. That is the era that I'm from. This is the thing from today's era that has grabbed me.
Back in my day.
It has grabbed me because you're just like, oh, there's extra $8, $12.
Man, that's another meal. That's a whole nother meal, man.
Well, I mean, I'm still going
That's dinner for some people, man.
Still going to eat the next meal, though.
You could get some ground beef with that, man. Last a couple days.
And would it be better for me to use that on another meal? Perhaps if I've got the disposable $8 to $12.
Nobody thinks
to
that
just
way.
buy somebody else another meal.
Yeah.
See, when I see that, that's when I get my ass up. And you know what? Let me go on up here to the front.
Hey, let me give an early confession. I know we're in the hits, but let me do this.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Since I'm talking about spending frivolous money, I know this is the hits. But this actually happened. This actually happened with me coming into this show, a previous version of the show. I was coming in for my weekly hit.
Yeah.
And I was at Annie's, the burger joint off in Maryland. It's off of Post Oak and Willowbend. And I was getting dangerously close to being late for my hit.
Yeah.
And there was a woman in front of me who was fumbling through her purse.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
And it wasn't time was more important than money.
You always get stuck behind these people, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
And remember, I confessed the other day.
She had pennies.
Yeah. No, I confessed the other day that I paid for a dude that was nickel and diming his way to $9.
Yeah.
This woman had a $17 tab and couldn't find her card. And I just did not have time for her
you did the honorable thing.
I paid for her meal and mine.
Baby. That's called paying it forward.
Because for me, sometimes convenience is just. It wasn't even that though, Lopez. I guess that's part of the confession.
Yeah.
I ain't care nothing about that lady and her meal. I was trying to get to end the loop.
Well, sure, but still
on time at 11 o'clock. And if I spent any more time with her trying to figure out where her card was, I was gonna be late for my hit, and I didn't want that.
Yeah, no, I get it, but you're still paying it forward.
I did, well, but I didn't get the sense that the woman was broke.
Yeah,
or that she couldn't pay for her meal.
Yeah,
she was just, her purse was junky or something.
Taking too damn long.
She was taking too damn long, and it was gonna mess me
up.
up.
By the way, I just looked on my DoorDash. It's not available yet on mine.
Yeah, it's not on. It said closed on DoorDash.
Yeah. We did not.
I was going to buy y'all lunch.
Man,
yeah,
I was about to buy y'all lunch.
We did not.
We would have had Trill Burger everywhere.
Come on, man. I was actually looking forward to that. But that is the first of the hits. Somehow that made it into the hits, and I'm not mad at it. Also today, before we even get to any sports, and this is tangentially related, it's June 27th, which is a special day to me in Houston, but I would say more specifically to the hip-hop community. That is the DJ Screw Freestyle, where it's got a host of, let's just call it Houston area acts, Houston area artists that kick off the June 27th Freestyle. It's a mood, it's a moment. In light of that, or in the spirit of that, the Astros.
I was just going to bring that up, yeah.
The Astros, and this is a hit. The Astros have a DJ Screw collection that you can dabble in at the Astros team store if you like, if you choose. And I got to admit, man, they got some stuff in there that I'm intrigued by.
They got hats. They got shirts.
They got jackets, I think.
I think they have jackets.
I saw something that's got it's like an Astros thing with one of the screw tapes on it.
Oh, really?
Oh, man. I have not done it yet, but if they are still available, if it is gettable, I will be getting that.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not trying to make myself out to be like I'm not Lopez here rolling in money. But money will not be an issue with that. I will be paying whatever it costs.
Yeah, I was looking at that this morning. I mean, just a little while ago. They're going to actually have his high school band, the Wall of Sound from Sterling, out there as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have they ever did something like this before?
I don't remember it.
No way. Like they've done 713 Day,
yeah,
which is also coming up.
I know they did some social media stuff with June 27 and 713 Day, I think, before.
Yeah. I don't know if they've sold merch, if they've taken it this far.
Well, they are now.
Which I think is a cool thing.
It seems like they leaning into the season, man.
They really are.
Well,
we got to get some people out here.
There's a theme here. You notice the theme here? I feel like the Rockets have kind of always had a little bit of a, I don't know, basketball for a number of reasons kind of speaks more to this side of the culture, if you would.
Yeah.
But to the Texans and the Astros credit, which I don't know if they have always done so.
Oh, the Texans admit they haven't.
And have realized the value in it.
And now the last couple of years, they're all in and doing a really good job of it, too.
100%. So I love to see it. Happy June 27th to all of Houston, but especially all of those who celebrate. Also on the hits here, the Rockets drafted Reed Shepherd, number 3 overall. And look, I'm happy about this. I did feel a little betrayed because I was led to believe that this was not the way they were going. I thought that they liked Reed, but they leaned Klingon. And if Klingon was
for a number of reasons.
Yeah. And if Klingon was going to be there, that they were going to take him, and then that was going to start this domino effect of Rockets team building. What happens next? What do they do with Alperen Şengün? Is one of these guys trade bait? Seems like it will be Şengün since he's extension eligible. Who is it? What is it for? They just did this other really complicated trade where they buy the rights to the Suns' future, essentially. Yeah. Everybody thinks that the Suns don't have no future, so, like, we understand why they would do that. Like, all of this is kind of working together, but no, they go to different direction, and they draft one Reed Shepherd. How do you feel about this pick, Lopez?
I feel great about it for this team, and I think it also says a lot about what this team's plan is. I mean, obviously not the gritty details, but they ain't going to trade Şengün right now, and I like the fact that they're not for this reason. Now you're going to be able to find out. Yeah, you got another high-priced first-rounder. I was looking at the chart. I mean, he's going to make a lot of money by being the 3rd overall. I think it's like 38 or something like that.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. It is a lot of money for sure.
Yeah, and that's why Connect lost about $20 million from where he was projected and all that.
I'd be hurt.
And, yeah, that's hurt.
I'd be hurt. Kyle Filipowski from Duke didn't even get drafted.
Didn't get drafted. He lost a ton of money as well.
So wherever he goes is going to be a non-guaranteed deal more than
Yes, likely. Exactly. So what it does – yes, it puts you in a bind with all these guys coming up at the same time, and I thought Rafa Stone, addressed that a little bit as well in a roundabout way. But what it also does in a good sense, first of all, on the court, which is the most important thing for us, you got a dude, man. You got a dude that can shoot, that can do one thing at an elite level, and I think will translate immediately into the NBA, and that is shoot the damn ball, which was what they really need and can really use. If you let your mind wander and all these comparisons to Steph Curry even remotely come close to that, they're in business. And then the second part of it is now you can find out on which one of these guys really have it, which one of these guys you really believe in it. Is it Jalen Green? Is it Şengün? Is it both? Is it neither? You can even make decisions at the trade deadline, much less next year.
I also think that for as much as they like Fred VanVleet and the value he provided in terms of leadership, steadiness, and what he did on the court when he was out there, and he was out there for the most part, only had a small stretch there where he wasn't healthy. I think it also allows for you to have an exit strategy, if you will, for the Fred VanVleet
and he'll be
contract,
good for him too.
Which I don't think people have as much of a problem with Fred VanVleet as a player, as much as it is kind of an eye roll or a side eye of, wait a minute, did you pay how much money for Fred VanVleet exactly? Nothing against Fred VanVleet, and congratulations to him on the generational wealth and all of that. But wait a minute, what? So
I think he was making more than Kyrie Irving.
It was a little strange.
Yes, it was, but also, is he? How big of a part of the plan moving forward?
Well, I mean, that's not your future.
Yeah,
that's your present. That was your strategy, and you're playing your exit strategy out of purgatory.
Yes,
we need to get back to relevance. We need to play meaningful basketball games. We need to be competitive again. Gone are the days where Kevin Porter Jr. is one of our one or two best players. What are we doing?
Man, that was a rough time.
That was their point guard before.
Yeah. And he shouldn't have been a point guard.
No. He absolutely should not have been.
And that's another issue, when you talk about trust issues with the Rockets, they did do that.
Yeah.
Now again, that was a part of a time period when they were trying to just get through the mud and get to basically where they are now. But even then, I would say that was a curious and odd decision. For me. Also around the NBA in the hits, Zachary Ricochet. I'm gonna go with that.
Ricochet.
That was the number 1 overall pick to Atlanta. I know for a while folks thought it was gonna be Alex Sarr. He ended up going number 2 overall, I believe, to the Wizards, if I'm not mistaken. But they went 1 and 2, the two Frenchmen. Then you get Reed Shepherd going 3rd overall to the Rockets. Also in the NBA, OG Anunoby signed a 5-year, $212 million deal. Oh my God, how much it pays to be a 3-and-D guy.
Yeah.
Because, how much audience?
Is he starting?
I think so.
I think he is.
I think so. I mean, he's an excellent defender and a pretty good overall. He's a 3-and-D guy.
Yeah.
And he's going to get $200 million to be a 3-and-D guy. I mean, that's the reason why I put this in the hits, because I'm like,
no,
who cares about OG Anunoby? But he got $200 million.
Yeah, and the other part is,
shout out to him, man.
The Knicks, they are all in, baby. I mean,
they are loaded.
Well, they are all in. I don't know if they're, how loaded they are in terms of winning a championship, but they are in.
And perhaps no greater hit. The Astros back to 500.
How about that?
It happened yesterday. And now we can look ahead. We can look forward to this team being a serious baseball team, and we can talk about them as such. Coming up next, Lopez and I think it's time to renovate NRG Stadium, but there are a few things standing in the way. We'll talk about that next on In the Loop.
1, 2, 3. Texans. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Brandon Scott in with John Lopez and Figgy Fig, the noon hour of In the Loop. And earlier in the week, Lopez, we got some news from around the NFL that two teams or two squads, cities, however you want to look at it, they've approved money for renovations to their stadiums, both in Carolina, the Panthers, and in Jacksonville for the Jaguars. Also, expansion teams, just to note, by the way, for whatever it's worth.
Mm-hmm.
But it got us thinking, because we localize things here. It's one of the things that we like to do here on In the Loop, always have. Got us to thinking about our own facilities, our own spots here, and all of them were now built in the early 2000s, but more so specifically here, NRG Stadium.
Yeah.
Because it's the one that's sitting over there, unfortunately, not by itself. It's kind of a weird thing. It's a decent-looking structure from the highway or from a high-rise like from where we're sitting at, but then there's just, like, faded, like, kind of like yellow, something that looks like it needs to be power washed. Or is it a different color? Can that be power washed? It's a very kind of odd thing, but it's a weird situation going on over there.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, NRG Stadium itself, the better looking building, the newer structure, the one that we actually use, probably itself could use some renovations. I do wonder, though, how much that thing that's next to it, the thing that I actually hold really near and dear to my heart from memories as a child, but and also hate to see how it looks now. But I do wonder how much that is bringing down the property values, as my mother would say.
Yeah, let me put it very, very directly, because this seems like first world problems, right? They need to demolish the Astrodome, and this is first things first. This is not going to be an Astrodome discussion. We've had enough of those. You guys know where we stand. You especially know where I stand.
Yeah, even though I could do
we could do 4 hours on it.
We could turn this into the Astrodome show if we wanted to, or if we thought that was beneficial to us. It is not.
What this is an offshoot of that, and that is, it sounds like first world problems. It sounds like, boy, there sure are other things that the county and others should prioritize, and you're not wrong. Like, we all know roads, highways, construction, other services.
The court system. There are a number, and that's also been their argument, too, by the way.
Yes, exactly. But let's be very clear about something. All those things, you're absolutely true. They need to be prioritized. But the reality is, in today's NFL, and nobody here is going to threaten to move. It's not going to be like Bud Adams stuff or anything. But the reality is, in today's NFL, you have to stay ahead of the curve for a number of reasons, and that is, obviously making it a destination point. That is something that I've often mentioned when it comes to the Houston Texans and specifically the Astrodome. If you could demolish it and you could make that area a destination point, and the example I always use, you and I were talking about it off air yesterday, like the park and the water feature and the restaurants and everything in the Woodlands, which is awesome. If you could just lift that all and place it where the Astrodome is.
Do it.
And by the way, it would fit.
Do it.
Because that's a big footprint over there.
Yeah.
It would transform everything about this place. Keep in mind, when the Astrodome was around, they were struggling with ways of and functioning. They were struggling with ways to try to get more people to this part of town, make it more of a destination point, make it more vibrant, and all that stuff. So this is 30 years old. When the Texans came around, they said, hey, NRG Park, new facilities, now people are going to really congregate in that area. Dude, we're 23 years in. It hadn't happened.
No.
I mean, figure you kind of live in that area.
Yeah, that's not the sexiest area, man.
Ain't nobody going over there except for game day or rodeo.
Ain't nobody lingering around there unless you walking from a parking lot to go to NRG.
And that's key, what he just said, lingering around. Get there 4 hours, 5 hours early. Stay 4 hours, 5 hours late. Now the stadium,
I don't even like to go for a walk in the neighborhood.
Exactly.
Man.
Now the stadium will be closed, but if you have that type of facility there, and you have a stadium that has been renovated and upgraded and conceivably could be the best stadium in the NFL, and I understand there's some fantastic stadiums out there, Las Vegas, Dallas, etc. All right, I'll just say it this way because people are going to bash me. The Texans need to renovate that area, including the stadium. They need to, not want to, they need to. And they need to for what we've been desiring down here for 30-plus years.
Yeah, but the issue, Lopez, and I don't disagree with you, but the issue is that the biggest way for them to do that is something that they don't have any control over, and those who do have gone out of their way to either relinquish control or make it harder to do or have just kicked the can down the road. And so I'm not really sure whose obligation or who to set the accountability at their feet and say, hey, you need to make this happen, because it certainly is not the Texans. Their hands are tied. Yeah. Maybe through their money and political influence, they can put some pressure on some folks.
Yeah.
But this is not a thing. This is 100% a thing that I feel like they should and need to do.
Yeah.
I'm just discouraged by the likelihood or the prospects of actually getting it done. And honestly, we talk about confidence and faith in institutions. We talk about that quite a bit. I have no faith in the ones that are in charge of making that happen, everything that you say.
And just like the ones that were in charge before, our county commissioners are cowards. That's the best way I can put it. They're too afraid to pull the trigger, not just on the Astrodome, but on something that could actually, help that whole area get better. Let me give you some examples here real quick. I looked at the oldest stadiums in the NFL. I think there were 14 of them, not including the Texans. All 14 of them have been renovated, remodeled, or rebuilt, in other words, replaced in the last 6 to 8 years. Soldier and Lambeau Field, the two oldest stadiums, both have been renovated. Arrowhead, getting a new stadium. Buffalo Bills, getting a new stadium. We all know about the Caesars Superdome. We just saw that that was before these last two, about 3 or 4 months ago. $500 million renovation. Hard Rock, $755 million renovation in Miami, which doesn't really even pull that much. Jaguars, yesterday, $1.4 billion new stadium. Bank of America, renovation. M&T Raymond James Stadium, renovation. Browns, new stadium. That's happening, right, Figgy? The Browns getting a new stadium?
Yeah.
They are.
I think so.
In Brock Park, I think. Titans, $2.1 billion, new stadium. Bengals, renovation is happening in the hundreds of millions. And here we are with the Houston Texans, 23-year-old stadium. It's not a dump. It's a great place to go to a game.
No, not a dump at all.
But it needs to become what we've been saying that area could become for damn near 40 years.
Based on the case that you just made, it is behind the times.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Like not a dump by any stretch, by any means, but behind the times more than likely.
Yeah.
If you got that many different renovations. I would say this, Lopez, and I'm curious on your thoughts on this, and especially somebody that's just kind of been around and following it longer than I have. I don't understand how there wasn't more motivation to do exactly what we're talking about with that area, build it up, make it more of a destination, even if it's not the Woodlands Waterway example that you and I both like.
Yeah.
But something, bro, I don't understand why they didn't go that route years ago, considering the proximity to the medical center.
Yeah.
Like that is the part that I don't get.
Absolutely.
It's like, hey, do you understand just the basic geography of where you're at, how close you are to these folks in the meds, all
hundreds of thousands of people,
these transplants, and even transplants or not, just successful people, a lot of them young. Like, make this a desirable place. And you got people that are living right down the road in the med center that would love to come down here if there was something to come down here for, or even the folks in Rice Village. Like, all of this stuff is in pretty decent proximity to each other. But you're, more than anything, you're pushing the folks like Figgy who might live in that area. You push them out to
away.
Go. Maybe he gives you his money for rent, but everything else, he's over here by where the job is at. Or he's only over there when it's time to be at the house or at the stadium. But otherwise, He's over in West U or in Galleria or whatever it is.
The scary thing is getting worse. It's getting worse around there.
Yeah.
And when I first moved over there, it wasn't bad. That's why I moved over there. I'm like, it's decent. It's not the hood, but it's not a suburb either.
Yeah.
But now it's getting worse.
Yeah, I was born over there. When I was born, my parents lived off of Holly Hall.
Okay.
And they did so because they ain't have a whole lot. They weren't there yet.
Yeah.
Right? And so, eventually bought a house. But I lived there. So I've been going there literally since my inception. But to me, it certainly hasn't gotten better.
Yeah.
And Figgy is making the case there that it's gotten worse. I've never understood, though, not playing more so into the allure of Texans here, this is the stadium, and right up the road is the medical center.
Yeah, it kind of got me thinking, too, because, like I said, it's not the prettiest area, but NRG is right there. I was kind of curious, do you think it's a possibility? I don't think they're going nowhere, but is there a possibility that they can build the stadium somewhere else?
I think it's going to be considered.
Maybe put it downtown somewhere. I don't even know if it's downtown somewhere, but
Figgy, I think it can be
because
it's
that's
going to
not
be
the
considered.
best. That's not the best area because I heard you talking about the waterway and all that stuff. I just think that area too far gone to even try to put something like that.
Let me give you an example, and this is where me being here for 35 damn years comes in handy. When I moved here, again 30-something years ago, the Heights was trash. I'm not exaggerating. Anybody who's been here as long as I have will the Heights was garbage.
Oh, I can even remember that. I'm old enough to remember that.
Like it was Figgy. It was worse than what you're talking about.
Oh no, coming up when I was in high school, so we're talking about 20 years ago.
Yeah.
If you were from the Heights, like that didn't mean you had money.
Yeah.
That meant that you might have been maybe a little hard scratch. Like and there's still parts of the Heights like that. But no, the Heights today way different from yesteryear.
But now look at the Heights. Let me give you another example.
Good example.
Downtown was a ghost town.
Absolutely.
It was a freaking ghost town. You wouldn't go to after you left work downtown 6:30 or so. No one was there. And now look at downtown.
I didn't learn the downtown streets until my mid-20s because earlier there wasn't really a reason to know them.
Midtown, when I first got here, it was like bicycle repair shops and tire shops and like it was garbage. So what my point is
now
here.
They gentrified, but that's another segment.
We won't go there.
That's another segment.
Don't mention Third Ward.
But okay, so First Ward, where I live, it's vibrant, it's cool, it's a place that you want to go. Downtown, Midtown, Heights, all these areas. Those are the examples, Figgy. They were what that area looked like. And so when people say, John, there's a lot of other things you should prioritize. I'm not saying you're wrong, but this is a city that has undergone such vibrant transformations. And if you're not careful, I mean, the Texans aren't going anywhere as in another city, but if you're not careful, they're gonna build it somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious because I feel like that area was a decent area though.
Yeah.
But now the more I've been living over there, like the local CVS that was on the corner of Main and Buffalo Speedway, that packed up and that closed down. It was a couple other stores that just closed down. I'm starting to see more places closed down over there where I'm like, man, that's not really a good sign. I've been in the hood in Cleveland where it was okay and stores start packing up and leaving. So I'm like, unless they come around and try to save that area and start bringing stores back, I'm just wondering, like, dang, will it be easier or will it be a better choice if they decide to build something downtown or in a different area and that area just go to crap?
I like what Figgy is saying, but I think that the reason why that's an opportunity area is like we're kind of saying the same.
Center.
Right. Well, but also the space.
Yeah.
Like what you're saying. So let's get rid of all of the stuff that like, let's just be honest, what you're calling kind of trash.
Yeah.
Like, so let's maybe throw out some of the trash. And I'm not talking about people. Just to be clear, I don't want
just kind of clean up the area.
I don't want to sound insensitive here. I'm not talking about people. I'm talking about just the overall aesthetic of the area.
Yeah.
There is more of an opportunity there than there is downtown because downtown already got nice stuff in it.
You already have it there. We're talking about building around it, getting rid of the dome, and renovating the stadium. Like they just spent $1.4 billion in Jacksonville, which is not a big money city. you can do that for $500-600 million. I don't know, but and it's already there, and you would renovate. I mean, it would be more of a destination.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think that I was actually shocked to see NRG when I first moved there. NRG was right there.
Yeah.
Because usually stadiums are downtown or somewhere a little more fancier. But I'm like, man, this right here in the.
Yeah.
It seemed like in the heart. Yeah.
But and then there's the other part of it, like Cal and Hannah McNair, and they know they're onto something great right now. Like that organization, that team right now, it is the it team. And, you know, all these other squads, I just went through them. 14 of the 15 oldest stadiums in the last 6 or 8 years have all either built new stadiums or renovated the stadium are. You know which one hasn't? The Houston Texans.
Well, and I'm glad you mentioned Cal and Hannah McNair, because that's another piece of this, I think. The buzz that we talk about with the I know it's a lot of it is just like football and focused on the football.
The city's alive with it,
but
though.
Man, that is – there is so much opportunity beyond just what's happening between the lines, but the ability to, like, build something greater. And look, our sports figures talk about this. C.J. Stroud, D'Amico Ryans, like, they want to be bigger than just the game, but also, like, impact community, or at least be of community. Hey, one way to capitalize on all of this buzz, other than just us having topics and segments and things to talk about all the time, one way to capitalize on this buzz is to actually use the success that the Texans are having, and we're expecting them to have some kind of not just short-term but long-term success based off of the people that are there and how young they are. If they're going to do this, there is a draw. There is a thing already to bring people in. Why not make it so that once you bring them in, you give them things that make them want to stay and or come back, even when the game is not happening.
Thank you.
Or the rodeo is not happening.
I'll go back to my example, the Heights and other places. I mean, just absolutely, they were rough, man. And now, and the fact that it is the NFL, you know, they absolutely need to keep up with the Joneses as an organization. But that's almost separate from what we're talking about.
We are talking about renovating possibly NRG Stadium, or at least In the Loop is talking about it. And Big E's got some thoughts on the 713-572-4610 phone line. What you got, Big E?
What's going down, fellas? First of all, John, I've tweeted you several times, brother. As a native Houstonian, born and bred here at Jefferson Davis Hospital,
Not a baby.
We don't want the dome. We don't want the dome tore down. I will vote against it every time. I have too many memories going back to watching my favorite player, Kevin Bass, play in the dome with my grandfather. We can find something to do with it, but we are never going to vote to tear it down. And then as far as moving the stadium, we got Astro World that used to be there. There is a ton of land. And as you said, we have revitalized every part of the city from Katy all the way down to, if you drive through 5th Ward right now, 5th Ward and 3rd Ward, you see nothing but high-rise condos.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Minute Maid was the first retractable roof. We set the precedent when it comes to building stadiums. So with that being said, you're going to have to find enough land, and they're going to have to come up with something innovative for us to jump on board with. Now, I agree with renovating NRG. I go there every year. But when I tell you, in order for them to build a new one, you're going to have to come up with something super innovative for us.
Biggie, can I ask you something? Because we are similarly situated as native Houstonians who actually have an affection for the Dome. I'm right there with you in how you feel about it. But yes. I divert from you a little bit because, and I'm going to ask you this honestly, man. When you look at the Dome as somebody who has a heart for it and an affection for it, does it not hurt your feelings at all to see it look like that? Like I'd rather see it gone and torn down than to see it bastardized or treated like a piece of crap. If you really love it, why would you let it sit up there and look like that for that long? That's the part that I don't get, E.
I agree with you, but the fact it was the first dome is what holds on to it. I have said they had a plan that came out of the University of Houston where they chopped the top off of it, dropped it to the second level, and made it like an outdoor amphitheater. I'm all in favor of all of that. But it has to be something with almost 2 million people in the city. Somebody can come up with an idea of what to do with it. But I definitely agree with you. There should be some money allocated to at least make it look better.
All right.
I'm talking, man, you remember the Dome like I do.
Big E, I consider myself a native.
Yeah,
You know, I've been here long enough, so I
Lopez
feel
been
you.
here longer than I've been alive. So
Appreciate the call, Big E.
we all with you, Big E.
I
but
feel
man,
you. We're just going to be different on that. But so even if, like, I think he agrees with our point, though. Even if you do use the shell, people have talked about that, but make it a freaking place that people want to go to, not a rat and cat infested, boil. So maybe that's how it stays. However it happens, I feel like it needs to happen, and I feel like the Texans, they're in a position that they have leverage. All of a sudden, they haven't had leverage in a long time. They ain't moving out of town. Trust me on that. But they have leverage to go elsewhere, and they got a spot right there.
do I have commitment issues? We'll talk about that next in Lunchtime Confessions in the Loop.
Somehow. the app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is the Lunchtime Confessions on In the Loop. Sometimes they're about sports. Sometimes they're not about sports. But it is, in fact, where we let them hang a little bit lower. And we start with Lopez.
Yeah, we do.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I got to be honest here. I think B. Scott has some commitment issues.
I might.
I really do. And it's not the ones that you're talking about.
It's possible.
So I saw your tweet about the bear.
Yeah, man. I've tried it, man. I've tried the bear.
I get it. I totally get it.
It's
the TV show The Bear. Is it on Netflix?
No, it's on FX.
FX.
And you can watch it through Hulu. So that's the way I've watched it. So it's an FX production that you can watch through Hulu. That's how I've caught it. It's been around for a few years now.
Yeah.
And look, my girl put me on it, and she's the one that's really into it. And I think she's the one that had me thinking about it last night because she's in there watching it, and I'm all draft and just basically everything else but this. But I did try to sit with it for a little while.
That's where I was going to go with this. I totally get what you're saying because it took me about, and I hate when people say this too, but I did it. Oh, you got to watch 3 or 4 shows. You got to watch about 3 or 4, and then you'll be.
Sometimes that's true.
It actually got me like that with The Wire.
Yeah,
The Wire, the first couple ones, I was just like, man, I'm not into it.
And 9 times out of 10,
it took me to like episode 8.
Yes,
where I'm like, oh, okay, here we go.
9 times out of 10, I'm like, yeah, it's still not working. Yeah. But truly, like this one, it's you gotta watch about 3 or 4.
And see, people say the same thing about Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
I was on episode 5, man. I was sitting here looking at my phone, man.
But see, I got all the way through I think I got through the first season, the entire first season, and I understood why people like the show. Like it's not like I'm like, man, this is overrated. I don't understand why y'all like it. It just for whatever reason, like the acting is great.
Yeah,
the production,
the characters,
the stuff. Like it has all of the elements of a really good show, and I haven't been able to identify whatever the disconnect is.
Really good show
that exists between it being a good show and me just not caring for it.
Yeah.
Like it has not, for whatever reason, has not gripped me.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I got the cross-racial, cross-gender comparison that I did not know that I needed.
This is so awesome.
Oh my God, guys. From the NBA draft last night. Obviously, Reed Sheppard was a big story. We cover the Rockets. I do a podcast with Adam Spillane, blah, 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 blah. But Alex Sarr, the number 2 overall pick in the draft last night, the Frenchman, looks like Caitlin Clark. Like and please do this if you do not know what these two people look like, or for whatever reason don't know what Caitlin Clark looks like. Look them up. Alex Sarr and Caitlin Clark. Do the side by side. I cannot explain it. But honestly, the two of them look like they should be sitting at the same Thanksgiving table.
Yeah.
The obvious issue here is Caitlin Clark clearly doesn't have a black parent. Alex Sarr clearly doesn't have a white one. And you would need one of those things to be true for those two to be related. So they clearly ain't. But something is going on there. Them two look alike.
It's truly one of those things, and people use this term a lot, but it really is this. You can't unsee it once somebody tells you.
Yo, I texted this to Ron last night. He said he didn't see it. I'm just going to assume that he don't see.
He don't see color.
He don't see nothing. Because I don't see color here either. I mean, I obviously see a black man and a white woman, but what I really see is the same damn face.
It really is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm baffled by it.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Speaking of the NBA draft, man, first of all, shout out to the Houston Rockets, man. They invited me out to the the 2024 draft experience, and it was a really fun event. I enjoyed being there, but once we actually started watching the draft, I started looking around because I'm like, maybe I ain't in the sticks like that where I don't know these cats. And I started looking around, and clearly everybody else wasn't in the sticks either. Because the first guy went off the board, Everybody's looking around like, is he must be good. Are you familiar with him? I'm like, no, I didn't know he was going first.
Ricochet?
Yeah, so I'm thinking like, oh, this is an upset.
Yeah.
And then the second guy go off the board, the SAR dude, and I'm like, I thought he was supposed to go first. And somebody like, I don't know. I'm not really familiar. So my NBA draft experience, man, went in the trash because I felt like this is the problem, man. I felt like the NBA need to make these players go to college for 1 year.
Well, they used to.
Well, I mean, they do require them to be a year removed from high school.
Yeah.
But the thing is,
that's a little different.
They
go
are
to G
circumventing.
League.
Yeah, see, that's different, man.
The other part of it is the international flavor is off the charts. By the way, this isn't a confession, but just kind of an offshoot of yours. I'm kind of scared of France in the Olympics now.
They got players.
Yeah,
I'm kind of scared of France.
Where are they getting these players from?
Well, this was talked about, speaking of being in the sticks, this was talked about on the broadcast last night with Richard Jefferson specifically, who played with Tony Parker, played with Rudy Gobert. They are doing something over there in France.
Yeah.
Like
It's Tony Parker.
Yeah, no, Tony Parker's
How long till he gets a job offer?
Yeah, even somebody like Boris Diaw.
Yeah.
But the work that they're doing in France might be more valuable to them there than it would be if they were to do the same work here.
Yeah. I think if the NBA, if they make these cats go to college for a year, I think that could help the college game, 1. And 2, I feel like we'd be more invested in the NBA draft because we actually know these guys.
Yeah.
Just imagine if Wemby went to, Texas A&M money whipped him and he went there.
I don't want to even think about that.
I'll be driving up to College Station to see Wemby.
Yeah, let's go, Wemby.
I'll be more invested in the draft, man.
Gig 'em, Wemby.
Yeah.
Make these cats go to college, man.
Not to make it too serious, but I would only be in favor of this now. I wouldn't have been in favor of this before.
Yeah.
But now that they're going to be getting paid, now I'm with it.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
How do we really feel? Really feel. Don't say what you think you should say. Say what you really feel about office birthday celebrations.
Well, I've talked about this before.
Oh, by the way, I don't know if y'all know this, but it's Nick Russo's birthday.
No, I had no idea. I had no idea.
For those
no clue.
Listening, Nick Russo from our sister station, today is his birthday, and there are pictures of him with happy birthday plastered
As soon as you walk in on the floor.
Over our building.
And if you listen to The Bull, you might already know Nick Russo, been around a long time, but in case you don't, I'll just point out, Nick Russo, not a child.
No.
Not a child.
And
so
Nick Russo also,
grown-ass man.
Nick Russo also might have done it himself. It's on the table.
I feel like it's on the table, and I really hope it's not or that it's not the case, because I like Russo a lot, respect his grind. He's one of the hardest working guys in this building, especially out of us on-air folks, one of the hardest working guys that you'll find.
Yeah.
But I don't have a lot of patience for adults who want you to care about their birthday.
I, as far as the office birthday celebrations, it's hard not to appreciate them. It's cool that people go to that to that level, to that extent. But they just don't hit. They don't feel.
Is he walking around with money pinned on the shirt?
Oh God, I like that at restaurants though. I like that
For
like
the-
when
for the
a waitress,
fellas?
when a waitress
Okay, no, the wait, yeah, no, that's cool. But
Yeah.
when I see a grown ass man with money pinned, man,
Yeah,
dog,
big-
I'm not giving you no money, man.
Oh, I like this. Figgy's toxic masculinity kicked in right on time, and I'm right there with you, dog.
yeah.
But I'm with that. Like, celebrate. You wanting others to care about your birthday
It's
as a grown-ass-
appreciated.
Like, they put my birthday last year, they put the happy birthday kind of banner over my office across the hall there, and that really warmed my heart.
Yeah,
But that's all
it's
I really,
appreciated.
Yeah, but let's not make too big of a deal about
you don't have to.
my grown-ass birthday.
You don't have to.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So, did you have another one, Figgy?
I do. If you want to go,
so we can split this. I'm just gonna say this and get it off. We got the pro-Palestinian protest outside.
Yeah.
In the mornings. They used to be more so in the evenings. Now they're in the mornings. My confession is, I don't really know how to feel when I see them. Because I feel like they are championing a righteous cause that I don't completely follow in the weeds and in the sticks of.
Yeah.
But when I pull up to the station, I don't really care. Like, I'm trying to get here. The show starts at 10, so I'm trying to get here at a certain time. And it feels insensitive because I'm like, you know what? They are here for a righteous cause, and I'm just trying to get to work on time, and I don't have time to really.
You know what I do? I don't know if it's just a subtle shot or whatever. They're all protesting and angry and signs and yelling and all that. I wave. Hey, what's up? Good morning. Good morning, everybody. And
like,
then I drive right past them.
I'm having a great morning.
Good morning.
You might be protesting.
I don't even know what side they're on.
You might be protesting a matter of life and death, but I'm just here. Just had my cup of coffee.
Morning, everybody.
Watch this. These are my confessions. Speaking of other worlds and other countries and all that stuff, y'all want to hear ass whooping?
What's that?
Japan whooped up.
Dude, that ticked me off.
USA, man.
That ticked me off.
Hey.
They were up 40 to 1 to 10 at some point.
Here go the quick little highlights.
Yeah.
From the 16-yard line of America, they put it in the end zone. Touchdown, Japan. They're marching again. It's Tobias Linscott. He's got a major score. 1st and 10 for the 31, and Japan will go right up the gut, and they get first down and more. A lot of open field to work with. Down to, still going. The 15, the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Japan.
Yeah, it was a couple more highlights in there that we probably couldn't get to right now, but my confession is I didn't even know it was a damn football team.
Well, it was an international, like a junior or something like that, high school.
Yeah,
we got our ass kicked.
Yeah, I had no idea, man. I'm like, damn, Japan that good? Like, no wonder CJ is over in Asia, preaching the good word.
Hey, Japan be out here. All right? Like, Japan be out here. Never, I would say, don't ever really sleep on Japan. That's just probably just a rule of thumb.
You should tell that to the U.S. team USA.
Yeah,
straight up. Straight up. That is lunchtime confessions coming up on In the Loop. Cap or no cap? That's next.
Don't. Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
B. Scott, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig rolling with you here on In the Loop. And in this here segment, we play a game called Cap or No Cap. It's a real simple concept. We present a statement and or idea to you, and we respond with cap or no cap, as in, is it a lie or is it the truth? Is it not a lie? And our first one here, we went over this earlier in the show, but not in this context. Cap or no cap. Do you believe this? And Figgy, if you can find this was Stone earlier. We had Rafael Stone last night. He hopped on the Zoom with the media, and, you know, they wanted to ask him about the Reed Sheppard pick.
Yeah.
You know, they picked Reed Sheppard number 3 overall, and there's some excitement around that pick. It felt like Rafael Stone might have put a little bit of extra sauce on how exciting the pick is or was. Do you believe Rafael Stone when he says, Rockets general manager Rafael Stone, when he says this?
At the end of our process, we ended up with Reed as the best player in the draft by quite a bit, the best prospect we thought.
All right, that's probably
not putting
good.
Anybody else down?
Rafa Stone said that Reed Sheppard was the number one player, their number one player in the draft by a good bit. Cap or no cap?
I'm calling cap on that. And especially with the by a good bit part.
That's the part.
You said by a good what?
By a good bit.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I could see it being no cap. I could see it. I feel like the first two guys that went off the board, he probably knew it was off. So I ain't even gonna have him on my board. So this guy probably is the number one on my board.
That's why
I don't know if it's by a lot, but I can see some truth to that.
That's why I think it's cap, because it's like you knew you weren't getting those first two. So who's the best player that we want? Yeah, the one we drafted. He's number one by a good bit. So I'm going to call cap.
I'm also going to call cap, though, because maybe this is some bitterness on my part, but also because I was led to believe that they had some interest in Donovan Clingan as well.
Yeah.
And I certainly don't believe, he said also in that clip that if they weren't able to get Reed Sheppard, they were going to trade that pick. I don't know if I believe that.
That might be cap too.
That might be cap too. It could be. I think that's closer to true than what he said before about him being by far their best. Like maybe they just really like to fit with him.
Yeah.
But I am going to call cap on that. Also here, Kelly Stafford.
Dude, don't get me started. You're going to get me started.
So we have not been in studio together to discuss this. Y'all talked about this, I want to say maybe Monday when I wasn't here, and we just haven't gotten back to it since I've been here since Tuesday. But Kelly Stafford apologized to former backup quarterback at Georgia, Joe Cox. I think it's funny that the quarterback's name is Cox here, but that's its own thing. But not to Matthew Stafford.
Yeah.
And said it wasn't Cox that she was using to make him jealous. Stafford, that is, by sleeping with the backup quarterback. So some other backup quarterback, not Cox.
Dude, he was the backup quarterback.
Is this cap? So is
he was
cap
known
no
as
cap?
the kind of bad guy. Remember, she said he was kind of known as a somewhat of a crazy, a wilder side guy. This is cap on cap on cap. And by the way, you pointed it out. She didn't say anything publicly about apologizing to I don't know, her husband doing anything like this.
Look, man, respect to Matthew Stafford and the career he's had, but I got some questions about dude.
Yeah.
I got questions about dude.
Yeah.
I ain't saying I'm not trying to be like super old school toxic masculinity guy on like control your woman.
Yeah.
But like if we in a relationship, there is an understanding about certain things that we discuss and don't discuss publicly.
Yeah.
We don't even discuss this in public when no cameras are on.
With your friends.
With our friends.
Yeah, that's right.
Much less do we discuss it when the record button is on and
on
this
a
is going
podcast.
on a podcast.
Yeah.
Like this is never, let's say we've had this come to Jesus moment or like this moment of transparency between the two of us about what our past look like. That's fine.
Yeah.
I think most couples probably do that. We know things about our significant others that most people don't.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't talking about this in public.
Hell no.
Why would we bring this up?
Cap or no cap, Figgy?
I think it's cap, man.
Big time.
And honestly, if it wasn't no truth to it, why are you apologizing to her?
Yeah.
Because she didn't do anything. If she's not talking about him, then she's not talking about him. So, like, you can put the blame on the internet people that's digging all this up. So she definitely got a call from the wife, and the wife said, "Hey, get your ass back out there on social media and apologize, and let them know it wasn't him or whatever it was,
something like that."
And she did that. If it wasn't him, why is she apologizing?
Yeah.
I what a disgrace. Like,
that was embarrassing.
I truly can't.
Matthew Stafford need to retire.
How frustrated. Didn't know anything about Kelly Stafford. I don't want anything to do with this woman. I think she is. I mean, they got 4 kids together.
Oh no!
Shout out to him.
She needs to get Giselle Bundchen.
Big.
She needs to get Christian Cavallari'd. Whatever.
Yeah.
Like, and the women may have been the ones that left the man in those cases, but whatever it is, the point is she's got to go.
Yeah.
Pronto.
She's got to go.
Cap or no cap? A former Duke student employee says that J.J. Redick, which this is true, I mean, his career as a coach could be over before it even starts.
Yeah.
But she says that he used the N-word to her face back in the Duke days.
Yeah.
Redick has come out, or at least his camp has come out, and denied this. Is this cap or no cap?
I'm going to say no cap. If I were J.J. Redick and I never even said anything close to that, I would be in front of a camera. I would personally be like, this is wrong, never happened, never would happen. Instead, they kind of released like, we this is not true.
So I'm gonna call it cap, just because of my life experience.
Yeah,
and I'm more inclined to believe these stories than to not believe them.
That's what I'm saying. It's no cap. Her story is no cap. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I was saying that his story is cap. So we're saying the same thing differently.
Yeah,
her story is no cap. I'm gonna go ahead and give her the benefit of the doubt, even though this is random as hell. I do want to point that out.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the murky range here of, these social media crazes and claims that you get out there. But, man, this is one thing that I'll say about it that makes me give it the side eye.
Yeah.
If he said this to her face and lived to see another day.
Had a nice little 15-year career, man.
Oh, man. Where's the black eye or the broken leg? Or, what was the price to be paid?
And how did LeBron miss this?
Yeah.
Seriously.
LeBron is squeaky clean, man. How did he miss that?
Man, what kind of research would they do? What kind of background check did they do?
Yeah.
But honestly, man, for me, I do have a question. I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt, but I do have the question of where was the hell that was to be paid for this?
Yeah,
to her face, straight up to her face.
Yeah,
that's a tough one.
Figgy?
Yeah, I agree with y'all. I'm gonna say no cap on her story, and I have a question for her too. I'm not doubting her, but I'm kind of curious what took so long. I want to be that person.
That's one of those where can I really win this?
But
what do I accomplish?
Yeah. No, I'm just curious. I'm not blaming her, but the nice little 15-year career, man.
Yeah.
That could have been shortened.
Well, and that's not to say that she's never told this story before, that it's not something that she's ever said.
Because she basically said, and he just got hired by the Lakers. That's why she brought it up.
She tweeted that. And then also, too, I kind of believe her a little bit because she left the tweet wide open. Yeah. Usually people that get all that smoke from a tweet, they start blocking the tweet off, and you can't reply to it, or she'll delete it or respond in another tweet.
Yeah, she
just had that tweet and that was it. She went on about her day.
Yeah.
So I don't think she's trolling or looking for the attention.
Well, also in just being a black woman in this country and the word against
that's what I'm saying.
A white man, a well-known white man who played at Duke and is in the NBA. I could see her feeling like her back is against the wall in terms of credibility, and who one is likely to believe in that situation, which is unfortunate, but, it is what it is there. Cap or no cap? Oh, Schloss.
Oh, boy.
He says that this thing with UT actually happened fast. Happened after the Aggies actually lost the national title game.
Of course. He had no clue about UT.
No collusion.
As soon as the game over.
Yeah, man, no shenanigans. This happened after David Pierce was fired.
Yeah.
And then his old buddy Del Conte all of a sudden reaches out to him.
Hey, I wonder if he would want to
It's like
coach
NFL
here.
free agency.
Yeah. I wonder if that was illegal tampering.
1201. Hey.
I just had a thought. What if you wanted to coach here?
I feel like I know what direction we're going here.
You want a $20 million contract? We just thought about it.
So in a matter of 12 hours, Pierce was fired. Del Conte reached out to Schlossnagle. Schlossnagle got an offer. He contemplated the offer, probably talked about it with his family, had his people negotiate a contract, convinced his staff to leave with him, and then decided to take the job. 12 hours. Cap.
Let me say this. If it is no cap, I need to talk to the people around here about how long it takes to fill a job. I mean, I'm just going to throw that out. If this is no cap, I am very, very curious. So, like, well, what is the process? These dudes got this figured out supposedly in 12 hours. Now, to the question, I'm calling cap.
Of course.
Because it does take longer than that.
Yeah, that's cap, man. And what job in America you could get a job that doggone quick?
Nope.
True. I think Hakeem and Simeon coming to America took a little longer to get that McDowell's job.
Yeah, they did.
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
You got to be kidding me with this Schloss dude. Like, it's like every day it gets worse and worse. Like, every time he opens his mouth,
it's awful.
He loses credibility just as a speaker of words. Obviously, he's going to be a good baseball coach, has been a good baseball coach for a long time.
Yeah.
So shout out to him for that. But as far as, like, asking this dude a question and feeling like you're going to get a straight up answer.
You got till 9 a.m. I'll be at the Snook. What is he waited for him in the Snook Cemetery?
Man, get out of here. He's getting to the point to where every sentence at the end you're gonna have to do cap or no cap. Yeah. Every sentence that he speaks.
Yeah. Have you ever met somebody you said they lie? Somebody that always lie?
Yeah.
Like, I wonder if they lying about that.
I've had people in my life where, like, if I were to introduce you to them, where you've got to warn the other person before you introduce them.
By the way, they lie a lot.
They don't believe a word.
Yeah.
All of it, grain of salt, less than that.
They can say they just had a cheeseburger. I wouldn't believe them.
Don't believe it.
Yeah.
Don't believe it.
I wonder if the Astros just had a cheeseburger.
Coming up on Around the NFL. Should we be worried about Caleb Williams at all? That's next on In the Loop.
Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com. Let's
prevent any disease or condition.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Brandon Scott in with John Lopez and Figgy Fig here on In the Loop. We're going around the NFL, and two guys who will be opponents of the Texans this year. Jeffrey Simmons, an opponent every year because he's in the division, and Caleb Williams, rookie quarterback now, number 1 overall pick for the Chicago Bears. Jeffrey Simmons is inviting the welcome to the NFL moment for Caleb Williams, or inviting himself to provide that.
Yeah.
He apparently cannot wait to meet this dude face to face.
Speaking of what the NBA players look like,
Hey,
we were earlier.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Humble him a little bit.
Yeah.
And the nail painting, don't get the sense that one Jeffrey Simmons is a big fan of that either. How much are you looking forward to? I know we don't root for Jeffrey Simmons. He plays on the wrong team. But there is, I think, some, older generation wanting to see the younger dude be humbled a little bit and stop painting them damn nails.
He might kill him. I mean, figuratively speaking, I think.
Do we buy that Caleb Williams is in danger with Jeffrey Simmons having his sights set on?
Oh, Caleb Williams is in danger. This was Jeffrey Simmons talking about it. Who was it with? Was it Rich Eisen?
Yep, it was Rich Eisen.
Rich Eisen show.
This is another reason why I wanted to have you here. Because you, Jeffrey Simmons, week 1 of the National Football League season, will be the first human being on the other side of the line of scrimmage in a game.
I can't wait to say that to him.
For Caleb Williams.
He said it. He said it. He said the quiet part out loud.
Yeah,
as the kids like to say.
And I was wondering, like, how is this gonna play?
Yeah,
with this whole painted nails, like just this different view on how we carry ourselves as men now. Like, look, this generation view it differently. I don't think Caleb Williams is actually like soft or less of a man. I just think his mentality and his generation is just completely off. And their sensibilities are just different than ours.
Yeah.
But how are these things going to collide once he hits the field?
Well, it also tells you, like, the generation gap. I mean, Jeffrey Simmons isn't that old.
No.
But even that generation and this one, that's the first thing he said, painted nails. Like, he's frothing at the mouth to get to it.
The difference feels like it used to be, like in a previous generation, you had to be a certain type of eccentric.
Yeah.
Like you needed to have a certain level of eccentricity to go out there and paint your nails.
Yeah.
Now it feels like
part of the game.
It's just like, are you even that interesting, bro?
Yeah.
If you paint your nails. Like Jalen Green, I hate to do this. But Jalen Green, like I don't know if he's got more than 8 to 10 words to say per sentence. Like other than the fact that he's a talented basketball player, not a very interesting guy. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
No,
made a baby with a famous woman, but other than that, not a very, very interesting guy. Not like his eccentricity being worn on his hand is not like saying something about, oh, you know what, that guy must either read a lot or like certain kind of music or like it's just the dude just got his nails painted.
Yeah, they were out and about the other day. I saw.
Yeah, I did see that.
I would hate to be working for TMZ like that, man.
Oh man,
that interviewing while walking down the street.
Yeah, you got to be built a certain way.
Yeah, I couldn't do it, man. I can't do it.
And they pushing a baby carriage.
Yeah,
like imagine that you go up to a couple of some sort. They got their baby together, pushing in a baby carriage, and you gonna.
She was pushing.
She was
pushing and carrying her bag.
Yeah, she was. I did notice that. Which
his hands was free.
Like, yeah. Well, how does it? I don't know. Generational gap.
Couldn't break a nail.
Hey.
Right.
Couldn't break a nail. You push the cart.
But like, how do you feel inclined to go up to somebody and the line of question? Not only are you bothering them, in kind of this private moment.
How do it feel to talk to a 22-year-old and you're 41?
How does it feel that I don't? How does it feel to you that the rest of us don't feel that your relationship is valid?
Yes.
As you walk across the street with your child that you just created together. Like that's brazen. You've got to have
that's brazen.
A certain level of don't give a rip in you to do that. So,
yeah.
Oh,
I guess they got what they wanted.
I guess, you could say that. You could say that. Better them than me, I would say. The Dolphins, we talked a little bit about this.
This was an interesting one to me.
Well, Tua is next to get paid, or at least so we thought or think. But you think that they're lowballing Tua. What's the deal with this?
Yeah, they are lowballing Tua. Well, at least according to, what the reports are out of Miami. I think it was, I can't remember who it was that reported it, that they're lowballing Tua, that his deal, the first offer is not in the same ballpark as Jared Goff and Trevor Lawrence.
Which it should be.
It should be. That's kind of my point. I think it's wild. I don't get it. I certainly get everybody has, their thoughts and opinions on quarterbacks. Mine on Tua Tagovailoa is higher than most in this building anyway. I feel. I know you and others have said, I don't know if I'm feeling it with Tua. I think, I'm not saying he's super elite. The guy did lead the NFL in passing yards last year. Like, he led the league in passing yards. So if you're trying to lowball him, okay, be careful,
I wouldn't say I'm down on Tua. I view him
not as high on him as I am.
Yeah, but I would say I view him very similarly to Trevor Lawrence. I view Tua as a quarterback that is good enough to win with, but also, like, whether you think he's a superstar or not, he's also too good to move on from without an airtight plan to replace him.
Yes.
And what is said plan? Like, what direction are they going in? If they move,
what are your options other than waiting, and drafting and crossing your fingers,
dude? You move on from Tua, and you're essentially starting over from scratch at that position. Yeah. Would you rather that, or a dude that has
you can't go free agency?
Would you rather that, or a dude that's shown you that he could lead the league in passing?
Yeah,
or that he could help lead you to the playoffs? So I agree with you, man. I don't understand exactly. Like, I do understand not viewing him, say, in the same light as the elite and upper echelon quarterbacks, but he also wouldn't be the first dude to get paid who you view that way, and everybody understands the market.
Trevor Lawrence just did.
Trevor Lawrence just did. And I think more of Jared Goff than both of them, but he's also somewhere similar in that way of like, hey, things need to be right, things need to be perfect. No one really views him, and this could be more of an indictment on the rest of us for sleeping on Jared Goff a little bit, but none of us are out here talking about how Jared Goff is a top 5 or 8 quarterback. But
we also are not saying he doesn't deserve the money.
Not saying he doesn't deserve the money, and also not beginning to even think that the Detroit Lions would be better off moving on from Jared Goff than just simply paying him the money. So, man, definitely a weird situation. I just saw this story about Randall Cobb's family. There was a house fire.
See that? Yeah.
Yeah, Randall Cobb says his family is lucky to be alive after their home caught fire in Nashville, Tennessee this week. Randall Cobb, I know his tenure here with the Texans
wasn't the best.
Wasn't the best. I don't think that was entirely his fault.
Yeah.
I think that was the fault of the folks that were in charge at the time and decided that he was worth paying the money that they paid him. And I do think that if they had brought him in on a more reasonable deal, we would have shrugged our shoulders at that and never thought anything of it. Like, it was unremarkable, but if he had been paid unremarkable money,
then we're good.
Yeah. The fact that he was paid the amount he was for where it seemed like he was in his career and what he was actually able to contribute to the Texans.
We're not all stat guys.
Clearly not. Clearly not. I know that's the kind of the lingering memory of Randall Cobb here. Well, Randall Cobb, by all accounts, one of the good guys in the league. Yeah. Somebody that I've enjoyed following throughout his career. Glad to hear that his family's okay after a house fire.
That's the scariest. That's the worst.
100%. Also around the league, as we go around the league here on In the Loop, Brian Daboll, did you see this, Lopez? Brian Daboll is going to call plays. Apparently, he's calling plays now for the Giants, taking away play calling duties from Mike Kafka. I point this out because I feel like I'm old enough to remember when Mike Kafka was the up-and-coming offensive coordinator. When Mike Kafka was somebody that if you were a fan of a team that was looking for a head coach, you might be interested in one Mike Kafka.
Yeah.
This wasn't that long ago, guys. This goes just as far back as when the Texans were in the head coaching market last year before they hired DeMeco Ryans, and thank God they did that. But this is interesting to me because it feels desperate on the part of the Giants to try to rectify last year and what turned out to be a huge dysfunction or disappointment in what's being classified by some as internal dysfunction. And the move that they're making is to take play calling duties away from Mike Kafka and give it to Brian Daboll. Do you think that that's just going to fix it? Now Daniel Jones is going to be all right?
What I do think is this is one of the telltale signs at every organization in professional sports. When teams start doing these things, you can start counting the days until the head coach gets fired. Let's say they fire or reassign the offensive coordinator. Offensive coordinator gets fired, they're going to bring someone else. That's a sign. That's one of those desperation moves or slightly desperate moves to kind of cover your own ass. When you take over play calling duties from either the offensive or the defensive coordinator, that's another sign that you're on a short leash. All this is self-preservation for Brian Daboll. I got to take over play calling. It'll maybe appease some of the fans and the masses, and maybe I'll have more control of it. This isn't like, oh, it's very strategic. It's a strong move. Kafka's down with it, and here we go. No, this is self-preservation.
I agree.
Yeah.
But I feel bad for Kafka.
Oh, hell yeah.
I feel really bad for him.
Oh, yeah.
Because he seemed like he was on the trajectory to become a head coach eventually. And maybe he still is.
It stinks for him.
But this is a step back because you can best believe that either in interviews or even if he gets past the interview and it's, hey, we actually want you. I'd imagine at some point this is going to come up in some kind of discussion or negotiation about what kind of coach he is. You remember that time when you got maybe not technically demoted?
Oh, he got demoted.
But they took away your play call.
That's a demotion.
You get the same title. You get the same amount of money.
Responsibilities.
And then publicly, there's a story written about it on ESPN.com.
Yeah.
And to your point about self-preservation, not just that, but it's self-promotion. Let the world know Brian Daboll is calling the plays now.
Yeah.
If things pass or fail, however it goes this year, put it on me. If we improve this year, it's because I'm the one that took over the play calling duties. And that schmuck that we got actually calling the plays before, think what you will.
I mean, what happened here? What were the signs in the year or 2 years before Bill O'Brien got fired? New coordinators, new play callers, new this, new that. That's because he's trying to save his own ass. That's why I always said, and Figgy remembers this, I always said, this dude just kicks the can down the road, trying to keep that salary coming.
You mentioned self-preservation a minute ago.
Yeah.
And, this is one of the last things you see before a coach gets fired. Well, speaking of which, Jacksonville Jaguars owner Shad Khan calls the Jaguars late season collapse, and we all remember it, right? Because the Texans got the benefit from it.
Yeah.
So shout out to the Jacksonville Jaguars for actually doing this, for having this late season collapse. We, to be clear, are not complaining about said collapse.
Yeah.
Because it was epic and awesome for us. But Shad Khan calls it an organizational failure.
Love it.
I feel like, and yes, I love it too, and I think that's an accurate description.
Yeah.
But when the owner calls something an organizational failure, guess who he's not firing? Himself.
Make sure you keep the key card.
Yeah.
Active.
Yes. This is a quote from news conference, and apparently this was
when they were announcing I listened to it. It was when they were announcing the new stadium.
Yeah, so this is related more so to the new stadium, but he was clearly asked about this because the mayor was there. Apparently the Jacksonville mayor was there. So to your point about announcing the new stadium, you fail as an organization. I look at it as an organizational failure.
Yeah.
When we talk to the players, Trevor Lawrence, Josh Allen, all of the players I talked to, it's like, how could this happen?
Yeah.
So the owner is going to the players, the highly paid ones, the ones that are the best on the team.
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence, Josh Allen. Hey, man, what's going on here?
What's happening?
I know I didn't give y'all
What
a
do
second,
you think?
Yeah, I know I didn't give y'all a second coach, and this one at least has some NFL credibility, won a Super Bowl. I got rid of the Urban Meyer guy and punted on that early.
Yeah.
Did not wait too long to recognize the error of my ways.
Yeah.
But I thought I got y'all something good going here. How y'all collapse
And
like this?
they all nodded their head over to the head coach's office or the coordinator's office or somebody got called out, whether it was verbally or not. I mean, specifically or not, or whatever. This is mini confession. I kind of like Shad Khan. I think he's got a lot going on, a lot going for him. I get the Urban Meyer thing that you just mentioned. That was a disaster.
Yeah, everybody makes
The
mistakes.
dude put up $800 million for the stadium. He didn't just say, "Hey, taxpayers, yeah, I need your help, but you know what? I'm gonna throw $800 million in here." That was pretty cool.
Yeah. I would say I definitely like Shad Khan more than I like his organization.
Yeah, and I like his honesty there.
Yeah.
I thought he was pretty honest about Urban Meyer, and he definitely knows how to try to expand the brand in a market that is hard to expand. He's going to London twice a year.
Yeah.
You know?
I would say Shad Khan in a vacuum, a lot more impressive and interesting than the Jacksonville Jaguars themselves.
Yeah.
But thought it was interesting that, he's actually reaching out to the players himself and saying, hey, how funny would it be if players, coaches, anybody, it's like, man, remember what we did to the Chargers the year before?
Yeah.
That bleep is contagious. That losing and choking is just contagious. It's just a part of the game.
Yeah.
Also around the NFL, and this one is a little bit more local. Cade Stover talked to Texans All Access last night, and I got to tell you, Lopez, I mentioned this earlier in the show. I'm going to reiterate this. I am impressed by Cade Stover. I am impressed by this entire rookie class. It does not come with the same level of fanfare when the first pick doesn't get picked until midway through the second round, and you're stacking up second and third and fourth round picks and trying to make people excited about it.
Yeah.
But absolutely excited to see what Cade Stover is about.
Yeah. I like the guy. I like the fact that he was talking about what I really like is the way that he was talking about. He knew the morning of the draft that he was going to get drafted because you know who told him? C.J. Stroud. I love that so much. C.J. Stroud, I don't know what level of power he might have in these types of things, but he's definitely something of a consultant. I mean, he's definitely being consulted.
100%. We also got a little bit of breaking news with the Rockets and the draft tonight. Now, I know we've been talking about their third overall pick, Reed Shepard, that they picked last night, but there is a second round that is today, and we've got some Rocket news to share with you. We'll do that on the other side.
Somehow. with a specially created exercise mix on the free Odyssey app. There's plenty of options. Find the one that fits you best and take it with you wherever you go, thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop. And I wouldn't say that the internet is necessarily going nuts about this move, but
maybe one corner.
Yeah,
small corner.
Oh yeah, Rockets Twitter definitely. Let me not sleep on Rockets Twitter because I'm sure they are all over this, as you should be, because we're gonna give you the news, man.
Yeah.
The Rockets going into the day had the 44th pick in the draft in the second round. Okay, they have traded that pick. We thought there was a possibility that they could trade the third pick yesterday. They didn't do that. They picked Reed Sheppard. But today, they're trading the 44th pick, their second-round pick, to the Atlanta Hawks for one A.J. Griffin. You might ask, who the hell is that?
Yes, a lot of people were.
Who the hell is A.J. Griffin?
Yay, A.J. Griffin.
Well,
yeah,
he is what you might consider now, since he's been traded by his first team, a failed first-round pick.
Yeah.
He was a first-round pick in the middle of the first round 2 years ago out of Duke by the Atlanta Hawks. They have decided after 2 seasons that they are going to punt on their former first-round pick. So there is that. He is also the son of Adrian Griffin.
Now, that name we know.
We know Adrian Griffin. He was the coach of the Bucks most recently.
That's actually who I was thinking about. I was about to say he ain't playing.
Yeah, no, he's not. No, because Figgy, we're old now. That's what it is. He's Adrian Griffin's kid.
Yeah.
He's his son. Obviously, Adrian Griffin had a cup of coffee with the Rockets in his 10-year NBA career.
Yeah.
But most recently, and probably more well-known for, now anyway, for being the former coach of the Bucks, which I thought was a weird hire to begin with. Nothing against Adrian Griffin, but I'm like,
yeah,
this who y'all picked to coach Giannis? I don't know. I was just very, very confused by that. But they recently fired him for Doc Rivers to bring him off the, I was going to say out of the booth. They don't do the game from a booth, but off the sideline.
Yeah.
The broadcast sideline to be the coach. So that's your latest Rocket.
All right.
Not Reed Sheppard anymore. Now it is one A.J. Griffin. Now, as far as his game, how much is he going to be able to contribute?
Bucket.
Dude, he's a bucket?
No, I didn't say buckets. A bucket.
A bucket. There you go. There you go. Okay. A bucket.
Yeah.
Because there's not a lot of game to talk about.
Yeah.
Only played in 20 games last year, averaged 2 points a game, 2.5 points a game.
There we go. A bucket.
And then
and a half.
His rookie year, the disaster that is the Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah.
Averaged 9 points a game, played in 72, started in 12 of them, but needless to say, has not impressed.
Yeah.
Did shoot 39% from three that first year, though. So
a
shooter potentially helping the Rockets in their pursuit to become a better overall outside shooting team.
Yeah.
And, man, I can't be mad at that.
So the Rockets don't have any second-round picks today?
No.
Yeah.
No, so makes this a non-event.
It's a Bronny event.
Yeah, that was going to be my confession, man. I was kind of hoping the Rockets maybe take a flyer on Bronny to make stuff a little interesting.
You see, Tim Legler doubled down. Who said it before? Tim Legler said this morning, if I'm the Celtics, I draft Bronny and send the Lakers a ransom note. We got your kid. It's going to take Austin Reeves. If you want to. I'm loving that.
Yeah,
I'm loving
down
that.
for that. I just want to see the drama at this point.
Send a ransom note.
That's funny enough. All jokes aside, from a strategic standpoint,
hell yeah.
Like that is more. That gives Bronny James more value, more utility than I think his actual game would.
Yeah.
You know, the baiting of LeBron. Like, hey, you want your son? Give me something that I want. And it ain't you. I want your teammate.
Hey, I'll be like Uncle Ice and paid in full.
Yeah.
Send the finger in the envelope.
Here's the quote right here. 54th pick. This is Tim Legler. We renew the Cold War between the Celtics and the Lakers. The Boston Celtics take Bronny James and send a ransom note to the Lakers. Yo, we have your son. We have your son. If you want him back, it's going to take Austin Reeves. Let's go.
Yep.
Let's go.
Or we sending his ass to the G League.
I'm going to be straight up about this, man. I would prefer Bronny James over AJ. I would prefer LeBron's son over Adrian Griffin's son.
We talked about
Is that reasonable?
Hey, we talked about Tillman Fertitta and all this star power, all that stuff. It make a little stuff interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want any parts of whatever helicopter dad LeBron actually, like whatever that entails.
Or Rich Paul.
I don't want that. But as a discussion point, as an observation piece, I would be down for that. Yeah, give me LeBron's son over Adrian Griffin's son.
Yeah.
People be lining up trying to talk to Bronny in the locker room.
How about Shams, who's head of that Cold War, speaking of Cold War with Woj? He tweeted, he said on McAfee show today, "Are y'all ready for this? Are you sitting down?" Yes, you're sitting down.
I'm sitting down.
Are you sure?
I'm scared now. You're going to knock me out my seat.
This is Shams saying
still
this.
a nice distance from here to the floor.
On McAfee.
He might go undrafted.
On national television. Quote, "The Lakers are showing interest in Bronny James."
Hey, you know what he's going to report next?
Didn't see that coming.
They haven't discussed it with LeBron at all.
Oh, yeah.
Only AD. Only AD. Anthony Davis is talked to the back
LeBron
channels.
never talk about basketball and business stuff with his son.
Yeah. Anthony
would
Davis
never do that.
No, Anthony Davis went into Rob Pelinka office and was like, "You know who I really like in the second round?
Yeah.
This is kid out of USC, man.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like
He
one of my
hadn't done
teammates. Yeah, he ain't really done, but I see the potential there. He looks like one of our guys that
He
we
got
already
the same
have on the
name
team.
as one of our players.
Yeah, man. What do you think about Bronny? What do you think about Bronny in that second round?
Yeah.
No, LeBron has nothing to do with that. Also on the internet, going nuts. This wasn't just me who noticed this, okay? I wasn't the first one to notice it, and that's why it's here. Internet going nuts. Pockets of the internet went nuts when it was realized that Alex Sarr and Caitlin Clark separated at birth.
It's truly a you can't unsee it thing. Like, I saw the tweet, and I looked at it, and I'm like, well, I wish I hadn't looked at that, because now that's all I see is Caitlin Clark. And as you pointed out earlier, like, they could be like siblings, but they couldn't.
They could. They could, but they couldn't.
Yeah.
But it feels like they could.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, like, let's just be straight up about it.
Yeah.
It looks like either one or two things happened. Someone made Caitlin Clark into a 7-foot black dude.
Yeah.
Or made Alex Sarr into a 6-foot white woman. Like, right? I mean,
they look so much alike.
That's what they look like.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I cannot get over it. Also here on the internet going nuts. Apparently now you can get high as you put this in, Lopez.
I'd put this in. Blame me.
You can get high as you know what. High as a kite.
Basketballs.
High as balls. I ain't scared. Before playing in the college football playoff or the Final Four, please explain. They not drug testing no more?
Dude, you truly can. Like let's say, the Longhorns or the Aggies are about to play in the national championship game, football or basketball. Every one of their players could get high the night before, not worry about a damn thing. Like high. The NCAA Division I Council voted to remove use of cannabis products from the banned drug class for championships and postseason participation in football. Y'all go for it, man. Have a good time.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with this.
Oh, I don't
man.
either. I just think it's like so funny.
I think it's funny, but also way past time. Long goes the stigma. Like, how many folks you think have drank the night before? Not that that's a good idea. That's a terrible idea.
Yeah, but yeah.
But you think it's a new thing? Athletes drinking the night, playing games
during
hungover?
Games, in some cases,
and in any of the sports.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even exclusive to one kind of sport.
Yeah,
that's harder to do. Man, it's way harder to play a sport on a hangover than it is with a little cannabis buzz.
Yeah, it is.
Like from the vape pen or a little joint.
Yeah,
like that you can do way easier than you can.
Oh yeah,
being drunk. So
yeah, y'all go for it, man.
Finally,
spark it up.
Yeah, I mean, like, come on, man. Sign of the times.
Mm-hmm.
Also, and I saw this, man.
Mm-hmm.
This Bat Boy,
dude, this was awesome.
He deserves to get whatever. Mazahara, the interpreter, I don't know the guy's name, but the interpreter that's going to prison for stealing all the millions of dollars from Ohtani, whatever he was actually making, a couple $100,000 or whatever it was, his salary, they need to consider this Bat Boy because he might have saved, maybe more, because he might have saved Ohtani's life.
You're not exaggerating. If you haven't seen the video, it's all over. Figure, did you see it?
I did see it. That was impressive, man.
This Bat Boy, Shohei Ohtani, was not paying attention. I think he was getting like either a drink or his bat or something, standing behind this Bat Boy, and an absolute BB came firing off a foul ball, firing into the dugout. And the dude just kind of dodged to the left, caught the ball with both hands right in front of Ohtani's face.
Yeah, it was some X-Men, Marvel. Like it looked like he
step in front of the bullet. And pick it off with your fingers.
Yeah,
it was the Bat Boy.
Yeah, yeah, man. It's like he slowed down time.
Yeah, and Ohtani was like, his jaw dropped. He was like, "Holy crap! I would have gotten killed there." Yeah. And the guy just went, cloop, caught it with his bare hands. Here's what I said. You said give him something like, let's say the Dodgers get to the NLCS, World Series, whatever. I think that kid should get a full share. A lot of times, Bat Boys get like a $5,000, $10,000. I think whatever the Dodgers win in the postseason, the Bat Boys should get a full share.
Do players still get postseason bonuses?
I don't know if they get bonuses. I'm sure some do.
Think about it, though.
Yeah.
Ohtani's just signed a deal for. I understand that his man's stole millions of dollars from him, so maybe he is less inclined to be benevolent with his money these days.
Yeah.
But he did just sign a $700 million contract.
Yeah.
Whatever bonus he get, like beyond that, he should at least consider breaking my man's off.
Yeah, because
all of that could be over with if he gets hit the wrong way by that ball.
Yeah. So last year, the Rangers split $38.8 million for winning the World Series, getting to the postseason where as far as the Astros got $12.9 million. And they usually split that in full shares for the players and coaches, and then they throw some money at Bat Boys and other people that are integral to the team. Let's think about it this way: if that ball hit Ohtani in the face, he's going to miss games. He might go IL. He might get killed. I mean, he might at least be like, if as far as they go, that kid gets a full share.
I would not be opposed.
Yeah,
and I don't see how they could be either, considering that he came up absolutely clutch for them.
Yeah.
That is Internet Going Nuts here on In the Loop. Coming up next, we'll talk about the Astros. What's next for them now that they are a serious baseball team at 500? And what we like most about the Rockets drafting Reed Shepherd. That's next on In the Loop.
Don't look now.
your future. The way I would put it with the Astros, and you put this, you said this earlier, like sandwiched around a huge win, very impressive series win against the Orioles was, not much. White Sox and Rockies.
Yeah.
Nevertheless,
expired bread.
Nevertheless,
molded.
I was thinking of a bread reference, and that's a better one. Yeah, I couldn't come up with one. Yeah, but they did get it done. So what I'm going to say is I still don't know, for not because I don't have confidence or obviously I want the Astros to go on another run. It's just like it's same argument I had, at the end of April I have now. How are you going to do it? But here's the thing, and this is the most important thing. You are now in a position where you should try. You should absolutely try. You're at 500. Is it 4 games back, 4.5, whatever it is?
Yeah.
3 games back in the wild card, and only 1 team ahead of you in the wild card. Not even 2 weeks ago, it was 5 teams. Like less than 2 weeks ago, 5 teams were ahead of you in the wild card. Now it's just 1, I believe, if I'm remembering that right from looking at it this morning.
You're 4.5 games out of the division.
Yeah.
3 games out of the wild card. And I've mentioned this before. Forget even the teams. It's just 1 team ahead of you keeping you out of the wild card, and that's the Kansas City Royals.
Yeah.
And to be fair, the Kansas City Royals have been pretty good this year.
Mm-hmm.
But they are among the teams that are behind them, they're clearly better than.
Yeah.
So they're not looking back, they're just looking forward.
Yeah.
And now all you're doing is chasing. They're 3 games out of the wild card, 4.5 games out of the
So here's how I'd put it. I'm still not sure how they can get there, but they're in a position where they have to try. They have to try now. Now that's where it gets dicey. And we didn't really talk about this much.
I was just going to say, this leads me to, I'm glad you said that, because now you have to try.
Yeah.
And it leads me to a little bit of a disagreement that we have.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's just a slight disagreement, but a disagreement nonetheless.
Mm-hmm.
This Vlad Guerrero Jr. story that's out there, or rumor that's out there, I don't know exactly where it comes from, like the sourcing of it or the validity of it.
I don't know if I believe it.
And I understand that. Now, I am more inclined to believe that it does come from somewhere. Whether I believe it actually, I don't know. But where it's coming from, I don't think Michael Schwab is where this report is coming from, this rumor is coming from. I don't think he's just putting it out there for clout. And I can say, just from the little bit that I do know about how the relationships work, the Astros themselves do acknowledge him. Like they don't just view him as like some schmuck.
Yeah.
They do acknowledge him, and the players themselves for years now, he has had some relationships with players in the Astros clubhouse. So he is more connected than most just straight up team bloggers and fans who convert his media type of thing. I will give him that much credit.
Yeah.
Now, as far as this particular rumor goes, though, with Vlad Jr. and the idea that the Astros could be interested in adding Vlad Jr. to fix their first base problem. All it is really is just logic.
Yeah.
Like I could see how maybe you wouldn't want to do it because, hey, do you want to pay that much for Vlad Jr. if he's already an underachieving player? You're going to have to make a decision about his contract eventually. Yeah. Is the juice worth the squeeze? I think is a very relevant question.
Yeah.
My answer to it would just be yes. I think it is if you think that you're on to something this year. I led the segment talking about how this is a serious baseball team. If you agree with me, and I think the Astros themselves do, maybe even more so than some of the folks that are listening to this show right now.
Yeah.
But if you agree with me that the Astros are on track or have a trajectory to be something better than what they've been so far, I think adding Vladimir Guerrero Jr. for however long of a rental, let it just be 2 seasons or a season and a half is what it would be.
Yeah.
I don't think you're trying to pay him, especially if you're not paying Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
I don't see why you would throw money at Vlad.
Yeah.
But I think that's worth the 2-year run this year, next year, and then not really knowing how wide open that window really is past this.
Yeah.
To me, and especially as somebody that is rooting for good things to happen to the Astros, hell, I want them to fix this first base problem, and there's a first baseman that can help.
No, it would definitely make it more interesting. I think he's probably having a better – people talk to him about him like he's Jose Abreu. No, he's not having – he's having a down year, but he still has 10 home runs and 40 RBI and an over 800 OPS. So, he's not having a Vlad Jr. MVP candidate year, but he's still having a damn good year, which leads me to, like, the how. Because we all know, and it's one of the reasons I've been hesitant to really sort of anoint this team like the other ones, we all know that they have shortcomings, and especially in terms of pieces that they can move. We know that. So Vlad Guerrero, you're going to have to move a lot. Like, you're going to have to pretty much gut your future to get him for a number of reasons. And there is the aspect of his contract expires the same time as Kyle Tucker's, and there's no indication they want to pay Kyle Tucker. I get it. Who cares? But then you're going to get him for a season and a half or a season and whatever, and then there goes your future, out the door. That's one aspect. The second aspect is not only are you going to have to pay a lot, but there are multiple teams that whatever you think you're going to have to pay, they're going to make you pay more. Yankees are pretty much announcing that they're interested. Like, they all but a press release in Vlad Jr., and other teams will be as well. So it's going to be very, very costly now. Do you have it? And very, very costly in the future. Do you have a future?
So I'm with you on it being very, very costly.
Yeah.
And do you have it?
Yeah.
I think that's really the main point.
Yeah.
Can you even do this to begin with? Is this a pipe dream, or is this something that you could actually pull off?
Yeah.
But let's say it is. If, in fact, it is, let's say you do have enough to entice the Blue Jays to trade Vlad Jr. to you. I struggle with, and when we talked about this earlier, I was trying to reconcile this. I struggle with having any emotional connection or attachment to the Astros' future if so much of our conversation has been they don't have much of it to begin with.
Yeah.
So like I have an issue with saying, hey, I don't want to give all of this up when I've spent all of this time saying it ain't a whole lot there to begin with.
Yeah.
So I get not wanting to deplete your farm system. Like, just from a math standpoint, you don't want to do that. Like, hey, where are your prospects? I do understand that. But also, there is this idea that they're showing that catch again on ESPN. It is such an impressive feat by somebody that is not,
his life.
And he is not somebody that is expected to do athletic things.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, he might have a future in something.
Yeah.
Maybe he's a cop. I don't know. But either way, like with this Vlad thing, I struggle with having an emotional attachment to a farm system that we have acknowledged is already weak. If it's just strong enough to land you Vlad Jr. in a window that feels like it's closing. Like, however we feel today about the Astros being 500, however we feel today about their prospect of making something out of this season when we thought at one point it was going to be a lost season.
Yeah.
However we feel about that, we do have to acknowledge it feels like the window's closing based off of the way this season is going.
And
if you feel that way, then why not want to make the most of said window?
This is an interesting part of it as well for me. Like, I'm a big advocate of, if you have a chance to win a championship, you do everything in your power to get the right pieces in to win that championship and worry about the future later. I subscribe to that theory. You got a chance to win a title, do whatever it takes. On the other hand, do they really have a chance to win a championship?
Well, that's the issue, though.
Yeah. I mean, they are the Astros. They have the gene.
This is a chicken and egg debate.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I think we will agree. As currently constructed, the answer is probably not.
Yeah.
Right? Like, the Yankees seem like they're better constructed to represent the American League.
Then you got the National League.
Right, yeah. And I was just going American League to start, but then I'll go there.
Yeah.
The Yankees seem like they're better suited to do it.
Guardians.
The Guardians seem like they're better suited to do it. I know you just beat the Orioles, but they, throughout the season, have shown more and seem like they're better suited to do it. So that's just a few teams right there in your own American League. You don't seem better suited than Atlanta, certainly the Philadelphia Phillies.
No way.
Right? Like the Dodgers.
But you are the Astros.
You are the Astros, but also, what made you the Astros? Deadline deals.
Yeah.
I mean,
big jet deadline deals.
Hey, the Astros did what? Traded for Justin Verlander in 2017 and won the World Series.
Yeah.
The Astros did what? Traded for Justin Verlander last year and went to the CS for a 7th straight time.
Yeah.
Obviously traded for Garrett Cole, and that was a magical run. Didn't win the World Series, but still a lot of people consider that to be one of the better baseball teams that they've ever seen, myself included.
Yeah.
So, like, I think that this is an opportunity thing for them. Like, hey, seize the moment. Don't get big-headed and Astros arrogance like, oh, the window is every year because we're the Astros.
No.
Nah, man. You are the Astros, but if you want to feel like the Astros this year, you might want to address that gaping hole unless you think it's acceptable to have Mauricio Dubon, who's better served, playing pretty much every position but first base.
Yeah.
You rather just stick him there or settle for John Singleton in that spot, which I love the John Singleton story, but let's just get real.
Yeah.
Mauricio Dubon needs to be dabbling throughout the entire, giving everybody rest and playing wherever you need him to play. That's his value, the ultimate utility guy.
Yeah.
And John Singleton, that's just not going to cut it. We know that.
No, you see, that's, again, you mentioned chicken and egg. Like, you do have to do something. But then does that even answer? Okay, let's say you make the deal, you make it happen, you're going for it. We're the Astros, we have the gene, we're special, we've been through it a million times, and we got our first baseman now. So here we go. Oh yeah, who's pitching? Oh yeah, who's our guy got knocked out in 4 1/3 innings. Who do we bring in? You still have those aspects, and I know it's something they can manipulate, but you still have those issues as well.
How do you feel about the nickname Cocaine Curry?
I love it.
Because I am here for it,
I
man.
love it.
When I saw that last night, and I was like, man, we just drafted Cocaine Curry to the city. Now, I'm with y'all.
It's not your nickname. It was out there.
No, it was out there.
Yeah.
This is Reed Shepard, the Rockets' #3 overall pick. I did not deem him Cocaine Curry.
Yeah.
I was a little upset, was a little jealous that I wasn't the one to come up with
I want to hear a major a broadcaster. You know how they go to the sideline and they do the little bio. Yeah, tell us about the rookie. Reed Shepard. He went to Kentucky. His mom played basketball at Kentucky. His dad played Kentucky. His nickname is Cocaine Curry. Wait, what?
Listen.
Things that you'll never hear on network TV.
Let me tell you.
Hey, if they got away with the name for Andre Kirilenko, AK-47.
Yeah, that's still a little.
What's worse, AK-47 or cocaine?
From a Russian dude.
I don't know. Yeah, from a Russian guy. I don't know which one is worse, but I know which one isn't going to get on the air. And that's Cocaine Curry.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You get pinched by an AK-47 and your arm is blown off. You got to do a lot of cocaine to die.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. There is a difference. But the text line has actually helped me with this. I figured out a way to mainstream this because you're right. We can't do it on the broadcast. They can't make a big deal of it really, really in the arena by just calling them Cocaine Curry.
Yeah.
But you know the way around it? We need a Figgy, you might get on this, man. We need somebody musically inclined to make a dope track. We just need a producer tag or just a line, something in a hook. Somebody
a line.
Turn
a line. Did you say a line?
A line.
Hey, pun intended. Hey, just
cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Turn BBL Drizzy into Cocaine Curry. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. And I think we could slide it in there. Just make it some background noise.
I can see Quavo or Offset doing something like that. Whipping the brick like
we got
Cocaine Curry.
We got to mainstream this thing, man.
Yeah.
We absolutely got to mainstream this thing. Also from the text line that I found funny, we were talking about the cross-racial comparison. And this isn't cross-racial, but it is cross-gender. Mm-hmm. We're talking about Alex Sarr and Caitlin Clark having the same face.
Yeah.
Somebody pointed out Jalen Carter from the Philadelphia Eagles and Stacey Adams, the Georgia politician. I'm just saying. Go look it up.
Oh, man.
Go look it up.
I don't even want to look it up.
Hey, no, look. You won't be able to unsee it.
I thought you was talking about Stacey Dash for a minute.
No,
I was about to say, oh, man.
And that's not me talking politics. I don't care what aisle you're on. I'm just talking about who stole who face. Whose mama and daddy need to explain to who or why these two look alike.
Oh, man.
Just saying. We got Clint Stoerner. We got Ron Hughley in the building from the Drive. Fellas, how y'all living?
Yeah, while we're telling our cocaine stories, I remember the first time I saw a line being done was
right under your nose.
Was in the bathroom in Nashville, Tennessee, at a place called The Spot.
Typically where it happens.
And I was wide-eyed. I was like, damn, this is like the movies.
You know what actually really
kind of makes
How'd
it weird.
How'd it feel, Ron? How'd it feel when you got done?
Did you rub your teeth?
That was too much of me. That's past me, man. I can't get that one.
But you know what's always shocking about it? Whenever it busts out, like the cocaine users act like it's no big deal. And everybody else who doesn't do cocaine is like,
holy smokes.
Whoa, is that cocaine?
Goodfellas.
Are you serious?
It's like, yeah.
Never fails.
Yeah.
Never fails.
Never fails.
Yeah, man. No doubt.
Go ahead, Clint. Your turn. No, I'm just...
Yeah. Now we hear Clint Stoerner's cocaine stories. And Clint's like, nah, brother, I'm not messing up this money.
I've never needed it, man. I've never needed it. I've witnessed it a few times.
Well, nobody needs it.
I've never needed it. Well, I push the limits, but when it's time,
Clint, hold on. None of us said we needed it. We were just when
I think of cocaine, I don't think about your casual user. I think of the old cat that's trying to go all night and just ain't got it. You know, instead of low T, he chooses a little something else. So
a little more fast reacting.
I don't know. Let's a little quicker jump start there. I don't know.
A little bit more fast reacting.
I've just never needed it. So I've seen it a time or two. I saw it off a CD case in the back of an extended cab pickup truck on the way to the Electric Cowboy in Little Rock about 4:00 in the morning. One of my good decisions. I looked over and the guy next to me, he's got it on a CD case, and I'm like, ooh, hope we don't get pulled over because I'm gonna be the one on the news, not you.
That's true. Hey, but look, to me, I've always loved how y'all nicknamed Chaz McCormick White Boy Chaz.
Yeah.
Loved it. To me, this cocaine curry thing
that's all Clint.
That is White Boy Chaz on steroids. I like what y'all did.
Well,
but cocaine curry.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
white girl Chaz. I was fixing to say we can play with that white girl curry now. We can get there with it. Huh? White boy Chaz, white girl curry. I mean, we can get there with it if you know what I mean. We can make it TV
make
friendly.
It happen.
Love me a good nickname. It's really got the creative juices flowing. I do gotta say,
this feels dangerous.
It
feels a little dangerous.
That's the reason why I like it so much.
I just want to throw it out there.
Living on the edge a little bit. I'm also, speaking of danger, disappointed in you, Ron, for not seeing the cross-racial and cross-gender comparison of Alex Sarr.
I can't see it, man. I cannot see it.
You can't see.
I cannot unsee it.
Just
I've tried.
Take it off your sentence, and clearly, sir, you cannot see because those two belong at the same Thanksgiving table.
Yeah, I don't believe they do.
I think they do. I think they do, and their parents got a lot of explaining to do, 100%. But in the meantime, you're listening to KIOT HD2. It's an Odyssey station, and the drive is live.
I'm glad he had that one. I wasn't ready for that one today, fellas. I wasn't ready for that one today. I didn't have it if it was thrown to me. I would have fought and struggled my way through it. Shout out to B. Scott, baby. There it is. The drive is live. You hear Clint. You hear Tyler as well. The drive is live right here live right here, 2 to 6 right now on Sports Radio 610. I got to tell you what, Clint, man. Yesterday was a big day for the Rockets. They drafted Reed Sheppard. Let me get from you, Clint, man, real quick. How you feel right off the bat? How you feel about that move?
Look, I like it. I mean, I think I'm a big fan of the effect that a spot up, dead eye sniper type shooter can have on an offense. I'll be honest, I didn't watch a whole hell of a lot of cocaine curry. I didn't watch a whole lot.
You didn't?
No. White girl Reed. No, I didn't watch it. I didn't watch a whole lot of him, to be completely honest with you. But so I'm just looking at it from a shooter's perspective. I absolutely love what that typically brings to a team. So if he can fill the shoes of just being that shooter, along with what I'm hearing from Rafael Stone and some of his audio in terms of him being an NBA athlete, like he doesn't lack athleticism. That's a big plus. Those are the white guy that can just shoot from long range typically lacks your athletic ability at the NBA level, and so for the GM to step up and say that immediately, I love it. I think Rafael Stone also had some comments about him on the defensive end of the floor, being a plus defender. I love that. I mean, what's not to like about it in terms of a draft pick at this point in time? And as we've alluded to in the crosstalk, the nickname is absolutely tremendous. So what's not to love about this cat, man?
No, listen. I think the whole move is really judged and predicated on if you just take where he was selected and throw it out the window. Right. I mean, I think basketball is a little bit different, but even in football, we've talked about it when the Texans have had high draft picks. When you use a guy like Derek Stingley at 3 or C.J. Stroud at 2, you expect to need that dude to be a big-time contributor, a star for your team. Reed Shepherd, in this case, Clint, he's the number 3 overall pick, but I don't think that you view him that way. I don't think you view and need him. Hell, he may not even start. All right, I mean, he's not even a guy that you look at and say, we believe he's going to be a star. He is a guy. To me that you look at and say this could be a great role player. And yes, you drafted him at 3, and you usually don't want to draft role players at 3. But that's to me what it is. He has a potential to be a great role player. This is not going to be, to me, an all-star type player, but you knew that when you drafted him. If he can shoot the 3 like he has shown to do in college, and I mean he shot it every way possible in a positive manner. Guarded, in the corner, catch and shoot, off the dribble, he shot it at a really, really high clip. So to me, if you throw out that he was drafted 3rd overall, Clint Tyler, I think, and just take him for what he is. If you say we tried to draft a top-level role player, a top-level rotation player, we hope that we just drafted Derek White. We hope that we just drafted, somebody like that, and not, hey, we used a number 3 pick. This dude's got to be an all-star every year.
Yeah, I mean, look, this draft appeared to be full of those guys, at least from the onset anyway. I mean, it seems like until you see those guys on the floor, maybe I'm sure there'll be a couple of guys separate. So, yeah, I mean, but that's again, the Rockets, with the exception of just that one, just like absolute star, the Wemby, the number, with the exception of that guy being available, what they are going to have to do, and they've done for the last several years, is go get dudes that are role players. Now you hope that Green can turn into something else. You hope that you can build around those guys, but you don't know. I mean, so yeah, the overall point is don't look at it like a third overall pick, and look at it like this is just an important part of an overall top 9 guys on the squad.
Yeah, I'm excited, baby. I'm excited to see what he can be.
I love it. I mean, again, we just got through watching and we just got through watching the Mavs, and I just, not that the Mavs stood a chance in that series, given that the Celtics played some of their best ball and were so dominant. But the one thing that you can say, if you could have dropped a dead-eye shooter on that team on the offensive end of the floor, it would have created some space, and it would not have allowed Boston to play defense the way that they did for the majority of that series, if not all of that series. And so I love having that player, that immediate. If a dude can, and he didn't even have to be able to create, right? You mentioned that there's some cuts out there where he has the ability to create, yada yada yada. But this isn't a guy that you got to wait to come into his own. Like, this guy, can just flat ass shoot it, and put him in a corner, put him on the perimeter, and when the defense collapses, kick it out there, let him knock it down. And if he's knocking it down, he immediately makes it exponentially more difficult for the defense to guard guys like Jalen Green. And so I think the impact is much bigger than maybe Reed will get credit for, but I'm here for it, man. I love it.
And they clearly loved him, Clint, because the words from Rafael Stone was, I mean, he was who we had as the top guy in the draft, and if he wasn't available there, we wouldn't have taken him. We would have moved back, is what they said. So that to me, that speaks volumes. But it was interesting to see what they were going to do when you heard it was Reed Shepherd and not other things that were rumored throughout the day. You kind of saw, okay, well, maybe this is what they're going to do. I would say this, Clint, this still doesn't mean that they're not going to make some kind of move to get that veteran type player. Because still, with Reed Shepherd added to this team, they still have a lot of these young guys that you can't play them all. You can't give the ball and roll the ball out and have them all be able to play. So, and we'll get to this in just a second. They just traded their second round pick for another player that is a young player with potential. So, but I don't think that means that's over, but I do think it means they want Reed Sheppard to be a part of it. And I think the big reason is what you just said, Clint. Like the Rockets were in a tough spot. The name of the game right now is, baby, you got to be able to knock down shots. You got to be able to knock down perimeter shots. And they didn't have people that could consistently knock down perimeter shots. And yes, they're going to keep him in the fold to go along with whatever else they do to try to make this a playoff team. But they're going to keep him in the fold so they can have that.
Yeah, Ron, I think
he's the best shooter on the team already.
Absolutely. That's where I was going with it. I think there's something to be said, and I remember not last season but the year before, you're looking around, and you and I had the conversation multiple times, is like, who plays what position and what offense are they trying to run? Right? I mean, what are they trying to do on the offensive end of the floor? Forget about whether guys can play defense or not. At the end of the day, what are we doing on the offensive side of the floor? Like, I don't know what the hell they're trying to do. You fast forward a year, you got Van Vliet in there. Now the point being, you get a guy like, we know exactly who Reed is. Yep. You know exactly who this guy is. I mean, there's no guessing of how he's going to help, and can he do this, and can he get to the rack, and is he explosive enough, and can he shoot it? No, you know exactly who the guy is. You know exactly what his role is going to be, and I like that. I know you got to have the other guys that are top end talent and that can go get buckets on anybody.
You still got to find the star guy.
Yeah, I get it. But there's something to be said about the guy of like, hey, that guy is a big defensive rim protector on the inside. That guy is a dead-eye shooter. We know who he is. He knows who he is. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You know where he fits in. So that's cut and dry with the Rockets with this particular player. Ron, an interesting thing, you mentioned the others. And now may not be the time to have the discussion, but it is interesting. Like, there's no way right now that Ime Udoka is like, man, I love all these guys.
No, God,
you know what I mean? I love all these guys. So they got to move on sooner rather than later. I used the term yesterday, trimming some of the fat kind of deal. Like, at some point, they've got to move on from some of these guys. And as I say that, they're, like you said, they're acquiring other guys, other 20-year-old players. So we'll see what happens, but I would expect to be there to be a lot of movement here.
Yeah, I see people from the text line, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you know you can join the sexiest show in Houston. Okay, the third sexiest show in Houston. You can
sexiest
join.
Show in Houston right there, baby.
That is. Yeah, you can join and have your thoughts on there. Someone said, dude.
That's the Mega Morning Show, and who else? I mean, where are you at? I mean, where are we going?
Were we pretty clear on that?
I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Russo? Nah, I'm good. I mean, happy birthday, Russo. Love you.
There may be one out there that I don't know about. But you know what? You're right. The second sexiest show here in Houston. You're right, because that one, you know, sometimes you just gotta understand ones that are better than you.
Well, look, there's some solid instincts and a lot of effort over there, man.
Muy caliente.
I mean, let's be honest. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that when we come to the party, we use our assets that we have to the best of our ability. Sometimes other people have better assets than you do.
Sometimes the assets and the ability are a little better.
I mean, I'm just saying that. And this is the case. So the second sexiest show here in Houston. Someone texted in, dude can totally be a star, a team star. Listen, he may be able to be. That's not something that I would bet on, and I don't think that's what the expectation is with the Rockets. I think when the Rockets drafted Jalen Green, they drafted Jalen Green with the same hope that the Minnesota Timberwolves drafted when they drafted Anthony Edwards, that he could be a star, that he could be a game changer and be a one or a two. I don't think that's how they view Reed now. Clint, who knows? I don't think the Golden State Warriors thought that this was what they were getting when they drafted Steph Curry. Hell, I don't think this is what they thought they were getting when they drafted Draymond Green or when they drafted Clay. But they all, played above what people thought they would be. So anything is possible. But to me, I just don't think you should go into it with that. If it happens, wow. I mean, you hit the jackpot on that. But to me it is, like, Like, hey, man, this guy, as you said, he is a shooter. He's already the best shooter on the team. He's got a chance to be an elite shooter in the league and play for a long time and space the floor. And then as his defense, which he's sneaky athletic, and I think we only say that because of one reason. But
he's sneaky fast, I tell you what.
He's sneaky athletic, and I think we only say it for one reason.
Because of his hairdo?
That's what the whites used to do.
There you go. And I think it's unfair. I mean, he had a 40-inch vertical leap, and he's got a two-hand jam multiple times. He did it easy. I don't think I would take the sneaky off, but he's athletic, and if he can grow into that. But
he
like
took the
right
sneaky
now,
off and put an F in there.
Yeah, athletic, baby.
Yeah,
get that ass in there.
You hear that cocaine curry? Love
athletic.
over here, baby.
Yeah, go ahead and do the thing. Go ahead and do the thing, man. I love it. I love it. By the way, we did mention this, Clint. The Rockets. I hope they weren't planning a day two for that draft party. The Rockets have just shut it down in this draft. They have traded their pick number 44 in the second round in the draft to the Atlanta Hawks for former Atlanta Hawk and Duke Blue Devil A.J. Griffin. Pretty good shooter, especially from the forward position. He was a mid-first round pick in 2022 with Duke, and has kind of struggled to really find his way. We'll see. He's got good size, and like we said, he shot nearly 40% his rookie season from three. So adding another shooter, hell, by the numbers, Clint, they may have added the two best shooters on their team in the last day.
Well, so, you're looking for shooters, man. I mean, they at least in terms of what these guys have done previously, they've added a couple.
Yeah, but to the point you said, they've just added another player that's like under 23. That was a first-round pick that has promise, right? At some point, we're going to see these guys packaged, I think, to find a bigger piece moving the rest of the way.
Deluxe nut package.
There you go. Thanks, Coach. But moving forward, that is the story tonight. No pick for the Rockets in the second round. I will say this real quick, fellas. The story of tonight, day two of the draft, is going to be Bronny James and where he goes. Hey, man, the Lakers can't do this to J.J. Redick. The Lakers can't trade. They can't trade Bronny. They cannot draft Bronny James. They can't do this to J.J. Redick. J.J. Redick, they already have so many things that people are talking about with them, from his relationship with LeBron, his first time being a coach, his only experience is that of, like, someone who's coached 8-9-year-olds, just the normal pressure of the Lakers. All of that, they can't add Bronny James and, hey, how come you didn't play Bronny tonight? How come you didn't play Bronny tonight? And then have that story with LeBron. How come your son didn't play it? Like, they can't do that and add that bomb to that team.
Look, I agree with I think in theory with what you're saying, but
logic.
I don't think that there is any doubt that if that is in the cards, JJ ain't worried about that.
You know what?
Hey, JJ got up there and told everybody he don't give a damn. He ain't worried about Bronny. I mean,
he give a damn about something.
We'll see. He damn sure don't seem like he's gonna give a rip about it. Nothing.
I'm just saying, man. That
outside
is
the building anyway.
Yeah, I mean that's just so much on the plate for a first year coach.
Yeah, you would think
with everything. I mean, LeBron is enough. LeBron and AD is enough, but all of the other stuff with it, that's just too much for me. So I think they should stay away from that joint. But something tells me that I would not be shocked at all if the Lakers draft him in the second round.
I wouldn't be shocked at all. But I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, how many of these dudes getting drafted now are anybody going to be talking about?
Not many.
Not many, right?
He's the story tonight. He is tonight for tonight's date.
I
don't want to see it.
Yes, you do.
I promise.
You want your guy to play with his son.
No, honest to God,
you want Vanessa to be able to come and see.
It's Savannah, and that is ridiculous. Vanessa.
I was thinking, isn't that Kobe's old lady?
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, I was thinking Kobe. Damn, Savannah. There's V's. I got my V's. I got my V's mixed up there, man.
There's a V somewhere in there.
You want the family to be able to see him play all at the same play. You want it to happen, man.
I want to see.
You're not a real LeBron fan if you don't want that to happen.
I am. It's why I don't want to see it. I want to see the Lakers compete, and I think I think they would just be putting himself on it.
Well, I mean, it should blow your skirt up without a doubt that he competes with his son on the floor.
I'd like my skirt to stay down. In this case, I don't want it blown up. Don't cut that, Tyler.
Best of the week incoming.
Dang, I should have just said I want it to stay down. Now I didn't just say it the whole damn thing that I want my skirt to stay up. All right. Whatever. I'm sure people will get me on the text line and YouTube and Twitch, but that's what it's made for. All right, as we continue right here on The Drive, coming up next, we think that Kyle Tucker will be here soon. They said within 10 days. I'd say 9 days. That's what Dana Brown said. The Astros clearly have been rolling, especially offensively in these last two series against the Orioles and against the Rockies. What should the lineup look like when Kyle Tucker returns? Because they had to shift it around because of him, and some guys have gotten hot. What should the lineup look like when Kyle Tucker returns? We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All hail King Tuck!
The Rockets needed a sharpshooter, and they got one.
With the third pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Houston Rockets select Reed Shepherd from the University of Kentucky.
Welcome to H-Town, Reed, Houston's sports leader. Pendergast.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That ball's drilled. Tucker watches this one go. Second deck shot. One away for Tuck to start the road trip. Home run number 10 on the season. And King Tuck gives the Astros a 1-0 lead.
All right, there it is, King Tuck. Hopefully he is back soon. Didn't it feel like yesterday was maybe the most the most honest? It felt like the most realistic one. I know that Clint throws his hands at Joe when Joe talks. As he said yesterday, I ain't worried about Joe, man. Joe ain't said nothing. But when Dana Brown talked about, hey, maybe 10 days we're looking at, hopefully he gets in and starts doing baseball activities this week, that felt like the realist part. So he is going to be back, fellas. He is going to be back. And I want to hear your thoughts on this 713-572-4610. Those of you on the text line and you on YouTube and Twitch, you can send your thoughts in as well. He is going to come back, Clint, and obviously that is going to affect the lineup, right? He has been this team's best player this year, and I'll be honest with you, you could say the last 2 years just because of the injuries that Yordan Alvarez has had. He has been this team's best player, was among the home run leaders, MVP candidate when he got injured and missed time earlier this month. Where does he fit in, and what is the lineup around him? Because, Clint, before he got injured, he was nestled in that 2 spot between Altuve and Yordan Alvarez, which is like the best spot to be in the lineup here. And he was producing at an MVP level. Well, Clint, you know who has been hitting in that spot here now of late. And that is Alex Bregman, the guy that Tony Gwynn Jr. said earlier this week. You can kind of see him as the Astros go, as he goes. And he has really gotten hot during that time frame in that 2 spot. And Yainer Diaz has moved up in the 4 spot, and we've seen him take off. For you out there, Clint, I'll let you jump off. Tyler, I'm sure you have thoughts as well. Where would the lineup go when Kyle Tucker returns for you?
Look, it's easy for me, man. I think Kyle Tucker slides into the 4 spot.
You're not moving Bregman, huh?
Yeah, well, I mean, one, I don't want you to be that right where all of a sudden they're forcing him right back into the 2 hole. I mean, I know that's what you've been wanting forever, but now look,
it was just working.
Right, yeah, it was working pretty good. But now look, I do think that again, when you construct the lineup, for me personally, when Bregman's at his best, let's just say you're getting the best version of Altuve, Bregman, Tucker, and Yordan. Those are your top 4 hitters. I think it is just as natural a fit as Altuve to be your leadoff. We ain't messing with that. Bregman to be in that 2 hole. We had Tony Gwynn Jr. on. We've heard Robert Flores of MLB Network. We've heard multiple people talk about when Bregman's at his best, he's one of the most difficult outs in Major League Baseball. I think that fits firmly in the 2 hole. Yordan behind him and Tucker in that 4 spot. Again, the thought there is obviously Tucker's in more of a power position in the 4 hole versus this new age. Aaron Judge leading the league in home runs and leading off for a team. New age way of thinking. I personally would go Altuve, Bregman, Yordan, Tucker, and then I'll go ahead and add to that. I'd slide Diaz in right behind him in the 5 hole, and I would have some serious thump in that 3-4-5 right there. 3-4-5 hole right there if and when Diaz picks his power back up.
It sounds like your thought is centered around Bregman and the best getting out of Bregman. That's what it sounded like when you kind of constructed this in your mind, which I understand he has been terrible in the 4 spot this year and has been really, really good between those 2 guys, but he's been good. Tucker's been MVP level when he's been sitting between those 2. And I'm like, to me, it's like, he's MVP level here. The other guy has been good. Like, should we be thinking, yes, I think Kyle Tucker will be productive if he's hitting behind Alvarez and Diaz behind him. I do. But, man, he may be one of the best in the league if he's hit between those 2 monsters, between Altuve and Yordan. And we've been seeing that. The That's the part about it. I'm not saying that you're wrong in your assessment. I get it because I don't think Kyle Tucker's going to fall off the map the way that Alex Bregman has at times in that 4 spot. But damn, man, we were seeing him on a crazy, crazy pace where you're almost having a conversation of, all right, man, is he up there with Jordan? So that's my only thing is he was playing at such a high level in that spot. I hate to change that. And I do think with Diaz behind him, I think there is a different amount of protection behind him, and pitchers may look at him differently and treat him differently than the way they were before.
Well, I mean, look, anything's possible. For me, if I've got a guy that is Tucker's, I think Tucker's going to hit and be an MVP caliber. Assuming he's at the top of his game, I think he's going to do it at any spot in the lineup wherever he's at. I think if I've got a guy that is an extremely difficult out, that is extremely disciplined at the plate. I want that guy. Which I mean, you can argue Tucker is not far behind in all of these descriptions of Bregman. But I want that in the top of my lineup. I want ducks on the pond for my big bats when they come to the plate. That's Jordan and Tucker. I'm not going to complain if Joe does it the other way, but I would leave Bregman right where he's at.
No, it's not a bad thing. Like our guy Robert on YouTube and Twitch said, the Astros are winning with him. Don't rock the boat, Ron. And I'm like, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but Altuve was injured. I mean, did nobody say, hey, man, Dubon's playing well at the top, man. Let's leave Dubon in the leadoff role last year? Hell no, because it's Altuve, right? Like, with Jordan, hey, man, he's hurt, but, man, let's not rock the boat. They're swinging it. No, man, you got to move. Because of who he is, and I think Kyle Tucker is potentially getting into that spot. It is good that at least at this point now, Diaz is starting to swing the bat well, and you feel like, hey, if they try to walk or move on from Tucker in that 4 spot, that he's been able to pick it up with the way he's swinging the bat as of now. But boy, as you said, man, I hope you're right on that. I hope Kyle Tucker can play to the level that he played before he got injured anywhere in the lineup. I don't know that I've seen him play to this level, but I hope you're right in that he can do that. But well, I hate pushing that, but I understand the thought of Bregman and how good he has been to start this thing. All right, as we keep rolling through here, Astros, they're off today. Another damn off day. I don't know when. I got to take a look at the schedule, Clint. They got to be having a 20 out of 21 coming up soon or something. I just can't. How many off days have they had this month?
Well, look. Here's the deal. We need them off days
with the rotation situation.
Come on, man. We need.
I know you need them right now. I'm just saying it's got to be coming. They're having an off day every week. Hell, this week they got 2 of them.
Yeah, look, we need them off days with this rotation, and look, I'll be honest with you. I wish that it would rub off on Joe, and we wouldn't need the first game in New York. Who we gonna rest? Who we gonna load manage tomorrow?
I'm trying to do the best I can.
Oh, Altuve.
You think Altuve gets a day off?
Is it Altuve? Is it Altuve's turn?
If there are Astros fans out there that are, longing for the hometown squad, you're sad it's an off day, there is a brand new episode out there of the Big Orange Wagon you could go check out to quench your Astros needs.
Well done. Well done. And there is a promo out there too, boys, that's awfully convincing. It's awfully convincing. Ron, I'm telling you, I don't know if you heard the promo or not.
I haven't, but wow.
It was one of those where I thought, hey, man, maybe I need to throw it on my ride home tonight.
Wow, what, man? You don't want the wagon to keep growing and maybe be successful here?
The way you attacked that. I mean, the way that you came and attacked that thing was
hey, Ron, I'm gonna be honest with you. That was he did not attack it like it was the blue orange wagon. He attacked that thing like it was the big orange wagon.
The big orange wagon.
Big one.
Choo-choo MFers.
Not that blue wagon, baby. Not that blue wagon.
Tyler, you should start every episode and end every episode with that choo-choo, mother freakers.
I end it with that, actually. That's the last line of each episode is choo-choo MFers.
There you go.
I think you should. No, I just think. I mean, I know Parker's probably listening, but I think you should just say it.
No, we're family. We're a family-friendly podcast.
The real loyal listeners, though, Tyler, will know to turn the volume down.
There's not 8-year-olds. There's not 8, 9-year-olds popping that on, Tyler. I mean, I'm just saying, man. Like, say it.
I don't want to get in trouble, man.
I just try it and see if somebody says anything.
It's my first shot at hosting something. I don't want to jack it up by dropping
Just video yourself saying that and put it on your Twitter account real quick. I just want to see it, man.
Yeah, man. At least give me more than MFers. Like
jump on the wagon, choo-choo, mother. Let it rip.
Yeah, say it with vigor, man. Everybody, like that would be a calling card. Everybody around the city would be driving their cars, and at the end of it, they'd be rolling down their windows, and everybody's like, choo-choo. Choo-choo,
choo-choo, mother.
And then everybody's saying it, and they bang it out.
Houston's fastest growing Astros podcast, man.
Right
choo-choo, MFers.
Yeah, choo-choo, MFers. Mother sucker.
Coming in hot.
Sorry about that. All right. Hey, college football is approaching, and guess who people believe could be the number one sleeper to make the college football playoff. We got to discuss if that's real or not. That's coming up next right here live on the
today. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 7/10. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we are live. And I do want to get to this college football playoff sleeper is, hey, man, it's July. It'll be here next week and or later this week. And I'm telling you, man, we're about a month away from week 0 as college football will get going. I know
that sounds good, man. That sounds so good.
Yeah, I know it. And we got a big week 1 game around here between the fighting Sean Pendergast and the fighting Tyler Milners and Lopez's and Sterling's.
Not good, Sean.
So, yeah.
Boy, I didn't even think about that. That makes Sterling and Sean's back and forth even more spicy. That is good.
Spicy.
Oh, that is so good.
It's good and spicy.
I think, Tyler, you should interject just to manipulate the situation, just to get involved with the A&M Notre Dame first week.
Triple threat match.
Oh, get in, man.
No, that's a handicap match. Ain't no triple threat. That's a handicap match.
Yeah, you're right.
It's you two. I do want to get to that real quick. Just walked past or just saw my old arch rival. Just walked past here.
What are you talking about?
Like a radio rival?
Yeah, old. Well, it really wasn't a rivalry. I mean, I got places that he wasn't able to get to, but he was not a big fan of at least the opportunities I was getting. He walked by, he gave me one of those fake smiles and waves right there. It was, you could feel it. You could feel the.
I'll jump on a plane up there right now if you need, bro. Let me know.
You can feel it.
Well, I mean, I think you need to clear this up, man. For everybody to know out there, Ron is back in Kansas City right now.
Yeah.
And so he's back in his old stomping ground, literally back in which has always been an interesting thing to me.
You mean where I'm back in the place I got fired?
Yeah, I mean, goes right back to the place where he got fired. Hey, they fired him. He jumps up to one of the top markets in America, and then when he goes home, he drags it through the hallway over there and does the show from one of the studios he got fired out of.
It's all water under the bridge, baby.
That's that sounds good. And once again, in theory, that sounds good, but we know with humans it doesn't typically work like that.
Is that my boy Ron?
Yeah, that's my boy Ron, and he's in there with windows everywhere and guys that he knows doesn't like him and may have had a little something about getting him out of the building. Or walking by waving at him.
It's never been said. I've just heard things said behind my back, but it's a smile and wave. He had his claim to fame for me. He had the greatest tease. I think I've told you about this, Tyler. He had the greatest tease maybe in the business. I mean, it was a tornado. A tornado was about to drop down, fellas.
You told me about this.
Like you're being dead serious.
Oh, I'm dead serious. Yeah, it was a tornado. He was doing a night show. It was a tornado about to land, and my man said, "All right, hey guys, coming up next, we just got word from KMBZ News that a tornado has touched ground. We'll tell you where it touched ground. Coming up next."
Hey, sit in your car and wait on it.
We'll let you know if it's an F1, F2, F5.
Hold on, man. You hit him with the tease on a tornado truck.
Those sirens you're hearing, those aren't to celebrate, people.
Could you imagine driving like, hold on, where the hell is this thing? Is it over here?
Yeah. Cow. Another cow.
Oh, my God, man. Hey, they probably did because we cut that, man. We played that almost every day. Hey, guys, just let you know, baby. Just heard news from KMBZ. Tornado has just touched ground. We'll tell you where it is coming up next.
Lord. There is a funnel. We'll let you know more about it coming up.
If your radio just cut out, you're probably dead in the eye.
Hurricane Harvey, it's just started. Here, we'll let you know where it is and where it drops.
Stay right where you're at.
Tune back in with us from your basement, but get somewhere safe, people.
Well, we'll let you know if you need to get somewhere safe. Maybe not, maybe so.
That makes me curious. Do y'all does that area up there? Do y'all deal with tornadoes like Like comparatively to here in Houston,
I mean, it's more tornadoes than like hurricanes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
The opposite.
Isn't it? Doesn't like it's Tornado Alley? Like isn't it? I know Arkansas is part of it. Like at the base of something about the base of the Ozarks, and where essentially the Ozarks start, and you know that creates an alley through there. So it's that central Arkansas there
Arkansas
gets smoked a lot, man. Kansas gets smoked a lot.
Yep.
I'm assuming y'all are part of that Tornado Alley issue.
Yep. There was one right before I moved there. One flew right over our heads and landed on the Kansas side. So they tend to come and roll through. Thankfully we don't have to see that. I don't have to see that now. Just get prepared for hurricanes that I haven't had to deal with yet. All right. Clint, Tyler, I want to get your thoughts on this. I just saw a publication say that Texas A&M, of course he's ready, Texas A&M is the top pick for sleeper teams. USC was second. Texas A&M is the top pick for sleeper team to make the college football playoff. This is a team hiring a brand new coach. They've had some guys transfer. Now they still have a great recruiting class and have great recruits, but they've had some change there. What did what'd you all win? 7 games last year, Tyler?
I believe that is correct. Yes.
7 games last year. Is that legit? I know it's 12 teams now, but is that legit that A&M could be a sleeper pick to get to the college football playoff?
Yeah, absolutely. With the expansion, I'm telling you, man.
You said you love their schedule.
I love A&M in a sleeper conversation.
Yeah, sleeper.
I absolutely love A&M, man. I mean, you think about. I mean, I was part of this at Arkansas, where a coach that had some success. Hell, and think about it, it was a lot like Jimbo, other than Jimbo recruited at a higher rate. I mean, when Danny Ford won a national championship at Clemson. He ends up at Arkansas. He is an unbelievable recruiter. He's got dudes that you wouldn't believe, but the game passed him by, and he just couldn't put it together. A young, up-and-coming, energetic, motivating head coach comes in and injects a bunch of energy into the program. And if my ass don't fumble, we're in the SEC championship and possibly a national championship after going 4-7 the year before. So I've literally lived this to where a very talented football team is doubted or not thought as highly of as it should be from a talent perspective because of a coaching change. Now, I don't know what kind of coach Elko is. I don't know exactly what his shtick is in terms of being a head coach, but we talk about it a lot on this show. If he just goes in there and does football things in a smart manner and do things day to day that win football games, like maybe if you let your offensive coordinator use his own terminology and coach his offense, right, and maybe not scream and cuss your wide receivers and your quarterbacks before they ever get to the sideline during games and things of that nature. Maybe when you have, games when you're double-digit favorites coming into College Station, you should probably win those games. Like if Elko just does those things with the talent that's on this roster and the schedule that they've been blessed with, the first year of expansion in the playoffs and the first year of expansion in the SEC, I'm telling you, man, from a preseason perspective, the stars are aligned for Texas A&M to surprise a lot of folks, man.
Yeah, they have a tough schedule, but they don't have Georgia or Alabama on their schedule, which is something they've run into.
Ron, when we're talking SEC schedules, this schedule is, and I mean this is respectfully, this schedule is soft.
Really?
Yes, Notre Dame, obviously Notre Dame. But look, we don't know what Notre Dame is. Notre Dame's a good football team. I don't think anybody's expecting this to be a great Notre Dame football team. Florida is down. Arkansas is down. Missouri's a good football team. But again, with Missouri, Missouri is one of those schools like Arkansas. You're always playing uphill. Texas A&M should take the field with significantly better players across the board than Missouri. Mississippi State, new head coach. LSU lost their top quarterback this year and the top receiver this year. No idea what LSU is going to look like. South Carolina, New Mexico State, Auburn's down. And then you got Texas. I mean, even if you consider Missouri and LSU, those two schools right there, one who lost a bunch, the other one who's going to be severely outmanned when they're on the field with A&M. Even if you consider those guys, you still don't have but 4 or 5 games on here that A&M shouldn't be favored in.
How many? With it being now 12, how many teams you think the SEC gets?
Oh man, that's
each year. You know what I mean? We know they're at least going to get 2, because there's a thought if A&M could be the third best team, or whoever could be the third best team in the SEC, that can get you to one of the 12 spots.
Oh,
I don't think that's in every conference, but
I think it's for sure 3.
For sure 3.
I think there's a chance 4.
Yeah, I agree with that.
In your top 12?
Yeah.
I think it's for sure 3. Now you got a lot of change at the top now. I mean, with Alabama, with Saban moving on, and Jimbo leaving A&M, and I mean you got a lot moving on. You got a lot of change there. But I would say the betting favorite for SEC teams in the college football playoff this year is going to be 3.
At least 3.
At least 3.
Because there's a deal like in the Big 12, you got to teams like Tech and Baylor, right, and TCU. You got to be thinking Kansas. You got to be thinking we got to be one of the top 2 teams in the Big 12 to get in, right? Yeah, I mean, like when you just think about, but the SEC and the Big 10. You feel like they're going to get at least 3 apiece, and you wouldn't be surprised the way it shakes out. I mean, if the SEC got 4, so I mean, that's a thought. If you can get yourself into the top 4, I think A&M has a real shot.
Right.
That's if they've turned it around.
Right, and look across. I mean, Connor Wegman. We were just talking about it. Connor Wegman's got a real chance to be one of the top 2 or 3 quarterbacks in this league. I really do think he's that good. Now, obviously we saw what Jimbo and company could do to that. I mean, he ends up getting injured, but nonetheless, if things are right around him, I could see him being one of the better quarterbacks. Ron, they don't have Ole Miss, they don't have Alabama, they don't have Georgia, none of them on the schedule, bro. They don't have Oklahoma. I mean, I'm telling you, man.
They still got 3 preseason top 7 teams on the schedule.
Well, that's welcome to the SEC. That's going now with Georgia. I mean, with Texas and Oklahoma, that's going to be a bigger problem than it's ever been moving forward. I mean, that's. I'm just telling you, A&M, if they don't take advantage of this particular schedule, they're going to regret it, because this schedule right here is. Woo.
That's how most seasons end for us, Clint.
I mean,
regret.
Notre Dame,
disappointment.
Notre Dame, LSU, and Texas. Those are the 3 that you got. You go, okay, A&M. These are big boys. Who you gonna be? The rest of them. I mean, you gonna feel like. I mean, you got as good a chance. I mean, hell, you're gonna feel really good against the rest of the schedule. You're A&M.
Coming up, big night for the Rockets as they get their guy at 3. We'll let you hear from Reed Sheppard coming up next. And the Rockets made a move to take themselves out of tonight's draft. They've added another young piece. We'll let you know about that. And we'll get you ready for this big series for the Astros against the Mets. There is a hole in their pitching rotation. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Why would they give the picks right back?
1, 2, 3. Texans training camp is coming. Are you ready? We are.
Hey, I heard you missed us. We're back.
The best football conversations in town, exclusive inside information, and plenty of entertainment along the way. All right here on Houston's Sports Leader. Live and local
with the Milwaukee M18 Fuel Trimmer, now for just $199. Click into power with 4th of July savings now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Order select and stock items by 4 p.m., subject to availability.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
With the third pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Houston Rockets select Reed Sheppard from the University of Kentucky.
Big night for the Rockets last night, NBA Draft Round 1. Look, this is we talked about it late yesterday on the show, man. There's layers to last night of what the Rockets end up doing. If they would have drafted Kling in the center, the defensive center out of UConn, obviously that would indicate that they were making moves. Hopefully, we thought possibly to acquire the Kevin Durant from the Phoenix Suns. That was my hope. At least, and the draft would tell us a lot about the direction of the Rockets. Well, Donovan Clingan was not chosen. There was no trade made, and the Rockets were very, very happy with the fact that Reed Sheppard was available at 3. They had Reed Sheppard. They had Reed Sheppard slated as their number 1 prospect on their board, and if he was available at 3, they were going to take him at 3. That is according to Rafael Stone, the Rockets general manager. And what you get with Reed Sheppard is 52% from 3. And that alone, that in itself, guys, was enough to excite me. I'm of the thought of, you give me a dead-eye long-range shooter and he makes everybody else around him, he makes their job easier, or he fills it up and allows you to score points at a rate that right now is just the way to go about it in the NBA. So that was enough for me. But then you start listening to Rafael Stone talk. You start listening to all the basketball heads, all the analysts talk about this Sheppard kid. And they start throwing around, thoughts of this guy is an NBA athlete. There's no just he's a shooter. He's a white guy that can shoot it from beyond the arc, but he's not athletic for NBA standards. Not the case. Athletically, this guy can go as well, and it's not about looking at the numbers and looking at no. This is people that have studied and watched him play. Obviously, it's the way the Rockets feel about him. Athletically, he's a plus player. Defensively, plus player. Instinctually, plus player. And so when I look at what the Rockets got, I would have been happy with just the fact that this guy's dead-eye from long range, but it looks like the Rockets got much more than that in Reed Sheppard, Ron. I know you watched him play a lot. I know you have watched that NBA draft last night, and the Reed Sheppard pick right now. Are you good with it, or how you feel about it?
I think if you're going to take a player in the draft, and you're going to take a player in the draft that you were going to keep on the team, for this team, and in this draft, Reed Sheppard made the most sense. I mean, Clint, I think it's clear he's the best shooter already to me on the team. Just natural shooter already on the team. You went through all of that. I mean, he has shot well over 40% from multiple categories, some of them in the 50s when it comes to corner threes, when it comes to catch and shoot threes, when it comes to threes off the dribble. And like that right there is something in the game that you just can't teach, and it's hard to find. As you see, the Rockets last year had a team that just struggled shooting the ball consistently, which is a tough thing to have in this league right now. And if you're going to draft somebody else, like the big kid from UConn, Clint, and that may be used immediately in a trade situation, that's one thing. But if you're going to draft somebody to be on the team, he to me made the most sense because of that skill that he has. And he's athletic with it. That's why, to me, yes, his height was a bit of a question, Clint, because he was under 6'2", but his athleticism will allow him to be able to get shots off in a way that maybe someone else who's. I mean, this is a 6'1.5" kid who has a 40-inch vertical leap that can get his shot off, and we saw it routinely last year at Kentucky.
Ron, I tell you, another thing that I like about the pick is, I mean, anybody that listens to this show knows that I'm not a big fan of potential. I'm not a big fan of boy, this guy can be this or he can be that. And every time you flip the TV on, you're like, man, well, what the hell is he? You know, I mean, I see the athleticism, I see the explosiveness, but I'm talking about what about basketball? Right? What about the ability to finish at the rim? What about the ability to control all that athleticism and all that explosiveness and yada yada yada? It's hard for me to watch that. What I like about this pick right here is we all know exactly who he is. We all know exactly how he fits on this team. We know who the Rockets drafted. It's not about, well, can this guy develop at the NBA level and can this guy do this and can he do that? No, man. He's a spot-up shooter that, again, is a plus player on the defensive end of the floor, and that's who he is. There's no guessing. Does he fit what you do offensively and defensively? Does he fit Ime Udoka's roster? By the way, loved Rafael Stone's comments about ultimately he used some different terms, but ultimately it was instincts on the floor. They know exactly who this guy is, Ron. We as fans know exactly who this guy is. When he gets on the floor, we know what to expect. And if he does it, great. If he doesn't, then we can cuss and discuss. But I just like the fact that they know who this guy is and what he brings to the table without betting on the come, if you will.
Yeah, knowing his role. And you said the Rockets tried to explain what it is that you're getting, and we've heard a lot of people talk about it. Let's hear what Reed Sheppard had to say himself about what Houston is getting. This is him after he was drafted by the Rockets.
Yeah, just a guy going in. He's looking to learn. He's going to do whatever it takes to win. He's going to, if it's not making threes right away, that's getting teammates involved, whatever it takes to win and be on the court, I'm going to do whatever makes the team better.
Well, he finally said I'm. He just kept saying he, like speaking in he's going to. No, listen, I do. I like the pick. And like I said earlier, because it's hard, Clint. Because, generally you think, all right, you got a top 3 pick, right? Hell, Michael Jordan went 3rd. Like, you got a top 3 pick. You're trying to get a player that you might hope to change your organization. But you got to understand the type of draft this is and what was available in this draft. And Clint, most people thought there's not one guy that's like that. Now, there may end up being one. But there's not one guy right off the bat where people view that. Not like last year's draft, where there were a couple of guys that people thought that could be that, or 2 years ago. There's a different thing. So with this, we just watched the Boston Celtics show you, and really the Mavericks by losing 2, how important it is that you build up the guys around the stars, around the dudes. And the big thing you could really go to is it was the Grand Canyon when you look at the other the other players outside of the stars for the Mavericks and the Celtics. The Celtics, others were so much better, and if you can't get a superstar, you've got to build up that. And you got a kid who should shoot it well and potentially can defend well and hope to add to that when you find those bigger pieces. All right, Clint, also news today with the Rockets, as today is day 2 of the draft. As of now, it looks like they won't be a part of it. They have agreed to a deal with the Atlanta Hawks. The Atlanta Hawks are trading forward A.J. Griffin to the Houston Rockets for the 44th pick in today's draft. So Griffin, he's a young kid too, Clint, 20 years old. He was a first-round pick, mid-rounds out of Duke in 2022. He comes over, a guy who shoots it pretty well. At least he did his rookie year, and has had some moments, but really at this point, if you got drafted in the first round 2 years ago and you're being traded already from your first team, you hadn't really lit it up. They're going to hopefully, I guess, see what they can get out of him. But Clint, again, this is another player. I mean, they've got about They've got about 7 or 8 of these guys, Clint, that it feels like, that are under 23 years old that are first-round picks. Right? They've got a bunch of those guys there. I wonder how long or how many of those guys are going to be on this team when the season starts. Because you've been hearing the talk that they want to get a veteran in, and they are just stacking these guys up.
Yeah, I mean that's the thought, right? With the Rockets now is how many of these guys, these youngsters that are again still in this developmental stage that, for the most part they've all been. I mean, good players. They've all developed. They've all shown improvement. They've all appeared to have been professional and coachable and have grown. But at some point in time, and again, Rafael Stone, the general manager, he spoke about this too, about how, I mean, look, we just got so many guys and we're so young right now. Like, how valuable are all these picks in the next year or two? How valuable are they to us? I think he was talking about picks, but he's really speaking to the fact that they're so young. They've got so many guys that are in their first, second, or third year that they've got to diversify, if you will, to some degree. And so I would, to your point, Ron, I would expect some movement with the Rockets, and rightfully so. They've got to get, as we've talked about, they've got to get some more guys that they know exactly who they are, what they bring to the table, whether we're talking about sixth men or we're talking about superstars that are real game changers. They've got to move in that direction sooner rather than later. Hopefully, as a fan, I hope they do it before this season, and we're watching a different squad.
Yeah, they're not paying all these jokers either. Right, they're not going to pay all of them. So that's the latest here with the Rockets. No pick as of now in the second round because of the move to go get A.J. Griffin from the Atlanta Hawks.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
I'd have rather Maldonado. But, all right, Astros, they take on the Mets coming up. They got a day off today, and two of their guys that you feel pretty good about, Ronel Blanco, Framber Valdez gets the start. But, fellas, TBA is what they have listed on Sunday. And I think the thoughts here that we got to start kicking around, when they say TBA, what's the move? What's the move here, fellas? Should they go down and try to grab somebody out of Sugar Land? Hell, they're not afraid to go and get somebody from Corpus. Or is this should be the first time we potentially see a bullpen type of a game? We understand what they're going to do in the first two. How do you think right now they should handle Sunday? This hole in the rotation with Jake Bloss being injured and obviously Verlander.
Yeah, look, I think it's a bullpen game, and I think I think it's one of those where I'm going to go with Martinez. I'm going to go with Martinez. What do you see, Martinez? Once in the last about month.
Who, Nick?
Yep.
Slick Nick?
Yep. No, is it Nick? Oh, is it Nick? I thought Nick Hernandez just went down. That was Nate Hernandez. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Maybe I'm mixed up. That's probably I am.
Hernandez went down. He got blown up for 5 runs the other day, and he went down.
You're talking about Seth Martinez.
I'm talking about Seth. There you go, Seth.
I think that.
I think Seth is the guy. I think we've seen him once in the last, like, legitimately. I think we've seen him once in the last 12, 13, 14 days. Like, he's a guy that can give you some length. So I think we're looking at a bullpen day, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Seth is the guy to start on the bump.
Yeah, have him start this sucker out. Yeah, we'll see. That's going to be hopefully this is the only time they have to figure this out. Hopefully, either Jake. God, I can't believe I'm saying that. Hopefully, Jake Bloss is ready. We've seen what three. Right. 3 1/3 of him.
Hey man, get Bloss back out there, old grinky looking ass. Can I ask you guys a quick question?
Sure.
When in the hell did we take TBD and turn it into TBA?
I don't know.
Well, one means determined and one's announced.
I know what the hell they mean, Tyler. But what I mean, am I the only? I've never heard to be announced. I've never heard
really.
That. Not until the Astros started doing it with this pitching issue. Have you? Am I crazy? TBA?
I've heard it.
I've heard it before. Yeah.
I mean, I've heard people say literally TBD, to be determined. If somebody walked up and said TBA, I'd be like, what? TBA? The hell are you talking about?
TBA you see a lot like in these, like in any given professional sport in a playoff series, you'll see, like they'll have those first 4 games listed and they're scheduled, and then Game 5, TBA, Game 6, TBA. You know what I mean?
Huh. Yeah, Yeah, I know what you mean. I just didn't ever. Maybe
they already know, and they're just waiting to announce it.
I'm a TBD guy, not a TBA guy.
You're a TBD guy?
I'm a TBD guy.
All right. Well, here, I'll just put it into the doc.
Okay. Thank you, man. I appreciate
Let me pull that out. There it is.
We're here to work as a team. We're here to help each other.
Big capital D.
TBD. To be determined. TBD. No, yeah. That's the hope is they don't have to roll this out again. And this is why Framber and Ronel Blanco are going to be really important to pick up innings clean. If you know you're going to have a bullpen game coming up,
yeah,
it may have to change your thoughts if one of them get beat up early and they got to come out. Now you got to spend some of those mid relievers. It's a hope that these two guys at least are able to go 6 or even 7 the way Spencer Arrighetti did. If they could get that, then that bullpen game can really work for them. So it's going to be important for Framber and Ronel Blanco to get rolling.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, this is a rumor going out about the Astros. Michael Schwab says this, our guy here says the Astros have identified Vladimir Guerrero Jr. as one of their top targets for a trade per sources. It will take a lot to land a player like him who will be a free agent in 2026, so you'd have multiple years of service of him, but he would bring a big bat and solve the first base problem. I know the Vlad thing sounds good, but I just, for me, it's like, if you have the ability to get Vlad, man, to me it almost says, well, who is the top pitcher that's available? Because that to me feels like more of a need. I'm not saying Vlad's not a need, but that to me seems like more of a need if you're able to try to get things together to get Vlad than to get a pitcher.
Yeah, look, it's hard for me to look at this lineup right now, and to look at this lineup with
a Kyle Tucker though.
With a Kyle Tucker, I didn't think about it from that perspective. I mean, they scored 44 runs in the last 6 ball games, and Dubon is getting a lot of the run at first base. And I'm not in any way, shape, or form saying I'd prefer Dubon at first over Vlad. Obviously, I'd love Vlad, but like this rotation is in a dire situation. I mean, this rotation is in a point to where they've got to get Verlander's old ass back or Luis Garcia back late July just to get to 5 and 6 starters that are healthy. That's if nobody gets injured between now and then. So
which is hard to say when you saw how many went down in the first half.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it would be. I would love it as a fan. I'm here for it. It'd be this lineup would be even nastier than it is when it's healthy. But it's hard for me to see. It's hard for me to justify going after Vlad and using whatever resources it's going to take to get Vlad, especially with 2 years left on his contract, and then you roll out. You're having to roll out.
Jake Bloss.
Yeah, Jake Bloss or
Europe or something. But I'm thinking let's go with Seth Martinez.
Yeah, man. I don't know how that pans out. I don't know how you justify that. But hey,
I mean, unless they'd be really banking on, as you said, Garcia and Lance.
Yeah. I mean,
bury me in the H.
That guy right there.
Because we know they have 3 that are out for the year. We know Javier Urquidy and J.P. France are out for the year. Those are 3 starters. So, yeah, to me, if it's like, as he did say that he's one of their top targets, I would hope the other top target is a big-time pitcher potentially out there. All right, coming up, the Rockets have made some moves. Look and think about this team. Does this feel like a playoff team to you in the West? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you about them cold Coors Light.
customized mix on the free Odyssey app. There's plenty of options. Find the one that fits you best and take it with you wherever you go, thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, well, welcome back into The Drive. Clint, I see somebody here on the text line, and we appreciate you always rolling with us, 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch. As they said when we were talking about the next move for the Rockets after this draft, where I said they've got several guys that are like under the age of 23. You got the Senguns, the Jalen Greens, the Jabari Smith Jr.'s, the Cam Whitmores, the Amen Thompsons. Now they've added Reed Shepard to it. Now they've just added A.J. Griffin to it. They've got a lot of young guys. And I said, let's roll. Someone said, keep all the youngsters together. They can have Van Fleet as a vet and a great head coach. And, okay, all right. Well, I mean, let's just say it out loud. If we look at, Clint, what looks like is going to be the projected top 10, maybe 11 when you add the latest move of A.J. Griffin. But Clint, they roll in with Fred Van Fleet, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, Jabari Smith Jr., Sengun, Amen Thompson, Reed Shepard, Cam Whitmore, Tari Eason, who comes back, another one who's just 23 years old, and Steven Adams, who they made the trade for late. And as I said earlier, they did make a trade with the Hawks to get A.J. Griffin. When you hear that group and you think about the Western Conference, Clinton, I know you just watched the playoffs with a lot of the Western Conference teams. I'm asking you, I'm asking Tyler, I'm asking all the people out there, especially that fella and people who believe like that fella, hey, just keep the youngsters together. Does that sound like a Western Conference playoff team? Does that group that I just read through, if they didn't make any moves, that's what they rolled with. And yes, we're talking about a year older and those guys. Does that sound like a Western Conference playoff team?
Doesn't sound like it, but if from watching them, you watched them improve so much last year. If they pick up where they left off last year, and if Ime Udoka is as good a coach as we think he is, could he coach and these guys grind their way into a playoff spot? Yeah, probably, maybe. Which one do I want to pick? Probably, probably. I go with probably. They could probably grind their way into one. I got to believe that Jalen Green, who was significantly better down the stretch, Alpi Sengun, who wasn't healthy down the stretch, but you add him back to that mix. I mean, I got to believe that this team is better together in year two. Better together. By the way, that's a good Luke Combs tune, I believe.
I think that's a sitcom too.
Jack Johnson.
Yeah. So yeah, I would say probably. I'll go with probably. Yeah, they could. Now they ain't gonna be a contender. But could they get in? Yeah.
I think could, sure. I mean, they flirted with the final play-in spot. But just in the West, in which, Clint, we know teams are going to improve, right? We know teams are going to try to get better. I mean, that right now to me isn't good enough. And I don't know about you, Clint. I think the Rockets, from reports that we're hearing, that they are ready to make another step, in this so-called rebuild. I think they're ready to make the step of playing in postseason basketball. That's what it seems like to me from what we're hearing, from what people are reporting. And I look at that, and I understand and hear the guy and hear folks who are saying keep the youngsters together. But Clint, I just start thinking about that group, and I know Dallas, they're going to probably make some additions to make themselves better. I know Denver is better. I know I know Minnesota is better. They've already made some additions in the draft. We'll see what the Lakers do, the Clippers. There are a lot of teams there to where they have to add something else. This can't be if the expectations, which it feels like that's what they're trying to push to, is to make the postseason. They've got to add something else to this. I understand the growth. But it just looking at this group, it is hard to see and say that's going to be one of the top 8. the play-in, I guess, top 10. That to say that's going to be a playoff level team if they don't make a move. I think they got to package some of these dudes together to add a real piece. To say that it's fun. I mean, Clint, it's fun to think about, hey, just do what the Celtics did. But, I mean, are you seeing a Tatum and Brown? Like, realistically? I mean,
right now, no.
You know what I mean? And I'm not even saying those type players, but I'm saying two players that are all NBA level. Are you seeing that?
No, and I'm not even remotely close. I mean, look, here's the deal are we talking about them potentially being a playoff team, or are we talking about them legitimately being a playoff contender with real hopes of and real chances of potentially winning this thing? I mean, I think they could get in, but I agree with you wholeheartedly. Look, I think this is just like any other sport, team sport like this, where if you've got players that grind, players that are committed, players with chemistry, you got a coach that is the polo on the sideline or the polo on the bench in this case is a difference maker, a game changer. You can win a lot of ball games, and you could be one of the last couple of teams, and you should be one of the last couple of teams in the playoffs. But do you have a legitimate shot? No. At some point in time, the playoff contenders are going to – they're all going to be grinders. All the coaches are going to be difference makers, X factors, if you will. And at some point in time, the opponents are going to be way too much for this roster that is the Houston Rockets right now, without a doubt. So to me, if you're talking about having a real shot of making a run, hell yeah, they need to go get somebody else. Absolutely.
But even when Tatum and Brown were young, like they were a playoff team. Now, you didn't think they were winning the championship, but you knew they had enough there to do that. I love Sengun and what he did. I love exactly what Jalen Green did late. We haven't seen them do it together. I don't know if that is a duo next year, Clint, that gets them past those other Western Conference teams. Like, that's a duo, and then you would have to have these other guys really – like Jabari Smith Jr. hasn't done anything to make me believe like he is going to take a consistent step to where he makes this group a team that'll get past teams like the Pelicans, who was the 8th seed last year, or the Warriors or the Kings that didn't even make it into the playoffs but were the play-in teams. I just to me, just keeping these – young guys, like all of them together, no. Some of them, yes. But they've to get that step to the playoffs. I think they've got to add a real star level player. As someone texted in and said, Ronnie, it's Ron. Why can't you just let these young guys gel together? Sure they can. Ron? Sure they can. But are they going to if you're asking me, do I think this roster can gel together and make it into the playoffs in the Western Conference? Not right now. I don't see that.
Well, to that point, Ron, playoffs or no playoffs, the point of letting these youngsters gel, it's not doable, guys. It's not. There's too many of them, and you just acquired another one. It's whether you think they're all good enough to gel and be a part of a playoff contending team or not. It's not doable. You've got to get some veterans in here. You've got to spread out. I mean, again, Rafael Stone talked about this today about needing, the draft picks that they traded away to the Nets and acquiring the Suns picks that happen to be 2 years down the road because they're too young right now. So it's not doable to keep all of the guys, even if they did like them on. The reality of it is Ime Udoka don't like all these guys.
No, they don't.
He don't want all
these guys. He's ready to go.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. He didn't take this thing to keep running. He is ready to go.
Yeah.
95 Rockets won a championship as a 6th seed. Yeah, I'd like to see them try to get a 6th seed. That group right there ain't getting a 6th seed.
Hell, even if they did, they ain't winning a title.
Yeah, that 6th seed you're talking about had one of the best players in the history of the sport. Right? Unless Alpy is about to take a hell of a jump, Clint. Unless that's about to happen that we don't know about. I think if you're trying to go and make the move to the playoffs, as you said, Clint, they have 8 guys that were former first-round picks that are 23 years old or younger.
Is that including the 2 they just picked up?
That's including the 2 they just picked up. They got 8.
Yeah.
8. Jalen Green, Jabari Smith Jr., Sengun, Amin Thompson, Reed Shepherd, Cam Whitmore, Tari Eason, and then A.J. Griffin. Got eight guys. Come on, man. Like, you gonna jail 8 together?
Yeah. There's no way they made Doka likes that many of them. There's no. I mean, it doesn't make sense from a roster breakout. I wouldn't think. Hell,
yeah, he had options. Clint, he didn't. His option wasn't. Let me come to Houston. Let's take 3 or 4 years to let these catch jail.
Yeah, let me see if Rafael Stone and what's my man's name that left here? Michael Silas. Let me see if I can get his guys to. Let me see if I can be the glue. Steve Silas. What I say,
yeah,
Michael?
You wanted to be Michael bad.
Steve, Michael, buddy of mine, Michael Silas, buddy of mine up in Dallas. It's been a while. I need to spend a little time with him, but yes, Silas. Let me see if I can be the glue that gels these guys together.
Yeah,
I don't think that's what Ime Udoka took the job for. But hey, but we do need some gelling now.
Yeah, we do. I like some gel. All right, Tyler.
That's weird.
Tyler's third list coming up. You all voted to keep it, and it is back. And listen. This is a list in which you know who the gold medal is. Many of you are waiting for this to hear the rant on the gold medal. Well, you'll get a chance to hear that coming up next.
All right, I got to tell you about one of Houston's premier turnkey custom home builders, y'all. It's called Our Vision Homes. Their owners, Ryan and
alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Tyler's turd list coming up very, very soon. As this is a list that you know what the number one is. I hope Tyler's been practicing in his mirror for this one for a week. We've kind of held him in the gate for a little bit because I know he wanted to let it ride, but I cannot wait to the gold. I don't need you to waste any crazy time on the bronze and the silver. Not overtime, so we can get to this gold. I cannot wait for that. Tyler's turd list coming in a few minutes. Before we get there, and you all can jump in on this too, the Astros are off today, but they got a 10-game road trip, a long road trip coming up. 3 at the Mets. Then they need to use their passports to go to Toronto, and they've got 4 in Toronto, and then they come back with 3 against the Twins. And the Twins are a team that's in front of them, and the only team the rest of the way until the All-Star break that they play is over 500. And they are already up today 8-0 in 3 innings. So that's who the Astros have coming up in the next 10. You know what game I like to play. You know one of my favorite games, don't you, Clinton?
Oh, yeah. Push the button.
I'm going to push that button. 6-4. You pushing it? If I tell you right now, 6-4 against the Mets. Now, hey, I'll tell you about the Mets. The Mets, they are pretty much the Astros of the National League. Started off slow. They've won 8 of their last 10, and they just pulled to 500 at 39-39. So they've been playing well of late. The Blue Jays have struggled. They are 2-7 or 2-8 in their last 10. They have struggled. And the Twins have been pretty good. So 6-4. Would you press the button right now for 6-4 on this 10-game road trip?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
To be honest with you, I'd press it at 5-5. To be honest with
you. No. Then lie to me, Ron. Then lie to me. I got to figure out how we're going to get to 13-5, and we can't go 5-5 in this run, and then still have several games left. So no,
just clean them up.
Yeah. No. I'm 6-4 would be good with me. I mean, that's winning 2 of those series. Well, it depends on how they lay out, but that's either winning or sweeping a couple of those series and splitting with the Blue Jays. So yeah, we'll. I take 6-4 right now.
6-4, yeah. 2 games above 500 on a road trip, on a 10-game road trip. With a team that's playing really well and a team that has 2 teams that have been playing pretty well, I would press it right now.
Well, and it's the only team you got that's above 500 left on the schedule. So
someone just text in nothing less than 7.
Okay, I mean I like it, man. I'm right there with you. I'll take 6-4, but I don't blame you for 7.
Because of how well they're playing, I can't press the button on that. Okay,
no, you don't get to do that. No,
what do you mean?
You don't get to do that. Because how good they're playing. Just what do you want? 7-3? Is that what you're talking about? No, because of this. Because no, 7-3. Okay, I got 6-4. I mean, if I just look at how they played against Baltimore, hell, I'm gonna go 8-2.
You want them all?
I'm going 9-1. Hell,
you want 10-0. I want all these jokers. Let's keep this thing rolling. No, yeah, above 500 would be something that I'm sure Joe and company would take easily. Of the next 10. All right, here we go. We do this every single Thursday. It is Tyler's Turd List.
Pro athletes are sometimes a lot to handle.
We're just not good enough.
Maybe even a bit dramatic.
Altuve stole an MVP from Judge.
Turdish behavior will not be ignored. No one is safe.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
It's Tyler's Turds of the Week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, yes, I'm so excited.
The return of Tyler's Turds around sports.
Took a week off to talk it through. I got you. Yeah, now it's back, baby.
It's back by popular demand, and once again, a full podium. As Ron mentioned, y'all sure as hell all better know who's getting this golden turd trophy this week. We're going to get to it, and I'm going to make sure we have plenty of time to do so. But the bronze this week, man, this one's for the whole Drive family, particularly myself and my guy, Clint Stoerner. Bronze medal, anybody out there associated, who has attended, who has played for, who's ever worn their gear, that of the Tennessee Volunteers. You are getting this week's bronze medal.
I don't hate Tennessee.
Well, I do. And it's Tyler's turn.
I know, but you just said for the whole family. I'm just going to tell you.
Yeah, this one.
You two despise them. I don't hate them.
Yeah, this one is primarily for me in Dirty Red because, man, it's the reason we love sports, right? It's the reason we're fans. It's because we care and we get emotionally invested. I am more emotionally invested, unfortunately, in Aggie athletics than any other thing. Astros probably a close second along with the Texans, but anything maroon and white, I am always heavily invested into it emotionally whenever it comes to athletics. In Tennessee, you sons of bitches, you broke my heart. Because I thought for the very first time in my life, I was going to get to experience some sort of national championship. This would have been on the baseball diamond, of course. Tennessee ends up winning the Men's College World Series, beating A&M in 3 games. So I'm giving this one this week, the bronze medal, to Tennessee Volunteers, just strictly because you broke my heart, you pissed me off, and I want to experience that. I just want to know what it feels like once, man. I just want to know what it feels like, and y'all robbed me of it. What do you guys?
Damn, man, that hurt.
Well,
just to hear that in your voice.
Look, I'm going to be honest with you, Tyler. This might be my favorite, man. I mean, you should have made them gold, but I'll live with the bronze, man.
Well, they may have been.
I mean, put it. How about this, man? I mean, they can thank me for their football championship back in '98, and now they can thank the University of Arkansas for giving Vitello to them back a handful of years ago. So.
Injuries to the Florida State quarterbacks also gave him an assist as well.
That's a good point. Well, I like to take the blame on that one, though, but that's cool.
Just don't put it all on you.
So that's the bronze on behalf of myself and Clint Stoerner in particular. Screw off, Vols. Get your nasty-ass orange color. I will say I respect it a little bit more than the team up in Austin, but you're still a slimeball UT school. Tennessee gets a bronze medal. Silver medal on Tyler's Turds of the Week this week.
Just unnecessary on Texas.
I'm not sure if y'all saw this or not, but an organization by the name, I believe it was Net Elite Sports, they did a quick little study at all the ballparks around our great country here in the United States of America. Washington Nationals, what the hell are you doing? What are we doing? The study that this group did at all the ballparks around the country was on beer prices at a ball game. The Washington Nationals, by far and away, led the pack on the average price of a cold beer at a baseball game, over $14 to get a damn beer and watch some baseball. What are we doing? Beer and baseball go together, and you're making it impossible.
Yeah, it'd be illegal.
Making that money.
What their hot dogs cost? $10?
Probably.
What should be the price? What's a respectable price for beer at the stadium? $8?
Somewhere around there, maybe a little less. I think I could understand.
Boy,
Are they tall boys?
I got to be really thirsty.
This was just average beer, man, and the Nationals up there in D.C. over $14 freaking dollars.
Yeah, 9 innings, they would have got me for 3.
Man, we got freaking thirsty baseball fans in our nation's capital. Stop depriving, and I hate them because they beat us in the World Series, the Astros, not too long ago, but that just ain't right. You got to have a frothy beer whenever you're watching a baseball game, but not for no damn $14. So that's silver this week. You guys good with that one?
I'm great with that.
I'm good with
I think overcharging for cold beer is one of the worst things you can do in America. That they do in America today.
And it's a great environment there. I've been to a game in Washington. You know,
they buzzkill it with that, Bob.
Yeah,
I think they should send all those people to New Mexico.
I think the big-headed presidents need to do something about this.
I mean, if I go down here to the store, what can I get for $14?
Send them all
12-pack at least.
Yeah, exactly. It's ridiculous, man. But baseball and beer, they go together. You gotta remedy this, Washington. It's just absurd. All right, the moment we've all really been waiting for here. You knew on Monday, really. Well, I guess Tuesday. We knew early this week who was getting the gold, this golden turd trophy on Tyler's Turds of the Week. And that is one guy who used to be wearing maroon and white. Unfortunate for him, he is now going to be wearing the ugly-ass color of burnt orange. That is Jim Schlossnagle. My man, you are the slimiest, most scumbaggiest, lying your ass off individual in sports and I can't remember when. If you missed it, this was old Jim Schlossnagle after Texas A&M lost in the Men's College World Series when he was asked about taking the job at the University of Texas.
The rumors circulating today about a specific job opening. What do you have to say about your future in Aggieland?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you.
Big strike one.
But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M.
What the hell,
I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again. And that hasn't changed in my mind.
Oh, lying with your pants on fire, strike three. And I don't need to hear any more from this dude.
Big Jim.
Jim, how can anyone from this point on for the foreseeable future, specifically professionally with you, how can anyone take anything you have to say at your word? What's that old saying, the cliche, you can only judge a man based on his character and his word? If he keeps his word, that's all a man's good for is if he stands on his word. You could have taken this job in Austin with the T-Sips, with the Longhorns, and done it in a way to where I wouldn't even be talking about you right now. Would I have been a little upset? Sure. Annoyed? Sure. But there was a way to do it without bold-faced lying to all of the 12th man, giving us spoon-feeding us a bunch of BS about leaving your family, and you don't plan on taking another job, and all in the same moment disrespecting a guy just trying to do his job and report on you that you've been close with for years now since you've been in Aggie land. TexAgs works with you more than anyone, and you treated that guy like he was from CNN, yet you'd never seen him before. This guy was disrespectful. His turdish behavior was on full display, and now we know why he's going to fit in great in Austin with the Burnt Orange and the Longhorns, because you, sir, are a golden turd. You're a liar, and you're a D-bag. Best of luck to you, Schloss. Maybe your team can find their way to Omaha next year. I assume the Aggies will be there. Jim Schlossnagle is the biggest turd winner we have ever had. I wish I could make this golden turd trophy just a bit bigger for him, because you, sir, suck. Get the hell out of here with your jackassery. Take your crap to Austin. Like I said, you'll fit in nicely. That's the turds of the week.
That's why he did it. Was he knew you were coming back with the turds of the week, and he wanted to give you a good reason to be there.
It's the easiest decision I've ever made, guys.
Clint, I hope the ladies that he runs into over the next year all fake it. Go ahead. What you got coming up at the 4?
Fake what, Ron? That's the best trophy in the business right there, by the way.
I hope they all fake it.
Oh, it's the best
and
trophy.
And he thinks he's really doing something.
The Rockets, baby. Had him old number 3 overall pick last night, Cocaine Curry. I tell you who it is. We'll cuss and discuss. We'll hear from the general manager of the Rockets. Find out what all went into this pick, what it means for our squad. And we'll do all that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you a little bit about Advanced Hair, man. I'm always out and about, and every time I'm out, there's a couple of different products that I speak about that people always ask me about. When it's
on, because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 7/1. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
It's all about them Rockets today, y'all. I mean, it's the NBA draft round 1 was last night. By the way, the rest of the NBA draft right now, second round is rocking and rolling. The Astros, the Rockets traded their pick for A.J. Griffin from the Atlanta Hawks, a 20-year-old forward. Out of what is he, Ron? Third year pro out of Duke. Is that what?
Yeah. Duke drafted in 2022, mid-round.
Yeah,
14, 15, something like that.
Yeah. So they traded that second round pick. So no action for the Rockets in this round here. But they did get their guy, Reed Sheppard, shooting guard out of Kentucky. He is a long range sniper, folks. He can absolutely shoot the leather off of it. NBA range threes, 81 attempts. Just under 50%, 51% on catch and shoot threes, over 100 shots. Unguarded catch and shoots, he's 57%. Guarded catch and shoots, he's 45%. We're talking about threes, y'all. Corner threes, damn near 52%. This dude is a long-range sniper, and apparently, to hear it from Rafael Stone, the Rockets general manager, this was the Rockets pick all along.
Yeah. At the end of our process, we ended up with Reed as the best player in the draft by quite a bit, the best prospect we thought. Again, not putting anybody else down, and it's obviously going to be incumbent upon him to bear all that out. And kind of the only guy that we were really focused on. So if he had not gotten to us, I think we would have probably traded down or out of the draft. But when we had the opportunity to pick him, we jumped on it.
Best prospect in the draft by far. Probably would have traded the pick had he not been available. Clearly the Rockets had their sights set on one guy, and they got their guy. Now, here's Rafael Stone a little bit more on why Reed Sheppard was so convincing to be the Rockets pick. And if he wasn't available, they're going to move on from him. Here's Rafael Stone more on Reed Sheppard.
He just has a special set of skills. I mean, his shooting is historically great, and his feel for the game, his passing, his ability to get deflections, and he's an NBA athlete. Like he's not somebody who's under athletic, and so like the IQ and feel, I think, is very real, and so there's just a lot to like.
With any prospect, any draft pick, there's always a risk. But I'm going to tell you, man, Ron, for me personally, there's a couple of things that I like here that just jump off the screen immediately. For me, I think a perimeter shooter that can shoot it as well as Reed Sheppard can shoot it changes the dynamic, changes the game for everybody around him. It is going to be very difficult with him out there, assuming it translates to the NBA. It is going to be very difficult with him out there for teams to collapse their defense on Şengün if he's going off, or Green if he's penetrating, or whoever it is that's handling a rock. With that long range sniper sitting out there, it's always going to be in the back of their mind that he's going to get 3 instead of 2, right? So that impact on this Rockets team, I think, is big. And then secondly, Ron, I just think when you draft a player, I know this isn't the high end superstar potential, even though according to Rafael Stone, his athletic ability and everything else is obviously there. It may not be that guy, but there's something about knowing exactly what you're drafting, knowing exactly how that guy's going to fit into your system, knowing exactly how this guy is going to help you win ball games. Not there's no ifs with him. I'm sure there are if you talk to Ime Udoka, but in terms of how he fits in, how he impacts the Rockets, and how he plays this game and fits in this system, to me, there's no ifs. It's very clear-cut what this guy brings to the table, and it's not about developing into it, growing into being a professional. He steps in the door that day one knowing how he fits in, and I think there's a lot to be said for that.
He steps in day one as this team's best shooter, right? And you can see his game growing in stages, right? You could see maybe this year it is really the element of shooting, and then maybe he adds on and does more things. But even though it's weird, he's the number 3 overall pick, and as they just said, and I wonder, boy, we'll never know. If the Rockets have the number 1 overall pick, they make it seem like by far they would have taken Reed Sheppard number 1, regardless, based off what Rafael Stone's just had to say about him being far and away the best player in the draft to them. But even with that, it's not a pressure, Clint, that I think the pressure that Jalen Green lives under, or even the pressure that Jabari Smith lives under, because I don't think that they view him, and I don't think fans are going to view Reed Sheppard as a guy that needs to produce right now. Like if Reed Sheppard doesn't average double digits next year, but you can see the shooting ability, and he's, if he doesn't average 15 next year, I don't think people are going to lose their minds. If he shows what he, brings to the table, what you thought he would bring to the table, because he's coming in with the thought of being a rotation others role player as opposed to, I think, what Jabari Smith Jr. was and what Jalen Green is. So I think he has the ability to grow into his game without the pressure of having to do too much. Just do what it is that you can do well, and that's your role. And his role right now, to me, I think is going to be shooting, not playmaking, not point guard. Go knock down open shots, and to me, you allow him to grow into his game.
Ron, I love the pick for the 2 reasons that I mentioned. Now, in listening to the audio, and I agree with your point. I think the point is very valid of the shooting aspect of it, even though I think he needs to be on the floor a lot. I mean, that needs to be a part of what they do is you're consistently threatening them from the perimeter, and he's the only guy right now that consistently – look, let's be honest. He's the only guy right now that truly threatens consistently from the outside, from the perimeter. And so I think that needs to be on the floor early and often. And when the draft pick first happened, I thought, hey, I like the way that the perimeter shooter, the long-range sniper could impact the game, right? Well, then I listened to that cut from Rafael Stone, and all of a sudden it's like, hey, man, this guy's athletic ability is not lacking. He is an NBA athlete. Hey, and Rafael Stone went on and at length basically just said, hey, he's got great basketball instincts and a very high basketball IQ as well. Like, I don't know. I think the shooting it the way he shoots it, Ron, gets him on the floor immediately.
Yeah. The
defense, the instincts, the IQ could potentially keep him on the floor on a team that's full of youngsters, right? You put that formula all together. If this dude can play defense, if he plays with great instincts, he's got high basketball IQ, and oh, by the way, he can shoot it lights out from the perimeter. I don't know who you put on the floor in a starting 5 and go, man, there's just not room for Reed Sheppard at this point in time. With this team, as it's constructed right now, Ron, I don't know how you consistently do that, assuming Rafael Stone's not blowing smoke.
Yeah, it don't seem like, and I've watched him as he's as Rafael said, he is an NBA athlete. He is an NBA athlete. Now his size, his height is a little down, and that depends on who he has to guard, and maybe players try to post him up or shoot over the top of him. But he can leap, he can jump, he can move, and I just don't see, Clint, his defense being poor that it keeps him off the field, or I'm off the court, excuse me.
Yeah.
Like, there are some guys out there in the league that can shoot, but their defense kind of keeps them off the floor.
Ron, there's a lot of guys that are sitting at home and never got a shot in the NBA that could shoot it lights out, but just either couldn't move or weren't big enough, or for whatever reason couldn't play. They were too much of a risk on the defensive end of the floor. I mean, that's kept many a great shooter out of the league.
And let's just remember, he's going to Ime Udoka, who demands defense and demands that, and he's coming from Calipari, who demands that as well. So he's, obviously, and his parents know the game very well. So I think his defense. I think his defense actually could potentially be not even anywhere near a weakness, but it definitely won't be to the point where it keeps him off the floor.
All right, Ron, we got to get to really what matters about Reed Sheppard here. There's a couple of things, right? I got a couple of things. The internet has some fun, and I always appreciate a good nickname, right? Apparently, my man's nickname at Kentucky. Get ready for this. Cocaine Curry. A white curry. Do we get that? Did everybody pick that up?
Yeah, we got it.
We're
not talking about booger sugar. We're talking about the color of it.
Yeah.
Don't do this.
All kidding aside, this nickname is fire.
Oh, it's so good.
It's fire.
Oh, it's so good.
I'm glad they didn't go Elmer's curry. Like I think the cocaine one is much.
Oh, it's so good, man.
They could have gone other routes. I'm glad they didn't go flour curry. I like this.
Yeah, I mean, they probably would have went with a different 3-point shooter than if they'd have went flour or
better than
Elmer.
Cracker Curry.
I'm telling you, that would fit. But
certainly you can say that.
Cracker Curry would work. I mean, in fact, I don't know that I don't like that more. But
here comes the big saltine.
Hey, there's no doubt.
I can say that with you, saltine Reed.
Cocaine Curry is this nickname. Everybody knows I love a good nickname. That is really, really good, Ron. The internet's had a little bit of fun. Here. And what this is, it's a video, so I need don't close your eyes because you're driving out there.
I'll close it.
But you got to see it. It's Reed Sheppard, I believe, talking to the city of Houston, which again I've mentioned it multiple times. It's the most worthless. Like, we're just trying to create random content from the draft. I don't understand the value why anybody does this, but nonetheless, they do it. Hey, I'm Reed Sheppard, H-Town. Can't wait to get there and ball out for y'all, man. Thanks. It's like 5 seconds. Okay, cool. Well, it's him doing that, and then there's a brief pause, and it says after 6 months in Houston. So you got to, in your mind, I need you to see that. Reed Sheppard, you're going to hear him, and then it says there's a brief pause, and then you're going to hear another voice, and this is Reed Sheppard after being in Houston for 6 months.
What's up, Rocket fans? Reed Sheppard here. Super excited to be in Houston. I can't wait to get this season started. Let's do it.
6 months later.
Fofos, I'm tipping. Wood grain, I'm gripping. Switching with the page up. Turn your neck, yo, Dame missing. Me and Slim, we ain't tricking. I'm finger flipping and sword stepping like do it down. I'm cold pipping. Car stop rim, keep spinning. I'm flipping drive with invisible top. Hose down my drop step out. I'm shaking and block with 418. Candy green with 11 screen. My gasoline always supreme. Hell yeah, let's go.
There he is. There is your long-range sniper, ladies and gentlemen. He's gonna come in, Ron.
No chance.
Hey, he's gonna be
no chance.
He's gonna come in, Cracker Curry, and he's gonna be right back to Cocaine Curry in a hot minute.
Iceman.
No.
Oh wow.
No chance.
No chance.
No, I mean, listen. If he would let me hear Reed today. Let me hear the Reed one again. Let me hear Reed. That first part, the real Reed.
What's up, Rocket fans? Reed Sheppard here.
Okay,
Super excited to be in Houston. I can't wait to get this season started.
Enough there. If Clint, how long do you think he's been playing basketball with fellas
for a long time? How long has he been the spot in the locker room? A long time.
He was at Kentucky for a year.
Yeah.
With that crew.
Yeah.
He's from there. If he hadn't been influenced yet, and he still sound like that, I don't think it can happen.
Well, you got.
I don't think it can happen.
Ron, there's context needed here. Now, this is. I mean, I don't know if you've seen that video of that young fella that's actually doing all the rapping. I mean, it is. I mean, he is clearly, he is a white dude, and there's some black chicks behind him, and he is clearly showing out and showing his, and it is beautiful. I mean, they are digging it, and he's letting them have it. You know. The context. I think you put Reed, you put Cocaine Curry, and that on the street in front of some ladies. That there was a little bit of soul where that's going to really
bring it out.
Oh, I mean, if Reed's got any game at all, if Reed's got any game at all, hell yeah, it will.
We would hear it a little bit.
I don't know, man. You yourself is. I mean, look, Kelsey can turn it on and off now.
I will never forget. Svi Mikhailuk was from the Ukraine. He came to Kansas, and he sounded like a Ukrainian. 2 years later. 2 years later in that locker room, he sounded like Travis Kelce. 2 years later, he sounded and the Travis Kelce away from Taylor.
Right.
He sounded like Travis Kelce in 2 years.
All right.
I mean, you didn't hear his accent anymore. He sounded just like that.
I'm telling you, we'll see, man. These Houston streets, man, you never know.
It's just like J.J. Redick. They never got to J.J.
Yeah, well, JJ. Yeah, there's. I mean, JJ's. He's buttoned up now. I don't know if there's ever going to be any getting to him. You may be right.
They didn't get to him. Like, come on, Clint. Did it take you long?
Hey, man, look.
They hooked your ass right up.
JJ was good. Hey, look here. I was brought up in it now. JJ, I think he might have been brought up in one of them old private schools now.
Come on, JJ.
To this day, I just feel like just Travis had to be raised in another place. Maybe Ed and them were divorced and he lived in a different part of Cleveland when he lived with his dad. Those two fellas, I just don't get it. Cocaine. Like, there was something, if he had something to do with cocaine, I wonder how much he embraced that. Cocaine Curry. They embraced that sucker. That'd be.
Well, look,
that might tell a story. That might give him a chance if he really embraced it.
Oh, man, if you can't embrace a good nickname, especially when it's that creative and it's that spot on, boy, I don't know if I'm going to be able to like him.
Oh, you'll like him. All right, one thing that I think a lot of people believe this in sports will be a complete train wreck. I can't understand if people believe it or they're doing it just because they hate the parties involved. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right.
Well, they didn't have a first baseman in their system. Why are we talking about Mauricio Dubon at first base? Because they don't have a first baseman in their system. So, it's
an ongoing problem for the Houston Astros during an era where there hasn't been many problems.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the Drive is live. We're back here on this beautiful Thursday. We can get away with calling him CC, can't we? Can we get away calling him?
That's for Sabathia, bro.
You talking about Cocaine Curry?
Oh, CC. Yeah.
I mean, be telling Reed Shepherd.
CC Shep.
I like the big saltine.
But when you already have Cocaine Curry, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
CC, can we get? I wonder if we could get Bill Worrell to come in and do a fake call for Reed Shepherd and then tag the nickname with it.
Thank you guys for bringing us a first-class sports show to the city.
At first, I thought you said Bill Walton. I was going to say, well, that's not.
No, we lost Bill. Bill Worrell. Bill can come down in the corner. Reed Shepherd knocks it down. And Cocaine.
That shot wasn't stale. The big saltine drains it from downtown.
It's Cocaine Curry in the corner for three. And he got it again, and he gives the Rockets a 3-point lead.
Do I have a nosebleed? Because Cocaine Curry is on fire.
It's going crazy in the Summit. Cocaine Curry, 30 feet away.
That shot was pure. No fentanyl here. Cocaine Curry drains it. That may have been a little too much.
You got to be a little slicker than that.
Yeah, that was a little too in-depth.
His foot wasn't on the line there. Cocaine Curry gets another one.
I get it now. Okay, I get it.
Say hello to his little friend. Cocaine Curry drains the three.
He caught the ball off the screen, sniffed twice, and drained it. Cocaine Curry for three.
That isn't Scarface. That's the rookie Reed. Cocaine Curry for three.
He knocks it down, and Cocaine Curry leaves a little dust right there behind him for defenders to run through.
He's never missed a game due to injury, but if he had to, probably because he hurt his nose, it's Cocaine Curry.
For the first time, it's snowing in Houston. From Cocaine Curry. With Coke.
Cocaine and hookers, my friend.
Sorry.
That was pretty good.
I like for Bill to just Bill Royale. Come on, man. The old historic play-by-play guy. Just slide in Cocaine Curry. If that man ever did that, if Tyler ever had that to play, I'm telling you, if we don't make Barrett's top 20 list, I don't know what else we have to do.
Well, let me tell you what's not going to help us get on Barrett's top 10 list.
Oh, come on!
I mean,
that's unique.
No, look, I mean, no, it's unique, but I think it's gonna bury us. I think it's gonna bury us even deeper on that damn list, which is fine.
Could you imagine if Bill did that? Boy, that'd be great. All right. Hey, this I've heard many people. Hell, I've heard people at this station talk about it. I've heard In the Loop. I've heard Brandon. I've heard John Lopez talk about this, saying that the thought and the potential that this J.J. Redick hire with the Lakers and everything that went through it with his relationship with LeBron and what the Lakers have done, that this thing's going to be a train wreck. And first off, I want to when I think train wreck, Clint. Train wreck, I think the Houston Texans of several years ago. When I think train wreck, I think everything that was happening with the Rockets when Harden was gaining weight and refusing to play and honey buns.
Which is not good enough.
And stuff like that. I think of train wrecks, I think of really, really bad. First off, it's hard to envision Anthony Davis and LeBron James being a train wreck if they're healthy. But I don't know, but I understand that J.J. Redick has not coached before, and I don't know what he is going to be. I don't know if it's a good or a bad move, but he's a smart guy, Clint. he's coming from Coach K. He's worked under guys like Doc Rivers. He played 17 years in the league. He's been around. We hear him talk about the game and is highly intelligent about the game. I'm not surprised about it, but I wonder how much is it because people truly believe it'll be a train wreck or truly think it's just because it's JJ and the Lakers situation.
Well, look, I don't think people – I think there's a lot of people that hate the Lakers.
Yes.
There's a lot of people that don't like LeBron.
Yes.
There's a lot of people that don't like the Duke-educated, buttoned-up white dude that is I don't know him, but appears very arrogant in his ways.
And jump the line a little, yeah.
Yeah,
but I don't even think it's
the jump the line thing is to me. It's a lot of people jump the line nowadays.
But I don't even think it's like I think right now we're seeing it, Clint. This is, there are a lot of guys who now walk into this thing, especially in that league, without experience.
Yeah. So that's just
and that coaching.
That's to me. That's people cherry pick it and want to. That's fine. Whatever. At the end of the day, I don't know that it's as much that as it is the other things. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I think the basketball IQ. I think all of that is there. And take it for what it's worth. I think he does have LeBron in his corner big time, which I think is a plus. I don't think it's a negative. I think it's a plus. And if you don't think that he's going to say what he needs to say and do what he needs to do from a managerial standpoint, I would encourage you to go back. And this is a weird parallel, but to me it means something. Like when I heard my man sit down on the set at First Take, in a business where he's trying to rise and he's trying to do his thing and he's trying to make it in the media business, and he looked at Mad Dog, who had been in it forever, and Stephen A. Smith, who is the most successful in the game, and said, no offense, but it is clear right now you two have never played a freaking minute of big-time basketball. Like whether you agree with that take with him saying that or not, like he clearly doesn't have a problem being in somebody else's world.
That's a good way to not get invited back.
Well, yeah, absolutely, real good way. But it's also indicative of him not being afraid to speak his mind. Like I don't think he's going to stand up there and bite his tongue in front of these guys because he's worried about what LeBron will think or he's worried about this player or that player. Like he's going to step up there and he's going to be very confident in what the hell he says and what he does. And I think it's. When you got LeBron on your side, once again, when you got LeBron on your side and AD, I think there's a real chance that he's going to win at this thing. He's got a lot of good going for him. I don't think that the confidence, the swagger, the bravado, I don't think any of that's fake with him. I think he really believes that he's the best thing since sliced bread.
No, yeah. Oh, he's got confidence. Yeah, he definitely has confidence. Like, and the thing is, yeah. With a player like LeBron, and there are several of them, yeah, you work with them as opposed to going off. I mean, how many coaches like Ime Udoka, I'm telling you, would change his tune if he were working with a player like LeBron. Like, yeah. You just do, even the hard-nosed ones right now, and he will have to do that. For me, Clint, I understand the lack of experience. But I would also say how much experience is 17 years in the NBA and watching the game and being around the game a lot. How much is that, compared to other things? I think there is some experience, and I think he will learn some stuff on the job. I think there are some candidates out there that are deserving. Sam Cassell, a former Rocket, is one, too. But to me, it's like, all right, he played 17 years. He's been around great coaches like Coach K, Doc Rivers, among others. He's played at big levels. He has relationships and can communicate with guys in this age range and in this generation. Like, this isn't to me just like, just somebody just completely off the street that has it just has no experience at all. I'm not guaranteeing you saying it's going to work, but I can completely see the reasons why it can and the reasons why there's a high potential that it would, right? That is hilarious to me that the thought is, like, first off, LeBron healthy has never been involved in a train wreck, right? No, he's not won a championship, but he's not involved in just completely falling apart. But I do find it entertaining that, hey man, he's got LeBron. Like, that's gonna suck for him. He'd rather be coaching the Raptors. Like, no. Like, it is, as you said, a plus that he has 2 all-NBA guys to kick things off with. Now it's going to be to see how he can do this thing. But I'm with you. It is wild to me that the thought of, oh, this is just going to be a train wreck. I just don't see a lot of elements of it. I really don't.
Well, you spoke of the Toronto Raptors, Ron. I think Jamal Shead, a little guard from U of H over here. I think he just went to the Raptors.
Did he go to the Raptors? I thought he went to the Kings.
Well, I think he did, but I think it was.
There's a trade.
It was a trade. Did it go from Raptors to Kings or Kings to Raptors? I thought it went Kings to Raptors. We'll have to check that. But he just got drafted in the second round.
Good for him, man. Good for him.
47th overall, I think.
He's gonna make a team. He's gonna make a team, and he's gonna be somebody that people love to have around their team. A natural leader and a guy that it's an elite defender. You talk about with Reed Shepherd, things and spots that you know what they're going to be. This dude is a great leader and a great defender, an elite defender. He's going to find a place in the league for a while. Good for him, man. I hope that ankle's all right after he turned it in the NCAA tournament. All right, coming up, what do the Astros do? They're playing really well. They're rolling right now. They've won 7 straight. What do they do when Kyle Tucker comes back? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, is arthritic joint pain keeping you from doing the things that you love, man? Bone-on-bone pain in your knees, hips, back, or shoulder. It sounds awful, right? If you're dealing with it, I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry. It's at the end of the day, though, I'm here to provide answers. And it's pretty easy, man. It's QC Kinetics. There are exciting new
Development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's at AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we keep rolling along. Little 5 o'clock fire coming up in here in just a minute. We'll give you the top stories you need to know. And yesterday, one big story we found out, fellas, was that Kyle Tucker, he could return in the next 10 days, hopefully. They're hopeful that he will return and hoping that he gets to participating on baseball field activities. Hopefully that is. Hopefully, can he shag a fly ball? Can he get off can he just get in the machine and take swings from the machine? Can we get him off the tee? Can we get him to start doing something, getting closer? But at least there's a feel like he's not out for the year like some players for the Astros. And I think Joe is going to obviously be up with the decision that he is going to have to make with Kyle Tucker. And I think really two people are going to be, I think, affected the most in a decision that he has to make. And I think that decision is between Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker. Prior to the injury to Kyle Tucker was batting second. The lineup, the top four, was Altuve, Tucker, with Yordan Alvarez, and then Bregman was batting fourth most of the time. Since the injury to Tucker, Bregman has slid into that 2 spot with Alvarez behind him, Altuve in front of him, and then obviously Diaz here of late has been behind Alvarez in the 4 spot. What does Joe do? What is the best move for Joe? Do you go ahead and put Kyle Tucker back into the 2 spot where he was doing damage, where he was swinging the bat and putting up numbers that were MVP worthy? Or do you keep what Alex Bregman's been doing and then just put Kyle Tucker down in the 4 spot behind Alvarez? What's the move for you? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, what's the move for you when Kyle Tucker returns?
This is an easy one for me, boys.
Easy, huh?
Yeah, it's easy for me, man. I leave Bregman in the 2 hole, and I put Tucker in the 4 hole. I feel like I've said this all along. I just feel like Bregman when he's at his best. I don't know that I would have shaped my mouth to say he's one of the most difficult outs in all of baseball, but I did hear that come from Tony Gwynn Jr., so I'm going to lean into it. When that's the case, I love him batting in the 2 hole in front of Yordan, in front of Tucker, where there's a really good chance where they're going to come to the plate more times than not with a runner on. I like him in that particular spot more so than the 4 spot, man. I really like the thought of Yordan, Tucker, Diaz in that 3, 4, 5 hole and Bregman in the 2.
No, listen, you make the point, man. With Bregman taking off the way that he has taken off here of late, it's hard to really want to do anything to change that. But damn, it's hard to want to do something to change what Kyle Tucker was bringing to the table. And I will admit this, Clinton, I think you probably agree with this. Kyle Tucker, the batting order for him probably isn't as important in terms of what his production's going to be potentially as it is for Bregman right now. Like I feel like Tucker has hit fifth, has hit fourth, has hit second. He's proven to do. He's hit third. He generally hits, and it does seem like definitely that fourth spot for Bregman is just something that he just has not operated well at all this year. And now he's in this 2 spot. I hope that Kyle Tucker is able to put up the same type of production that he had earlier, because that was dominant. That was MVP worthy, and I hope he can do that. But I think overall it probably makes the lineup better if you're getting this level of Bregman. And I want to say Bregman should be able to hit anywhere, Clint, but, I mean, he's just shown us time and time again that don't put me in the 4 spot. Really put me in the 5 or the 6 spot or the 2 spot.
Being ridiculous?
So don't put me in the 4 spot. And I guess it's probably the right move to just leave him where he is, and then make Tucker adjust.
Look, to your point, I mean the hitting between Altuve and Jordan, clearly, I don't know.
That's the best spot on the team.
Yeah, it's the best spot on the team, and damn, boy, Tucker was making them pay. He was leading the league in home runs, up there in RBIs. I mean, I would not be mad whatsoever if Tucker stayed in that 2 hole and Bregman had to bump back. I would not. Now, here's what I would not let the fact that Bregman ain't done a damn thing in the 4 hole or the 5 hole. I would not let that hold me back. Now, if I sat there and I thought, okay, there's based on all of our analytics, based on all of our data, there just is a much higher. There's a much better chance that Kyle Tucker's going to get pitches in the 2 hole that he just flat ass ain't going to see in the 4 hole, which may be true, right? I'm pretty sure it's true. I just don't know to what extent, right? I mean, you don't know what that looks like. But if I had hard evidence of that being the case, it would be very difficult. I don't care what Bregman's doing right now. I don't care what Bregman has or hasn't done in the 4 or 5 hole. I would have a really hard time with that, with Tucker not trumping at all at the end of the day. I just, for whatever reason, from jump, when one was struggling, when the other one wasn't, or vice versa, it fits my eye better with Bregman in the 2 hole and Tucker in the 4 hole. But if old JoJo says it, I wouldn't be shocked one bit. I'm not mad at it one bit.
Yeah, it's some people talking about what about Tucker, Bregman, and Alvarez. Yeah, I don't want to drop Alvarez. I think it's between those 2.
It's got to be.
I think it's between those 2.
Your 2 untouchables are Altuve and Jordan. Those guys are untouchable. And really, if you look at Tucker, it's either 2 or 4, right? And if you move Bregman from the conversation, it's absolutely 2. So I mean, there's some non-negotiables there with those 3 particular guys that just ain't even remotely close to being there with the rest of the team, including Bregman, and including my guy Diaz, who I'm high on right now. It's just not. I mean, those guys need to be in the top 6.
Yeah. All right. We'll see what happens when that does come about. Michael Schwab, Clint, dropped a little nugget, said that the Astros have identified Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who they will see after they finish things up with the Mets on this road trip. They've identified him as one of their top targets for a trade. It'll take a lot to land a player like him who will be a free agent in 2026, but he would bring a big bat and solve the first base problems. Listen, I like Vlad. I think he would be fun to cover, Clint. I think he's got a little swag about him that I like, and to imagine what he could do with this ballpark and majestic shots that he could have with this ballpark. But for this particular team and what it needs, Clint, I don't know that I love that he would be one of their top targets, because I don't think they have a ton and very much at all to give away to more than a top target. I mean, they could probably afford to get one person with what they have asset-wise, especially somebody who's not a free agent for until 2026. It just feels like starting pitching is far more important, especially with Kyle Tucker getting back than getting Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
I mean, I just like the thought of those majestic shots. I mean,
I want to see him.
I mean, like majestic shots. You tried to sell that one. That was nice.
He did. I mean, he does what John wants to do. He just doesn't flip it.
Yeah,
he
right.
He does it more consistent.
Look, I'm with you. I didn't see the majestic shots coming from you. That was well done, big dog. Well done.
Pause.
But I agree with you. I mean, look, I think this is an easy one for me as well. When you're talking about Vlad Guerrero, I would love to have him. As an Astros fan, I'd love to have him in this lineup. I mean, you talk about nasty. Good gosh. I mean, it would be a beautiful thing to buy a ticket and go down to Minute Maid Park and watch those guys swing the stick, without a doubt. But at the end of the day, there is. I mean, this team is in a dire situation for starting pitching, and they're going to be in a dire situation when Verlander gets back, boys. Luis Garcia coming off Tommy John late July. If you get there without another injury, you're still going to be in a tough spot. So I don't know how you justify giving up whatever value it takes to get a Vlad Guerrero when in reality you are shorthanded in a major way. Luckily, the four guys you do have healthy are pitching lights out right now. But you're shorthanded in a big way, and you're going to be shorthanded in a big way for months to come. So I don't know how you justify that move versus spending that capital on a starting pitcher, like you said.
No, I mean, especially like now there was a time earlier in the year where the offense was struggling so bad, and you're like, all right, well maybe, but you know, Kyle Tucker is coming back. That is a huge, huge bat, and if Bregman's going to swing the bat like this, and it seems like Diaz is on the way to turning things around himself, and I tell you one thing for me, and I know I shouldn't base it on this, but I feel like that'd be another way to just keep Dubon off the field. Like that'd be another way. Like he has been a huge part of this team being able to improve themselves offensively because there's just been spots where they absolutely have to have him in the game. And I think he is very important and vital to be out there damn near on an everyday basis.
Look, you're that's a great point, Ron. I mean, the Dubon factor has to be talked about here, has to be involved here. I mean, that's you've got a guy that can play first base. You got a guy that brings more to the table than any first baseman you've had there, really dating back to 4 years ago before Hughley fell off, right? I mean, you got a guy that is as clutch as anybody on the team. He's as active on the base pass as anybody on the team. If he's on the field, if he's in the starting lineup, the dude creates activity on the base pass, period, point blank. There's no doubt about it. So I'm with you. And the fact that you have a really good answer at first base right now, maybe not a long-term answer, but a really good answer, has to be factored in here with how you spend your money and spending it wisely.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. All right, coming up a little 5 o'clock fire. The Rockets made some noise yesterday, but they have already started the day off making noise. They took themselves out of this second round by trading for a new member of the team. We'll let you know what they did there. And what do the Astros do on Sunday? What do the Astros do on Sunday? That's a big conversation piece, and it is getting crazy at the NBA draft. Wait till you hear what one person has had to say about the most talked about player in the second round of the draft. We'll let you hear that coming up next.
Mokaram Law Firm, folks. I hope you don't need them, but if you do,
price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Big Dilf.
The Big Dilf.
Have the latest for you, and the latest is, also T-Mill, Psycho T, a.k.a. Moneybags. And Moneybags made some cash last night, baby. T-Mill made a little money. He sent 2 or 3 screenshots of, and then you know what really pissed me off, Clint?
What's that?
He's going to send that last one. All right, okay, just one more.
It's not often you have a day that's strong.
Just one more. Just one more. Let me let you see that, man.
12 of 13 bets, bro. That's arguably the best day of betting I've ever had.
I've considered, Clint, just saying here, man, I'm going to just give 100 and you spread it out over all your little bets.
I'll invest for you.
To go with them, but I you know me, I just can't do it. But, 12 of 13, what a ride. I just.
How long did you think about that, Ron? Really? I mean, it had like 30 seconds?
No,
10, 15?
I've been mulling it over for a few months now. I just slow to the party here.
Right.
Well, if you decide to, man, I will invest and I will turn that money into more money for you.
Yeah,
you don't sound like you want to do this.
It's difficult for me when it comes to sports to then put that money in somebody else's hands in terms of their thoughts. When sometimes. I'm not. I feel like he may be wrong, but the other part is Clint. He's got so many down, like he can completely blow the Hunter Brown strikeouts, but then still come out 600-700 on the top because he got 8 or 9 other bets in. What was the bet you lost yesterday? You said 12 of 13. What was
the only one I lost? Was I believe it was Bregman's over on total bases.
That's 2 days in a row.
Yeah.
You got to let that go.
Yeah.
You got to move on to the next one.
I had 2 parlays, dude, and then I hit. Oh,
those
man.
Parlays. Woo. Those parlays are the ones. Those suckers hit.
We parlaying.
Well, let's make one, Ron.
You're
getting awfully excited. I mean, talking about all that damn money. Let's do something with it.
I just said it. I said I've been thinking about it for a couple of months, and I don't think I'm ready to do it yet. But good for him, man. Congratulations to you, Tyler. I'm happy for you, man. But as we move on to there's no Astros tonight, so maybe it's not much for Tyler to bet on today. But the Rockets, they've already made a move. They have traded the 44th pick of the draft to the Atlanta Hawks for their forward, A.J. Griffin. A.J. Griffin is a former first-round pick in 2022 out of Duke. He is a forward, pretty good shooter in the league. In the limited time that he has been in, he has shot 39% his rookie year. But obviously, man, in 2 years you haven't caught on when the Atlanta Hawks are ready to move on from you. The Atlanta Hawks have the number 1 pick in the draft, so that kind of shows where you are. So it's not like, hey, boy, they're adding a big time piece. If this guy can be somewhat of a contributor or a contributor into them being able to get another player in a package, that would be big. But Clint, I think it's just even more and more talking about to the point of there's got to be another move in store that is going to kind of limit the amount of all of these young guys they have that expect to get time next year. There's got to be some move in motion, Clint, because they just have so many of these young dudes. And, I mean, they've got so many young dudes, Clint, when you combine them with the already veteran guys on the floor that are going to play, like, Fred and Brooks and some of those guys. They've already got those dudes. And to think like they're gonna continue to try to see what they have with all of these other young dudes, there has to be another move in place, Clint.
Well, yeah, look, I mean, first of all, that we've seen 2 or 3 years of the whole let's develop these guys, let's see what we have we've seen 2 or 3 years of that, and we're at a point now where Ime Udoka's seen 1 year of it. And at the end of the day, to your point, there's so much youth on this team, and there's so much of it that Ime Udoka didn't pick. I mean, it just makes sense that he doesn't like all of these guys. Like, at some point in time, he is going
or
to –
at least doesn't feel he has to have them all.
Well, I mean, look, boy, Ime Udoka would be the luckiest coach ever if he's got 8 players under 23 and he loves them all. You know, these are my guys right here, man. And it's
all of them.
It's going to break my heart to cut ties with a couple of them. He'd be the luckiest coach in America, and Rafael Stone would be the best evaluator in all of the land. So there's got to be guys that Ime Udoka looks at and is like, hey, man, you're either you don't have it, or you're not developing fast enough, or you're a bad fit for what I want to do. Your strengths don't align with what I want my guys to be strong in, and so we've got to move on from you. It just makes sense that there's going to be more movement sooner rather than later. Whether you look at it at just from a sheer numbers game, or you look at it and say, okay, Ime Udoka, he didn't sign up. He didn't sign up to sit around here for 3 more years after Silas, whatever he did here. You know, he didn't. Ime Udoka didn't just sign up to sit here for 3 years and develop guys. I mean, this is a win now league. I got to imagine that he is in a win now mode, and so I don't know, Ron. I think this offseason there's going to be a ton of movement.
Just come in with it. Yeah, just come in with it. Yeah.
Hey, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you there. That was my fault.
Yeah, I bet you could. No, go ahead. I guess there's some breaking news with the draft. Tyler, what's the news?
God, this is too good.
This is ridiculous.
Shams Charania is reporting the Los Angeles Lakers are selecting Bronny James with the number 55 pick in the 2024 NBA draft, sources say. Bronny and Bron together in L.A.
You get to see the fam, man.
This is stupid, man.
This is amazing.
It is amazing. It is.
I love it. I'm here.
He's King Griffey Jr., King Griffey Sr. right here for the Reds is what's happening. They have pulled this thing off. Hold on, you
just did Bronny a huge solid there, by the way.
I'm just saying the last time we've seen.
God, all the Taco Tuesdays they're going to get to have together.
The flip-flop.
I think it's tremendous.
You think?
I think it's tremendous.
Do you think Bronny's happy?
Oh, I'm sure.
Hell yeah, he is. Him and LeBron have been talking about this for 10+ years.
Just like there's some elements are cool, but hey, dog, how old is Bronny? 19. You got to be around your damn daddy every single day.
Yeah, 19.
Some ways, oh, cool. But you, in these years, when you want to go out and be the hoe that you want to be, when you want to go out and sow your royal oats, when you want to do those, you got to be around your dad every day.
Well, I mean, I'm sure his oats are getting sold for him.
He knows he's going to have tacos.
I'm just saying, it's cool. All right, yeah, man, we can see Dad, once a week. Nah, every day. Every day.
Get done at practice. All right, Pops, see you at the house.
No, we get on this plane together, son. Sit next to me. And I just want to say, LeBron, all that, maybe some of that stuff that you was doing, you might have to clean up just a tad either. Also, I'm not talking about with ladies or anything. I'm just saying anything you've been doing. Your son's on the plane with you.
Watching the Lakers draft, Ruben, you'd think they just drafted Wilt Chamberlain.
How did they put?
I bet LeBron and Bronny done sowed some oats together.
Come on, man.
I know you don't want to hear that, Ron.
That ain't not my that's not my king.
Hey, Dad. Hey, Dad. Since you and Mom are a thing, I don't think you should do. I think you should pass it on down to me, Bub.
No, man. No,
I bet Bronny.
LeBron is not smashing in front of Bronny. Stop.
Well, you're right. That's not fair. I bet he's handed some off to him. I bet
he sure enough has picked up some because of who his father is.
No question, man. Just give me a shot, Pops.
God, JJ.
You can't have the old man, but I'm the guy.
Hold on. This is Rich Paul, Clint. Rich Paul, now both of their agents, and Rich Paul has pulled this off. Listen to what Bob Myers, the former person who put together the Warriors dynasty, the former vice president of basketball operations for the Golden State Warriors. He is now He now works for ESPN. This is what he said he was hearing that Rich Paul, the agent for Bronny and LeBron, this is what he said was happening with other teams with Rich Paul.
Bob Myers, you promised at the top of the show that 30 minutes in, you would have an update for us on Bronny James, and we're 56
Well, I don't get a chance to say anything.
So would you like to say
Stephen
it?
A. talks a lot. There's other stuff going on.
Break some news. Stop whining.
Yeah, it sounds like
Listen, exactly. Okay, fine. I will say
15 seconds.
Right now, Rich Paul's calling teams, don't take Bronny James. He's telling them, do not take him, okay? He's saying, don't take him. If you take him, he's going to Australia. So he has a plan and he has a place.
But he's not telling the Lakers.
I don't know if he's telling one team that.
Mark Tatum.
He's telling teams.
Don't take him. If you do, he's going to Australia.
He'll go to Sydney.
Wow. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi.
Oh, my God. You got to be.
You think he's going to Australia now that the Lakers have taken him?
I'm going to imagine that's the team he didn't tell him to take.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to believe that was just – because teams had to be – I mean, anybody in their right mind at this point in the draft would be like, hey, I wonder if I can draft Bronny and then talk LeBron into coming to join our squad.
No Fosters in his future.
Yeah. From the text line, don't ever compare Bronny to Griffey Jr. Them are fighting words. I'm not comparing the players. Just saying a father-son that played on the same team. I bet Griffey hated that. Yeah, that's going to sound real fun. Somebody texted in, Savannah's the happiest person in the world.
Oh, Mama is stoked.
You'll keep an eye on him on the road?
Mom is stoked.
Who are you saying she's saying that to?
To LeBron.
No, I thought you may be saying that to Bronny.
No.
You keep an eye on him
seasoned enough now.
You keep an eye on LeBron on the road for me?
No, she's saying that to LeBron about her baby boy. Hey, it's his first road trip. Okay?
This is wild. If you missed it, the Lakers were able to pull this off with Rich Paul telling all other teams that he will go to Sydney, Australia if you draft him.
And the Lakers get him.
And the Lakers got him.
The war room stands up and high fives and claps like Nick Casario thinks it's a joke.
I don't have a TV. They got
That's
up and high five.
That's what I was trying to tell you. It looked like they drafted Wilt Chamberlain or something.
I mean, I don't know if they were getting up because the bar was closing or if they were getting up in five. They got up. They definitely got up out of their seats.
Big ass smiles, high fives, hugs.
Big 55, baby.
Well, get ready for this, JJ. Although JJ may be the guy to handle it. Yeah, guys, I didn't play Bronny because I didn't want to. I can hear JJ saying that.
I don't give an F.
I don't give an F. I don't give an F how many times you asked me. I didn't play him because I didn't want to. Where is their G League at? That's got to be where he's headed. Good God Almighty!
Are you really think that's more probable than not, given what just went down?
Oh yeah,
LeBron being GM and player and coach.
He's going. He's going to do it.
I don't know about that.
I mean, listen, we've seen LeBron, man. He'll get rid of his best friends if they cause him to lose.
Yeah, but this is his offspring.
Boy, let him cut Bronny.
He'll cut him. He'll send his ass to the G League. To the G League.
Hey, like Savannah's going to be like, you sent my boy where? You sent my boy where? Grand Rapids. What?
Yeah, I mean, listen, he can't guard the pick and roll. So I mean, his ass got to go.
I did all I could do, Savannah. Did you want his ass in? At least he's in America. Did you want him in Australia?
Hey, does he stay at home still? Like, where's he? Is he got his own place?
Nah, he can't Petrie that thing. Nah, he can't Petrie that thing.
He probably got his own wing of the house.
He should have his own crib right now, right next door to Dad. Like, he ought to have his own entrance. He ought to have his own everything.
Yeah, I was going to say, he probably got his own wing.
Mother-in-law quarters.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, fellas, this is interesting to me to see what the Astros are going to do in their series against the Mets. They've got a day off today, but they face the Mets coming up this weekend in New York. And in this Mets team, interesting. They have gone on a run after a slow start, very similar to the Astros. They've won 8 of 10, and now they've reached 500, 39-39 after their really, really slow start. And a lot of people thought that their season was over. They've made it back to 500, so this will be a fun series to see which hot team is able to stay hot. But Blanco and Valdez is pitching on Friday and then Saturday for Framber. And then, as I put this in, TBD on Sunday, fellas. TBD on Sunday. I wonder if this is more going to be a bullpen game finally, or are they going to try to find somebody else down in the minor league system, somebody in Sugar Land or whatever? Are they going to bring them in to bring them up to get a start, or are they going to go full bullpen game? Because they've avoided trying to do that. This may be unavoidable this time.
Seth Martinez, full bullpen game. He's going to give you 3 out of the gate. What do you think, boys?
Yeah.
Seth Martinez?
I mean,
I think he's pitched once in the last 42 days or something like that. Not really 42. I was joking. I think he's only pitched once in several days. So he's got to be rested, and that's got to be the thought, right? Is if you need a bullpen day, like Seth has got to be the guy. It's the only way. It's the only reason you'd rest him the way that they rest him.
Seth and Taylor Scott coming together. Another guy.
Tay been used. Dubin been used, man.
Dubin, but look. So they had a day off today, and I don't think Tay got used yesterday. So he should be rested, and he's a guy that goes multiple innings. I mean, if you can get him to go, Martinez to get 3, and maybe Tay get 2, and try to fill that 6th inning, and then you get to your horses and you get a chance to get that win. I'm telling you, what will be key though is how many innings Ronel Blanco and Framber Valdez can give them.
Yeah,
that will be key on Friday and Saturday, because if they throw 4-inning games and you got to get 5 innings from your bullpen, that may kind of put your bullpen in a place where they're not ready to take on a full-fledged bullpen game like it looks like they may on Sunday. So we'll see. Hopefully this is the only time around the schedule of the rotation, they have to do this. But we'll see what happens. They haven't determined what they're going to do yet, but to be determined coming up on Sunday for the Astros. All right, one thing I'm really excited right now. I'm excited. I'm pretty. You got to feel good about all of the area teams, but with the Rockets, I'm really excited what they've done the last couple of days. But there's one thing that could really irritate me and borderline upset me if they don't do. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Let's go Rockets.
What are the Rockets getting in their new addition, Reed Shepherd? Just ask him. Conversation. Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. The latest news of the day. Tyler was trying to figure out, is this breaking news? That's it. No, we can't break in, Bronny. But the Lakers are able to select Bronny James with the 55th pick. That's what everybody was wondering. Where is he going to go in the second round of the draft? Did you hear Tim Legler earlier today? He said that the Boston Celtics should draft him and then send a ransom note to the Lakers saying, "We have your son, and we'll take Austin Reeves in return if you want to get him back." But apparently, Rich Paul. I mean, this is, you talk about doing an agent's work. Rich Paul rolls through and tells all teams that aren't, I would imagine, the Lakers, don't draft him. If you draft him, he will leave and go to Australia. I wonder if those teams were like, okay, we weren't going to draft him.
You got to think that there's teams out there that were almost laughed at him.
Oh, I would think so. Yeah.
I mean, I know it's Rich Paul, and there's obviously, there's a respect level there that you got to be professional. But damn, you would think that somebody would be at least maybe smart ass enough or close enough to him to be like, Rich, are you serious? I mean, did you really pick the phone up and think this was necessary?
Hey, you think LeBron just said, "Hey, get it done"?
Absolutely.
Get it done.
Absolutely.
Figure it out.
Absolutely.
Hey, this will be one to watch. See how there were reports that a 3-year max deal was offered to LeBron earlier this week. Let's see how quickly he signs it.
Oh, he's gonna get that thing signed immediately.
He's
got to be around. He's got to stay. He's got to play long enough now to let the G League run its course, right? He's got to work his way up through that.
Yeah. Well, hell, maybe he just makes it. Maybe he's just.
If you're JJ Redick, that's the only way you do this. Hey man, he's going to the G League, Bob.
They said, yeah, good. Put that offer on the table. I'll sign it after the draft if this thing goes the way I want it to go. Yeah.
LeBron, you're talking about.
Yeah. Bronny James slid in here and got in here on the Lakers. How about that?
Glad I'm here to watch it, man. Glad I'm not a Rockets fan.
I wonder what jersey number he chooses. That'll be interesting to see. All right. Speaking of the Rockets, Clint, I find this interesting when you look at the moves they've made and how they've been positioned. And we look at their rotation potentially right now as this team is constructed on paper. You know, the veterans and free agents they went and got last year, and Fred VanVleet and Dillon Brooks, and then to go along with their young guys and the two superstars they hope to be superstars this year in Sengun and in Jalen Green. And then you got Jabari Smith Jr., who they drafted early a couple years ago. Then Amin Thompson, who they drafted in the top 4 last year, who had a really good, pretty good rookie year, was, I think, second-team all-rookie. Reed Shepherd, who they just drafted last night. Cam Whitmore, Tari Eason, who missed most of the year with that leg issue, and then Steven Adams, who they traded for. And then you can throw in A.J. Griffin in the mix as well, who they just picked up in a trade with the Atlanta Hawks. And I look at this, and we remember the reporting we heard, right, fellas? We heard they're trying to make a big move. They are in, what did they say? Win now mode. We want to win now, move now. Clint, I will be more than disappointed if this is it. Because you can't say we're in win now mode, let's go, we're going to try to make big moves, we want to do something now, and this ends up being the roster that they run out with to start the season next year in year 2 of Udoka. That to me, I will have an issue with. I'm cool right now. They have positioned themselves, especially after you traded. If you missed it the other day, Brian Windhorst went ahead and let you know how important those picks are. You traded those valuable Nets picks, especially after they have just kind of announced that they are going to be terrible the next couple of years.
Why?
And you traded those to get all of the assets to Phoenix. And those picks, it's got to be more than this. This cannot be the roster that they go into next season with. Just cannot be. There has to be something more. If you're in win-now mode, this is not a win-now mode roster to me.
I agree wholeheartedly, Ron. I just don't see, from several different vantage points, I just don't see how you stand pat with the roster that you have right now.
And first, just adding Reed Shepherd.
Yeah. I mean, look. Cocaine Curry is a good ad. I mean, if you're needing a perimeter shooter that again is gonna allow you to take that next step and change the game in the playoffs for you, not 3 years, with 3 years left in a rebuild of some kind. When it's all said and done, Ron, I think your point's great. Jalen Green and Alperen Sengun, they're both obviously were a pleasant surprise last year, but I don't think either one of them are lock, stock, and barrel guys that you are convinced you're going to build around, right? I don't think Ime Udoka signed up to be 3 years into this thing before he's actually equipped to compete at least a playoff level, if not a championship level. I don't think that Ime Udoka wants to keep all of the guys that Silas and Rafael Stone drafted over the years, all these young guys that you mentioned. They've all shown progress. They've all developed. They've all bought in at times. But there's no way in hell that a coach, I don't care what sport you're playing in, when you inherit somebody else's guys, you don't love every single one of them.
Yeah.
I mean, it just ain't, whether they were good fits for you or not, at the time, you don't love every single one of them. Now you get to the fit aspect of it. You got to believe that a good chunk of these guys, while they've got a big upside, they're probably not good fits, whether it's tangibly or intangibly for Ime Udoka. So it just, Ron, on so many fronts, this just looks like, okay, the Rockets got to make a big move. They're one guy away from being the 2024 Knicks. Right, I mean they're one
that potential. Yep.
Yeah, they're one superstar away from being the team that nobody gives a chance to make a serious run of the playoffs, but all of a sudden, boom, here they are, and they are a really, really good team. At the very least, a team that could upset one of the favorites. I think they're one really, really good player. I'm talking superstar now. away from being that team. Still missing some pieces, but boy, they could piece together a hell of a season if they could find that guy.
Yeah, and that's the part about it though, Clint, is they said it. It's been reported. They said that they are looking to make a win now move and trying to get that type of player. And they have moved assets, right? We talked about why else would they have done that? Why else would they have done that with those Nets picks if they're not going to try to get aggressive to do it right now? It'd be one thing if they didn't kind of have it floated out. And Clint, all of those reports from Woj and Shams and all that didn't just get out because there was a leak. They wanted that out. They want that conversation out about how much they want Durant and Booker and others. So go ahead and get it done to me. And because I think it's got to be playoffs has to be the next step and goal, right? You got to 500. What was that? Like a 19-game improvement, which was amazing. You got to 500, and now it's got to be playoff talk. Now it has to be playoff talk. And that roster that I just named, and with all due respect to the texter who just texted in, I love the roster for the Rockets. That's not, to me, a Western Conference playoff roster. That's a hope of a Western Conference playoff roster. That's not one. I think many people will go to Vegas and bet if they had to with their life on the line, bet against that. That's the next step. You're talking about getting next step players. You got to get that done because this to me, you just can't be 100% confident that this is that type of a playoff type 10 team. All right, coming up. Speaking of playoffs, that's where the Astros are trying to get back to as they are 500. They've got a big 10-game road trip, and we got to play my favorite game. That's coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Generator Supercenter.
the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we continue rolling through this, Vanessa Richardson, Clint, per ESPN, the Rockets will play the Lakers on opening night of Las Vegas Summer League on July 12th. I mean, Bronny's got to be a net puppy. And,
you going? Are you going?
No, I'm not going to that.
Come on, man. Go to Vegas, see Bronny. You liable to run into LeBron? You kidding me?
Maybe we should all go.
I mean, I don't know why we wouldn't. Ron's too cool for it.
I think there's several reasons why we wouldn't. It's short notice. You know, I mean,
I've done my best work in short notice.
Good for you. That's a great response.
Well said.
Well said. Well done. Bronny James to the Lakers right there. He'll be at Summer League to face the Rockets. It'll be good to see little Reed Shepherd versus Bronny James action going on out there. By the way, if you missed it, check out the turd list. It was at 3:40 earlier. Someone felt like you dropped the ball, Tyler. Someone said Tyler should have had Matthew Stafford's wife on the turd list.
I had her with the bronze actually last night, and then I decided to switch it out.
Switched it out, huh?
Yep.
Did she make it last year? I mean, last week? That was Friday.
I don't believe so.
When she told
I don't think she made it. Yeah.
Okay.
I did have her in there, but I decided the Tennessee Volunteers needed a bumper.
I don't know, boy. That apology may have taken her up the next level. Not sure, but it is your list, your turd list. I think it was a fair request from Daniel on the turd list. Fair one. Yeah, Matthew Stafford's wife, she's something else with what she put
girl.
together. Yeah, girl. Yeah, then apologized for that thing.
Yeah, girl.
All right. Hey, the Astros, they got 10 coming up. They start this road trip tomorrow behind Ronel Blanco, a big series to try to keep this momentum going, to try to keep closing this gap in the wild card and in the division right now in the American League. They've won 7 in a row. They've got the Mets coming up for 3. After that, they've got the Blue Jays for 4. They've got the Twins for 3. So that's 10 road games on this road trip as they head towards the All-Star break. And as I said, my favorite game, the push-the-button game. Press that button, all right? If I tell you this right now, if I tell you this record, would you press that button right now for the Astros? The Astros in a 10-game series, in this 10-game road trip, 10 in a row in New York, Toronto, and Minnesota. If I said right now you can have the power to push the button for them to go 6-4 in that stretch. They've won 7 in a row. They're as hot as anybody in baseball. Would you push that button for 6-4 right now?
Hell yeah.
Tyler, are you pushing it?
I'd push it, yeah.
You kidding me? I'm 2-0 on my way to I'm 2-0 on my way to 13-5 in the final 18. Would I take 6-4? That would put me at 8-4. With what is that, 6 to play? Yeah, I believe I would take that. I really like 7-3, but I would take 6-4 if I could punch a button and make it happen.
Yeah. Listen, I think so too. I think this. Yes, the Mets are now at 500, so they aren't under 500. The Blue Jays are under 500. The Blue Jays have some talent. Doesn't that seem like a team that would get up for the Astros? That seems like a team that, with their talent, that the Astros coming to town, they'll play a little with something a little extra. So to me, yeah, if you are above 500, like to me, I don't even know if 5-5 would be disappointing. I think disappointing is if you're under 500. But if you are above 500 in any way in these 10 games, trying to catch Seattle and trying to catch the wild card, I think that's it. 10-game road trips, really, man, you just really want to play 500 baseball on the road and then have a winning record at home. That, to be able to go 6-4 in that stretch, hey, I would press it all day. I know 7-3 sounds sexy and would be amazing, or hell, just keep running, keep rolling through. But to me, anything above 500 on this trip, that would be something that Joe Espada and the Astros, I think would take, and I think would put them right where they need to be heading into the All-Star break and going back home. So I'm with you. 6-4, that's all day. As I said, I to me, if they went 5-5, that wouldn't be that disappointing.
Oh, it'd be disappointing as hell, Ron.
You'd be disappointed with 500?
I'm not going to let you drag me down to 500. No, hell no. 500? You kidding me? The way these Stros been playing, come on, man.
But they've made up such ground to me where it's just like before it was like, hey man, y'all got to go 7-3, 8-2 somewhere around here. But they've made up such ground. I think 6-4 at the worst has them where they are right now.
Yeah, look, that's as low as I'm going. You said it. At the worst, 6-4. I'm not going to 5-5, Ron.
Someone texted in, does this mean it's Ron is going to start doing the lineups again daily? I'm not doing them daily, but when they go over 500,
oh yeah,
I promised
we're here.
When they go over 500,
I need you to put a little effort into it.
God, I'm excited now. I forgot about this.
So that would it feels like that would imply that you're saying I don't put effort.
Well, I think you rely on your like recently. I think you've relied on in the moment, spur of the moment. Like you were real creative with the Tampa Tuck and all the nicknames and the setups, if you will, before you gave them. I'll be honest with you. The last few that you've done, I've been disappointed.
Wow.
I mean, you had some real. There was some real
how
opportunity.
How long ago was that?
Wow, dude! You've only done it a couple of times this year.
I know it. They haven't played at a place to deserve it.
Well, I think you. Well, maybe they. Okay, that's a good reason why you didn't put a lot of effort into it. I'm just telling you, they played well.
First off, that's not true. You're just assuming that
that's
I didn't
what we were
put a lot
talking
of
about.
Into it. All right,
we were talking about your effort level.
I did put effort into it. You're the one who said it.
You
I
put effort into the moment, but I don't think there was. I don't think you put much effort leading up to it. Who was it? Who was the newbie out there that I expected a really good nickname for a couple guys, and you just really. I mean, you started with the Tampa Tuck. You started with the white boy Chaz. You threw in there, and who was the good hair? Who was what was Bregman?
Bregman's my brother's keeper.
My brother's keeper, and then boy, I tell you, Brantley was a really good one.
Pena, panty dropper.
I mean, Altuve with the big stick is a good one. Somebody new though. I was just like, really? I thought she's better than that, man.
Someone texted in, we need a minimum of 7-3, Ron. Okay,
7-3
minimum.
Is that my boy Ron?
I wanted to go 7-3, but I think I'm getting a little greedy here.
Yeah, 6. I mean, this is it. I mean, the Mets are hot. They're 8-2 in their last 10. They're hot. The Twins are a good team, good pitching. Remember the last time the Astros played the Twins? They came in here and got them pretty good. So I don't know. 7-3 is 7-3 would be great. 5-5, 6-4.
Well, when you do the lineups, you're gonna bring one new name to the table.
One new name. What
like I don't think Dubon has a solid one. I don't think Diaz has a solid one.
You don't even remember them.
Well, hence why they're not very solid. I mean, I really lean in.
You didn't even remember who the good hair was for.
Well, but who was it? It's
Hughley.
There is exactly who it was. Well, it's been a year. Give me a break, man.
Miss you.
Been through a lot. Yeah, man. I feel like with Cabbage and
there's just too many names.
And now you got Loperfido, and now, I mean, well, you're going to sit down like all these guys. Think of some names. Think of some. And then when we figure it out, when we know who's in the lineup, boom, you just let her rip, baby. I need at least one. I need at least one new one that I hadn't heard.
We'll figure it out. We'll see if they can get a win. Coming up, and then Monday. But if they're above, it has to be Monday. So they gotta do some work over this weekend. They gotta win this series this weekend.
They gotta win 2 or 3 this weekend.
They gotta win the series this weekend, and Monday
will be the day.
Bang them out. It'll be the day. They can pull that off. Coming up behind us, remember Texans All Access. The Hall of Famer John McClain will join the fellas, and then following that, Area 45. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Bijani and Creighton, Area 45, roll with them coming up after Texans All Access. All right, I was looking at this thing, man, and Tyler, people are really starting to feel, at least in a sleeper role, A lot of people are starting to feel your Aggies on this football in college football this year to have a sleeper team to surprise and a sleeper team to have a chance to get to the college football playoff. I saw a list. They named the top 6 sleepers to make it to the college football playoff, and above USC, who was number 2, the Texas A&M Aggies came in at number 1 as the number 1 team in college football in terms of sleepers to get to the college football playoff. And I think the real easy space is I think the SEC, depending on the season, and you start to look at it, you start to look at these rankings, Clint. I mean, the SEC's got the number 1 team in the country of Georgia. They've got Missouri's a top 10 team. Alabama's ranked top 10 preseason. Ole Miss is ranked top 10 preseason. I think Texas is ranked top 10 preseason. They've got a ton of teams in there. I think at the very least they get 3 teams. Can A&M flirt with 3rd or 4th in the SEC to give themselves a chance to get in to the college football playoff? That to me has to be the route. And I know you said you love their schedule. They've got a schedule that at least this year doesn't have Georgia on it, doesn't have Alabama on it, but they still got Missouri and Texas, who are top 10 teams. But it'd be interesting how this thing rolls. I think if they win the first week against Notre Dame, a top 10 team, top 5-10 preseason, Clint, then there could be a real element to that thought that they could be a surprise sleeper.
Oh, I think they could be a surprise sleeper. I've been a part of one of these teams, Ron. My junior year at Arkansas, my sophomore year, we were 4-7. Danny Ford had come from Clemson, won a national title there, had been at Arkansas for a handful of years, recruited his ass off. We had some really good players. We went 4-7 back-to-back years. He got fired. They bring Nutt in, a hot up-and-coming coach that won at Boise State, had won at Murray State, and he comes in and he infuses that energy and that it has motivated the hell out of us, an already good locker room, and we went out there, and if I wouldn't have fumbled, hell, we would have won and went to an SEC championship and possibly a national championship. We were literally one play away from making that happen. We beat Tennessee that night. We qualified to go back to the SEC championship. So I've seen it happen. I've been a part of it. And look, I'll tell you this. I've said this year in, year out. Texas A&M has better players than most of the SEC. They're not quite where they should be right now in terms of being able to bump their roster up against Alabama and Georgia and LSU. But they should be year in, year out. But with that said, there's still the majority of their roster. They are going to have a huge advantage from a player perspective. And I'll say this, Mike Elko, right? You look at the players that Jimbo left, he recruited his ass off. The players are going to be better. Mike Elko had a much steeper climb winning at Duke in the ACC, and he did it immediately, and he did it over a couple of years, right? He's got a better chance to win at